Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 392, Chapter. Whoosh. Tenten flashed to a kunai, arriving right at the Geto Mazo's thigh, and then she controlled the Kokinjo, golden binding rope, and snapped it onto the Geto Mazo's body. In the next second, the Geto Mazo trembled uncontrollably. Its roaring mouth even clamped shut. Looks like the Kokinjo, golden binding rope, was working. The Geto Mazo was enduring it, forcing itself not to spit out the Kodadama, spirit word. Stop it. Obito's eyes were bloodshot, but he could not do anything about it. Tenten was still a bit far, and her speed was too fast. Tenten was not about to waste this perfect chance. She slapped a hand onto the Geto Mazo's leg and successfully left a Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, formula. She was just about to plant a few more formulas in other spots when she suddenly sensed danger. So she did not hesitate. She flashed away. In the next instant, lightning surged over the Geto Mazo's body and struck the position where Tenten had just been. If Tenten had been even a fraction slower, she really would have been fried. But at the same time, the Geto Mazo failed to hold back. It opened its mouth and spat out a clump of something, exactly the Kodadama, spirit word, that had been forced out by the Kokinjo, golden binding rope. I'll slice up that Kodadama, curse you. Tenten threw another Jutsushiki kunai, formula kunai, toward the Kodadama, but a kunai shot down from above and knocked her formula kunai aside. 22. It was Kabuto. Obito also used the opening to close in on Tenten. So startled that her scalp went cold, Tenten hurriedly flashed behind Kakashi. She was the key to the Kodadama curse. Whether this succeeded depended on her, so she was not stupid enough to personally take Obito head-on. She left that to Obito's real opponent. Earlier, Kakashi and A had coordinated a hit on Obito. After that, with the Geto Mazo appearing, Kakashi had to go help regulate the Alliance's troop deployments. Only now did he make it back, because the Allied forces were already set. At any time, they could swarm the Geto Mazo. Naturally, Kakashi supported Tenten's operation. If Tenten could successfully seal the Geto Mazo, then this battle was effectively decided. So when Obito chased up, Kakashi decisively stepped in. At that, Obito had an urge to cry. Kakashi again. And he could not even go intangible anymore. How was he supposed to fight this? At the same time, on the other side, Natsuki flashed onto the turtle, arriving right beside Sasuke. Sasuke saw how battered Natsuki looked and was immediately alarmed. Natsuki. Why do you look like this? Is the front line that tight? Natsuki nodded and called everyone over. This place has already been discovered. Even Gaara hiding at Mount Myaboku was dragged back by the enemy. Hiding is useless now. Everyone, come with me to the battlefield. Fight shoulder to shoulder with our comrades. The moment he said that, the four Jinchuriki laughed, and all of them looked at Sasuke. It was obvious. They were tired of waiting. Naruto clenched his fist. I trained here at the Waterfall of Truth, and Killer Byakugan also guided me. I'm a perfect Jinchuriki now, so it's time to show what I can do, you know. I've been pushing to go out and fight this whole time, but Sasuke kept stopping me. I've been going crazy holding it in. Sasuke snorted. What do you know? This is an allied operation. If we Jinchuriki rush over recklessly, there's a risk of getting captured. Then we're just causing trouble. Didn't you see how battered Natsuki looks? Don't get arrogant just because you've gained a little strength. The enemy's power is beyond imagination. We have to be cautious. Naruto scratched his head, unable to talk his way past Sasuke. At this point, Sasuke no longer had even a trace of his original self. He had grown into an outstanding powerhouse. His strength was not weak at all. But like Gaara, he understood the big picture. He knew that hiding first was the best way to ensure victory. If they had not been exposed, hiding might have remained the plan, and the Jinchuriki might not have taken the field at all. Which meant that the current situation was already terrible. It was not optimistic in the slightest. Natsuki explained, Sasuke's right. The situation is not good. Orochimaru was revived by Kabuto, and then he used Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, to bring back the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. The second and fourth both know Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, they use it even more smoothly than Tenten and I do. And the first is godlike. I'm not confident I can beat him. This. How did things end up like this? No one expected that the four Hokage, summoned back by Edo Tensei, would become the enemy's power. Kabuto really deserved to die. And when Naruto heard that the fourth was here, his emotions immediately surged. He had clearly already met Minato within the seal and knew the truth about himself. Now he could barely wait to see his dad. But the moment he thought about how his dad had become a tool for Kabuto and Orochimaru, anger flooded him as well. What about Madara and Obito? Sasuke asked about the key figures. As for Madara, I fought him a few times, and then he slipped up and got sucked into Tenten's red gourd. He's sealed right now. What? Natsuki's answer left them all dazed. Madara, of all people, had already been sealed away. But when they remembered that Hashirama, Madara's equal, was still present, they did not feel any more relieved. Either way, the enemy was strong. They could not underestimate them. Even though Madara is sealed, that doesn't guarantee he can't come back out. Someone might seize Tenten's red gourd, anything is possible. Also, the Gedo Mazo is the Tentail's body, and the Tentail's was split into the 9 Biju. That means it may have special suppression or sealing power over Biju, so you must be careful. Natsuki continued to warn them. Only after everyone nodded did he flash again, bringing them all back to the main battlefield. The moment they arrived, seeing the chaotic melee everywhere, the Jinchuriki were briefly stunned. Natsuki immediately grabbed Shikamaru and hauled him over. Shikamaru, the Jinchuriki are here. You handle the battle assignments. Don't let them act recklessly. Place their combat power where it makes sense. Most importantly, do not let them get captured. All right, I get it. Shikamaru scratched his head in frustration, then said to the 5 of them, Killer Byakuzen, you go coordinate with Asama. You 2 brothers together are unbeatable, and that's where you'll be safest. Killer B immediately pointed 2 fingers at Shikamaru. Nara kid, smart kid, your arrangement is high level, you know, yeah. Then he flashed straight toward his big brother and threw himself at Tobirama with a rare Unitsudo, Liger Bomb. Bro, I'm here. Ha ha ha. B, let's fight together. Absolute beast Liger Bomb. The 2 brothers attacked Tobirama from front and back, the pillar of the nation, pushing into a situation that was impossible to evade. But the one in the middle was Tobirama. Sensing the power of their attack, he naturally did not meet it head-on. He used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and vanished. The 2 brothers missed with a misalignment. They were not discouraged at all, and continued to pursue Tobirama. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 393, Chapter. Obito, who had been desperately trying to stop Tenten from cutting down the Kodadama, was drawn by the commotion over there. He flicked his gaze over, and his expression went blank for an instant. He had not expected that the moment he sent Minato to the island turtle to leave a formula mark, the Jinchuriki would suddenly appear on the main battlefield. It seemed the allied forces had been running a targeted operation against him the whole time. Then he looked toward the rear of the alliance and sure enough, he spotted Naruto, Sasuke, and Fu. Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, really was absurd. There was no defending against it. But fine. It was better this way. If the Jinchuriki were all here, then he did not have to waste time searching. Next, he just had to capture them with everything he had and let the Gedo Mazo absorb them all. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Obito forced Tenten's squad back again. No matter what, he could not allow Tenten to get through. If Tenten reached the Gedo Mazo, and the Gedo Mazo got hit by the Kodadama curse, it would end up like Madara. And if that happened, what was even the point of continuing? Over here, Shikamaru kept issuing assignments. Sasuke, Naruto, you 2 join the allied forces against the Gedo Mazo. Fu, you go link up with Shino. The 2 of you are good with insects. If you coordinate, you can bring out the strongest effect. So that ugly thing wants to absorb Aisabu. Then we just kill it, Sasuke said coldly. Over these days, his relationship with the Three Tails, Aisabu, had only gotten better. Especially after they came to understand one another, they had become friends. There was no way he would let Aisabu be absorbed now. Naruto cracked his knuckles, eager to move. Then now it's our time to shine, Databeo. Fu answered with action. Small wings spread from her back, and she flew straight toward Shino at top speed. Natsuki still found time to emphasize it one more time. Be careful of the Gedo Mazo. Don't get hit by its techniques. If you do, the Biju inside you might get ripped out. Understood. Sasuke and Naruto responded seriously, then immediately charged toward the Gedo Mazo. Natsuki looked back to Shikamaru. Keep an eye on the Jinchuriki. If anything happens you can't handle, call me. I'm going to deal with Hashirama alone. Gaara and Inoki can't hold much longer. Shikamaru nodded. Go fight. The allied forces aren't useless. Natsuki did not delay. With a whoosh, he returned to Gaara's side and silently watched Hashirama. Hashirama was clearly restraining his strength as much as possible, but the pressure Gaara and Inoki were under was no joke. "Natsuki, you're back," Gaara said with relief. "Yeah. From here on, leave it to me. You two go coordinate with the allied forces. Focus on destroying the Gedo Mazo and Obito, and stay alert for the fourth Hokage coming back at any time." Natsuki stepped in front of the two of them, facing Hashirama. "All right. Be careful." Gaara and Inoki did not hesitate. They truly could not beat Hashirama. The fact they had held on for that long was already impressive. That was the massive gap between Kage level and beyond Kage. And there were two of them. Against a bugged existence like Hashirama, it was genuinely brutal. As the two withdrew, Hashirama did not bother with words. He looked utterly unreliable, yet in the next breath, his foot snapped out, striking Natsuki's ankle. Then both palms shot straight for Natsuki's face at terrifying speed. Natsuki dropped his stance and slipped the strike, reaching to plant a formula on Hashirama's arm, only for Hashirama to evade just as quickly. But Natsuki clapped his hands together. The ground erupted with a massive quantity of iron sand. Under magnet release control, it wrapped around Hashirama's legs and began a frenzied grinding kill, attempting to shred his lower body to pieces. In the very next second, Hashirama turned into a Mokuton Bunshin, would-release clone. Natsuki looked utterly exasperated. "First Hokage-sama, could you not be that fast? Or be even faster? Show more of your strength, like you did against Madara earlier." He did not actually accept that request in earnest. He still needed to preserve chakra for what came next. So for him, the best approach was to fight Hashirama slowly, minimizing expenditure. Once Niji defeated Orochimaru, everything would naturally be settled. With that in mind, Natsuki drew the demonic blade, Senbon, and began a measured, deliberate battle. On the other side, Niji unleashed a surge of gravitational pull, yanking Orochimaru straight into midair. Orochimaru looked as if he had no way to resist at all. "Orochimaru-sama." Kirin was frantic and charged in. Hyuga Hayashi seized the opening and used Kaiten, rotation, to blast Kirin away. Hinata also seized the opening and used Hack Rokuji Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms, sealing Kirin's chakra points completely. It was rare for Hinata to have mastered the 64 palms. It was a substantial improvement. But now that Niji was clan head, she no longer had to shoulder that burden. The clan's atmosphere was good, and she intended to protect her Niji Oniai-san. She could not let their hard-won change be shattered. Orochimaru ignored Kirin completely, still staring greedily at Niji's blue eyes. He sighed in admiration. "So beautiful. Such beautiful eyes. The more I look, the more I want your body, Niji." Niji felt his skin crawl. He raised a hand and fired a violent repulsive force, blasting Orochimaru into multiple pieces on the spot. "This guy really can run," Niji could not help muttering, and he almost felt a grudging respect. Ever since he first learned of Orochimaru, he had known one thing: Orochimaru's survival skills were first-rate. Whether it was Tenten's Tiondun Oji, Heaven Release secret art, or Natsuki's Hashiman Tanko, 8 Gates technique, nothing could finish him off. Only later, after Orochimaru lost the souls in his arms, did he become easier to handle and was quickly suppressed. Who would have thought he did not die, and had even recovered? Niji desperately wanted Orochimaru dead. If Orochimaru died, the 4 Hokage could break free of control and the enemy's strength would drop drastically. But no matter how many killing moves he used, no matter how many times he shattered Orochimaru, he could not kill him. Even with the Byakugan active, he had no idea how Orochimaru was preserving his life. And now, Orochimaru simply vanished. This poisonous snake has real tricks. Looks like killing him isn't happening for me. I'll go help the others. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Salem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 394, Chapter. At this moment, Orochimaru had already slipped back to Obito and Kabuto's side. Kabuto was surprised. "Orochimaru-sama, weren't you going to seize Hyuga Niji's body? Why did you suddenly come back?" Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue. "Kabuto, are you really asking when you already know?" "Ah, well." Kabuto pushed up his glasses. "Looks like Orochimaru-sama couldn't beat Niji." Orochimaru did not deny it. As expected of the Tenseigan, Niji has long since surpassed me. If I want to defeat him and take his body, I can't do it alone, so I can only come over here to help. His thinking was simple: work together with Obito and win this battle first. After that, there should be a chance to seize Niji's body and obtain the Tenseigan. In that case, we stop Tenten together, Obito said quickly. We can't let Tenten cut down the Geto Mazo-esque Kodadama, or it'll end up like Madara and get sucked into that gourd. Kabuto and Orochimaru had personally witnessed the mighty Madara being pulled into the red gourd, so they naturally understood that the Kodadama really was terrifying. Orochimaru agreed, his venomous snake eyes fixed on Tenten. Hehehe, Tenten, it's been a long time. Back in the Forest of Death, the first time we met, your strength was already dazzling. I never expected you'd grow to the point where you can control the Six Paths tools. Natsuki's judgment really is excellent. Natsuki's judgment is obviously excellent. Tenten affirmed it, then added, since you brought up that Forest of Death incident, I don't mind recreating it. Take this, my money talk secret art, 100 million explosive tags technique. Earlier, Tenten had been trying to cut down the Geto Mazo-esque Kodadama, but Obito had been stopping her with everything he had. Then Kabuto came down to help obstruct her. Even her upgraded second plan had not been going smoothly. Naturally, she was furious. If Operation 1 wouldn't work, then Operation 2. She pulled out a mountain of explosive tags, then used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to teleport straight to the formula she had left on the Geto Mazo-esque thigh, and detonated on the spot. The instant Tenten said, money talk secret art, Orochimaru chose to evade. Kabuto knew Orochimaru was first-rate at staying alive, so he naturally followed. Only Obito stood there staring blankly at what Tenten was doing, his mind buzzing. He probably thought he misheard. He could not believe the number Tenten had just said. How much? You said how much? Rumble. A horrifying explosion erupted. A terrifying shockwave swept outward. The allied shinobi who had been preparing to close in immediately scrambled backward. Many were outright thrown off their feet. The explosion was that violent. Luckily, the allied shinobi were not too close, so their injuries were minor. Tenten's side also retreated in the first moment. Only Obito, still stunned, remained in place. In the next second, he was swallowed by the blast. Ruhar. The Geto Mazo let out a scream that shook heaven and earth, instantly drawing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Seeing Tenten's group retreat, Tsunade immediately shouted, Tenten. Kakashi. What happened? Tenten, however, grinned. Nothing happened. My 100 million ultimate just went off, that's all. What 100 million ultimate? Tsunade froze for a beat, then reacted. You used 100 million explosive tags to blow up the Geto Mazo. You've gotten completely insane. Her voice was loud, carrying across the battlefield. Instantly, everyone looked at Tenten with shock and disbelief, as if they were meeting her for the first time. Using 100 million explosive tags for demolition, you really are insane. But the friends who knew Tenten felt it was only natural. Because Tenten was a madwoman. Aside from the number of explosive tags being absurd, the operation itself was perfectly sound. She was not bombing randomly. She was bombing the Geto Mazo. Had they not heard that Bone Deep scream? If she could blow the Geto Mazo into dust on the spot, even better. After a long while, the smoke and dust finally cleared. The first figure to appear was Obito. He was uninjured. Clearly he had used Kamui, intangibility to evade the impact. But his face was darker than soot, because he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, in the next second, the Geto Mazo, already missing one leg, fully emerged from the smoke. And now it was not missing one leg. It was missing two. 100 million explosive tags had detonated right at its thigh and blasted off its last remaining leg on the spot. Yes. Amazing. Ha 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 ha. 100 million explosive tags to blow off the Geto Mazo's leg, Tenten, as expected. Wow. Tenten is so cool. I'm going to chase her. Get lost. That's Natsuki-sama's wife. If you want to die, nobody's stopping you. The allied shinobi erupted. Cheers and laughter burst out like it was New Year's. The Geto Mazo was simply too miserable now. With both legs gone, it was crippled beyond words. Tenten looked it over, then smiled at Konan. Konan-san, explosive tags work. 100 million blew off its leg. If you stack 600 billion on its chest, wouldn't it get blown into paste? Konan's eyes lit up as she nodded hard. Yes. Then next, we blow it into paste. It was obvious, Konan had found her approach. If the Geto Mazo could be destroyed by explosions, then she would hand over all her explosive tags. They had to blow the Geto Mazo into fragments and see if it could still absorb Biju then. The Geto Mazo was a shell. If the shell was destroyed, the container was broken, and it naturally could not hold the Biju. So what was there to hesitate about? Just blow it up. Kakashi said, next, I'll handle restraining Obito. You go straight for the Geto Mazo. Have Tenten leave a formula on its chest and retreat. And Tenten, don't forget to cut down the Geto Mazo's Kodadama. If the demolition fails, we can still try sealing. Jiraiya agreed. Then I'll deal with Orochimaru. Shino said, I'll handle Kabuto. Konan said, I'll protect Tenten. Nobody is laying a finger on her. The demolition squad formed again, and with ill intent, they advanced toward the Ghetto Mazo once more. The Ghetto Mazo, writhing on the ground and wailing, shuddered instinctively, sensing something terrible coming. Orochimaru and Kabuto returned at this time as well. Seeing the pitiful state of the Ghetto Mazo, they could not help clicking their tongues in amazement. Obito's face was black. You two ran pretty fast. Orochimaru replied as if it were self-evident. Of course. I know that little girls' money talk secret art. And unlike you, I can't go intangible. Naturally, I ran first. Kabuto said, same. Two bastards. Obito was furious, but he did not even know what to curse them with. After all, fleeing was instinct. Even if those two had stayed, it would not have changed anything. The explosion had already happened. And because Tenten used Flying Thunder God to detonate right in front of the Ghetto Mazo's thigh, there was simply no time to stop it. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 395, Chapter. Over here, Tobirama was still flashing around to evade the brothers' attacks, but he still found time to glance toward the Ghetto Mazo. She actually used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to teleport explosive tags, and she detonated 100 million at once. That little girl did well, Tobirama could not help praising. Of course she did. Tenten has always been outstanding. Tsunade, who was covering the flank nearby, said smugly. When it came to Tenten, Tsunade was naturally very satisfied. It could be said that among Konoha's top 15 female shinobi, Tenten's strength stood out the most. Only then came Yakumo and Megumi. Especially after learning that Tenten had the 6 paths tools, Tsunade felt even more at ease. She even used Tenten as a trump card more than once, and Tenten never let her down, repeatedly earning merit in battle. This time was the same. The only person who would dare to use 100 million explosive tags to bomb the Ghetto Mazo was Tenten. If she could learn the mutual multiplying explosive tags technique I created, that would be even better. As long as you find the right spot, and you have enough explosive tags, you can blast the Ghetto Mazo to death, Tobirama added. Oh, you mean that, second grandpa. Tenten already learned it, Tsunade said again, dropping another bombshell. Huh? Seriously? Of course it's true. Natsuki traded me a chakra battery specifically for the chance to learn that forbidden technique, mainly for Tenten. Incredible. The younger generation is unbelievable, Tobirama sighed. Then he casually threw out a Suiton, Suishoha, water release, water shockwave, forcing the brothers back. Not being able to land a single hit on Tobirama for so long made both A and B visibly irritated. On Natsuki's side, the fight was just as spectacular. Natsuki used Hataki Kenjutsu. His Raiton Shunshin, lightning body flicker, was not much slower than Ren Shunshin, storm body flicker, and his blade work was fast and exquisitely precise, forcing a head-on exchange of slashes with Hashirama. Hashirama's real strength was his wood release. In terms of taijutsu, he was not actually that much above Natsuki. And because Hashirama was distracted by the violent explosion over there, once he learned what had happened, he could not help praising, that little girl did well. She's your girlfriend, right? Yes. Tenten is my girlfriend. She has been since we were 7, Natsuki said, sweeping his blade through. 7. You locked it in that early. That really is good judgment. Compared to that, little Tsuna just. Natsuki did not respond. That was an already dead old man worrying about his granddaughter's love life. It was not Natsuki's place to say anything. He only answered with heavier attacks. At present, the overall situation had not deviated from Natsuki's expectations. He knew Hashirama was the strongest, so he proactively took on the job of containing Hashirama and handed the task of destroying the Ghetto Mazo to everyone else. Even without his participation, even without him giving a single instruction, they would still fight on their own. Just look at this, blowing off the Ghetto Mazo's last leg was a brilliant operation. Tenten, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Konan, and Sasuke were all highly active. As for the others, even if they could not defeat their opponents, at least they could keep them pinned. The battlefield situation was clearly leaning in the Alliance's favor. And with the new Jinchuriki joining, the balance might tilt even further toward the Alliance. Hopefully, this time they could destroy the Ghetto Mazo and Obito, ideally kill Black Zetsu as well. Then this calamity would be over. Just then, near Orochimaru, Minato flashed back with Black Zetsu in tow. Obito, Minato has already left a Flying Thunder God formula on the island turtle. Let's hurry over, Black Zetsu could hardly wait. No need, Obito said, pointing at Naruto and Sasuke, who were charging this way. The Alliance knows our plan, so they had Natsuki bring the Jinchuriki over instead. Now all the Jinchuriki are here. Black Zetsu went blank. Then wasn't all my work for nothing? Obito said, it wasn't for nothing. The Jinchuriki were forced out by you. Now that they're here, it's perfect. We go all out. Hearing that, Black Zetsu nodded, then reflexively turned to look at the Gedomazo. With just one glance, his eyes went wide. He thought his vision was playing tricks on him, and he even rubbed his eyes. His voice trembled with disbelief. Obito, what happened while I was gone? Why is the Gedomazo's leg broken again? Obito's voice was flat. Why are you yelling? It just got its leg blown off by Tenten's 100 million explosive tags. Once it absorbs Biju, it can attach it back. What matters now is stopping Tenten from using the 6 Paths tools on the Gedomazo. The Gedomazo's Kodadama has already been forced out. If the Kodadama gets cut by the Shikisaiken, 7-star sword, and the Kodadama curse succeeds, the Gedomazo will get sealed just like Madara. And then it's over. Black Zetsu's expression changed. His wariness of Tenten surged to its absolute peak. He could already imagine it, with the Gedomazo's level of intelligence, it would definitely blurt out some habitual phrase unconsciously. Humans might not understand it, but the 6 Paths tools definitely would. After all, he had even heard that Samahata got sucked in. If the Gedomazo was a living being, it would not escape either. Fine. You handle blocking Tenten. I'll go check the Gedomazo. Black Zetsu said, thinking he might be able to reconnect the severed leg. He hurried to the broken leg area. He had barely begun to examine anything when his heart suddenly chilled. He decisively dodged sideways, but his arm was still severed by a Senbon cut. Nice, Samui. Darui praised, then immediately used his technique. Rantun, laser circus. Black Zetsu jumped in alarm and threw up Mokuton defenses, but several beams still punched holes through his body. Luckily, whether it was the severed arm or the laser wounds, they all hit the white portion. The black portion was fine. Black Zetsu was essentially possessing White Zetsu. Damage to White Zetsu had little to do with Black Zetsu himself. Even if White Zetsu died, Black Zetsu could switch to another host. Even if his combat power was not that strong, his survival ability was not inferior to Orochimaru's. Otherwise, how could he have lived all the way from Kagaya's era to the present? At this time, Atsui and Akatsuchi also pounced in, both looking murderous. This was the assassination unit Darui had assembled on the spot, created specifically to kill Black Zetsu. Earlier, Black Zetsu had followed the 4th Hokage away. Darui's group could not find a target, but they stayed hidden anyway, because they knew Black Zetsu would come back. And just as expected, Black Zetsu not only returned, he was alone. It was the perfect moment to strike. But in the next second, a yellow flash appeared, blocking in front of Black Zetsu. My apologies, everyone. I've been ordered to protect Black Zetsu. Darui's brows knit hard. He naturally knew how strong Minato was. His speed was so extreme that even A and B could barely match him. Darui's storm release likely could not keep up with that. Looks like killing Black Zetsu was going to be very difficult. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 396, Chapter. Just then, Niji arrived with several elite members of the Hyuga clan. He didn't spare Black Zetsu or Minato a glance. Instead, Niji raised a hand and activated an attractive force, directly yanking the Gedomazo's massive severed leg up into the air. He was going to steal the leg outright. Black Zetsu's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Obito. Stop him. The Gedomazo was already missing one leg. If it lost another, this container really might be ruined. How would it still be able to hold the tailed beasts? If the Jubi, 10 tails, couldn't be formed, how could the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, be activated? And if that couldn't happen, how could Mother be saved? Obito obviously understood that Niji couldn't be allowed to take the severed leg, but Tenten's demolition squad was already charging in. He simply couldn't free his hands. I'll go, Kabuto said. In the next instant, he transformed into a giant serpent and shot forward. Moving at top speed, he reached the severed leg in moments, reverted to human form, and immediately activated Bancho Tenin, Universal Pull, turning it into a tug-of-war against Niji. Both the Rinnegan and the Tensigen were Sage Eyes, and their power was terrifying. As they pulled against each other, even space itself began to warp. That enormous severed leg was dragged and torn between them, as if it might split in half at any second. But then Niji's expression flickered. He abruptly cancelled the attractive force and switched to repulsion, Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, instantly blasting the severed leg away, and sending Kabuto flying along with it. The gigantic leg traced a graceful arc through the air, and landed perfectly right in front of Sasuke and Naruto, who had just arrived. Perfect. Naruto, cover me. Sasuke immediately pulled out a sealing scroll. He spread it open and began forming hand seals. Obito and Black Zetsu both reached out like they were trying to grab something that was already slipping away, shouting at the top of their lungs, "No. Don't." Even the Gedo Mazo seemed to realize it couldn't let another leg be taken. It actually rolled and scrambled back upright, stretching out a long arm to snatch the severed leg back. But Naruto instantly shifted into a golden form. He formed a Raisin Shuriken, Spiral Shuriken, between his hands and hurled it straight into the Gedo Mazo's outstretched arm. A thunderous boom erupted. The Gedo Mazo's huge hand was forced to stop, and the Raisin Shuriken carved dense, crisscrossing wounds across it. It wasn't on the level of 100 million explosive tags, but it accomplished the goal. Sasuke slammed a palm onto the severed leg and unleashed Fuinjutsu, sealing technique. In an instant, the massive leg was sealed into the scroll. Sasuke snapped the scroll shut and flung it backward. From far away, it hit Shikamaru square in the chest. Shikamaru caught the scorching hot potato, utterly speechless. "Hey! Sasuke, why are you dumping this on me to hold?" Sasuke didn't even look back. "I'm not giving it to you. I'm giving it to the allied shinobi forces' rear line. If I carry it, it could get stolen in a split second. You guys keep it safe." Shikamaru had no choice but to stow the scroll away. He understood why Sasuke couldn't keep it. Sasuke was already a Jinchuriki, tailed beast host, and a prime target. If he also carried around a severed leg, wouldn't he become a walking feast for the enemy? The Gedo Mazo, meanwhile, flew into a rage, roaring as it charged straight at them. It also seemed to sense that Sasuke and Naruto carried the energy it desperately wanted. It grew even more frenzied, opening its mouth and spewing enormous chakra dragons that tore toward the two of them. "Naruto, dodge. Don't get hit." Sasuke remembered Natsuki's warning, they absolutely could not take the Gedo Mazo's techniques head-on. There was a high chance they'd be suppressed. Naruto felt the danger too. Using his golden form, he dodged at blazing speed, nothing like the old deadlast from before. Now he truly looked like a reliable shinobi. Sasuke dodged as well, and in doing so, saw the chakra dragon sweep through several allied shinobi. In an instant, their chakra was drained dry. What an overbearing power. Sasuke no longer dared to underestimate the Gedo Mazo. It could drain several shinobi from this distance. If a Jinchuriki got hit, the tailed beast might be ripped out directly, and that would be catastrophic. So Sasuke warned again, "Naruto. Remember what Natsuki said. Don't let the Gedo Mazo's techniques hit you. The tailed beast will be taken. And once the tailed beast is taken, the Jinchuriki dies." "I know. Run." Naruto replied, his expression equally grave. He accelerated forward and fired another Raisin Shuriken straight at the Gedo Mazo's head. But the Gedo Mazo opened its mouth and shot out a mass of energy in return, successfully intercepting the Raisin Shuriken. It had already absorbed the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails. The energy inside it was no small thing, blocking an ordinary ninjutsu was nothing. If not for the tricky placement of Tenten's 100 million explosive tags, how could its leg have been blown off? Still, it could sense it now, the energy it wanted had arrived. The immense power inside these two was exactly what it needed. As long as it could seize them and devour that energy, it would be able to recover most of itself. So it stretched out a huge hand again, trying to grab Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto simply transformed into a golden nine-tails form and spat out a Baijidama, tailed beast bomb. But the Gedo Mazo extended its other hand and intercepted the Baijidama, then reached for the nine tails itself. This thing is way too tough. How did its legs even get blown off? Naruto stared in disbelief. The first leg was blown off by Natsuki's Denjuryokuho, electromagnetic cannon. The second was probably just now, Tenten's 100 million explosive tags, Sasuke said as he watched, instinctively comparing them. Compared to 100 million explosive tags, how does your Baijidama measure up? Something felt off. Were 100 million explosive tags really more powerful than a Baijidama? In truth, power aside, the key was that Tenten's blast placement was absurdly precise. It hit the exact spot that had previously been corroded by Meizyoton, lava release. That area was relatively weaker, and the 100 million tags finished the job and severed the leg. Right then, a Baijidama suddenly blasted in from the distance, slamming directly into the Gedo Mazo's forearm. Its forearm was forced open, and clear fracture-like cracks spread across it. Naruto and Sasuke immediately looked back. Fu was hovering in midair, already in her seven tails form. She formed seals and fired a massive Rankuden, compressed air bullet, actually knocking the Gedo Mazo into a roll. At the same time, Gaara and Inoki arrived as well. The damage might not have been huge, but it was effective. When Obito and Black Zetsu saw four-tailed beasts moving in to surround and attack together, it was obvious what they intended. They were going to blow it up again. And this time, it wouldn't be 100 million. It would be 600 billion. No matter how tough the Gedo Mazo was, surely 600 billion would reduce it to dust. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 397, New Fanfics poll started. Hi, everyone, the new fanfics are up on WN, the poll will start now. As always, I will put the rules here. 1. Most reviews equals 1 point. 2. Most votes equals 1 point. 3. Most power stones equals 1 point. 4. Most comments on chapters equals 1 point, just spam them, I will read them all XD. The winner will be continued, but I may pick more than one if they do good enough. Anyway, I don't want to give too much spoilers about the fanfics, so give them a try and check if they're your taste or not. Naruto, make Sunagakure great again. A Naruto fanfic that starts when Gaara is declared Kazekage, the MC didn't want to die so he starts a revolution and gets to become Kazekage. My system is myself. Anime fanfic that starts on DxD, basically the MC's cheat is to kill his other's version of himself and if he does it he obtain their fate and powers, pretty fun, OFC harem. Warhammer 30k, my Primarch is Remilia Scarlet. A WH fanfic that was made for Slanish fanatics, joking. Basically a comedy/not comedy that focus on the MC trying to survive the fact that Doraemon made a mess on the WH universe transforming Kurz into a Remilia. And of course, they made even a bigger mess as they went on. It is fun and, well, heretic as fuck. The poll is for free in P at TR3 on. Chapter 398, Chapter. Whoosh. Black Zetsu was brought by Minato straight to Obito's side. Obito, this won't do. We still have to get Madara-sama out, Black Zetsu advised. In Black Zetsu's eyes, Obito was far too green. In a decisive battle like this, he simply couldn't carry enough weight. Having Madara personally on the field would be far more reassuring. Obito understood that perfectly well. In the past, he had played at being Madara, acting like he was unstoppable. But the truth was, he was nowhere near Madara's level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be flailing like this now. If Madara were here, he would absolutely be able to solve this mess. So keeping Madara imprisoned was out of the question. Otherwise, the Eye of the Moon plan would never succeed. Obito clenched his teeth. Black Zetsu, hide yourself and wait for an opening. Orochimaru, have Minato-sensei go snatch the red gourd. Orochimaru merely smiled, as if Obito's awkward, desperate state was entertainment. Still, he did pass the order on to Minato. Even if Minato didn't like it, he had no choice but to go. However, the moment he came face to face with Tenten's squad, he spoke up immediately. I've been ordered to seize the red gourd. Tenten, Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi, protect the red gourd and don't let the enemy take it. Behind them, Obito's face went dark. Orochimaru. Why didn't you silence him? Orochimaru wore an innocent expression. You didn't say anything. Besides, Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, only controls behavior. Thoughts and speech are basically uncontrollable. I can't do it, anyway. Want to try it yourself? For fuck's sake. Obito wanted to tear Orochimaru apart. But he also knew this was not the time for infighting. Their side was already short-handed. If he made Orochimaru an enemy, then the other Hokage would likely turn hostile as well, and that would put him in an even worse position. After hearing Minato's warning, Tenten immediately hugged the red gourd to her chest and ducked behind Jiraiya. Konan also stayed close to Tenten, preventing any attempt to snatch the gourd. Konan understood clearly, Madara was sealed inside the red gourd. If he were released, the allied shinobi forces' situation would only get worse. The red gourd had to be protected at all costs. Even if it meant abandoning the demolition plan, they could not act recklessly. After all, others were already dealing with the Gedo Mazo. For example, the four-tailed beasts were currently throwing everything they had into a mutual destruction fight against the Gedo Mazo. At that moment, Shikamaru's voice suddenly carried over. Tenten squad. Darui squad. Pull back for now. Let the allied shinobi forces push forward to deal with the Gedo Mazo. Everyone froze for a beat, immediately realizing this meant a full-on mob assault was about to begin. They withdrew without hesitation. Darui was unwilling, but Black Zetsu had already slipped underground. With no way to find him, Darui could only retreat no matter how frustrated he felt. Minato, meanwhile, still had orders to seize the red gourd, so he followed them. Jiraiya stopped decisively. Tenten, Kakashi, Konan, you pull back first. Next is the master and student battle between me and Minato. You must protect the red gourd. Jiraiya-sama/sensei, be careful. The three didn't hesitate. They turned and retreated at speed. As for Jiraiya's safety, it wasn't overly worrying. He was Minato's teacher, after all. Even if he might not win, Minato wouldn't kill him easily. Over there, Naruto, now transformed into a massive Ninetales, glanced in this direction. He recognized Jiraiya, the pervy sage, and he recognized his own father too. But now wasn't the time to reunite. Dad, wait for me. Once we finish the enemy, I have so much to tell you, Naruto vowed silently, while continuing to coordinate with the 3 tails, 7 tails, and 1 tails to encircle the Gedo Mazo from multiple angles. The allied shinobi surged in as well. Under Shikaku's direction, they began the operation. Earth Release Unit, move. Doton, Earth Release Daichi Dokaku, Earth Style, Tectonic Core. A large group of shinobi activated Earth Release in unison. The ground split open, and the earth beneath the Gedo Mazo sank in a perfect square, forming a massive, box-shaped pit. Second Earth Release Unit, move. Doton, Sekai Kogyo no Jutsu, Earth Style, Lime Condensation Technique. A wave of shinobi exhaled huge amounts of powdered lime, pouring it into the square pit. Kirigakure Shinobi, forward. Suetun, Water Release Suedan, Water Bullet. Crash. A large number of mist shinobi spewed water in bulk, mixing it with the lime in the pit. It was textbook civil engineering. They were trying to cast the Gedo Mazo into concrete. Fire Release Unit, move. Katan, Fire Release Goenka no Jutsu, Great Flame Technique. Whoosh. Flames poured out in waves, rapidly curing the mix. In the blink of an eye, the enormous Gedo Mazo had become a giant concrete pillar inside the pit. It looked extremely solid, but anyone with eyes could tell the effect probably wouldn't be decisive. Oh ho! What a magnificent ninjutsu! Hashirama couldn't help praising. The shinobi are really united, and the coordination is excellent. Tobirama shook his head. Concrete casting might restrain an ordinary summoned beast. But trying to trap something like that will be difficult. And Obito isn't panicking, not out of blind confidence, but because he knows exactly how dangerous the Gedo Mazo is. Indeed, the Gedo Mazo had already absorbed the power of 4-tailed beasts. Its strength was no trivial matter. Just because one of its legs had been blown off by 100 million explosive tags didn't mean it was weak. Concrete wasn't going to hold it. Sure enough, in the very next moment, crack, 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 the concrete casing split with multiple fractures, then exploded apart as the Gedo Mazo broke free with ease. The result immediately deflated the allied shinobi forces' morale. They had thought it would work, only to realize it was a wasted effort. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead too. The operation wasn't going smoothly, but he didn't forget to keep morale up. Don't lose heart. Our operation wasn't completely useless. At the very least, we bought our strongest fighters a brief window to rest. Their chakra is recovering, and they'll be able to rejoin the fight soon. Hearing that, the shinobi reacted at once, and morale surged back. That's right. Maybe they weren't strong enough. Maybe mass combo attacks couldn't truly hurt it. But they could restrain and delay, buying precious time for the heavy hitters to recover. That was vital. It could not be ignored. So they had to make use of this battlefield that seemed useless. Many shinobi shouted, if that's the case, let's buy even more time. Shikaku immediately began issuing new orders. Kirigakure, Sunagakure, begin. In the next moment, Mist Shinobi cast Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in mist technique, blanketing the entire area in thick fog to disrupt the enemy's vision. The Sand Shinobi readied themselves. Once the rested fighters were ready to re-engage, they would be responsible for blowing the fog away. It had to be said, numbers were power. With fog on the scale, at minimum, Obito's side would be severely hampered. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 399, Chapter. However, battle did not become impossible inside the thick fog. Niji seized the opening at once, leading elite Hyuga fighters like Hayashi straight toward Obito. The allied shinobi force's heavy hitters could use the lull to recover, but the enemy would not be allowed the same luxury. And with visibility reduced, the Byakugan, White Eye, became even more decisive, so Niji had no reason to hesitate. 8 trigrams, 64 divine vacuum palms. Niji locked onto Obito's position and unleashed his trump card. Palm after palm of repulsive force blasted forward, but each strike passed straight through Obito's body. He had clearly chosen to phase. Niji did not get discouraged. Stepping through 8 trigrams footwork, he quickly shifted his angle and attacked again. Obito continued phasing, but this time, the palm force that passed through Obito slammed into the Gedo Mazo behind him. A repulsion palm was no joke. At the very least, it hurt badly enough to make the Gedo Mazo howl in pain. Obito's face darkened, but he couldn't be bothered to care. As long as the Gedo Mazo wasn't instantly killed, it didn't matter. His own safety came first. Meanwhile, Hiraishin led several fighters straight toward Kabuto and Orochimaru. Those two were anything but ordinary, so they had to be treated as priority targets. Yo, Hiraishin. Long time no see. Looks like your Hyuga main branch and side branch system has been abolished, Orochimaru said while parrying. Of course, Hiraishin answered bluntly. Now that the Hyuga's Tennin has emerged, every clansman naturally follows his lead. Hiraishin didn't fear anyone learning it, and he didn't care if people discussed it either. No matter what mistakes the clan had made in the past, the Hyuga would soar under Niji's leadership. The Hyuga would rise again. Tennin, huh? So, the Byakugan evolving into the Tenseigan makes someone a Tennin. Orochimaru analyzed aloud, unconsciously extending his tongue to lick his face. Hiraishin didn't want to waste words. He drove in with the 8 trigrams gentle fist, and with the others coordinating, they steadily forced Orochimaru back. Orochimaru was indeed terrifying, solidly Kageteer. But inside the fog, his effectiveness naturally dropped. The Hyuga had the Byakugan advantage, and with it being a group beatdown, they held the upper hand. On the other side, though, the group trying to handle Kabuto failed to gain ground, because Kabuto was outright broken. Not only did he have the Rinnegan, he had also fused multiple bloodlines and possessed all sorts of bizarre abilities, the Hozuki clan Suka no Jutsu, Hydrification Technique, Kimamaro's Shikatsumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, and more. He was simply hard to deal with. Especially for a clan that fought barehanded, Shikatsumiyaku was a brutal hard counter. When the opponent can sprout bone spikes directly from their body, do you really want to keep driving Gentle Fist into that? Niji noticed his clansman's predicament. While fighting, he took a moment to send several palms toward Kabuto as support, forcing Kabuto to hurriedly raise Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, as a protective barrier. At the same time, Jiraiya and Minato had engaged. Minato said awkwardly, "Sorry, sensei. I have to fight you." Jiraiya didn't mind. "It's fine. Once we defeat Orochimaru on our side, you'll be free." "Still. Minato, it's been a long time. I've missed you." Minato silently gathered a Rasengan, spiraling sphere, in his palm, but there was a faint smile on his face. "I've missed you too, Jiraiya-sensei." "Minato, I'm sorry." "Why are you apologizing, Jiraiya-sensei? Back during the Ninetales incident, I wasn't there beside you, even though I was your teacher. And for all those years, I didn't return to the village. Naruto suffered so much. That's on me. Jiraiya-sensei." Minato didn't know what to say. And the Rasengan in his hand ended up pressing forward almost on instinct. Jiraiya dodged easily and used Ranjishigami, Wild Lion's Mane, trying to bind Minato, yet Minato's speed made avoiding it almost trivial. Moreover, Jiraiya still carried a marker Minato had left behind when he was alive, so Minato used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to appear behind him. A Rasengan came down. Fortunately, Jiraiya was sharp enough to evade in time, and he counterattacked in the same motion. The master and student traded exchanges back and forth, though strictly speaking, it was Jiraiya who was tying Minato down. Minato might have Hiraishin, but he hadn't placed formula markers everywhere. Using it freely wasn't that simple, so he was effectively being delayed. If you looked closely, Minato was doing it on purpose. His assigned order was to seize the red gourd. But if he was forced into combat, then naturally he couldn't go seize it. That was why he was taking it slow with Jiraiya. You couldn't exactly call that defying the caster's will, right? He was simply being held up by an enemy. And besides, he wasn't going to seize the red gourd. Plenty of witnesses could prove that. After quite a while, Niji's side still hadn't gained a decisive advantage, and their stamina had begun to drain. They chose to withdraw. Seeing that, the Sand Shinobi immediately whipped up a powerful wind, blowing the fog away completely. "All right. Everyone, back to the fight," Naruto shouted. In Ninetales form, he surged forward again to re-engage the Gedo Mazo. Sasuke, Gaara, and Fu did the same. They weren't following Shikamaru's plan down to the letter, but given the situation, no one had time to nitpick. All four, each in a tailed beast form, fired by Jidama, tailed beast bombs, at the Gedo Mazo's chest in an instant. But the small stump-like protrusions on the Gedo Mazo's shoulders suddenly began to grow. They rapidly thickened and elongated, transforming into multiple arms that casually batted the Baijidama aside. It was clear the Gedo Mazo was forcing its body, preparing to transform using the power of 4 tailed beasts, into a Tentales form. It looked strained, but it had no choice. Its body twisted grotesquely, and it became a gigantic, one-eyed crawling monstrosity. The small stumps all stretched into 10 massive tails. The Jubi, Tentails, true to its name. Only, because it had lost 2 legs, this crawling form currently had only a single pair of forelimbs. A massive single eye dominated the front. Beneath it was a gaping mouth packed with dense, needle-like teeth, so disgusting it made your skin crawl. Seeing that, Obito flipped up and planted himself on the Tentail's head. A tube immediately extended from the Tentails and pierced into the back of his skull, and he forcefully took control of it. Kabuto and Orochimaru, seeing this, also leapt onto the Tentails to temporarily avoid being swarmed. Kabuto had originally considered testing whether he could control the Tentails as well. But when he caught Obito's gaze, he dropped the thought immediately. It wasn't fear. It simply wasn't time to turn on Obito yet. When the time came, Kabuto intended to deliver the true killing blow, making Obito experience the humiliation and helplessness of having his ugliest self witnessed by the person he loved most. A snake held grudges. Don't provoke a snake, understood? Elsewhere, Natsuki, still fighting, spared a glance, and couldn't help thinking the tailed beasts really were hideous. And because this Tentails hadn't eaten enough, it looked far thinner than the original's chubby crawling form. It looked even more revolting. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 400, Chapter. Is that the Tentail's true form? Why does it look like a giant bug? Hashirama asked. It's a very dangerous bug, Natsuki emphasized. Then he added, and it's still not the final form. It hasn't absorbed 5 more tailed beasts yet, so its energy is insufficient. But even with 4 tailed beasts absorbed, it's already strong enough that ordinary shinobi can't do a thing to it. If the allied shinobi forces try to face it head-on, they'll only suffer horrific casualties. To ordinary people, tailed beasts were disasters. Every time a Jinchuriki lost control, it became a catastrophe. And yet this was humanity's own doing. Everything was fine, but they just had to create Jinchuriki. Then when things went wrong, they blamed the Jinchuriki instead. And the tailed beasts were living their lives, only to be sealed up without warning. If it were him, he'd go berserk too. As that thought crossed his mind, Natsuki suddenly increased his output and drove a punch straight into Hashirama's face, finally venting a bit of that anger. Hashirama covered his cheek, startled. You seem angry. Yeah. I'm extremely angry. Natsuki snapped. First Hokage, do you even know that the 9-tailed beasts were originally split off from the Tentails by the Sage of 6 Paths? He taught them to protect the shinobi world. But because humans fought constantly, the tailed beasts absorbed that resentment and darkened. And the worst thing is, you were the first to start capturing and sealing tailed beasts. That made them hate humans even more, and people started treating them like calamities. In the end, you bear responsibility that can't be waved away. Ah. That happened. Hashirama went blank. He truly hadn't expected that he could have done something so terrible. Back then, distributing the tailed beasts had been meant to balance the village's power so war would not break out so easily. Instead, Jinchuriki became each village's ultimate weapon. Whenever war erupted, sending out a Jinchuriki meant mass slaughter, completely contrary to Hashirama's original intention. And most importantly, as Natsuki said, forcibly capturing and sealing the tailed beasts planted enormous hatred in them, especially the 9 tails, which had become completely blackened. All it took was Hashirama saying, 9 tails, you're too dangerous. And then the 9 tails was sealed by force. What did it even do? It was living its own life, got forcibly controlled by Madara to fight, lost, then got captured and sealed into a human body and treated like a giant battery. The other tailed beasts suffered the same fate. Thinking about it now, the tailed beasts were pitiful. And because Jinchuriki existed, the shinobi world's wars became even more horrific than the chaotic warring states era. And all of it stemmed from Hashirama and Madara. Hashirama scratched his head. Well. I didn't know all that. Back then I thought tailed beasts were too dangerous, so I captured them, then distributed them to balance village power so everyone would check each other and wars wouldn't happen. I didn't think that far, ha ha ha. And you have the nerve to laugh. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to lecture him further. He simply threw a whirlpool boil bomb straight at him to enjoy. Hashirama clapped his hands and formed a wood-release barrier, easily blocking the whirlpool boil bomb with no visible strain. Natsuki immediately flung several water circle slashes, shaving Hashirama's forest flat in a straight line. Even the sturdy barrier was cut open, forcing Hashirama to dodge. Haha. That's a good technique. What's it called? Hashirama still had the leisure to ask. Natsuki didn't answer. He threw even more water circle slashes, then used chakra threads to control them, sending the blades in from multiple directions until even Hashirama found it difficult to evade cleanly. The next instant. Slash. Hashirama's wrist was cut off. Natsuki's relentless barrage finally made Hashirama pay. And he used the opening to flick out a chakra thread, yank the severed hand to himself, and swiftly inscribe a Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, formula on the back of it, then tossed the hand back. When Hashirama regenerated, he lowered his gaze to the formula on his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Nicely done. Thanks for the compliment. Appreciated. Natsuki shot back. Natsuki clapped his hands and entered sage mode. The whirlpool boil bomb he'd gathered in his palm was instantly sent via Hiraishin straight to Hashirama's face, and detonated at point-blank range. This time, Hashirama only managed to form an incomplete would-release barrier before he was swallowed whole by the terrifying vortex. Natsuki didn't dare waste time. He immediately summoned a coffin, then created a shadow clone to shoulder it and charge with him toward the blast center. He had to seal Hashirama while he was still in pieces, he couldn't wait for full regeneration. Under the heat, Natsuki's skin blistered, though a chakra shroud let him endure. And he did see it, Hashirama's shattered body was already gathering itself back together. If he waited even a little longer, Hashirama would be fully restored again. Seeing Natsuki arrive with the coffin, Hashirama's eyes lit up. Quick! Seal me! Hurry! Obviously. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave. Spiraling chakra surged out, wrapped the nearly regenerated Hashirama, and stuffed him into the coffin. The lid slammed shut with a heavy bang. Natsuki immediately slapped more than a dozen sealing tags onto it, covering the entire coffin. Finally. Let's see who's going to free you now. Boom. A beam of energy shot in, by sheer bad luck, it struck the coffin dead on, detonating a violent explosion that even blew Natsuki off his feet. Natsuki glanced toward the origin of the beam and saw the Tentail's single eye in the distance, glowing red. The Tentail's was firing energy beams indiscriminately. One sweep killed who knew how many shinobi, and the resulting explosions caused waves of additional casualties. Damn it. It just happened to hit the coffin by accident. Why was it that accurate? Natsuki cursed, but his eyes swept across the allied formation. Even without a finalized count, the devastation was obvious. As expected, against a monster like that, ordinary people were nothing but fodder. Even standing far away to watch could get you killed by the blast radius of a single stray energy shot. Natsuki flipped and landed steadily. He'd been caught in the explosion, but he wasn't seriously hurt. Behind him, Hashirama's body, blown apart, regenerated rapidly, looking utterly confused. Natsuki. Weren't you sealing me? Why am I out again? Natsuki felt exhausted to the bone. You were sealed. But the instant I shut the lid, the Tentail's blast blew the coffin apart. Ah. Hashirama seemed to understand Natsuki's mood, even if he couldn't find words for it. Like spending an entire afternoon baking a perfect cake, only for a bratty kid to fling it onto the floor. That kind of misery was painfully relatable. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 401, Chapter. Over there, the Tentail's was finally enraged by the relentless barrage from the 4 Jinchuriki. It immediately unleashed a continuous volley of Baijidama, tailed beast bombs, spewing energy waves like a machine. Wherever they passed, it was practically apocalyptic. The allied shinobi forces suffered grievous casualties. Naruto shouted anxiously, "Fall back. Leave this to us." As he spoke, he split off Kyubi chakra to shield many people. Gaara copied him and protected a large number as well. But Sasuke did not do the same. He transformed into a three-tails form, then wrapped the three-tails in a Susanoo armor shell. A colossal sword smashed up toward the sky. Susanoo armor. Sasuke, clad in divine war gear, charged straight at the Tentail's. When Baijidama energy cannons fired at him, he used Susanoo's greatsword to shatter them and kept advancing. In short order, he reached the Tentail's. Compared to its sheer size, the Susanoo armor was still a notch smaller, but smaller did not mean weaker. The Susanoo thrust its sword directly toward the Tentail's massive eye. The Tentail's raised a hand and flicked the blade aside, actually knocking it away with a single motion. Sasuke didn't lose heart. He lunged in instead. Despite his massive body, he slipped past the Tentail's grab with ease. A Baijidama formed at his mouth, then he shoved it straight into the Tentail's own gaping maw. Boom. The Baijidama detonated inside the Tentail's mouth, blasting it into a bloody, mangled mess. The Tentail screamed and, enraged, reached out to grab Sasuke. Because Sasuke was armored, his tailed beast form was protected by Susanoo, so he wasn't harmed by his own Baijidama. As the Tentail's giant hand came down, his left eye suddenly activated its dojutsu. Amaterasu. Whoosh. Black flames ignited across the Tentail's hand. The Tentail's screams became even more heartrending. It kept scraping its hand against the ground, again and again, but the black flames would not go out. On the Tentail's head, Obito stared in shock. I didn't expect Sasuke's dojutsu to be Amaterasu too. And that Susanoo armor, it's genuinely troublesome to deal with. Obito was, frankly, jealous. He had possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan before, yet had never awakened Susanoo. He had entrusted his eye and Rin to Kakashi out of friendship, and the result was that Kakashi failed to protect Rin. Now, Kakashi was using that same eye against him. He had even missed his chance to pilot the mecha. Seeing Sasuke's Susanoo look that cool, it would be strange not to envy it. At that moment, Naruto and Gaara attacked as well. One threw an enormous Raisin Shuriken, Spiral Shuriken, the other spat out a massive Rinkoden, compressed air bullet, provoking another furious roar from the Tentails. Fu also continued her aerial assault. Of course, even if tailed beasts seemed like infinite chakra, their chakra was still finite. If they used Baijidama non-stop, they would eventually run dry and need time to recover. That was why Naruto and the others relied on ninjutsu instead. Especially Gaara, who had to conserve the most. Shikaku's chakra was the lowest. If he didn't ration it, he would burn out quickly. Obito took one last hard look at Sasuke's Susanoo armor, then said to Kabuto, "Kabuto, go help, knock the Tentail's left eye aside for a moment." Kabuto asked back, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Obito replied, "I'm connected to the Tentails. I need to control it." Only then did Kabuto fall silent. He waited until Sasuke wasn't paying attention, then leapt down from the Tentail's head and fired a Shinra Tensei, almighty push, blasting the Amaterasu flames away. As for Orochimaru, he stared at Sasuke with naked greed. He had always wanted Sasuke's body. Now it looked like his choice back then had been right. Sasuke really was exceptional. A Mangekyo Sharingan, a Susanoo wrapped around a tailed beast form, his strength was absurd. Even facing a Tentails that had absorbed 4 tailed beasts, he didn't flinch. Orochimaru wanted him more than ever. Sasuke noticed Orochimaru's gaze, and also locked onto Obito. For a disgrace like Obito, Sasuke wanted to personally execute him. His dojutsu flared again. Tenten, Kagetsuchi. In an instant, 5 black flame arrows formed in front of the Susanoo armor and shot toward Obito and Orochimaru. Kagetsuchi was the other Mangekyo technique of Sasuke's second eye. It could shape the black flames into any form, with excellent offense and defense alike. And that made the other eye's Amaterasu feel awkward by comparison. Obito didn't dare underestimate it. He immediately used Shinra Tensei to blast the black flame arrows away. But Sasuke's pressure didn't stop. The second wave arrived at once, right in the cooldown window of Shinra Tensei, so Obito could only choose to phase. And that made Orochimaru miserable. He could only dodge desperately. The one who suffered most was the Tentails. Because Obito failed to block the arrows, several landed on the Tentail's back, provoking another agonized howl. "Sasuke, your strength is respectable," Obito tried to put on a cool front. "How about cooperating with me? I'll create a beautiful world for everyone. In your world, the Uchiha won't have been massacred, they'll thrive and become the strongest clan. Your parents and your brother will still be alive. You'll like that world." Sasuke sneered. Only idiots would want a fake world like that. "I'll repeat something Natsuki said, Rin loves Kakashi. Only Rin who loves Kakashi is the real Rin. The Rin in the world you create is fake. Shut up. You bastard, shut up." Obito hadn't expected Sasuke to land such a brutal hit. His composure shattered instantly. He had thought Sasuke's strength was impressive and tried to lure him with words, hoping for another ally. After all, hatred from the clan massacre could push Sasuke into darkness. Obito had targeted Sasuke before, tried to convert him, only to have his plans ruined. This time he had only wanted to try his luck again, but Sasuke's words were a direct critical strike. In that instant, Obito no longer wanted to recruit Sasuke at all. "If you won't take the hint, then die." Obito controlled the Tentails and formed an enormous Baijidama, aiming it straight at Sasuke's Susanoo armor. Sasuke didn't dodge. He intended to tank it head-on. There were too many shinobi behind him. If the Tentails fired that massive Baijidama into the formation, casualties would be catastrophic. Sasuke wasn't some bleeding heart saint, but he couldn't just watch that many people die. And among the shinobi behind him, there might be friends. So he would take this shot, and he should be able to take it. After all, he was wearing Susanoo over a tailed beast form. The durability would be more than enough. Shine. Boom. The massive Baijidama arrived in the blink of an eye, because it was fired from extremely close range. Sasuke was about to receive it when, in the next moment, a figure flashed in front of him, flying straight toward the massive Baijidama, and even blocked it with an earring for an instant. "Sasuke, don't throw your life away. At times like this, you should call me." End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 402, Chapter Natsuki. How? Whoosh. Sasuke's answer was the disappearance of the massive Baijidama, tailed beast ball. The very next second, the spot where Natsuki had been fighting Hashirama erupted in a world-ending explosion. Clearly, Natsuki had warped the massive Baijidama, tailed beast ball, over to Hashirama's side. Using the enemy's power to beat Hashirama was simply the easier option. Natsuki grinned. I've been keeping an eye on everyone's situation. I saw you trying to take a Baijidama, tailed beast ball, that big head on like you had a death wish, so I came to save you. All right, I've got to go seal Hashirama again. You're up next, handle your side. With that, he vanished again in a flash. Naruto suddenly shouted, Sasuke, you seriously went too far. If you actually caught something that huge, you would have died. Gaara added, Sasuke, do not act so recklessly again. Up in the air, Fu said, but 280, there were a lot of allied shinobi behind him. Sasuke was trying to take all the damage himself, wasn't he? Good thing Natsuki got there in time. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what would have happened. Naruto and Gaara both turned to look behind Sasuke. Sure enough, an allied unit was in the middle of retreating. If Sasuke had dodged just now, those people would have been wiped out or left with massive casualties. So that was why Sasuke didn't move. Not because he was showing off, but because he was protecting his comrades. Naruto and Gaara both felt a jolt in their chests. If it were them, they probably would have done the same. Sasuke. Yakamashi. Sasuke snapped, his voice annoyed but laced with a hint of embarrassment. Who cares about that? Quit wasting time and fight. Let's clean these idiots up already. Yeah. Let's go. Naruto and Fu answered with instant energy. Gaara wasn't as expressive, but he still raised Shikaku's massive hand in support. On the other side, Natsuki flashed back. Before the aftershock of the Baijidama, tailed beast ball, had even fully dispersed, he wrapped himself in chakra to protect his body and rushed toward the blast center. It didn't take long before he spotted Hashirama again, half destroyed and barely holding shape. Hashirama looked even more shattered than before, almost reduced to grains of sand, slowly gathering himself back together. When his mouth finally formed, he spoke right away. I thought you vanished to do something else. Turns out you were delivering me a big gift. I had zero guard up, my body got ground to pieces by that Baijidama, tailed beast ball. All right. You can seal me now with peace of mind. Just don't let me out again. Understood. First Hokage Dano, after the fighting's over, there should be time for you to say goodbye to Tsunade. Natsuki produced the coffin. Ha ha ha. That'd be perfect. I'm counting on all of you from here. Hashirama said. Don't worry. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave. Natsuki activated Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave, stuffing Hashirama back into the coffin and sealing him away again. This time, there were no surprises. He stored the coffin inside a scroll, creating a double-layer seal, and kept the scroll on his person. At this point, even if a dozen immortals came to try to rob him, no one was taking it. Natsuki was just deciding who to support next when he noticed chaos breaking out at the rear headquarters. He focused, and his face changed instantly. He vanished at once. Earlier, when Natsuki warped the massive Baijidama, tailed beast ball, Tenten's squad had already pulled back to a safe distance, nearly all the way to the rear headquarters, finally in position to rest. Tenten had been thinking she could use her 600 billion Kandon OG money release secret art on the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, but instead the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, transformed. And it transformed into something extremely dangerous. Even the allied shinobi were being ripped apart by successive energy shock waves, leaving heavy casualties. The grim outcome put everyone on edge. They all knew the Jubi, Ten-Tails, would be hard to deal with. They hadn't expected it to be this monstrous. This was no longer a battle ordinary people could participate in. So the command staff immediately ordered the allied shinobi to withdraw and leave it to the Forge and Churiki, tailed beast hosts, and the Gakage, 5 Kage. Anyone else charging in would just be throwing their life away. Tenten didn't rush into the fight either. Even though she had Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and could wield the Rakudo ninja tools, 6 Paths ninja tools, facing a monster like that was still far too dangerous. And there was no need to hurry. She planned to think carefully, how to maximize her strengths. This was also a good chance to recover. She'd been using Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, repeatedly while simultaneously controlling the Rakudo ninja tools, 6 Paths ninja tools. Her chakra and mental focus had taken a real hit. She needed a proper breather. Just then, a shinobi approached with some drinks in hand, someone who looked vaguely familiar and yet somehow not. In a worshipful tone, he said, "Tenten-sama, your performance just now was incredible. You've worked so hard. Please, have some drinks and rest." "Oh, Tenten reached out to take one but instinctively stopped, her guard shooting up. "Who are you? Why don't I recognize you?" There was no way she was accepting something from a stranger who walked up out of nowhere at a time like this. Even with that admiring expression, she had to be cautious. One mistake was all it took to get exploited. And she remembered that white Zetsu could disguise themselves as shinobi. They were notoriously hard to identify. The shinobi immediately looked wounded. "Tenten-sama, why are you so suspicious of a comrade?" "I just admire you and wanted to bring you something to drink." Tenten shook her head, certain. "No. Something's off. Tell me who you are, your number, your name, and your unit." Conan stepped in front of Tenten at once, blocking her and staring the shinobi down warily. The commotion drew attention. Darui, sensing something wrong, immediately drew a kunai and rushed over. The moment the shinobi realized he'd been exposed, he lunged at Tenten. Smoke was already curling off him, explosive tags were strapped to his body. He was planning to take her with him. Conan instantly wrapped him completely with Kami no Jutsu, paper technique, and flung him far away. Boom. He detonated into a spray of gore. Then a severed white arm tumbled down onto the ground, unmistakably a white Zetsu arm. Darui shouted, "There are white Zetsu infiltrators in the headquarters. Their target is the red gourd. Everyone protect Tenten, flush out the white Zetsu spies." Shikamaru also hurried over, but the moment he arrived, he spotted it. Behind Tenten's gourd, a black hand emerged from the ground in complete silence, reaching for the red gourd from about 1.5 meters below. "Black Zetsu. Don't you dare." Shikamaru fired off Kage Main no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, locking Black Zetsu in place. Tenten's blood ran cold. She hadn't realized Black Zetsu had gotten behind her so quietly, she'd been a heartbeat away from losing the red gourd. But before she could even rise, Black Zetsu moved faster. Through white Zetsu Wi-Fi underground, he instantly contacted Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, send the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage to me. Take the red gourd." Orochimaru didn't hesitate for even a moment before issuing the order. The next second, whoosh. Tobirama and Minato flashed in beside Black Zetsu with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. One grabbed the red gourd. The other cut the bindings. Then, whoosh, they disappeared again. The red gourd vanished with them. So did Black Zetsu. It turned out both of them had left Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, markings on Black Zetsu's body. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 403, Chapter. Oh no. The gourd. Tenten panicked. Luckily, she had already left her own Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, formula on every single one of the 6 Paths ninja tools, so she flashed after them immediately, not caring about her own safety at all. "Tenten, don't go." Conan, Shikamaru, and the others tried to stop her, but it was already too late. In an instant, their worry spiked. If Tenten went alone, it would be incredibly dangerous. This was bad. At that moment, Tobirama and Minato had already flashed in with the red gourd in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru decisively pulled the stopper out at once, yet nothing happened. Seeing that, Obito immediately placed one hand on the gourd and poured a huge amount of chakra into it. Whoosh! A figure shot out from the mouth of the gourd and took the form of Madara. Uchiha Madara, freed. Ha 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 ha. I, Uchiha Madara, am out. Madara's face twisted into manic laughter. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes darted around at lightning speed. Hashirama. Hashirama, where are you? I, Uchiha Madara, am out. Where is Hashirama? The second he escapes, he starts looking for his lover. Just how much do you like Hashirama? Honestly, you had it coming, getting sealed in the red gourd. Right then, Tenten suddenly flashed in, snatched the stopper with quick hands, and jammed it back into the gourd's mouth. The gourd still contained the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, army. Letting the enemy release them would be catastrophic. As Tenten moved to seize the gourd, Obito chopped a hand across to intercept her. If he weren't worried about blasting away his own side, he probably would have used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to fling Tenten away, but even so, Tenten's situation was still extremely dangerous. The next second, whoosh. Natsuki abruptly appeared beside the gourd, forcefully yanked it over, then flashed in front of Tenten, placing her behind him. Tenten's voice trembled with tears. "Natsuki, it's all my fault. I let that great devil out. Madara, the great devil, looked displeased. Who are you calling a great devil, you little brat? I, Uchiha Madara, am the savior. You there, Natsuki. Tell me where Hashirama is. So you really are still hung up on your best buddy. Natsuki gave a dry chuckle. Your Hashirama is sealed by my Mafuba, demon sealing wave. Madara froze, then rage detonated across his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hashirama isn't that weak. There's no way you sealed him. You're lying. I'm not lying. It's true. Natsuki's expression went serious. First Hokage Dano said the person he hates most in this life is a guy named Uchiha Madara. He doesn't want to see you at all, so he'd rather be sealed by me. Madara went blank, as if smashed by a hammer out of a clear sky. Natsuki didn't linger. He flashed away with Tenten and the red gourd. The moment they returned, everyone crowded in. Tenten, are you okay? That was way too reckless. You scared the hell out of us. Tenten's eyes were rimmed red. Everyone. I'm sorry. I didn't protect the red gourd. That devil Uchiha Madara got out. Everyone's faces changed. They hadn't expected Madara to break free after all. But no one blamed Tenten. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head. If we're talking responsibility, honestly, I'm the most at fault. I never thought White Zetsu would have infiltrated headquarters too. That's how the enemy got their opening. Konan added, I'm the one who failed to protect the red gourd. I was guarding Tenten, but I didn't notice Black Zetsu making a move from behind. I didn't do my job. So, Tenten, you don't need to blame yourself. This isn't your fault. Darui spoke up too. I loosened up because we were resting. By the time I realized, I was a step late. That's on me too. Everyone. Tenten knew they were comforting her. She was moved, but she felt even more guilty. Natsuki patted her on the head. You silly girl. If you're blaming yourself, you're being arrogant. Black Zetsu called in the second and fourth Hokage. Their Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, is smoother than mine, fastest in the entire shinobi world. Even if I'd been the one guarding the red gourd, I might not have been able to keep it safe. So who are you to look down on those two and blame yourself? And besides, you risked your life to grab the red gourd, and you kept the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, army sealed inside. That's already impressive. The others chimed in as well. Yeah. Tenten, stop blaming yourself. Tenten sniffed, wiped her eyes hard, and rasped, then fine, I'll be arrogant. Next, I'm using the red gourd to seal every last one of them. That was the kind of girl she was. She steadied herself fast. Natsuki checked the red gourd again and found only his and Tenten's Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, markings. He immediately relaxed. Looks like Tobirama and Minato hadn't intentionally left any formula on the gourd. If they had, it would have been dangerous and messy. Natsuki would have had to constantly worry about Tenten's safety. Still, the fact that Obito had managed to release Madara surprised Natsuki. This was a Six Paths tool. Even if you pulled the stopper, a sealed person shouldn't be able to come out unless the user could actually control the gourd. But Obito had forced Madara out just by pouring chakra into it. Was it because of the Rinnegan? Fortunately, Obito wasn't skilled with it yet. If he'd released the previously sealed Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, army all at once, that would have been a disaster on a completely different scale. Natsuki also checked Tenten's condition more carefully, then knocked her forehead with a finger. You really did go wild. That much chakra burn, and you don't have that many chakra batteries either. Be more careful. Were you trying to drain yourself dry and pass out? I know, okay, I messed up, Tenten said, sticking her tongue out playfully. Natsuki couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. But with Tenten acting like that, it was obvious her mindset had fully recovered. No need to worry. Natsuki said, next, I'll handle Madara. Good thing I sealed the first Hokage earlier, at least I won't have to fight two monsters at once. Tenten, you stay in the rear and follow the command staff's orders. Do not take risks. Remember this, I'm not able to rush in and save you every time. As he spoke, he stared straight at Tenten until she nodded seriously. Only then did he ease up. Natsuki lightly kissed Tenten on the forehead, and then he vanished. You two are really close, Konan said, envy in her voice. Konan had once had two people she was very close to as well. Not lovers, but family in everything that mattered, only now, both of them were gone. Tenten only smiled faintly and didn't say anything. She and Natsuki weren't married yet, but they were already like an old married couple. Their bond had long since moved past the heat and drama of young love. It was steady and real. So no matter where they were, their closeness came naturally. It wasn't performative, and it wasn't meant to show off. Even with others nearby, they didn't feel awkward. It was simply the way they were, no need to care about anyone else's gaze. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 404, Chapter. Above the Tentails, Uchiha Madara was getting the full briefing. Everything that happened after he'd been sealed away, how the reinforcements Yakushi Kabuto brought fought, how they seized the Kahaku no Johei, Ember Purifying Bottle, how the Jinchuriki, tailed beast hosts, appeared, how Senju Hashirama was sealed, and so on. Even though he hadn't seen the exact moment Hashirama got sealed, he could more or less guess what went down. Madara's eyes lit up with realization. So Hashirama got screwed because Natsuki baited him with a ridiculously huge Baijidama, tailed beast ball, and that's why he got sealed. Now that makes sense. No way someone like Hashirama gets sealed that easily otherwise. And everything Natsuki said was definitely a lie, brats rotten to the core. Everyone fell silent. The legendary Shinobi no Shura, why was he non-stop, Hashirama, Hashirama, Hashirama? So was the relationship between Madara and Hashirama good, or was it bad? Then Madara's eyes abruptly shifted into the Rinnegan. The Tentails immediately extended a tube and plugged it into the back of his head, and he began controlling the Tentails directly. And, rare praise from him, he added, at least you managed to take back 4 of the tailed beasts. Not bad. But his expression wasn't all approval. There was irritation too, clearly, the fact that the Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, had lost 2 legs had him in a foul mood. Also, all 5 Jinchuriki were supposedly accounted for, yet none of them had reported in for ages. It made Obito look incompetent. So Madara decided he'd handle it himself. He didn't care how strong the allied shinobi forces were, snatching 5 Jinchuriki should be effortless. Then he remembered something else. You said you threw the Kahaku no Johei straight into the Geto-Mazo's mouth. Fine. But what about the Jinchuriki inside the bottle? They're Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, they're our manpower. Why didn't you release them to fight? Ah, well. Obito froze up. It wasn't even that he was lying, he genuinely hadn't thought about it. Madara's face darkened instantly. What are you even good for? No wonder this battle's been so suffocating. You've got combat power sitting in your pocket and you don't know how to use it. You deserve to get bullied. As he spoke, he controlled the Tentails and forced it to spit them out. 5 people hit the ground. Yujito, Rashi, Han, and Utakata, 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki. And Nagato. Madara's mood flipped immediately. Ha 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 ha. Nagato, welcome back. Now keep fighting for the Tsuki no Mikikaku, plan of the Eye of the Moon. He rated Nagato highly, at the very least, far more than Obito. And now that Nagato was Edo Tensei, paired with Sharingan control, he could unleash absurd power. This battle just got that much more secure. Nagato stood there, stunned. Hadn't he already been sealed inside the Kahaku no Johei? How was he out again? He didn't want to listen to Madara, but his body wouldn't obey. For a moment, he almost wanted to die all over again, he didn't want to be a tool anymore. He didn't want to keep making mistakes. On Natsuki's side, he flashed onto Sasuke's Susanoo, armored avatar, shoulder. Tsunade, Mei, I and B, Jiraiya, and the others had lost their opponents as well once Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato vanished, and they all converged on this position. When they saw Madara reappear, everyone's faces tightened. Still, nobody blamed Tenten. The moment Tobirama and Minato vanished, everyone had felt the shift in the air, now it was obvious the 2 of them had used their speed to go snatch the gourd. At least the gourd wasn't in enemy hands, and the enemy hadn't been able to unleash the Edo Tensei army again. That alone was worth being grateful for. But no one expected that Madara, the instant he returned, would also release every Edo Tensei sealed inside the Kahaku no Johei. Even without tailed beasts inside them, those 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki were still dangerous. And Nagato still had the Rinnegan, right now, he might even be stronger than the original Deva path. It was hard not to fear that. The tide really had turned. The enemy had swung the momentum back in a single move. The next phase was going to be brutal. Natsuki raised his voice. Tsunade-sama. The Shodai-sama has been sealed. I'll go all out against Madara. You coordinate everything else, if you need me, call for me. Tsunade nodded once. Good. Go deal with that demon. The rest is on us. She had reason to be confident. The rank and file had withdrawn, but they could surge back in at any moment, and the fighters still on the field were anything but ordinary. Gaara, Sasuke, Fu, Killer Bee, Naruto, 4 perfect Jinchuriki. Tsunade, Ai, Inoki, Mei, the 4 Kage. Jiraiya, Niji, Shino, Kakashi, Darui, Chojuro, Kuratsuchi, Temari, more heavy hitters. And the allied shinobi forces still had plenty in reserve: Tenten, Yakumo, Ino, Shika, Cho, Akatsuchi, Samui. They hadn't even entered the fight yet. With that much strength, there was no way they lost. Hearing that, the allied shinobi exchanged uneasy looks. Some even showed a hint of longing. Because, maybe a world like that really would be beautiful. Madara, the world you're describing is a fantasy. It has no meaning. Tsunade shouted back. You think you're a savior, but you're just a fool being used by Black Zetsu. He used you to free his sealed mother. Once the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, activates, his mother will break free, and everyone in the shinobi world becomes her nourishment. Everyone turns into Shiro Zetsu, White Zetsu. That isn't peace, it's bullshit. Wake up already, you idiot. In the shadows, Black Zetsu's expression twisted. He hadn't expected Tsunade to know the plan. Worse, she'd yelled it out loud. Now everyone had heard it. Would Madara start to doubt? What was he supposed to do now? But Madara's laughter thundered out instead. Ha 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 ha. That same line again. I'm sick of it. When I awakened the Rinnegan before I died, I saw the truth clearly. Do you think I can't tell whether I've been deceived? Trying to shake my resolve with cheap rhetoric, what a joke. I'm done talking. If you're determined to stay blind, then fight. SAA, Tataki-da. Come on, fight. Whoosh, Natsuki struck first, snapping his wrist and sending a storm of Jutsushiki kunai, Formula kunai, flying straight toward the Ten Tails. Then, flash, he appeared above the Ten Tails. Sennin Moto, Sage Mode, ignited instantly, and in his hand a millstone-sized spiraling sphere of water condensed and dropped like a hammer. Senpo, Cho Uzuri Dandanai, Sage Art, Ultra Giant Vortex Bullet. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 405, Chapter. The massive water sphere dropped, and just as it was about to explode right in front of Madara. The next instant. Fujitsu Kyuin. Sealing Jutsu Absorption. BZZZT. Madara's Rinnegan activated, and he absorbed every last bit of power from the spiraling water sphere. He didn't even move. The sheer, standing there looking cool, factor was obscene. But Natsuki hadn't been counting on that move to win. In a flash, he reappeared on the Ten Tails' back. He'd thrown a lot of Jutsushiki kunai, Formula kunai, earlier. While he was pressuring with the vortex boiling attack, several of those kunai had successfully landed on the Ten Tails' back, exactly as planned. If Madara was sitting on top of the Ten Tails, then Natsuki would open the battlefield right here on its back. Any collateral damage would be the Ten Tails' problem anyway. Ideally, they'd kill the Ten Tails outright. The moment Natsuki touched down, he slammed a palm onto the Ten Tails' back and left a Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, formula there. That way, even if he got knocked off, he could warp right back up. Madara turned his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Natsuki, how many times have we fought now? Natsuki's face didn't change. However many it is, you've basically lost every time. You keep calling yourself a savior, but your actual strength isn't anything special. You talk huge, but that's all it is. Fighting you, I've gotten seriously injured before. Young man, Madara said calmly, you're still too arrogant. But he wasn't underestimating Natsuki either. Winning and losing isn't that simple. As long as I'm not down, I won't admit defeat. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to keep talking. He raised both hands and condensed 2 circular water blades into his palms. But he didn't swing at Madara. Instead, he slashed downward, twice, carving 2 vicious wounds into the Ten Tails' back. The Ten Tails roared in fury. Stop that. Madara surged forward and counterattacked immediately. Natsuki met him head-on, parried cleanly, and even returned blows. In an instant, the two were trading attacks back and forth, tight, fast, and brutal. And the moment Natsuki moved, the others didn't just stand there watching. First, armored Sasuke charged straight at the Ten Tails. The giant turtle beneath him blasted water cannons while the Susanoo, armored avatar, raised its colossal sword and cleaved down, forcibly yanking the Ten Tails' attention in their direction. Naruto stayed in his golden Kurama form, forming an enormous Raisin Shuriken in his claw and hurling it toward the Ten Tails' massive single eye. Gaara was in Shikaka form as well, firing Rinkuden, air bullets, non-stop. The damage wasn't huge, but it was constant harassment, enough to keep the Ten Tails scrambling. Seeing that, Killer Bee transformed too, becoming the Eight Tails bull octopus body, and launched a gigantic ink-black Baijidama, tailed beast ball. As for Fu, she was already in Seven Tails form, hovering high in the air, and she kept pelting Obito, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and the others with Baijidama. Obito repelled them with Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, and for the moment, he honestly didn't have a clean way to deal with her. Fu was flying too high. Hitting her directly was difficult. Even if the Ten-Tails fired an energy wave, she could dodge easily, and with multiple tailed beasts pestering it from every direction, the Ten-Tails was getting overwhelmed. Down below the Ten-Tails, the ground battle erupted as well. Niji immediately took Nagato, because Nagato had the Rinnegan, and right now, Niji might be the only one who could actually hold him in check. And Niji had his own pride riding on it. Last time, he'd lost to the Deva Path. Now that he'd run into the puppeteer behind Pain, he could finally defeat him and prove the Tensigan, Reincarnation I, was superior. The Reikage, I, rushed Yujito head-on. Yujito was from Kimogakure, so I knew her style and how to fight her. Anoki chose Rashi. He understood Rashi's threat level. Even without a tailed beast inside him, Rashi could still use Yotan, Lava Release, Chakra Mode, an extremely dangerous opponent. So the old fox had to step in personally. Kuratsuchi naturally took Han. As Iwagakure's princess, she had a responsibility to put him down. Fortunately, it wasn't a pure one-on-one. Temari stayed behind her, providing support. Mei went after Utakata. Since Utakata was originally from Kirigakure, she had the duty to defeat him. Chojuro, as Mei's guard, stayed close to cover her. And because it was obvious the lower battlefield was in trouble, Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato were dispatched down there. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Darui moved to intercept them, but even at 4 versus 2, it wasn't guaranteed. Those two were absurdly fast. Tracking Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, users was a nightmare. The allied side still had Shino, too, but Shino was fearless. He directly stepped onto Jeppo, Moonwalk, and climbed into the sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fu. Then he released his swarm. Fu split off a portion of Seven Tails' chakra and let the insects feed on it. One by one, they swelled rapidly until each bug was the size of a millstone. Under the two of them controlling the swarm, the mass of giant insects surged toward the Ten-Tails' forehead. Hey, this is ridiculous. Kabuto pushed his glasses up, speechless, not even sure how to deal with it. Orochimaru, however, immediately slipped into analysis mode. Aburame clan Kikaichu, parasitic insects, can evolve continuously. This boy Shino used Seven Tails chakra energy as a growth medium long ago, letting the swarm adapt to Biju chakra. Now, even after consuming massive amounts of Seven Tails chakra, they won't rupture, they'll just keep expanding. A swarm of insects this large really is a serious threat. Dealing with it won't be easy. Kabuto sighed. Orochimaru-sama, please stop analyzing and think of an actual solution. The swarm is coming down. Orochimaru spread his hands. I don't have one. I'm excellent at staying alive, but I can't match the raw power of you two with the Rinnegan. Good luck. Fortunately, Kabuto didn't have to shoulder it alone. Obito was going to act. He raised a hand and used Mokutan, Sashiki no Jutsu, wood release, piercing insertion technique. Dense wooden spikes fired out wildly, impaling plenty of insects. But the swarm was too thick, wiping them all out wasn't simple. He followed with Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball jutsu, but the results were minimal. And then the swarm arrived, nearly blotting out the sky. Even the three on the Ten-Tails' back felt their scalps prickle. Kabuto activated Shikatsumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, ripped a bone sword from his body, and started cutting down the giant insects that got close. But they were shockingly hard, each kill took real effort. Orochimaru, meanwhile, was holding nothing but a kunai. When a bug flew at him, he simply jabbed its head once, clean kill, making it look effortless. He even had time to pick one up and examine it, his face carrying a faint, almost pleased smile that the others couldn't understand at all. More insects landed on the Ten-Tails' head as well, gnawing furiously. They couldn't break through the Ten-Tails' hide right away, but it still made the beast howl in pain. Obito got sick of it and immediately went for a big move. Katan, Bofuranbu. Fire release, blast wave wild dance. His Mangekyo Sharingan warped space, whipping up a violent storm, and then he exhaled spiraling flames. With the storm feeding it, the fire erupted instantly and rolled across the swarm, incinerating a huge number of insects. Shino and Fu watched, and couldn't help chuckling. Their insects had extremely high fire resistance. And their insects were endless. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 406, Chapter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiraling flames were ferocious. Bugs scorched black and dropped out of the air one after another, but even more of them didn't die. Some of them actually flew right through the fire, still diving straight for Obito's head. Obito went pale and immediately phased into intangibility, barely avoiding disaster. When he looked up again and saw the swarm still packed thick like a living storm, Obito's whole body went numb. Damn it. They're just bugs, why are they this hard to deal with? Cursing, Obito simply had the Tentails lift its head, preparing to fire energy waves to counter Naruto and Sasuke's pressure. But armored Sasuke widened his Mangekyo and instantly formed dozens of black flame arrows, slamming them into the Tentail's head. The Tentails shrieked like it was being skinned alive. It frantically tried to scrape the flames off with both hands, only for the fire to spread and ignite its hands too. Now it was pure rage and agony. It screamed and thrashed so hard its head slammed into the ground, but it still couldn't rub off the black flames. It was so frantic it nearly started rolling around. Madara, in the middle of his intense fight with Natsuki, didn't understand what was happening. He shouted immediately, "Obito, what's going on?" Obito stammered, "And nothing. It's just a little annoying. Bugs, Amaterasu, it's easy to handle." That did not sound easy. Madara stole a glance back and saw the Tentails had nearly submerged under an ocean of insects. Obito was caught inside the swarm, while Kabuto and Orochimaru had clearly fled, nowhere to be seen. Looking closer, he also saw black flames licking over the Tentail's head, obviously Amaterasu. This brat. I step away for a moment and he's getting bullied like this. Getting distracted in the middle of a fight, are you looking down on me that much? Natsuki cut him off. A Ranton, storm release, laser punch straight through Madara's chest, but Madara's expression didn't change as he flipped backward. It was obvious the Tentail's condition had him rattled, he didn't have the patience to keep tangling with Natsuki. But Natsuki wasn't about to let him go. The hardest opponent here was Madara. If Natsuki kept him pinned, everyone else's battles became dramatically easier. And that was exactly what was happening right now. Without Madara controlling the overall field, Obito couldn't withstand the allied side's concentrated assault. With the Tentails screaming like that, it was no wonder Madara was getting anxious. Natsuki intended to exploit that, lock Madara down until he had no room to breathe. Ranton, Aji Senpo. Da-da-da-da-da. He used storm release like a rapid-fire barrage, copying Vegeta's style from Dragon Ball, hammering Madara with continuous blasts until Madara was forced to activate a repulsion barrier. And with Natsuki in Sennin Moto, Sage Mode, storm release was on another level. Even the repulsion barrier began to crack under the relentless impacts, forcing Madara to pour in more power. But the more he reinforced the barrier, the less time he had to help Obito. All he could do was listen to the Tentail's screams and feel the creature under his feet twisting like it wanted to roll in agony, while he ground his teeth in frustration. Worse, Natsuki would miss on purpose sometimes. Several lasers drilled into the Tentail's back instead, making it howl again. Madara couldn't take it. Hey! Aim properly, Natsuki. Are you doing that on purpose or are you just sloppy? Oh, Natsuki replied calmly. I'm purposely being sloppy. And he kept up the Prince barrage. It was effective, both a drain and a delay. And because he kept missing in the exact same spot, even with the Tentail's hide and resilience, the repeated hits carved out several ugly, jagged wounds. Madara finally snapped. He activated his complete body Susanoo, armored avatar, charged through the repulsion barrier, and came straight for Natsuki. Natsuki stopped firing and simply stood there. Compared to the complete Susanoo, he was like an ant. But he showed no fear at all, he just tilted his head up and stared at Madara. Natsuki, Madara growled, you've pissed me off. Shine. Die. Slash. The Susanoo's great blade came down. Natsuki didn't move, as if he'd been frightened stiff. But in the next instant, he vanished. The blade cleaved straight into the Tentail's back, tearing open an even more horrific wound. The Tentails erupted into a scream that sounded like its soul was being ripped apart. Honestly, ever since it transformed from the Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, into the Tentails, it had basically been screaming non-stop. These monsters were fighting on its back like it was a training ground, of course it hurt. Obito shouted over the chaos, "Hey! Madara! What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill the Tentails?" Madara's expression tightened with regret. He'd been baited. He'd gotten heated and reflexively used the complete Susanoo to kill Natsuki, and forgot where they were. On the Tentail's back, the bigger the attack, the more the Tentails suffered. No wonder that little bastard was so fearless. No wonder he insisted on fighting on the Tentail's back. He'd planned this from the start. Madara scowled and cancelled the Susanoo, keeping his guard up against Natsuki. But Natsuki had already used storm release movement to flash above Obito's head, slamming 3 vortex spheres down at once. Obito jumped in shock and instantly used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, blasting the spiraling water spheres away. He hadn't even finished exhaling when he saw Natsuki already set in a Kamehameha stance, an electromagnetic cannon shot about to fire straight down. Crap. Obito's mind went blank. He could phase through it himself, sure, but the Ten-Tails was beneath him. If that electromagnetic cannon hit, the Ten-Tails' head would take the punishment. And Obito knew exactly how terrifying that cannon was. Madara himself had said it, Natsuki's shot had blown off one of the Gedo Mazo's legs. Now Natsuki was in Sage mode. The cannon would be even stronger. He couldn't dodge. And he had to stop it. Obito grit his teeth and opened his Mangekyo, preparing to catch the electromagnetic cannon inside the Kamui dimension. You idiot, do you think Natsuki will just wait for you to catch it? Madara snapped. And sure enough, Natsuki's aim shifted instantly. The electromagnetic cannon didn't go for Obito at all, it roared toward the Ten-Tails' arm instead. He changed targets the moment he saw Obito trying to tank it. The next instant. Boom. The electromagnetic cannon slammed into the Ten-Tails' left arm, its left foreleg, and the violent energy tore the limb clean off on the spot. The Ten-Tails screamed again. The black flame still hadn't been cleared. The swarm was still chewing at it. And now it had lost an arm. Disaster after disaster. Those two Rinnegan users were doing it no favors at all, just letting it suffer through one nightmare after another. Obito was completely numb. Madara. Why didn't you stop him? Madara's Rinnegan almost looked like Hyuga-Byakugan, white eye, from how hard he was glaring. I was that far away, how was I supposed to stop it? Natsuki's fast, and he's deliberately avoiding both of us. You can't block that, all right. Madara sounded genuinely irritated. He already knew Natsuki was troublesome. He hadn't expected him to be this troublesome. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 407, Chapter. Down below, the fighting beneath the Ten-Tails was just as brutal. A threw-out Raryu Nikuto, lightning plow hot knife, and Yujito's head went flying clean off. I was naturally familiar with Yujito's fighting style. He caught the opening almost immediately, and with Yujito no longer having any tailed beast chakra, dealing with her wasn't difficult. Seal me already. Yujito truly didn't want to keep being used as a tool. Relax. I'll find someone who can seal. As he spoke, drove another punch into Yujito's stomach, blasting her apart into fragments so she wouldn't regenerate too quickly. Then he flashed away with Raitun Shunshin, lightning body flicker. When he returned, Jiraiya was with him. Jiraiya, seal Yujito first. I tossed out the order, then took Jiraiya's place and went to fight Minato instead. Yeah. I knew this dirty work was going to end up on me. Jiraiya muttered as he hurriedly slapped a Fuin-Fuda, sealing tag, onto Yujito, instantly sealing her up into something like a mummy. Even so, he still flicked his gaze over her figure and shook his head in regret. What a knockout, and she had to be an Edo body. What a waste. With a heave, he hurled the mummy toward the rear headquarters and let them handle the guard duty. He'd barely finished there when Mei called him over, because Utakata had been taken down as well. Utakata's real strength wasn't that high to begin with, he'd mainly relied on his tailed beast. Now that the tailed beast was gone, Mei subdued him easily. Chojuro didn't even get a chance to step in. Jiraiya slid over, sealed Utakata at speed, then flung that mummy toward the rear again. After that, he, Mei, and Chojuro moved to support the others, and before long, they dealt with Rashi and Han too. That left 3 troublesome opponents, Nagato, Minato, and Tobirama. At that moment, Nagato was locked with Niji in a contest of gravity. The two faced each other from a distance, palms raised as if pressing against invisible hands, pulling so hard that space itself warped, neither giving an inch. Nagato even spoke while maintaining the strain. You've grown a lot since last time, but it's still not enough. You can become even stronger. I can feel your Tensigen, reincarnation eye, still has room to evolve. Keep developing more powerful techniques, then defeat me, and destroy the Ten-Tails. Niji nodded. I know. I've never stopped pushing it. In truth, the Tensigen ceiling was terrifyingly high. In the finale, Otsutsuki Tonari forced his way into a 6-paths tier state through the Tensigen's power alone, and his Gudadama, truth-seeking balls, techniques were outright monstrous. Niji simply hadn't reached that level yet. By comparison, someone who awakened the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, typically only reached the level beyond Kage, still a huge step short of 6-paths tier. Maybe you needed something like Sasuke's 6-tomo Rinnegan to truly enter 6-paths territory. But Sasuke had been forcibly boosted with the Sage of 6-paths help. So really, reaching 6-paths tier wasn't something you could just do. Even Madara planned for so long, and after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he only barely qualified as 6-paths tier. And even that 6 paths tier still got ended by Black Zetsu with a simple hand through the chest. Honestly, it almost made 6 paths tier feel not that unbeatable. Anyway, back to the point. Nagato and Niji erupted with Shinra Tensei, repulsive force, at the same time, and the space between them looked like it might shatter. Still, neither side could overpower the other. Seeing that, no one dared interfere. Instead, everyone swarmed toward Tobirama and Minato, ganging up on 2 Hokage should let them win faster. Tobirama even praised them. Good. That's it. Defeat us together, then hurry and support the Jinchuriki. Minato added, Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade-sama, Naruto is in your hands. Then everyone surged in. In the rear, Tenten swallowed a Hyarogan, soldier pill. While resting and recovering, she lifted a set of binoculars to observe the battlefield. When she saw her husband blast off another of the Tentail's legs, she cheered with a grin, practically bouncing in place. Others saw Yujito, Rashi, Han, and Utakata all defeated as well. Hearing the cheering, they joined in too. Overall, morale didn't dip at all. On the contrary, with the main battlefield fighters holding the advantage, the rear headquarters was brimming with confidence. After checking the perimeter again and confirming no white Zetsu had slipped in, Shikamaru finally let out a hard breath. But seeing how intense the fighting was up front, while everyone in the back could only watch, he scratched his head despite himself. What can we do? Shikamaru blurted. Wow. Shikamaru, you're not calling it a pain for once, Tenten said, genuinely curious. Aren't you the guy who hates hassle the most? You're actually thinking about helping now. Are you really, Shikamaru? Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Tenten, I hate hassle, sure, but when it's time to fight, I never slack off. Watching everyone battle while I can't do anything, that makes me uneasy too, you know. Everyone else nodded in agreement. They wanted to charge in as well, but they also knew they couldn't. They weren't strong enough. If they went, they'd only drag everyone down or die for nothing. And that would be utterly meaningless. So they could only watch, each of them wound tight and ready, thinking that if the moment came, they'd rush forward, if only to haul the wounded back. Konan felt that most sharply. To make up for her mistakes, she wanted to contribute however she could. But this fight had already escalated beyond anything she could participate in. She'd once planned to offer up 600 billion explosive tags so Tenten could pull out the ultimate money path secret art. But now even Tenten couldn't recklessly step onto the field, let alone execute a plan like that. Tenten was frustrated too. With the 6 paths ninja tools, she might not be able to do much, and the consumption cost was enormous. She needed another way to help. Then an image flashed through her mind, earlier, when Jimu fired that railgun and blew off the Tentail's left foreleg. She remembered the railgun principles Chaomu had explained, and her eyes lit up. She immediately pulled out paper and pen and began drafting a design. By railgun theory, she'd need a special 1.7-meter barrel. With electrical power and magnetic force, the barrel would generate a tremendous push. Then she'd need to manufacture the projectile, so that, under that massive acceleration, it would launch at extreme speed. It should be able to inflict serious damage on the Tentails. If she carved a Hiraishin Jutsushiki, Flying Thunder God formula, onto the projectile, then followed up with Chendu Oji, Way of Money secret art, at minimum she could blow the Tentails so hard it would go cross-eyed, and that alone would count as meaningful support. Most importantly, she'd be attacking from the rear, so it would be safe. So what was she waiting for? Do it. Tenten decisively opened a scroll and summoned a massive pile of iron sand. Then she activated the magnet release external heart module on her right arm and began shaping the iron sand with Jiten, magnet release, to form the barrel. Seeing her work, everyone gathered around to watch. Before long, a gigantic barrel was completed, its first round already snapped back and slammed into the chamber in an instant. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 408, Chapter. Tenten, what are you doing? Shikamaru felt like Tenten was getting a little carried away. After all, they were very far from the Tentails. Even a cannon might not reach it, let alone actually injure it. Worse, it could even hit their own people. And yet, he didn't think she was doing something pointless. Tenten wasn't stupid. After spending so long around Natsuki, picking things up by osmosis, she'd probably learned a thing or two. Tenten smiled. You saw the move Natsuki used to blow off the Tentail's left foreleg, right? That's called a railgun. Natsuki explained the principle to me. I think we can try it. When the time comes, we'll pool everyone's chakra and launch the shell. I refuse to believe the Tentails won't take any damage. Shikamaru immediately rubbed his chin. If that works, it's actually a pretty good idea. Konan noticed something too. You carved a flying thunder god formula on the shell. Are you planning to run the money-style secret art again? You caught that. Tenten gave her a look that basically said, you're sharp. I'm thinking if the shell can get close enough, we'll try blasting it with, say, 1 or 2 billion worth of secret art bombing. If it works, we keep going until it dies. Lee squeezed in, eyes shining. This is perfect. Not being able to help has been eating at us. If we can combine everyone's power and hit it with one shot, I'll burn my chakra to the last drop. Besides, we've got tens of thousands of people here. No way we can't blow it apart. Yeah. And we're far enough back that it's not even dangerous. Right. If we can't go up front without getting in the way, then we support from the rear. One shot and drop it. Tenten's got it. Everyone, help out. More people crowded in, each of them fired up. Because honestly, being unable to fight felt awful. Charging in would only get them killed or make things worse, so they'd been forced to sit on their hands, and it was driving them crazy. If they could at least contribute with long-range artillery, everyone was willing to go all in. Tenten smiled. Easy. Let me test it first. It should work. With that, she began to sight in on the Tentails. The Tentails was massive, so aiming wasn't hard. The real question was the railgun's range and output. Once she had her line, Tenten decisively poured in a huge amount of lightning release. Lightning produced magnetism, and electromagnetic force instantly formed inside the barrel, generating a violent push that slammed the shell forward. Boom. The projectile screamed out trailing sparks and lightning, its speed not inferior to Natsuki's storm release. Not long after, Shikamaru lowered his binoculars. Tenten alone is too weak. Get more people, feed in more chakra, and tighten the aim. I'll do it. Move. How much chakra do you even have? Let me. I've got the most. They rushed to volunteer, shoving so hard even Lee got pushed aside. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 people were lined up behind her. Tenten waved them into place. I've corrected the direction, but I have to maintain the barrel with magnet release, or the recoil will shatter it. I need a few lightning release users up front to feed lightning release chakra into the barrel. Everyone else, supply those guys with chakra. When I trigger it, push together, everyone at once. 3 burly cloud shinobi stepped to the very front. They planted their big hands on the barrel. Behind them, a long chain formed, each person gripping the shoulders of the one in front, ready to pour power forward. Shikamaru stayed on binocular duty to make sure they didn't accidentally tag Sasuke, Naruto, or the others. When he saw a wide, clean opening around the Tentails, he signaled sharply. Tenten immediately barked commands. Now, start feeding chakra. Lightning release chakra into the barrel, don't rush. Charge it. On 3. 1, 2, 3, fire. Boom. A streak of white light erupted from the barrel, surging forward like it was going to tear the air apart. The recoil was so savage it flipped the 300+ people behind it onto their backs. But they scrambled up immediately, eyes locked on that white streak. And then, with a heavy thud, it smashed into the Tentail's right shoulder. The Tentails staggered, and the shell actually punched in and lodged there. Yes. It worked. Ha. That was incredible. Yeah. It did damage. The damage wasn't huge, but it was damage. And if 300 people could do that much. What about 10,000? Wouldn't that snap the Tentail's remaining legs clean off? Everyone started calling for more people, but most of them were wobbling on their feet. They'd nearly drained themselves dry and were exhausted. Fortunately, Lee hadn't gotten to join earlier because he'd been shoved aside. Now he bounced off at full speed to spread the word. Tenten checked through the binoculars again. Once she confirmed the shell was still embedded in the Tentails, she immediately pulled out a scroll and summoned a mountain of explosive tags. Conan used paper release to add even more, piling them right in front of Tenten. Take as many as you want. Or do we just use everything? Let's start with 50 billion. Tenten's face went deadly serious. I'm going to bleed myself dry for this. She wrapped 50 billion explosive tags in chakra, used Flying Thunder God to warp them over for a delayed detonation, and shouted, money-style super secret art, 50 billion explosive tags jutsu. Up front, Sasuke and Naruto were still desperately keeping the Tentails occupied. But Sasuke felt something was off. He snapped, Naruto, 2 things just flew in, felt like they came from behind. Was that an attack from the rear? Naruto didn't have the bandwidth. No clue. But one of them looked like it punched into the Tentails. That one hit hard. What the hell is going? Money-style super secret art, 50 billion explosive tags jutsu. The voice from the rear was loud, almost like it was meant to warn them. Sasuke and Naruto both jolted as they instantly understood what money style meant. And 50 billion. 50 billion explosive tags. That was insane. Everyone, get back. It's going to blow. Sasuke and Naruto shouted it out, then turned and hauled Tsunade and the others away at full speed. Gaara followed suit. Even Shino and Fu hurried to get far out. Tenten had deliberately set the explosion on a delay, specifically so their allies could clear the area. The next second, an explosion tore the world open. The Tentails vanished beneath a colossal mushroom cloud, its screams swallowed whole. The shockwave was so violent that, even at that distance, it hit like a hurricane and flipped everyone off their feet. But as they tumbled, they laughed. Some of them were outright cackling. Ha 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 ha. We did it. No way that ugly thing survives. Exactly. If it's still alive, we hit it with 100 billion. 1 trillion. Hey, do we even have that many explosive tags? Of course we do. Conan's got 600 billion. And Tenten's loaded too. If we weren't worried about hitting our people up front, we could have dropped all 600 billion and turned the Tentails into paste. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 409, Chapter. After a long while, the mushroom cloud finally dissipated. What appeared was a gigantic crater, proof that even only 50 billion explosive tags still carried monstrous power. The Tentails lay sprawled in the pit, limbs splayed. Not only was its last remaining arm gone, half its shoulder had been torn open as well. The sight was miserable. Whoosh. Natsuki flashed to the side, and when he saw the scene, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From far behind, cheers erupted. It was clearly Tenten's handiwork. She really had gone and played it big. The Tentails was still screaming, almost whimpering now. It looked like it was still taking damage. Even the black flames on its head hadn't gone out yet, and it was practically losing all feeling in its skull. Madara and Obito reappeared as well. Obito could phase, so it made sense he hadn't been hurt. Madara, on the other hand, had sensed something wrong and instantly threw up a repulsive force barrier plus Susanoo protection, so he'd avoided the blast too. But seeing the Tentails in this state, there was nothing to be happy about. Madara demanded, Obito, you've been up front controlling the Tentails this whole time. What exactly happened? Obito's face was dark. Looks like something got fired from the Alliance's rear base. Then Natsuki's girlfriend, Tenten, pulled the same trick as before, used Flying Thunder God to warp 50 billion explosive tags right next to the Tentails. Her again. Why couldn't that girl just stay in the back and stop causing chaos? Madara sighed, then snapped, why didn't you just blow the explosion away? Where's your Rinnegan? Where's your war fan? Wait. That's right. Where did you put the Uchiha war fan? Hand it over. Now. Obito, sulking, hurriedly pulled the war fan out of his storage and passed it to Madara. Madara relaxed the moment it was in his hand, like having it meant the world belonged to him again. As for the Tentails, if they wanted to salvage this, they'd have to absorb the remaining Jinchuriki immediately. Otherwise, forget infinite Tsukuyomi. At this rate, the Tentails would just get beaten to death. Not far away, Tobirama's, Minato's, and Nagato's bodies were slowly regenerating. They'd known the blast was coming, but they hadn't dodged. They hadn't defended, either. Their orders were to fight the Alliance. They hadn't been ordered to evade an explosion like this, so they simply didn't. And that meant they'd die. The moment Minato's mouth reformed, he shouted, Jiraiya-sensei, before we fully regenerate, hurry and seal us, now. Tobirama and Nagato echoed him. Yeah. Hurry. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and the others who knew sealing techniques didn't hesitate. They rushed in and slapped down sealing tags, sealing all three as fast as possible. Just like that, the enemy lost 3 more high-end combatants. That left Madara, Obito, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and that giant thing. Shinra Tensei. Kabuto suddenly appeared and repelled the black flames off the Tentail's head. The Tentails finally got a moment of relief, but in its current battered state, it was hard to even look at. Orochimaru reappeared as well, his voice hoarse. It seems Madaradano's strength is nothing special after all. And perhaps this so-called infinite Tsukuyomi isn't worth yearning for. I'm considering whether I should continue supporting you. In truth, he'd been uneasy for a while. His dream was to learn every jutsu and achieve immortality, not to destroy the shinobi world. And earlier, after hearing Tsunade say that infinite Tsukuyomi was just a con by Black Zetsu to resurrect his mother, that all humanity would be trapped in an illusion while their bodies transformed into white Zetsu, he'd felt a chill. If that were true, it would be a catastrophe. He hadn't fully believed it at the time. A man like Madara shouldn't be so easily deceived. Still, he'd kept his guard up. He'd been present, but never truly going all out, waiting to see how things developed. Now, whether Tsunade's claim was true or not, one thing was obvious: going to war against the entire shinobi world was arrogance on Madara's part. And the current humiliation pretty much proved it. So Orochimaru was genuinely thinking about backing out. Madara, however, burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Support or not, even if I stand alone, I will cast infinite Tsukuyomi and bring peace to the shinobi world. Because I, Uchiha Madara, am the savior who will rescue this world. Ha. Big talk for someone about to bite his tongue. Sasuke's voice cut in. He and Naruto moved in front and back, boxing Madara and Obito in. Earlier, the two of them had used their massive constructs to shield Tsunade and the others, preventing serious casualties. And the moment they arrived, they had to listen to Madara grandstanding. Sasuke knew the truth. He had nothing but contempt for Madara's savior speech. Savior? He was just a pitiful fool who'd been played by Black Zetsu from the start. Madara kept smiling. What do you even know about me? Have you ever witnessed my true prime? Young brats this arrogant deserve the consequences of arrogance. With that, he activated his perfect Susanoo. A colossal giant rose into the sky, towering like a god of war, crushing the air with pressure alone. Sasuke didn't flinch. He activated his own perfect Susanoo in response. He'd already had Natsuki help him complete the eye fusion surgery. His eyes were already in eternal Mangekyo. He no longer feared damage, and he no longer feared burning out his ocular power. He was going to teach that self-important bastard a lesson. Clang. The two Susanoo giants slammed blade against blade, fighting atop the Tentail's belly like it was a battlefield platform. Naruto didn't interfere. Instead, he charged straight at Kabuto. Ever since Pain's invasion of Konoha, he'd sworn he would beat Kabuto down one day, and he wasn't about to let this chance slip. Everyone else swarmed in as well, leaving Obito and Orochimaru with nowhere to run. Kakashi called out, "Obito, stop. You've lost." Obito's expression twisted into madness. "Kakashi, why are you stopping me? All I want is to create a world where Rin exists. Why are you getting in my way? You didn't protect Rin. I didn't kill you for revenge. I only want to see Rin again, so why are you blocking me? Why?" Kakashi fell silent. He didn't know how to talk his closest friend down. And in his heart, guilt had already consumed him. He believed it was his failure to protect Noara Rin that pushed Obito into darkness. He didn't feel he had any right to condemn him. But the others didn't care about that. Snapped, "The world you want is one where everyone dies with you. That's why we're stopping you. You and Madara aren't going to succeed." As he spoke, he lunged in with Rairyu Nikuto, lightning plow hot knife. Obito's eyes widened. He unleashed a massive area Shinra Tensei, repulsive force, blasting A away and forcing everyone around him back. Then a tube from the Tentails connected to the back of his skull again, and he suddenly unleashed a new jutsu. Mazo no Kusari, demonic statue chains. Rattle rattle rattle. 5 enormous chains erupted from the Tentail's mouth, shooting forward at terrifying speed toward the 4 Jinchuriki. Before anyone could even react, the chain heads were already upon them. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Salem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 410, Chapter. Not good. Everyone, dodge. Natsuki shouted a warning and flashed to Naruto's side, shoving him away. But the chains curved on their own, still chasing Naruto. In the next instant, they latched onto him, binding the 9 tails inside him and starting to yank it out. It wasn't just Naruto. Gaara, Fu, and Killer Bee all got hit, too. Sasuke managed to block the chains with Susanoo's defense, but he couldn't celebrate for long. Seeing this, Madara suddenly surged into a fierce offensive. Rinnegan repulsive force erupted, actually shattering Sasuke's Susanoo, and the chains successfully connected to Sasuke's back. This is bad. Natsuki grimaced in frustration. Sure enough, sometimes you can't get complacent just because you're winning. Everyone thought the enemy was finished. After all, aside from Madara, who was truly dangerous, the others were all manageable. The Tentails was missing hands and legs and was practically on its last breath. By all logic, there shouldn't have been any way for them to turn the tables. And yet, until the very last moment, victory and defeat are never decided. You can't afford to get careless. Because everyone believed the win was secured, they relaxed their guard, and that was exactly how Madara pulled off his desperate counterattack. The statue's chains, shooting chains from the mouth of the demonic statue of the outer path, was a technique specialized for sealing tailed beasts and retrieving them. Now that the Tentails was using it, its power was overwhelming. The tailed beasts couldn't resist at all. Sure enough, Sasuke, Naruto, Fu, Gaara, and Killer Bee all felt their strength drain away as the power inside them was forcibly extracted. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others all paled. They rushed forward and grabbed the chains, only to feel their own chakra being pulled out the moment they made contact. These chains were brutally domineering. Natsuki didn't lose his composure. He immediately fired a vortex boil bomb at Obito. If he could eliminate the one using the technique, the problem should resolve itself. But in the next second, Madara dropped from above and swatted the vortex boil bomb away with his war fan, sending it flying right back. Natsuki reached out and caught the vortex boil bomb again, using Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to send it behind the Tentails to where the wood-style positioning was, except the Tentails' back was pressed to the ground. The vortex boil bomb instead appeared on its belly and detonated with a thunderous blast. Even so, the Tentails forced itself to hang on and didn't loosen the chains. If anything, it dragged even harder, determined to pull every tailed beast back. Maybe it understood, if it didn't absorb them, recovery was impossible. Worse, it might actually be killed by these people. So it had to save itself. As the Tentails struggled desperately, several tailed beasts were yanked out completely, beyond anyone's control. Sasuke felt powerless. Keifu, sorry. The promise I made you. I'm afraid I can't keep it. But the three tails replied, Sasuke, you won't die. So remember to save me. As it spoke, it severed one of its tails on its own initiative and left it inside Sasuke, something it had deliberately learned earlier, back on Fishman Island, from the 8 tails, Gyuki. It hadn't expected it would truly come in handy. Maybe the tailed beasts all felt the danger now. Maybe they were all thinking the same thing. What if they really got absorbed by the 10 tails? What would they do then? And Gyuki's answer had been simple, leave a tail behind inside the Jinchuriki. Let the Jinchuriki live, so the Jinchuriki can save everyone later. The tailed beasts didn't trust humans, but if it truly came to that, they might have no other choice. And besides, right now, they were actually getting along reasonably well with their Jinchuriki. So this was the only play. The 7 tails and 8 tails made the same decision as the 3 tails. Even the 9 tails hesitated awkwardly before finally leaving a tail behind as well. Only Shikaku was helpless. Sorry, red-haired brat. Shikaku only has 1 tail. I can't cut it off for you. You might have to die. But those days playing cards with you were pretty fun. Gaara only felt guilt. Sorry, Shikaku. I couldn't protect you. Shikaku fell silent, then was dragged away by the chains, forcibly. The other 4-tailed beasts were the same, ripped away and pulled into the 10 tails. And then the 10 tails, previously weak and crippled, suddenly began to change. Its limbs regrow, and it rose upright. Its formerly gaunt body swelled with strength, and its 10 tails thrashed wildly like living things. It let out an earth-shaking roar, proclaiming its rebirth and venting its joy. Its massive silhouette seemed to pierce the sky itself, flooding everyone with suffocating pressure. Madara burst into laughter again. Ha 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 ha. Obito, nicely done. For once, you were actually useful. Obito said nothing, his expression dark and unreadable. It was obvious, the 10 tails had gathered the power of the 9 great-tailed beasts. Even if it was still incomplete, it was already terrifyingly strong. If someone became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, they might obtain the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. And Obito was never going to hand that opportunity to Madara, so their internal struggle was about to begin. Natsuki's expression was ugly. He hadn't expected to get played like this. In the end, he still wasn't urgent enough, and that was why he'd made such a mistake. But at least the Jinchuriki were still alive. Wait, no. Natsuki flashed to Gaara's side and stuffed 10 senzu beans into Gaara's mouth in one go. Right after a tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki's life hasn't fully dissipated yet, and this wasn't spiritual damage, either, so the senzu beans should work. If they didn't, then the only option left would be reviving him with the Rinnegan. Naruto cradled Gaara as tears pattered down his face. His voice broke. Gaara, wake up. You can't die. Gaara. Everyone else looked stricken, too. Temari, as his sister, collapsed to the ground, crying so hard she could barely breathe. Then in the next moment, Gaara suddenly sat up, bright-eyed and full of vigor, without the slightest trace of severe injury. Huh. Gaara, you're not dead. Naruto blurted in shock. Gaara. Temari threw herself at him, hugging him and sobbing uncontrollably. Gaara was still dazed. Wasn't I supposed to die after having my tailed beast extracted? What's going on? No one understood, either. They all looked to Natsuki, because just now, it seemed like he'd fed Gaara something. Natsuki spread his hands. Just a little something good. It's very precious. So don't you dare die again. If you die again, I won't have any way to save you. He couldn't talk about the senzu beans, because he only had 90-some left. Between saving Lee earlier and saving Gaara now, he'd burned 2 senzu beans total. 2 whole beans. It was basically like carving flesh off his own body. If Gaara hadn't been about to die, Natsuki never would have taken them out. It was way too wasteful. Hearing that, everyone nodded solemnly. Something that could bring a dying person back was practically a divine medicine. Natsuki having even a small amount was already miraculous. There was no way he could have much more. And besides, none of them wanted to experience death. Dying and coming back to life was even more unthinkable. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Salem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 411, chapter. Then everyone looked toward the Ten-Tails as it roared wildly, and for a moment, their hearts all sank. Just now, they'd been far too cocky. They thought the Ten-Tails had lost all 4 limbs, and with Madara and Obito unable to gain the upper hand, the outcome was basically decided, so they relaxed. The Jinchuriki, in particular, were too close to the Ten-Tails, and their guard wasn't nearly as tight as it had been earlier. That was what gave Obito the perfect chance to strike back. It never should have happened. As shinobi, they should have understood, until the very last second, nothing is settled. The ending is never guaranteed. Any reversal can happen. They had already been in a dominant position before, and still gotten hit by a desperate counterattack, so why hadn't they learned their lesson? This flaw showed up in the original story, too. Back then, Orochimaru revived and brought several Hokage with him. They used the deity gates to suppress the Ten-Tails, suppressed Edo Madara, and even defeated 6 Paths Obito. Everyone thought it was over, then Black Zetsu ambushed them and revived Madara. Madara turned the tables, became 6 Paths Madara, and activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. It's hard to even imagine the despair of that moment. If Black Zetsu hadn't stabbed 6 Paths Madara in the back, no one even knows how they could have won. Now, that same bad habit was producing consequences just as severe. The Ten-Tails had absorbed all the tailed beasts. Even if it was still missing a few tails and the Nine Tails, its strength was still terrifying. Trying to bully it the way they had before probably wasn't happening anymore. Roar. The Ten-Tails' howl grew even louder. And it seemed to start exerting itself, using heaven and earth alteration. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had been swallowed by black clouds, lightning and thunder crashing as tornadoes raged, filling everyone with a deep, suffocating hopelessness. Back at the rear base, the shinobi who'd been convinced of victory were now terrified beyond words. Staring at the Ten-Tails towering into the clouds, one after another fell into despair. Some finally understood what doomsday meant and simply collapsed to the ground, giving up on hope altogether. Tenten's eyes were heavy with tension, but there was still light in them. Natsuki, you're the strongest. You'll win, right? She had always believed in Natsuki's strength. No matter what happened, he always found a way to solve it. Just like when pain invaded. Facing the overwhelming Deva path, no one could stand against him, except Natsuki. Natsuki had beaten pain and had even deflected Shinra Tensei. Natsuki like that felt unstoppable. So Tenten believed he would win. On this side, when everyone saw the heavens and earth changing, fear gripped them all. It looked like things really had reached the worst-case scenario. Then they saw the Ten-Tails lock onto a direction, straight toward the rear base. It opened its mouth, spat out a fleshy, petal-like bloom, and began condensing a red energy sphere atop those petals. Tsunade's face drained. No. That beast holds a grudge, it wants to wipe out everyone at the rear base. The moment she said it, everyone turned pale. Natsuki thrust out his hand. Grab me. All of you. We're going back to the base. I'll use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to send that energy sphere away. No one hesitated. Hands clamped onto Natsuki's arm, and in the next instant, with a sharp whoosh, they all reappeared right in front of Tenten. The base erupted in relief. Natsuki. Is everyone okay? Tenten hurried forward. Tenten, don't panic. Natsuki stopped her. The Ten-Tails is attacking here, which is perfect. I left a formula on its body earlier. I'll use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to give the energy sphere back to it. Tenten nodded quickly and didn't interrupt, but her gaze lingered on Natsuki's shoulder. Natsuki's eyes were locked on the Ten-Tails. The next second, a booming crack split the air, a colossal red energy sphere shot toward them. Even the weakest among them could feel the horror packed inside that sphere. If a tailed beast bomb was a nuclear weapon, this thing might be even more terrifying than a hydrogen bomb. It's coming. Natsuki steadied his breath, chakra gathering in his hands. Then he sprang straight up into its path. The instant his palm touched the sphere, he successfully transferred it. Whoosh! The sphere abruptly appeared behind the Ten-Tails, exactly at the spot where the formula was on its back. The Ten-Tails froze for a fraction of a second, while Madara, Obito, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and the rest all stared, eyes wide. Damn it! Boom! In that moment, the world seemed to turn black and white. A violent roar of sound, a mushroom cloud that punched into the sky, ground that shuddered, hurricane winds that screamed through the air, everything felt like the world itself was collapsing under the pressure. At the rear base, everyone stood dumbstruck, staring at the scene in complete silence. Their jaws had basically hit the floor, no one even remembered to pick them up. It was simply too shocking. If that energy sphere had actually hit the base, everyone would have been wiped out. And at that point, there'd be no need to worry about a shinobi world catastrophe anymore, because everyone would already be dead. Hey, do you think the Ten-Tails got blown up by its own attack? Someone asked. Who knows? I hope so. And I hope Madara and Obito got blown up too. Then the war would finally be over, someone replied. That was probably everyone's wish. This war was too terrifying. Compared to it, the white Zetsu hordes and Edo Tensei army from earlier were nothing. No one wanted to fight monsters like this. Even if you survived, you'd probably still be so scared that nightmares would run away from you at night. Then, a shrill scream came from within the mushroom cloud not too far away. Everyone heard it. Their faces turned grim. So even that hadn't killed them. Those monsters really were absurdly hard to put down. Thinking about it, it made sense. Earlier, even back when it was still the demonic statue of the outer path, the thing had been battered to the point of losing limbs, and it still hadn't died. Of course it was stubbornly durable. Before long, the mushroom cloud suddenly dispersed at high speed, the Ten-Tails was using its mangled tails to fan the air, forcibly blowing away the smoke. Madara and Obito's figures emerged as well. Madara threw back his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha. I almost thought we were done for. Natsuki, you really know how to play, using the Ten-Tails' own energy sphere to blow up the Ten-Tails. That flying thunder god really is insane. Natsuki let out a cold laugh, his voice carrying over. You're the real old pervert. That didn't even kill you. Why don't you just die already? Madara replied, my goal isn't accomplished yet. How could I die? Now the Ten-Tails is complete, still missing a bit, perhaps, but once I become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, I'll still have a chance to step into the Sage of Six Paths realm. I can still activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. And then the world will become a perfect world, only winners, only peace, only love. Perfect world. Who does he think he is, some heaven-defying emperor who can decide eternity with one stroke? Natsuki didn't bother arguing. He focused, sensing the formula he'd placed on the Ten-Tails. And found it was still there. As expected, unless you had Six Paths level power, you couldn't purge a flying thunder god formula. Even after the Ten-Tails had been blasted into a bloody mess, the formula remained once it regenerated. That was almost too good. Conan. Where are those 600 billion explosive tags of yours? Hand them over, I've got a show to put on. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on, P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 412, Chapter. Conan froze for a beat, then decisively dumped every last explosive tag in front of Natsuki, piling them up into a mound like a small mountain. Thankfully, it wasn't like in the original story, where it was an entire sea. Conan had used paper release along with explosive tags as camouflage. In reality, when you actually stack the tags up, it wasn't that outrageous. So we're blowing it up again. Tenten's big eyes sparkled. Yeah. The formula I left behind is still there, so I can blow it up one more time. Natsuki hurriedly explained, the Ten-Tails is way too dangerous. If we can attack from long range, that's better, so I'm leaning toward using the Money Talk ultimate technique. I just don't know whether 600 billion explosive tags can match the power of that red energy sphere from earlier. If it still doesn't die after that, then we'll have to go in close, and that'll be 100 times more dangerous. Everyone fell silent. Truth was, nobody felt confident. 600 billion explosive tags sounded like an absurd number, but an explosive tag was still just an explosive tag, its power was fixed. No matter how many you had, it might still be hard to compare to the Ten-Tails' raw energy. Sometimes, sheer quantity just couldn't produce a qualitative leap. If they could kill that beast from far away, that was obviously ideal. No one wanted to fight something like that up close. Natsuki spread chakra over the vast mass of explosive tags, then locked onto the formula's location, his flying thunder god transport and detonation executed in one smooth, seamless motion. Over there, Madara was practically floating on pride. The Ten-Tails was complete, and his goal was finally within reach. Obito's expression was gloomy, clearly calculating something. Orochimaru, meanwhile, had vanished somewhere. Kabuto had returned, though, and the moment he saw the immense pile of explosive tags appear behind the 10 tails, his voice went shrill. No. Not again. Boom. Another colossal mushroom cloud erupted. The 10 tails, along with the 3 of them, was swallowed up by the terrifying blast. Even the 10 tails' screams were drowned out by the roar of the explosion. The gale it kicked up still reached the Allied forces' main base, but this time, the people there only felt one thing. It still wasn't big enough. If the blast were bigger, maybe, just maybe, it would finally kill the 10 tails. Half a day passed. The mushroom cloud was blown away again, and the 10 tails was still there, but compared to last time, it looked utterly miserable. Looking closely, several of its tails seemed to have been blown clean off, and its body was a mangled mess of torn flesh and blood. Clearly, the 2 bombings worked. At the very least, it wasn't as arrogant as it had been right after reviving. It even looked pitiful. Not that anyone pitied it. And it didn't dare spit out energy spheres anymore, either, because it knew someone could relocate those spheres right back near it. That would be blowing itself up. And it absolutely refused to do that. That damned monster. How is it still alive? Damn it. How are we supposed to kill something like that? No choice, we have to go up there and fight it. However we do it, we charge first and figure it out as we go. The Allied shinobi were in an uproar, but at least they weren't panicking like before. Maybe it was because they were too desperate, at this point, they just wanted one last all-in push, so they wouldn't regret living through all of this. There were calm people too, but none of them spoke. They were thinking, searching for a path forward. And then, right at that moment, Orochimaru showed up, an unwelcome visitor. Need help? Orochimaru asked, strolling forward unhurriedly. Orochimaru. You bastard. Tsunade snapped. Come on, don't get so worked up. Orochimaru wore an almost agreeable expression. You saw how I acted earlier. I told you I was considering whether to support Madara, and now it's clear, I chose not to. Tsunade and the others didn't buy it for a second. You think we'll believe you just because you say that? We had the upper hand, and it was you who brought 4 Hokage into this and stirred everything up until it became a disaster. Now that Madara has the advantage, there's even less reason for you to come to our side. This is obviously a trick. What, are you trying to take back the severed leg of the demonic statue of the outer path? Or are you trying to mess with Sasuke and Niji's bond? It was obvious. Nobody trusted Orochimaru. There had been no warning, no foreshadowing, nothing. Especially not at a time like this, when Madara clearly held the advantage. Switching sides now offered Orochimaru no benefit at all, so how could anyone believe it? But Orochimaru didn't rush. Instead, he looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya. The 2 of you understand me best. You should know my dream has always been to learn every jutsu, and then pursue the secret of immortality. I'm a bad person, sure, but I have no interest in destroying the world. I helped them before because I wanted to see Sasuke and Niji's bodies, that's all. His eyes narrowed, gleaming. However, I'm interested in the truth you mentioned, Tsunade. If the truth really is what you say, if Madara has been deceived, and activating the infinite Tsukumi means ending the world, then I have no interest in supporting him any longer. If shinobi are wiped out, and all humans become white Zetsu, what meaning does this world even have? No one answered. No one believed him. A snake couldn't be trusted. Trust it once, and you might find fangs in your throat. But Jiraiya was a man of emotion, and clearly, Orochimaru's words had gotten through to him. He summoned a massive scroll and tossed it to Orochimaru. Then here's the truth. Read it, and decide. Orochimaru caught the scroll, opened it, and skimmed through it at speed. Then his face split into a delighted grin. So that's how it is, heh heh heh. How fascinating. The rasping, icy laughter made more than a few people break out in goosebumps. But Orochimaru was plainly in a good mood. So this is the world's truth, Chakra's origin, the sage's eyes, the sage's body, everything. His tongue flicked briefly, almost unconsciously. Interesting. Really interesting. But my research isn't finished yet. So this infinite Tsukumi, forget it. I have no interest in a shinobi world full of nothing but white Zetsu. And I certainly don't intend to become one myself. Tsunade's gaze remained hard. Nice words. Why should anyone believe you? Orochimaru shook his head. You don't have to believe me. I'll join the fight and do what I can. That's all. Natsuki watched him closely. He actually believed Orochimaru, because to Orochimaru, Madara's peaceful world held no appeal whatsoever, and a shinobi world filled with white Zetsu had zero research value. So it wasn't that Orochimaru had repented. He simply didn't support Madara's plan. At least for now, that made him temporarily usable. Natsuki didn't say any of that aloud. He just handed a scroll to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, the first Hokage is sealed inside this. If you think Orochimaru is trustworthy, then release the Hokage and use them as support. The decision is yours. I'm choosing to trust your judgment, Tsunade-sama. Tenten nodded hard. Me too. I trust your judgment, Tsunade-sama. One after another, the others echoed their agreement, only adding to Tsunade's crushing pressure. But there was no time to hesitate. Because the Tentails started moving. The Tentails split off a massive swarm of clones and sent them rushing toward the allied forces. It might not have dared to spit out an energy sphere anymore, but it could still slaughter people with sheer numbers. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 413, Chapter. Natsuki didn't say anything else. He just charged straight at the Tentails. His targets were either the Tentails or Madara. Only those two threats required his hand, everything else didn't. There were people assigned for that. But Tenten, Sasuke, Neji, Shino, Naruto, Fu, Konan, and the others immediately followed right behind him. Better to stop talking and just cut their way in. As for whether to trust Orochimaru, that call was on Tsunade. They didn't need to overthink it. Before long, Natsuki met the first Tentails clone. He drew the demon blade, 1,000 blades, and took its head off in a single slash, never even slowing down. Behind him, Tenten switched into the Craftsman Ninja Village 4-piece set. The Dragoneye telescoping sword on her back shot out to strangle and shred, her left hand's peacock sword rode the wind, and her right hand's light sword spat fire. She carved forward like an avalanche. Sasuke wasn't any slower, lightning body flicker under his feet, Kusanagi in hand, his kill speed barely behind Natsuki's. Neji ran with both palms thrusting out again and again. Each Tentails clone he struck went flying like trash, utterly unable to fight back. As for Shino, his body flicker was just as fast, and every time he passed a clone he only threw a light punch, looking like it did nothing. In reality, he slipped parasitic insects into the clone's body. The moment he moved on, the clone swelled from within and burst apart. Fu, Naruto, and Konan each unleashed their own specialties as well. Watching from the rear, the base's shinobi were instantly fired up. They stopped agonizing and made the decision, charge. Luckily, A's booming voice cut through the chaos. All shinobi, form up by your village's original squad assignments. Engage as squads. Anyone lacking strength, do not fight alone. Now, begin the offensive. Kill. 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 Shinobi were superpowered, and their discipline wasn't inferior to soldiers. In short order, everyone regrouped into their established village squads, then advanced in 3 lines to meet the Tentails clones head-on. There were simply too many clones. Natsuki and the others cut through wave after wave and still couldn't clear them all, so the remaining hordes fell to the tens of thousands of shinobi behind them. Natsuki didn't look back. He kept pushing at the very front, and soon he reached the Tentails itself. He snapped into Sage mode and hurled out a supermassive vortex boil bomb. But in the next instant, the Tentails lifted a hand and flicked, casually batting the vortex boil bomb away, as if swatting an ant. The boil bomb slammed into the ground and happened to land among several clones, instantly crushing and pinning them. Natsuki's brow twitched. So once it's gathered the power of all the tailed beasts, it really is on another level. To it, my vortex boil bomb is probably just a scratch. Even the railgun might not do much. That made things messy. If he couldn't deal damage, how was he supposed to kill it? Maybe it was time to use something he'd been saving. Tenten arrived behind him, staring up at the Tentail's enormous form. Fear crept into her face. Natsuki, how bad is it? Natsuki put an arm out to stop her. Tenten, this Tentails is dangerous. It's hard to deal meaningful damage, and even the 6 paths tools might not work. Don't get close unless you have to. Tenten looked a little crestfallen, but she knew this wasn't the time to force it. She forced a grin. I thought I could finally fight at your side, but I've still got a long way to go. That said, I can take Kabuto, right? Natsuki gave her a thumbs up. Yeah. Kabuto's yours. There weren't many enemies left now. The Tentails and Madara weren't targets Tenten could realistically touch. Obito's intangibility had to be countered by Kakashi. That left only Kabuto. Kabuto had a Rinnegan, but after everything so far, he still didn't seem able to bring out its true power. So letting Tenten handle him made sense. Shino arrived nearby. I'll go with Tenten. Kabuto's weird. If she's alone, I won't feel good about it. Natsuki nodded, grateful. Then I'm counting on you. Shino gave a cool, simple nod, and the two of them headed for Kabuto. Natsuki's gaze locked onto Madara. Madara and Obito stood close to the Ten-Tails, like they were weighing who would become its Jinchuriki. But the two of them clearly weren't going to agree. Obito wanted to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki himself. He had no intention of reviving Madara. Madara had likely guessed that from the start, so he didn't look surprised. And an Edo Tensei body could become a Jinchuriki too, so he had no reason to hand the chance over to Obito. They were already plotting against each other. Now it was just a matter of who played the better hand. And in the shadows, Black Zetsu was scheming as well, currently on Madara's side, because it didn't believe Obito could succeed, and it favored the stronger Madara. Natsuki didn't care about any of that. He surged forward and closed the distance. Madara turned, war fan still in hand. The moment he saw Natsuki, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Natsuki, you're back. So we fight again. But you're doomed to lose. The Ten-Tails is complete. The tide can't be stopped anymore. Natsuki shook his head. If I kill you too, your tide is nothing but bullshit. Well said. But even if you're strong, killing me won't be that easy. Oh yeah. Natsuki's eyes sharpened. Then, 8 gates, gate 7. Open. A surge of blue aura exploded off his body, like a super scion god blue, and his presence climbed in an instant, towering pressure crashing down on both Madara and Obito. Gate 7. Madara didn't dare take him lightly. Earlier, Might Guy's 7th gate had fought him to a standstill. And Natsuki's 6th gate had already reached the same level as Guy. Which meant Natsuki's 7th gate would be even more terrifying. If he let his imagination run wild. Natsuki might even be comparable to an Otsutsuki Jinchuriki at Kage level. It sounded ridiculous, and yet. Madara felt an unsettling urge to believe it. Crack. The instant Natsuki's foot shattered the ground, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Madara, one kick punching straight through Madara's abdomen. Madara and Obito both stared, eyes wide in shock. Too fast. Too strong. Their eyes couldn't track him. Their bodies couldn't even react. Shinra Tensei, they roared together, releasing a repulsive force blast. But Natsuki vanished again. The next time he appeared, he was at Madara's flank, his fist smashed through the repulsive force barrier, then pulverized Susanoo with the follow-through, and finally erased half of Madara's head in a shower of dust and gore. Obito recoiled in panic and tried to retreat, but Natsuki's gaze had already pinned him. Natsuki's fist was there. The repulsive barrier broke again. And the pressure of that punch distorted space itself, forcing Obito's intangibility to fail. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 414, Chapter. Bang. Obito's head exploded on the spot. And yet Natsuki immediately felt something was off, he just couldn't put his finger on what. He stared at the corpse on the ground, only for it to vanish a moment later. Even the blood disappeared with it, as if what he'd just seen had been an illusion. But Natsuki couldn't be caught in genjutsu. The next second, Obito appeared in the distance. He looked terrified as he stared at Natsuki. He even yanked up his sleeve and glanced at his arm, where a Sharingan embedded there slowly closed. Looks like, just in case, I went and hid extra eyes in my body. Izanagi, huh? Natsuki snorted. Fine. You slipped death once. But how long do you think you can keep that up? Natsuki's smile turned sharp with contempt. He didn't have a shred of mercy for someone like Obito. Kamui hides tears, huh? Destroy the world for Rin, huh? People like that deserve to be put down. Madara had regenerated as well. He widened the distance between himself and Natsuki, but he was still laughing. Ha 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 ha. If I weren't an Edo Tensei body, I'd have died twice just now. Natsuki, when it comes to taijutsu, I, Madara, will call you the real deal. TCH, spare me. Natsuki shifted his stance. Talking won't save you. Now die. He was about to move. Whoosh. Several figures appeared. Hashirama Senju. Tobarama Senju. Minato Namikaze. It looked like Tsunade had decided to trust Orochimaru, releasing 3 Hokage as reinforcements. As for Hiruzen, the third was still sealed inside Tenten's red gourd and hadn't been released yet. Madara spotted his best friend instantly and roared, eyes blazing. Hashirama. I've been waiting for you. Hashirama pointed at him. You idiot, wait your turn. Madara went stiff, clearly shocked that his best friend wasn't even going to acknowledge him first. But then he actually stood there obediently, like he really was waiting for Hashirama to finish whatever he was doing before coming to deal with him. Tobarama turned to Natsuki. Brat. I didn't think you'd become this strong. I underestimated you. Natsuki temporarily dropped the seventh gate, keeping it open for long was agony. Just a trump card. I'd been holding it back, but now I can't afford to. Hashiman Tonko, 8 gates, was dangerous. The further the gates opened, the more brutal the force the body had to endure. So even with the 6th gate, Natsuki didn't keep it active constantly. And the 7th gate was something he treated as a last resort. Because his body, hardened through training in the gravity chamber, had become absurdly strong, far beyond guys. With only the 6th gate, he could already match a Superkaga-level monster like Madara. Once he opened the 7th, he reached a level comparable to Guy opening the Death Gate. But the pain also multiplied catastrophically, so unless it was a critical moment, he wouldn't touch it. So the 3 Hokage-sama are our reinforcements? Natsuki asked. Right. Minato's smile was bright as ever, open and upbeat. Orochimaru has chosen to support the allied forces, so Tsunade-sama released the 3 of us. Next, we fight that big thing together. Natsuki glanced at Madara and Obito. Those 2 are the root cause. We should erase them first. As for the Ten-Tails, if I go all out, I might be able to hurt it. And honestly, I'd rather destroy it than suppress it. Oh. Hashirama swung an arm, casual as a mountain moving. Then go test it. We'll hold these 2. Tobirama frowned. Big brother. But Hashirama just laughed. Confidence is a good thing in the young. We should support it. Besides, that trump card of his really is strong, isn't it? The Ten-Tails is a catastrophe. Compared to sealing it, I also think destroying it is better. Let him go. If he fails, we step in. Tobirama finally stopped objecting, and Minato nodded as well. Natsuki didn't hesitate anymore. He shot Madara and Obito one cold look, then sprinted straight for the Ten-Tails, snapping the 7th gate back open mid-run, shattering the earth as he leapt skyward. Madara chuckled. The Ten-Tails is the combined body of the 9-tailed beasts. Natsuki's 7th gate may be strong, but to injure the Ten-Tails he... Crunch. Natsuki's punch snapped the Ten-Tails' incoming arm clean off. Madara's voice cut out mid-sentence. For once, even he couldn't hide his shock, Natsuki's strength still exceeded his imagination. He what? Hashirama asked, turning his head toward Madara. Hashirama, Madara growled. Madara, Hashirama answered. The 2 old lovers locked eyes, their battle intent surging in unison. Then they jumped off to the side and created distance. It basically went like this. Madara unfolded a perfect Susanoo. Hashirama. Hashirama unleashed the would-release Buddha. Madara. And then their 2 giant mechas slammed into each other. Heaven and earth cracking apart was nothing new. Just their usual. Tobirama glanced over, rubbed his forehead with a headache, then looked back at Obito. Now then, you evil little Uchiha brat. Do you want to live, or do you want to die? Minato tried persuasion instead. Obito, stop. You can't win. But Obito only shook his head. He didn't say a word. And that silence made the 2 speed-type Hokage even more certain. A villain who refused to repent had only one outcome. Minato might look soft, but he killed decisively. Anyone who rose to prominence in the 3rd Great Ninja War wasn't some bleeding heart saint. Even if Obito had once been his student, Minato didn't have to spare him. After all, Obito's actions had led to Minato's and Kushina's deaths, and forced Naruto to endure more than a decade of loneliness. No matter what reasons Obito had, harming others was still harming others. So yes. He had to die. And then Kakashi suddenly arrived. Minato-sensei, 2nd Hokage-sama, can you let me try talking to Obito one more time? Tobirama didn't approve. He refuses to repent. Talking is pointless. But Minato couldn't help being gentle with his student. Fine. Try once more. If he still won't turn back, then we won't hold back. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Kakashi said, relieved. He walked toward Obito, expression complicated. Obito, don't keep doing this. If Rin saw you like this, she wouldn't be happy either. Obito lowered his gaze. Then, in the next instant, he lunged close, and used Kamui to drag both of them into the space. Minato's expression snapped tight. Damn. We got played. Tobirama stayed calm. Told you. Talking was pointless. Now Kakashi gets to suffer for it himself. Minato sighed, helpless. He'd softened for a moment, thinking Kakashi might get through to him. Back when they were kids, Obito and Kakashi had been close. Looks like time really could change everything. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 415, Chapter On the main battlefield, the Allied forces shinobi were fighting the Tentails clones in squad formations. Each Tentails clone was huge and bloated, most of them stood 3 to 4 meters tall, disgustingly fleshy, and the way they ran made people think of the weird, loping titans. Even so, the Allied squads fought with surging momentum, clashing with the clones in a fever of blood and adrenaline. Over here, the Ino, Shika, Cho squad was in the thick of it. Shadow imitation technique. Partial expansion jutsu. Bam. As Choji's massive fist hammered down, the Tentails clone, pinned by Shikamaru's shadow, was smashed flat. As for Ino, the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques weren't very useful in this situation, so she focused on reading the battlefield and calling out warnings to her teammates. Nearby, a family of 3 rode the chaos with their ninja dogs. Fong over Fong. Kiba fought alongside his mom, Sum, and his sister, Hana, coordinating with their dogs to unleash the clan's secret technique. 3 spinning drills tore through 3 Tentails clones in quick succession. Sum's confidence practically overflowed. Humph. The Tentails is nothing in front of Fong over Fong. Kiba's forehead twitched. Yep. That's my mom. In reality, Fong over Fong wasn't some unstoppable move. From the beginning of his career to the end, it never really changed, great for mowing down fodder, but the moment you ran into something actually strong, it stopped being enough. But Sum stayed cocky anyway, probably a dog owner delusion. As for why Kiba wasn't teamed up with Hinata, it was simple, Shino wasn't here, and Team 8 was originally built more for reconnaissance. Right now, this battlefield needed combat more than scouting, so it made more sense for Kiba to run with his own ANBU group. Hinata was currently with her father, Hiraishin, along with several other Hyuga powerhouses. They'd formed a large unit, cutting down enemies at speed while staying tightly clustered around Niji, terrified that anything might happen to the clan's greatest hope. But after the Hyuga reforms, the overall atmosphere in the clan had turned positive. Even many main branch members who once rarely left the compound were now actively fighting on the front lines, not inferior to the branch family at all. And honestly, the Hyuga's gentle fist really was strong. Even Hinata, who was still comparatively weaker, could break a Tentails clone after unleashing 8 trigrams 64 palms. The older generation like Hiraishin fought with effortless mastery. One rotation could fling a Tentails clone away, and the Hyuga moved across the battlefield with an almost arrogant freedom, showcasing their strength to everyone watching. Of course, the most dazzling one was still Niji. Where Niji's 8 trigrams 64 gods vacuum palms passed, the Tentails clones flew up like grasshoppers, bodies splitting apart as they died, utterly and completely. Squads from other villages passed by and couldn't help giving a thumbs up. As expected of the prestigious Hyuga clan, this is insane. But really, it wasn't the Hyuga as a whole that was ridiculous. It was Niji. Then there was a combined unit of Team 7 and Team Guy. Sakura, Sai, and Lee formed a trio under Guy's lead, pushing forward at speed. 3 of the loping, weird-type clones blocked their path, bearing fangs and flailing claws. Even without techniques, just their massive bodies carried a heavy pressure. Leaf Hurricane. Lee and Guy both met them head-on with snapping whip kicks. But Guy's body was still in the recovery phase, so he couldn't output his full strength, and he couldn't one-shot them. Sakura stepped in with monstrous strength, driving a punch that sent one Tentails clone stumbling back. She'd always had that brute force talent, and after 2 years training under Tsunade, her strength had grown fast. But she wasn't delusional, she hadn't awakened into some legendary state, and she didn't think she'd caught up to Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke were improving too quickly. For Sakura, closing that gap was getting harder and harder. At this point, she couldn't even team with them anymore, because those two were fighting near the Tentails' main body, and that was a battlefield she simply couldn't enter. Super Beast Scroll. Sai rapidly sketched several enormous tigers. The moment they sprang to life, they surged forward and helped finish off the 3 clones that had been tied down. After Danzo's death, Sai had completely broken free of Root's control and could finally get along with everyone normally. The only issue was his mouth, he was still sharp-tongued, and Sakura still occasionally flattened him for it. And because Naruto and Sasuke were so overwhelming, Sai often looked less impressive by comparison. But here, on this battlefield, Super Beast Scroll was finally getting to shine. Even so, Team 9 was shining even brighter. Even though Natsuki had already left Team 9, and even though Aoba was no longer leading them, Yakumo Kurama, Tomoya Yamashiro, and Megumi Kato were still cutting a swath through the enemy. The 3 of them took on 5 Tentails clones at once. Tomoya used the Scatter Thousand Crows technique to harass and disrupt. Megumi used water vines to bind and restrain. And Yakumo, calm and elegant, painted without haste, finishing in a few strokes. 5 bolts of lightning dropped. 5 Tentails clones instantly dropped dead. Their kill speed was absurd. Yakumo really was strong, she'd reached elite Jonin level. Tomoya and Megumi were a bit behind, but their roles were different, one leaned toward intelligence gathering, the other toward medical ninjutsu. Their support was excellent, and their synergy was sharp. Yakumo, Tomoya, there are wounded over there. Let's go help. Megumi hadn't forgotten her responsibility as a medic. Sure, Yakumo said gently, her smile soft. Same as always, Tomoya scouts, I protect, and Megumi treats. Tomoya, however, looked distracted. His eyes kept drifting toward the Tentail's main body. He knew Natsuki was strong, but he couldn't stop the worry. Who do you think Boss is fighting right now? Megumi smiled. Boss is definitely fighting the strongest enemy. That's what he always does, front line, every time. He even had Madara pinned to the ground and grinding him into the dirt. That was true, but still. Tomoya didn't answer. He just kept staring, and then he finally caught sight of Natsuki. I see him. Over there. Boss is beating up the Tentails. Tomoya shouted, practically vibrating with excitement. Yakumo and Megumi looked immediately. They saw Natsuki leap up and smash one of the Tentail's hands into a burst of gore, then, with a full 3,600-degree spinning roundhouse, he actually kicked the gigantic Tentails off the ground. The Tentails was easily over 1,000 meters tall, with a mass that had to be terrifying. And yet Natsuki kicked it airborne. It was beyond ridiculous. Yakumo's smile turned sweet and proud. Boss is boss. He's the strongest. Tomoya and Megumi nodded hard. Yeah. Boss is the strongest. At that moment, after launching the Tentails into the air with the spinning kick, Natsuki didn't stop for even a second. He drove out punch after punch, compressing the air into cannon blasts that hammered into the Tentails again and again. No matter how tough its body was, the Tentails still took visible dents, fist marks punched into its flesh, while it howled and shrieked in pain. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 416, Chapter. The Tentails clearly recognized Natsuki. Right now it was both terrified and consumed by hatred. It probably couldn't understand it, how, after swallowing all the tailed beasts and reaching what should have been its absolute peak, it was still getting beaten down by this human. From the moment this man had appeared, he'd blown off one of its legs. After that, he kept dragging people into battles meant to kill it outright. Every severed arm, every broken leg, it all traced back to him. If it hadn't been absurdly hard to kill, it would have been erased long ago. It wouldn't have had any chance to recover to full strength. Today should have been its day of freedom, its day to rampage, because it was finally restored. And yet this human was here again. Beating it down again. So why is this human this strong? No. It couldn't just sit there and take it. It had to strike back. The Tentails roared. Its damaged tails twisted into massive hands and lunged for Natsuki, trying to grab him. But Natsuki only snapped out a few whip kicks, and those hands were swept off at the wrist on the spot, making the Tentails howl in even greater pain. Natsuki glanced over the Tentail's gigantic body and decided that punching it one strike at a time was a waste. A finisher would be faster. Down below, Sasuke activated a perfect Susanoo. The Susanoo's massive blade came down and managed to cleave open 3 of the Tentail's toes. There was no helping it, the Tentails was simply too big. Even a Susanoo giant over 100 meters tall looked like a kitten in front of it, so the damage was naturally limited. But Sasuke kept hacking, and the accumulating cuts finally gouged out a respectable wound. The Tentails hissed and retreated. Seeing Natsuki dominating in midair, Sasuke refused to keep playing toenail technician. He made the Susanoo beat its wings and lift off, flying straight to the Tentail's hideous face. Amaterasu. Whoosh. Black flames erupted across the Tentail's cheek. The Tentails let out a furious roar, immediately tore away the burning portion of flesh, and flung it aside, then launched its impalement technique at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged easily and swung his blade again, pressing the attack. Naruto saw how active Sasuke was and immediately entered Sage mode. His golden aura turned into a streak of light as he leapt skyward, hurling a supermassive Hiraishin shuriken that cleanly sliced off one of the Tentail's tails. Gaara floated in the air on a sand cloud, repeatedly firing off practice air bullets in rapid succession. Even so, he raised his voice in warning. Naruto, Sasuke, Fu, Killer Bee, be careful. You still have parts of the tailed beasts inside you. And the Tentails can control them again with its sutures. Don't worry, yo. Killer Bee barked, wrapped in tailed beast chakra as he swung and struck in a frenzy with lightning tremor blades. All I want to do now is pound the ugly freak and save my Gyuki buddy, yo. The 8 tails being taken had him furious, he looked downright feral. Fu released a swarm of insects, feeding them a small amount of tailed beast chakra to enlarge them, then driving the swarm to tear at the Tentails with vicious bites. Go, bugs. We're saving Komiai, saving your insect king. The Tentails, clearly enraged by the relentless assault, triggered another heaven and earth upheaval, this time on a smaller scale, only covering Natsuki and the others, with Komiai and tornadoes under its control constantly battering them. But these were all battle-hardened fighters. They weren't about to get clipped easily, dodging wasn't difficult. Seeing the Tentails still having the leisure to attack everyone else, Natsuki decided he was done with little punches. He shouted, "Sasuke, Naruto, Killer Bee, Gaara, Fu, watch yourselves. I'm about to use a finisher. Don't get caught in it." A finisher? Natsuki was using a finisher. Sasuke and the others immediately pulled back. They knew how terrifying Natsuki was. If he called it a finisher, it would be monstrous. Better to create distance. Natsuki raised both hands and started compressing the air. Under the pressure of his powerful straight punches, the atmosphere collapsed into a single point, forming a tiger-shaped air cannon. Then he drove it into the Tentail's abdomen. Morning peacock. No. Evening elephant. No. He called it Star Tiger. Boom. The tiger-shaped air cannon detonated with a ferocious, tiger-like roar, tearing into the Tentail's midsection. In the next instant, the Tentails released a shriek so hysterical it scraped the sky. And under everyone's stunned gaze, its massive body was swept cleanly in half at the waist. Star Tiger's force expanded into a horrifying shockwave, siding across several kilometers and kicking up a cyclone-grade gale. Mountains cracking and the earth splitting were nothing. The surrounding Tentails clones were wiped out in a single pass. Thud. The Tentail's upper body smashed into the ground. Its lower half swayed, as if refusing to fall. But once your body was severed, staying upright wasn't easy. It finally toppled with a rumbling crash that shook the whole battlefield. Silence. Then the entire allied forces erupted into cheers, roaring, screaming, celebrating Natsuki's blow and celebrating victory. To a lot of people, cutting the Tentails in half was basically the same as winning. If Natsuki could do it once, he could do it again. And again. Until it died. The Tentails couldn't stop him. So this battle was over. Natsuki, he took Bushy-Brow Sensei's move and pushed it this far. This is insane, Databayo. Naruto gaped. This is the power of Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates, Sasuke said, clearly more familiar with the mechanics. Natsuki's always respected Gai-sensei. He's even said Gai-sensei is Konoha's strongest. Before, Gai-sensei's 7th gate fought Madara evenly. Now Natsuki's 7th gate just tore the Tentails in half. 8 gates, terrifying. If I'd known, I would have learned it too. Killer Bee, Gaara, and Fu could only nod. They didn't even know what to say anymore. Natsuki shut down the 7th gate. Steam rose off his body, and his muscles still ached. This was the price of that overwhelming power. Fortunately, he'd trained for years in the gravity chamber. He was long used to this level of strain. Aside from the first time he'd opened the 7th gate and passed out from pain, the later training runs had gone smoothly. Forget the 7th gate, he'd even opened the 8th gate in a special lab before. It was unbelievably strong and unbelievably dangerous. Once the death gate opened, it might not close. He'd spent hours experimenting before he finally figured out the trick to shutting it. Back then, he'd been drenched in cold sweat. But this situation didn't require the death gate. And besides, he still had trump cards. It hadn't come to that. Looking at the Tentails, still howling and struggling despite being split into 2 pieces, it was clearly too stubborn to die easily. Maybe he should pulverize its head into paste to be safe. Off to the side, before the Tentails fully collapsed, Tenten and Shino circled back in. Kabuto calmly adjusted his glasses, and he was actually smiling. So it's you two handling me. What a pity. I was hoping Natsuki would come kill me personally. You're not worth Natsuki's attention, Tenten snorted. Dying to us is the same. Kabuto, you've done nothing but evil, time to go. Shino didn't waste words. He simply released a cloud of insects. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 417, Chapter. Buzz. 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 A swarm erupted and, in an instant, engulfed Kabuto. The snake head protruding from Kabuto's abdomen morphed into Kadamura's face, and it immediately began spitting out webs. It did snag plenty of bugs, but he'd tried this long ago, and it had never worked. The insects tore free of the webbing almost at once and kept tightening the ring around him. With no choice left, Kabuto threw out Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, blasting the swarm back and crushing a good number of them on the spot. Then he reached out and used Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, on Tenten, yanking her toward him in an attempt to seize her as a hostage. But Tenten was anything but easy prey. She snapped open the Bashozen banana palm fan, and, with a single swing, unleashed a gale force storm. Kabuto was swept away like debris, and he coughed blood midair. The hit clearly did serious damage. KH. I almost forgot you've got 6 paths tools. Looks like I'm dead this time. Kabuto laughed bitterly. Back then, he'd used Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, on Shino and only managed to drag in a bug clone. He'd nearly been eaten alive. This time he figured pulling Tenten would go better, and instead he got this. Tenten was even more vicious than Shino. One swing of that fan could kill a normal Jonin outright. Only Kabuto's unnaturally tough body let him tank it with just injuries, but he was already riddled with damage. He hurriedly cast Kusanagi no Mai, Dance of Kusanagi. Bone spikes speared up from the ground in clusters, forcing Tenten and Shino to retreat. What he forgot was that both of them could fly. They kicked off into Jeppo, moonwalk, sprinting through the air as they chased him down. Shino's swarm followed like a living tide. If Kabuto let up for even a second, the bugs would drown him. Seeing how absurdly fast he could run, Tenten simply pulled out Reito, Kiba, Lightning Fang, and called down a bolt. It struck him dead on. Kabuto screamed, his body charred black as he crashed to the ground, then the swarm poured over him, chewing and tearing. In truth, Kabuto was strong. But ever since he'd swapped in a Rinnegan, the chakra drain was savage, and he couldn't even fully bring out its power. Instead of boosting him, it had dulled his edge. And Tenten and Shino were strong in their own right. Working together, they brought him down with ease. Kabuto's voice turned raw with unwillingness and confusion. Is this really how my life ends? So, what was my dream, anyway? Was it wrong that I wanted to become someone like Orochimaru-sama? No sensei, can you tell me? You've done evil beyond counting. Dying here is all you deserve. Tenten sentenced him without a flicker of sympathy. Just as she was about to finish him, a thunderous roar rolled across the battlefield. She and Shino snapped their heads around, only to see the colossal tentails severed clean in half at the waist, and an enormous air tiger bursting out from the torn cross-section. The rampaging air tiger churned the sky, whipping up a violent tempest. The terrain itself was rewritten in seconds. Tenten's eyes lit up with joy. That's Natsuki's Hiradora, daytime tiger. He cut the tentails in half with one move. Shino's dark lenses flashed with reflected light as he spoke with quiet pride. That's only the natural outcome. Natsuki is the strongest. A mere tentails is nothing to him. Kabuto stared at the tentails, now split into 2 writhing halves, utterly dumbstruck. So he'd underestimated Natsuki after all. He'd thought Natsuki was, at best, evenly matched with Madara, but he'd never imagined he could become even stronger than that. So, from the beginning, had choosing the opposite side been the wrong call? But what choice did he have? He could only run with villains. Even if he'd tried to defect to the allied shinobi forces, they would never have accepted him. This wasn't the original story. There was no Itachi to cleanse him with Izanami, so all he could do was keep playing the villain, until the only ending left was death. And then, at the very moment despair swallowed him, a shadow erupted from the earth, spreading over his lower body in an instant. A hoarse voice rasped out. Since you're finished anyway, it's time to reclaim the Rinnegan. This was never power you had the right to covet. Now, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. Tenten and Shino whipped back at the sudden voice, their faces draining. Because the shadow, Black Zetsu, was already manipulating Kabuto, forcing him to cast Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. Elsewhere, after an earth-shaking battle with Hashirama, Madara's Susanoo defenses had been smashed apart. He himself was pinned to the ground beneath a massive wooden Buddha hand, like Sun Wukong trapped under 5 Elements Mountain, unable to escape. Madara laughed. Ha 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 ha. That's the good stuff. Hashirama. Fighting you is the only thing that ever really hits. Madara. Hashirama went momentarily still, as if the past had surged up in him, memories that couldn't be erased. But he snapped back quickly, voice hard with scolding. Madara, you baka. What are you even thinking? This Mugen Tsukuyomi, trapping the entire shinobi world in genjutsu, how could that ever create peace? Illusions are still illusions. People have to live in reality. Otherwise, what you call peace is meaningless. Madara shook his head, resolute. Hashirama, we've always seen the world differently. I can't convince you, and you can't stop me. No matter what you say now, it's useless. I believe what my eyes have shown me, that is the truth. Only Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, can save the shinobi world. I've given everything to this goal. Hashirama still couldn't accept it. For peace, you start a war that engulfs the world. Yes. For a truly perfect peace, even war is worth it. Madara's voice suddenly flared with intensity. And you can't stop me. Because I'm about to come back to life. Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique, ha 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 ha. In the next instant, Madara's body began to change. The technique was taking effect. The corpse-like shell that had seemed thin as paper gained real weight and flesh. The cracks along his face vanished. He had a living body again. At the same time, the counterfeit Rinnegan in his eyes began to peel away, shedding completely and stripping his vision. But it didn't matter. Even without eyes, Madara was still the strongest. Hashirama's shock broke through. Madara, you. That's right. I'm revived. Madara roared the declaration, and then violently tore free of the Mokutan, would release, restraints. He snapped a kick out so fast it sent Hashirama flying. Cracks spidered across Hashirama's body as he tumbled across the ground. The moment he stopped, Madara seized him by the head, and a terrifying suction force began ripping away the natural energy within him. Then Hashirama saw it, on the face embedded in Madara's chest, a faint outline formed at the corners of its eyes. He understood at once. When Madara had bitten off a piece of him back then, it wasn't just for the cells. He planted them here, and now he was stealing the power of Sage Mode as well. So you really did get stronger, huh? Madara. Hashirama sounded almost awed. He couldn't even fight back. Hashirama, Madara said, voice heavy with certainty. When I cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, and become the new Sage of Six Paths, you'll finally understand how great what I've done truly is. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 418, Chapter. Tobirama and Minato, who'd been watching from the sidelines, were stunned by the sudden reversal. They rushed in to help. Tobirama flicked several formula kunai into the area around Madara, then gripped another kunai and launched Hiraishin Giri, Flying Thunder God Slash, aiming to take Madara's head. But even without eyes, Madara could still see perfectly. He merely shifted his body aside to evade Tobirama's strike, then snapped a back kick. Not only did it send Tobirama flying, it shattered half his face. Ha ha ha. So it really does hurt when I've got a real body. Madara threw his head back laughing, then turned toward Minato, who was charging in as well. Minato had already drawn on the power of the Nine-Tails. He became a yellow flash and appeared right in front of Madara, slamming a Rasengan toward Madara's chest. Madara dodged instantly, like the Sharingan was still there. Minato pressed the assault, fast and relentless, even using the opening to scatter his formula kunai around the field and accelerate his tempo through Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. In the next heartbeat. Thank. A kunai stabbed into Madara's arm. But Madara used the moment to clamp down on Minato's hand. Your Flying Thunder God really is fast, but I've got you now. It was obvious he'd done it on purpose, failed to dodge by a hair just to bait Minato into an opening. Most people couldn't pull that off, but Madara had fought through countless wars. For him, it wasn't difficult. And he'd noticed something different about Minato. There's tailed beast power in you. I get it, you're the father of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You split off part of the Nine-Tails power and sealed it into yourself. In that case, I'll take it without apology. As he spoke, one hand speared through Minato's abdomen, dragging out the Nine-Tails chakra. Over where Tenten was. After Black Zetsu forced Kabuto to cast Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, Kabuto should have died. But with Black Zetsu possessing him, he was left in a half-dead, half-living state, still a puppet on Black Zetsu's strings. Tenten and Shino rushed in, only to be blasted back by Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. Black Zetsu immediately seized Kabuto and slipped underground, burrowing toward Madara. Tenten's face twisted with anger. It's that Black Zetsu freak again. He just pops out of nowhere whenever he feels like it, and it's always to ruin everything. Black Zetsu really was like that, same as in the original story. Back then, after Six Paths Obito was defeated and wanted to use Rinne Rebirth to revive the people who died in the war, Black Zetsu suddenly possessed him, switched the target to Madara, and rewrote the entire battle. And later, when Minato tried to transfer the Nine-Tails into a dying Naruto, Black Zetsu had appeared again to steal the moment. He pulled off one absurd play after another, and the hero side still couldn't do a thing about him. A slippery old snake who'd lived for 1,000 years, he was infuriatingly agile, an expert at escaping, and even better at seizing the exact right timing. And more importantly, he had White Zetsu underground like radar across the battlefield. With that network and his Yukamao no Jutsu, Mayfly technique, letting him move silently beneath the earth, he could show up at every critical moment, make a play, and usually succeed. Just now, Tenten and Shino had looked away for a split second, distracted by the Tentails getting bisected, and Black Zetsu had immediately exploited it. It made her furious, and there was nothing she could do. Shino said, Black Zetsu definitely revived Madara. And now he's definitely returning Kabuto's Rinnegan to him. We need to stop it, fast. Right. We're going, now. Even knowing how dangerous Madara was, Tenten couldn't afford to hesitate. Meanwhile, inside the Kamui space. After a furious, all-out brawl between Obito and Kakashi, Kakashi's Chidori punched straight through Obito's heart, just like the day it had pierced Rin's heart. Kakashi froze in shock. He hadn't meant to kill Obito. Obito didn't spare him a glance. Fighting through the agony of dying, he forced himself out of the Kamui space and returned to the place he'd vanished from. But the instant he saw Madara, his expression collapsed. Madara, you actually revived. That was completely outside Obito's plan. He'd never intended to bring Madara back. He wanted to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki himself, he wanted to be the savior. Yes, he wanted a world with Rin in it, but he wanted to face her as a hero. He wanted to be the one who brought peace to the shinobi world. But now, Madara was alive. And Madara would never allow Obito to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. He'd reclaim his Rinnegan, and Obito would die as a pathetic joke. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. Obito, Madara said. I thought you died inside Kamui. As he spoke, he directly extracted the Nine-Tails from Minato and sealed it into himself, then kicked Minato aside like he was nothing. Seeing Obito's battered state, Madara was genuinely surprised. Because he could feel it, the curse mark he'd planted inside Obito, his hidden control mechanism, was gone. Obito was ruthless enough to destroy his own heart just to remove it. If White Zetsu hadn't modified his body, he would have died long ago. There was no way he should still be standing now. So Obito had done this because he believed he'd become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki next, and that once he succeeded, his body would repair itself. Madara pieced together a great deal in a heartbeat. With his mind, it wasn't hard. Right then, someone rose from the ground. It was Kabuto, dragged along under Black Zetsu's control. Obito's eyes sharpened in instant understanding. So it was you. You controlled Kabuto to revive Madara. There's no way Kabuto would have refused to use Shinra Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, on his own. Black Zetsu ignored him. He immediately dug out the Rinnegan and handed it over to Madara. Madara slotted the Rinnegan in, and could use it at once. By the time Tenten and Shino arrived, it was already too late. They were about to rush forward when they noticed Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato, 3 Hokage, standing off to the side, watching without making a move. Tenten. Shino. You're here. Minato quickly waved them over. Don't go in yet. Things are bad, we can't act recklessly. Hearing that, Tenten and Shino hurried to the Hokage's side, getting the situation in rapid bursts while watching the confrontation between Madara, Obito, and Black Zetsu unfold. Madara looked at Obito and spoke flatly. Obito. You're about to die. So it's time you return my Rinnegan. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 419, Chapter. Obito's heart sank. He knew this was coming. But he didn't want to give the Rinnegan back. In his current state, there was no way he could fight Madara head-on. And if he tried to absorb the Ten-Tails now, Madara would absolutely stop him. So what was he supposed to do? Madara's voice turned icy. What? You don't want to return it? Obito clenched his teeth. I'm not giving it back. I'm going to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. I'm the one who should be the savior. You old relic from the previous era, stop sticking your nose in. Oh. An old relic from the previous era. Madara started laughing. Ha, ha 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 ha. His laughter exploded into a roar. So you've finally grown bold enough to talk to me like that. Your wings have hardened, huh? But even if you refuse, what does it matter? I'll kill you and take the Rinnegan right back. Obito didn't flinch. Before I die, I'll destroy the Rinnegan with everything I've got. You. Madara's anger flared. He hadn't expected Obito to be this stubborn. The Rinnegan was powerful, sure, but only when it was used. At the end of the day it was still just an eyeball. Destroying it wasn't hard. With Obito's Kamui, he could twist-space the Rinnegan into ruin if he really wanted. That left Madara cautious, held hostage by his own greed. For a moment, he didn't know how to play it. That was when Black Zetsu stepped forward. Using Kabuto like a mouthpiece, it chuckled. Obito, you're doing great. Perfect timing, I'll introduce you to someone. You'll thank me for this. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, summoning, impure world reincarnation. It slapped its hands together, and a coffin rose out of the ground. Obito's face drained as a memory struck him, Kabuto's old threat. damn it, Kabuto. You actually dared to do it. I'll kill you. And then, under Obito's despairing stare, the coffin lid slowly creaked open. A girl stepped out, her face marked with colored patterns. Rin. Rin. Obito's tears spilled over. Obito, what's going on? Rin still looked dazed. Then her eyes landed on Minato. Minato-sensei, where is this? Didn't I die? What's happening? Minato opened his mouth, but no words came. He couldn't bring himself to say something that cruel. Rin, gentle as ever, hurried toward Obito. Obito, you're hurt. Let me take a look. She lifted her hands, about to use medical ninjutsu. Obito stared at her, at the contours of her face, every familiar line, feeling like he could look forever and never grow tired. If only time could stop right here. But in the next instant, Rin's hand suddenly reached for Obito's Rinnegan. Rin froze, horrified. Oh, Obito. What is this? I can't control myself. What's happening to me? Her eyes brimmed with frantic tears. Obito didn't blame her. How could he? How could he ever blame Rin? He knew exactly what this was. Black Zetsu had done it on purpose. Let Rin get close, then steal the eye in the moment Obito couldn't refuse her. And Obito didn't want to refuse her, even if the price was devastating. How could he ever refuse Rin? Tenten watched, dumbstruck, then sighed in helpless disgust. This damn love-brained idiot. I don't even know what to say anymore. Shino shook his head too. Maybe Rin is his entire world. Maybe he wants nothing but that love. Her death broke him so completely he was willing to kill his teacher and sensei mother, willing to start a shinobi world war, just to create a world where Rin exists. Someone like that is sick in the head. And there's no cure. The Senju brothers nodded in agreement. Sick in the head. No cure. Minato opened his mouth, then closed it again, still unable to say anything. He was a man who'd been willing to die with his wife. Maybe he could understand Obito, because a beloved mattered that much to a man. But he couldn't understand Obito either, because he would sacrifice himself for the one he loved, while Obito would destroy the world for her. Maybe, sick in the head, really was the only verdict. Rin, still not in control, stepped back and handed the Rinnegan over to Madara. After Madara fitted the eye into place, he looked at Obito's miserable state and, almost kindly, delivered the cruel truth. Obito. Do you think I chose you to inherit my plan by accident? I picked you because you were too naive, too full of love. When someone like that loses what they love, the hatred runs deeper. And the more naive you are, the easier you are to deceive. His tone sharpened like a blade. That's why I arranged for Rin to die right in front of you. And you really did fulfill your role beautifully. Now you can die. Obito's eyes went wide, disbelief splintering across his face. He'd heard the truth from Kakashi before, but in his heart, he never truly wanted to believe it. Even when suspicion gnawed at him, he still didn't dare accept it. Because if that was the truth, then his love meant nothing. Now that Madara had said it with his own mouth, Obito's mind turned to chaos, panic, shame, humiliation so intense he felt like he could die from it alone. At least Black Zetsu, somehow, showed a sliver of mercy. Obito, you've been helpful. Consider this your payment. Before you die, you can say a few words to the one you love. Make the most of it. Then it looked at Madara, the meaning clear, it was time to do the real work. Madara lifted his head. A perfect full moon hung in the sky, cold, round, and blue. It was the ideal moment to cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Don't you dare. Madara. Hashirama surged forward with Tobirama and Minato, moving to stop him. Tenten and Shino started to rush in too, but Minato stopped them. He knew those two kids would only be throwing their lives away. The three Hokage were already dead. They didn't have to fear dying again. But Madara was no longer the Madara they'd fought before. Rinbo, Hengoku, Limbo, Border Jail. Madara used the Rinnegan's power, splitting off invisible shadows around him. The moment the Senju brothers and Minato charged, those unseen clones slammed them down, pounding them into the earth. Madara followed up by firing black chakra rods, pinning all three Hokage to the ground so they couldn't move. Then his Uchiha laughter erupted, wild and triumphant. Ha 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 ha. No one in this world can stop me. Not even the Sage of Six Paths. That's what I say. And with the black rods in place, he launched himself toward the full moon. Tenten stared, frantic. Shino, what do we do? Shino answered immediately. We can't go in. If we do, we die. An enemy like that can only be handled by Natsuki. We need to get him a message, now, tell him what's happening. Oh okay. I'll write it. Tenten hurriedly got to work. Rin returned to Obito's side again, eyes full of worry. Obito, are you okay? Obito felt dazed, like he'd fallen back into the past, like Rin was still the same gentle Rin from back then. But now, he didn't even have the right to face her. Still, there was one more thing he had to do. In the next instant, he pulled Kakashi out of his space. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 420, Chapter. The moment Kakashi reappeared, he was about to try talking Obito down again, then he saw a familiar girl. Rin. How are you? And then he noticed the cracks on Rin's face and immediately understood, Edo Tensei. But he still couldn't understand why Edo Rin was here. Rin's eyes lit up the instant she saw him. Kakashi. It's been so long. You and Obito, you've both grown up so much. Kakashi didn't know what to say. There was joy, real joy, in that reunion, but he also knew this wasn't the time for any of it. Then Obito suddenly coughed up blood. Obito. Obito, are you okay? Rin panicked, rushing to him. Rin, one last thing. Please. Obito wanted to reach for her hand, but he didn't dare extend his arm. Rin, transplant my eye into Kakashi. Rin and Kakashi both jolted. Obito, why would you? Obito cut them off. Rin. Kakashi. I did too many things wrong in this life. I hurt too many people. Even if I wake up now, it doesn't change anything. His breath shook. I'm dying. Just like last time, this time, too, I want to give my eye to Kakashi. Kakashi, I want you to take my eye and protect this world. It's the only thing I can do now, my only atonement. Obito. Kakashi couldn't speak. Tears poured down anyway. He'd been trying to pull Obito back from the edge for so long, he never imagined that the moment Obito truly came to his senses would also be the moment his life ran out. Rin looked at Obito for a long time, eyes trembling, and then she nodded. Just like back then. No one could know how much pain and reluctance was tearing her apart inside. But she understood Obito, understood what he was trying to do, and why he couldn't keep going. Kakashi didn't refuse. He silently knelt and accepted the procedure. Thankfully, it wasn't complicated. The transplant was finished quickly, and after using Shosen no Jutsu, mystical palm technique, the eye could function immediately, though for Kakashi, the chakra drain was even worse than before. Good thing he still had a chakra battery to prop him up. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to use it at all. And besides, out here on the battlefield, his always goes even buff was basically stacked to the ceiling. In other words, he could use it. Even pulling out a Susanoo wouldn't be surprising at this point. Obito's empty eye socket seemed to curve with a faint, satisfied smile. With his last breath, he finally took Rin's hand, his final obsession, the one thing he couldn't let go of. He whispered, Rin. I want to hear how you truly feel. You have to say what's in your heart. If you don't, there won't be another chance. Rin looked like she was about to break down, but as an Edo Tensei she couldn't shed tears. She could only choke on her words. I like Kakashi. I've always liked him. Obito, I'm sorry. I always saw you as a little brother. That's good, that's how it should be. Just like Natsuki said, Rin loves Kakashi. That Rin is the truest Rin. And then Obito. His body went still, and his remaining life finally extinguished. Obito. Kakashi's eyes went wide, but no words came. Rin didn't react like a living person might. Instead, her body began to break apart into drifting light. With a soft smile, she said, Kakashi. I have to go too. If Obito walks that road alone, he'll cry. Getting to see you again, getting to confess to you. I'm satisfied. Her voice gentled even further. You have to live well, okay? I hope you'll be happy. Kakashi reached out, an instinctive, desperate hand. But all he could do was watch Rin disappear. His tears blurred everything. But he still remembered what mattered most. First, he collected Obito's body. He intended to take it back and bury him properly. Then he used Kamui to move toward Tenten and Shino to ask what was happening. With both Kamui eyes now, he should be able to help. On the other side, Natsuki stared at the Tentail's headless body, wondering if he should keep attacking. After he'd split the Tentails in half earlier, he realized its vitality was still absurd, it wasn't going to die easily. So he'd followed up with another attack, smashing its head into pulp. And even then, it still didn't seem dead. That kind of life force was downright monstrous. Sasuke, Naruto, Gaara, Fu, and Killer Bee gathered around as well, exchanging uneasy looks. Sasuke said, I think it's going to regenerate. We should use the opening to set up a large-scale sealing technique and lock it away completely. Right now we don't have a reliable way to kill it. It was a good suggestion. But it probably wouldn't happen. Because someone would stop them. A large-scale sealing technique. Not a bad idea. Madara's voice drifted in, and he arrived with Black Zetsu at his side. Natsuki, you really are strong. Opening the 7th gate and injuring the Ten-Tails this badly, in the shinobi world, you truly are the strongest. But this isn't over. His smile sharpened. I'm about to become stronger than you. I'll become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. I'll become the new Sage of 6 Paths. Power surged around him as he began absorbing the Ten-Tails itself. Rikudo, Jubi Jinchuriki Fuin, 6 Paths Ten-Tails Coffin Seal. As the jutsu took hold, the Ten-Tails, split in two, began to rush into Madara's body at terrifying speed, as if it were being pulled through a funnel. Naruto and the others instantly lunged to stop him. But even in that state, Madara could still use Rinbo, Hengoku, Limbo, Border Jail. Invisible shadows struck in an instant, blowing Sasuke and the others away like rag dolls. Whoosh! Natsuki flashed in front of Madara in a blink, snapping open the 7th gate. And firing a point-blank air cannon straight at him. But Madara was even more insane than anyone expected. He forced the Rinnegan's repulsive power to its limit, slamming that invisible force head-on into Natsuki's air cannon. The collision detonated into a violent explosion. In a single instant, everyone was blasted away by the shockwave. Everyone. Except Natsuki. Natsuki stood unmoving, as if the blast didn't even exist. He scanned through the smoke for Madara. A moment later, Madara rose to his feet. And the Ten-Tails was gone. Completely. It had been fully absorbed. Madara's mouth was smeared with blood, he'd clearly taken heavy damage from that air cannon. And yet he was smiling. No, he was laughing. Ha 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 ha. Natsuki, you really are strong. You nearly killed me. But now I'm the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. I'll gain 6 paths power, and you're no longer my match. Everyone's faces tightened, heavy with dread, as they watched Madara's body begin to change. His hair turned white. A marking appeared on his forehead. A white robe formed over him, and at the collar sat 6 dark red Magatama. 9 black orbs floated behind him, and in his hand was a shakuja-like staff. He looked exactly like a sage of 6 paths. And the pressure rolling off him was so terrifying that people couldn't even summon the will to resist. Madara had finally stepped into the 6 paths realm, becoming the second sage of 6 paths in the shinobi world. This is the sage of 6 paths, someone whispered. No one answered. They could only stare, stunned. At that moment, Kakashi arrived with Tenten, Shino, and the 3 Hokage, and they saw it too, shock freezing them in place. With the Ten-Tails clones wiped out, more people rushed over as well, Niji, Tsunade, the 4th Reikage, Anoki, and others, everyone staring at 6 paths Madara, their pupils trembling like earthquakes. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 421, Chapter. You're all here. Madara's gaze swept over them. His voice carried its own natural authority. The war is over. As the new sage of 6 paths, I will cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, and bring true peace to the shinobi world. Those who knew the truth turned pale with despair. So in the end, they still hadn't been able to stop Madara. Was the shinobi world really about to be destroyed? No way I'm letting you pull that off, Databeo. That familiar verbal tick rang out as Naruto stepped forward, voice hard with conviction. Up until now, I've worked my ass off to earn everyone's acknowledgement, worked my ass off to become Hokage. What, Mugen Tsukuyomi, what, creating an illusion world, isn't that just denying everything I've done? I'm not letting you get your way. Tsuchikage. Madara looked at Naruto and only smiled faintly, as if he couldn't be bothered wasting breath on an insect. But Naruto's words still landed. People who'd been drowning in hopelessness forced themselves upright. Yeah. Madara hadn't cast Infinite Tsukuyomi yet. That meant there was still time. They couldn't let him succeed. Living in a dream world was the last thing they wanted, never. Minato looked at his son and nodded, pride softening his face. Naruto, you've grown up. Sasuke, for once, agreed with Naruto. Madara. You still don't understand that Black Zetsu deceived you. The road you chose is wrong, so we're going to stop you. He snapped open his perfect Susanoo and surged forward. Naruto, Killer Bee, the 3 Hokage, the 5 Kage, everyone rushed in together, trying to crush Madara under the weight of united force. Madara merely smiled, motionless, while the black spheres floating behind him shifted and spread into a shield, effortlessly blocking every attack. Those were the hallmark of the Six Paths state. Good Adama, truth-seeking balls. Truth-seeking balls carried yin, yang and the 5 nature transformations. They could morph into any shape, serving as both spear and shield, and their power was overwhelming. Against them, ordinary attacks were like ants trying to shake a tree, completely useless. Right now, Madara truly was the strongest in the shinobi world. Humph, mere grains of sand. Madara snorted and used Rinbo, Hengoku, Limbo, Border Jail, again. Invisible shadows lashed out, instantly blasting countless people away. Naruto and Sasuke were thrown as well, crashing far off and going limp. Sakura's face went white as she sprinted to treat them, but it probably wouldn't do much. Madara followed with his own strikes. One blow erased half of Hashirama's body. Tobirama and Minato each lost an arm, reduced to drifting ash. And the strangest part. Even though all 3 were Edo Tensei bodies, the shattered parts didn't regenerate. Senjutsu power clearly suppressed Edo Tensei. The Sage of Six Paths really was terrifying beyond belief. Seeing every attacker flung aside, the people still standing felt dread and despair tighten around their throats. Just then, a man stepped forward with the heavy gait of a kappa. Kakashi jolted. "Guy, don't tell me you're..." Guy nodded solemnly. "Konoha's Azure Beast ends today. I'm evolving into a red beast. This is the moment I open that door. That door. The 8th gate. Shimon, Gate of Death. Opening the Gate of Death granted unimaginable power, at the cost of your life." Guy had resolved to burn everything. Lee's eyes brimmed with tears, but he couldn't stop him. He'd always known, once his teacher decided, nobody could change it. But then, Niji, who hadn't spoken until now, stepped in and blocked him. "Guy-sensei. It's not your turn yet." Guy blinked, startled. "Niji, what are you saying?" Niji pointed at his own eyes. "Sage eyes aren't just the Rinnegan. There's also the Tenseigan. I didn't understand how to develop these eyes before. But after seeing Madara step into the Six Paths realm, I think I finally get it." His voice sharpened, calm and certain. "My eyes can help me enter Six Paths as well." The words hit like lightning. Everyone stared, and then hope exploded across their faces. If Niji reached Six Paths too, then maybe they could actually fight Six Paths Madara. Niji walked forward, meeting Madara head-on. "We're both descendants of the sage. If you can enter Six Paths, so can I." His eyes narrowed. "And you needed the Ten Tails power." "I don't." He raised his hand. "Watch, Tenseigan Chakra Modo, Tenseigan Chakra Mode." His Tenseigan power erupted. Green chakra cloaked his entire body. As he kept feeding it, black spheres began forming around him one after another. 1, 2, 3. Until 9 truth-seeking balls hovered behind him. In that instant, his presence surged upward, until it stood level with Madara's. Niji had successfully stepped into Six Paths. Madara's brow lifted, intrigued. "Oh. So you really did manage to reach Six Paths. I didn't expect you to be the real threat." Cheers and gasps rippled through the ranks. Hyuga clan members, Hayashi among them, broke down in tears. Their heavenly ninja had become a new sage of Six Paths. For the Hyuga, this wasn't just taking off. It was surpassing every peak in their history. Guy exhaled, relieved. If Niji was stepping up, then Guy didn't have to die. His resolve had been interrupted, his youth wouldn't blaze in that final eruption. But he'd been saved. Natsuki spoke quickly. "Niji, he's stronger than you. Be careful. Everyone else, fall back. Don't get caught in the fallout. Kakashi-senpai and I will support you at any moment. We're taking Madara down." Kakashi nodded, expression grave. With dual Kamui Mangekyo now, he could finally contribute at full power. Everyone agreed. They dragged the unconscious to safety and retreated, clearing the field for a clash of legends. Only the 3 Hokage stayed. They were battered and missing pieces, but they might still be useful. More importantly, they weren't afraid to die. If it came down to it, they could take a hit meant for someone else. And surprisingly, Orochimaru stayed too. He licked his face with an unnaturally long tongue, eyes gleaming with excitement. So both kinds of sage eyes can reach Six Paths, and the Byakugan path seems even better. His mind raced. True, evolving the Byakugan into the Tenseigan is difficult. But you don't need to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and it isn't exclusionary like the Sharingan. After the war, I should find a way to obtain some Byakugan. He tilted his head, already planning. If we win, I won't dare act recklessly. With a sage of Six Paths in the Hyuga, I can't afford to offend them, so getting Byakugan directly probably won't happen. I'll have to research cloning. If I can acquire some Hyuga blood, I can cultivate a Byakugan that way. As for why the Byakugan was so special, that was obvious. Kaguya's primary eye was the Byakugan. The Rinnetensegan was only the third eye on her forehead. The main eye was bound to be stronger than the auxiliary one, right? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Salem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 422, Chapter. Natsuki waved to Tenten and Shino, signaling for them not to worry. Then he looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, why are you still here? Aren't you afraid the aftershocks will tear you apart? Orochimaru just smiled. A battle between sages, how could I miss it? Don't bother worrying about whether I live or die. Focus on fighting. You can't lose, or the shinobi world really will be destroyed. Hearing that, Natsuki couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore and instead locked onto Madara. At this moment, Niji stood facing Madara, the pressure rolling off both of them climbing to its peak until the air itself felt scorched. The next second, Niji moved first. 3 Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, shot from his side, streaking straight at Madara. It was only a probing attack. Niji had just reached the 6 paths level for the first time. He knew Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, were powerful, but he didn't yet know exactly how powerful, nor how they compared to Madara's. Madara decisively shaped his own Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, into a circular shield. Niji's 3 orbs slammed into it, blocked cleanly. But the collision detonated into a terrifying shockwave. A gale erupted across a radius of nearly a mile, violent enough to make the ground howl. Just a simple clash, and it produced that kind of force. Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, were truly monstrous. And because of that, everyone more or less understood what it meant. Their Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, were about the same in raw strength. The difference was that Madara fought alone, while Niji had allies backing him. In theory, that meant Niji held the advantage. But Madara's pride was higher than the heavens. He wasn't the type to fear a disadvantage. For years, he'd fought alone anyway. This was nothing new. He tried a different approach, shaping 5 Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, into kunai-like forms and firing them at Niji. Niji wrapped 2 of his own Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, around his hands and began using Hakusho, 8 trigrams palm, to knock the incoming orb kunai away one after another. As expected, he still preferred the fighting style he knew best. The Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, simply boosted both his offense and defense. He was still feeling it out, but his talent was absurd. Almost immediately, he started building a style that belonged to him alone. With a sharp whoosh, he blurred forward at extreme speed, striking with Hakusho, 8 trigrams palm, again and again. Each palm carried a tidal, overwhelming might. If Madara took even one clean hit, it would be a grievous wound at minimum. Madara couldn't help himself, he actually applauded. Good kid. Your talent is incredible. Does Konoha really have to be overflowing with monsters like you? Even as he praised him, he raised his Shikujo staff to parry, while simultaneously controlling the Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, at his side, shaping them into various ninja tools and launching a relentless barrage. Niji's combat instincts were just as terrifying. His Hakusho, 8 trigrams palm, flowed without pause, and his Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, automatically guarded his body. For a time, he actually drove Madara back step by step. They were moving so fast that no ordinary person could even approach. Every collision between them kicked up shockwaves strong enough to crush the battlefield around them. Natsuki and the others didn't act rashly. They were support. If they forced their way in, they wouldn't help at all. They'd only drag Niji down. Still, under Niji's fierce assault, Madara began to show the first signs of losing ground. Madara activated Rinbo, Hengoku, Limbo, Border Jail, striking with invisible shadows. But Niji's eyes were no longer the Byakugan, they were the Tensegan, evolved beyond it. Invisible shadows didn't mean anything to him. His palms flashed, fast as stormlight, shattering several of the shadow attackers. Then he erupted with a brand new move. Rikudo Shinkageki, 6 paths divine vacuum strike. Boom. Niji slammed a palm forward. That strike contained the power mechanics of Hakusho, 8 trigrams palm, fused with repulsive force and 6 paths senjutsu, and he even shaped a Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, into a palm seal, sending it out with the blow. Space itself twisted in front of the impact, like reality had been grabbed and wrung. Just seeing that palm was enough to understand its terror. If Madara got hit head-on, he'd be crippled even if he didn't die. Madara didn't dare underestimate it. He hadn't expected Niji to be so gifted, so quickly weaving 6 paths power into his clan's palm techniques and forging a new, overwhelming move. Compared to that, the rest of them really did look lacking. And yet Madara was thrilled. To step into the 6 paths realm and still find an opponent worthy of him, this was something to celebrate. Ha 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 ha. Niji, I acknowledge you. In pure talent, I, Madara, am inferior to you. Laughing wildly, he yanked the war fan from his back and covered it completely with Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, intending to use the fan and the orbs together to fling the incoming Rikudo Shinkageki, 6 Paths Divine Vacuum Strike, back at Niji. But at that critical instant, Natsuki flicked Kakashi a look. Kakashi understood immediately. His Mangekyo spun, and he unleashed Kamui, warping space from afar and twisting the Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, off the surface of the fan, leaving the fan itself exposed. Damn. Madara's expression snapped tight. He hadn't expected that. But the palm seal of Rikudo Shinkageki, 6 Paths Divine Vacuum Strike, was already there. It struck the war fan dead on. A sharp crack rang out. The fan didn't deflect the force, under that impact, it shattered on the spot. And then came the roar of destruction as Madara was swallowed by the surging palm force. Hashirama and Tobirama couldn't help but praise him. That was beautiful, Kakashi. You picked the moment perfectly, Minato added without holding back. Kakashi scratched his head, a little embarrassed. In truth, it was Natsuki's signal that reminded him, he'd only acted in time because of that. And the real terror was Niji's attack. Kakashi hadn't expected Niji to be this extraordinary, either. He'd only just entered the 6 Paths realm, yet he was already combining his palm techniques with 6 Paths power to create a new move. Even Madara had admitted inferiority. It was downright unreal. It really made it feel like the Hyuga clan had once rescued a giant eagle with Moonlight Whitebird, and now that eagle had broken free of its cage and become a world-soaring rock. Be careful. He's definitely not dead. Natsuki warned. I know. Of course Niji knew. His eyes saw everything clearly. As the dust and smoke dispersed, Madara stood there, scuffed and battered, but alive. In that final instant, he'd fully erupted the repulsive force of his Rinnegan, weakening part of the Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, power. And the sage's body was absurdly durable, with recovery to match. Killing him wouldn't be that easy. Madara counterattacked immediately. He tossed the shattered war fan aside, raised one hand and formed a sword finger seal against his brow, then, in the next second, both palms erupted with dense, purple lightning, engulfing Niji in an instant. Senpo, Intan Raipa, Sage Art, Een release lightning surge. Rumble, crash. Violet lightning raged like a living disaster, as if it could shred space itself. But Niji didn't panic in the slightest. His Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, began spinning around him, and repulsive force and senjutsu gathered into his hands as he spun as well. This was clearly the foundation of Kaiten, Heavenly Spin. Senpo Juken, Rikudo Kaiten, Sage Art Gentle Fist, 6 Paths Heavenly Spin. In an instant, a massive spherical barrier formed with Niji as its center. The violet lightning slammed into it, and was completely reflected back, unable to deal so much as a scratch. Madara could only use his Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, to block the rebounding lightning as it came screaming back toward him. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 423, Chapter. Not until Niji's Kaiten, Heavenly Spin, came to a stop did Madara launch another attack. He stared at Niji, and despite himself, sank into thought. He had praised Niji earlier, but in truth, Madara had always been fiercely proud of his own talent. Yet Niji's aptitude was genuinely beyond imagination. To be outshone by a junior like this left a bitter taste in his mouth. So he raised his free hand. All 9 Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, gathered into his palm and compressed, finally into a massive black sword. Then he swung it down with brutal force. Niji narrowed his eyes, sensing the power packed into that black greatsword. If that blade came down, it would slice open the land of lightning itself, damage on a planetary scale, with the potential to trigger catastrophic natural disasters. So it needed to be stopped. Niji immediately unleashed Rikudo Kaiten, 6 Paths Heavenly Spin, again, and a huge spherical barrier formed around him once more. The next second, the black greatsword crashed down and locked against the barrier. The clash produced an earth-shaking impact, and it even stirred up a violent thunderstorm, forcing Natsuki and the others to retreat under the pressure. The two forces remained deadlocked, neither side giving an inch. But anyone with eyes could tell, Madara looked relatively relaxed, while Niji was the one burning stamina. Once Niji's spinning force ran dry, he'd be split in two. Even if he could dodge at the last moment, there was no way he'd escape unhurt. Natsuki knew they couldn't keep watching. He flashed Kakashi a look again, and charged forward himself. Kakashi understood instantly. He activated dual Kamui, condensing several Kamui shuriken into his palm and whipping them out toward the black greatsword. You're not even at the 6 Paths level, and you dare interfere. That's just asking to die. Madara sneered. Below 6 Paths, all were ants. He was wary of Kamui's potential, and he was wary of Natsuki's suicidal 8th gate, but Kakashi's mere shuriken attack wasn't something he considered worth his attention. Then the Kamui shuriken struck. Space twisted violently. The black greatsword was forcibly warped and deformed, an entire section of it sheared away as if reality itself had taken a bite. Niji was freed from beneath the blade and immediately stopped spinning, exhaling hard in relief. Natsuki kept sprinting forward. The instant he opened the 7th gate, his speed skyrocketed. He was in Madara's face in the blink of an eye. Madara snapped out 4 Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, trying to erase Natsuki in one sweep. But a formula kunai flew into Natsuki's path. And Minato flashed into existence in front of it, taking the 4 Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, with his own body, then instantly using Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to teleport away. The result jolted Madara. He hurriedly formed the remaining Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, into a curved shield. But Niji's Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, arrived at the same time, shaping into 2 giant hands that seized the curved shield and ripped it open, fully exposing Madara. Shine! Madara! Natsuki roared. He drove a kick into Madara's body. A thunderous boom exploded outward. The force tore at space and earth alike, half of Madara's body detonated on the spot, and he was hurled backward, slamming into the ground hard enough to punch out 10 deep craters in succession. Natsuki didn't fool himself for a second. Madara wasn't dead. Taijutsu alone could damage a 6 Paths body, sure, but it couldn't kill it. Madara would regenerate almost immediately. So Natsuki flung a whole handful of Formula Kunai after him, trying to chain Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, for speed. But Madara saw the plan and immediately blasted everything away with repulsive force. Natsuki had no choice but to charge in on foot. Niji, Kakashi, and the 3 Hokage moved with him, pressing the advantage, intent on crushing the ultimate demon enemy once and for all. Madara opened his mouth and fired off a sage art technique, an outright laser sweep that forced Natsuki and the others to halt for a split second. At the same time, Madara's body regenerated rapidly. Then he abruptly expelled the tentails from within himself, and even spat out a huge jar. No, not a jar. It was the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying pot. Only after doing all that did he finally seem to relax, chuckling lightly. No wonder my body felt heavy. Turns out I was carrying too much inside. Heh. 6 Paths tools, what boring junk. And you, Tentails. Your mission isn't finished. Grow up already. He punted the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying pot, far away, even tossing out a casual joke as he did it. The Tentails immediately rooted itself into the earth, transforming into a towering colossus of a tree, its final form. The Chakra Divine Tree. At the top of the tree was a flower bud, and inside the bud sat a Rinne Sharingan, reaching out for the moon's power, preparing to cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. So this is the Divine Tree. Hashirama frowned. I've got a bad feeling about it. Is that Baka really going to activate Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi? It feels like he's unleashing some kind of monster. He didn't know the truth, but his instincts weren't wrong. If he could see the Black Zetsu hidden underground, he'd notice that Black Zetsu's face was twisted with exhilaration and fanatic joy. Black Zetsu had waited for this day for so long it felt like 1,000 years. Today, he could finally free Mother. But before Black Zetsu and Madara could celebrate, the sky suddenly darkened. Heavy clouds swallowed the moonlight, and thunder and lightning rolled across the heavens. The 2 of them froze in disbelief. Wait, where the hell did a thunderstorm come from? Earlier, when the Tentails had stirred heaven and earth, it had blown all the clouds away in this area. The sky had been crystal clear, tonight should have been a blanket of stars with the moon hanging bright overhead. How could it suddenly change like this? In reality, it was the Allied forces, those who had already pulled back. After Tenten and Shino retreated, they felt deeply unwilling to accept it. They'd worked so hard to become stronger, so they could fight alongside Natsuki. But the battle's dimension was too high. Their strength didn't even qualify them to step into it. The frustration stung. They still wanted to do something. And then Tenten remembered something her husband had once said half as a joke: if it was rainy and the moon couldn't be seen, then maybe Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, couldn't be cast. So she immediately went to everyone and laid out her idea. If we can't do anything else, then let's all work together and make a storm. Cover that damn moon. I want to see how Madara launches Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, when he can't even see it. Ha ha ha. Great idea. The 5 Kage were familiar with it. Back when Natsuki joked about it, most of them had been present. They hadn't taken it seriously then, but now, it might actually be worth trying. After all, none of them could join a battle at that level. The unwillingness in their hearts was intense. They hated their own weakness, and they all wanted to contribute somehow. Now that there was a method, even a crude one, their enthusiasm surged. They knew Madara could likely disperse the clouds with ease. But if they could create even a little trouble, it was still something. Maybe they could buy Natsuki's side an opening, create a moment where Madara had to focus on clearing the sky, and in that moment, land a decisive strike. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 424, Chapter. So the Raikage stepped up again and played the role of commander, immediately organizing the advisory unit for an emergency meeting. The advisors argued at top speed and quickly produced a plan to manufacture a violent thunderstorm, then began assigning tasks. Anyone who could use Suiton, water release, would spray water. Anyone who could use Katon, fire release, would boil it. The goal was simple: generate massive amounts of steam, build dense cloud cover as fast as possible, and have the Futon, wind release, users whip up dust and sand while pushing the cloud mass toward the main battlefield. As for lightning, waiting for the clouds to naturally produce it would take too long. They needed shinobi coordination. Tenten directly pulled out the lightning release sword Kiba and, with a surge of chakra, drew lightning down through the cloud layer. In no time, the thunderstorm was complete. Hee, honey, I put your plan into action. That means I helped, right? So you have to win, we're still going to get married and have kids. Under Tenten's whisper, the storm clouds were driven onward by the allied forces' gale force winds. And by sheer coincidence, the divine tree appeared at that moment, rooting into the earth as if it were trying to answer the moon. Everyone instantly started cheering the clouds on like they were a living thing. Go. Cover it. Clouds, you can do it. Block the moon. Cover that damn moon completely. To hell with Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The thunderclouds answered their wish, finally sliding into place, wedging themselves between the divine tree and the moon and blotting the moonlight out. Cheers erupted across the allied ranks. The despair and resentment that had been choking everyone eased, at least a little. They'd done something. Even if it wasn't enough to decide the war, it was still better than doing nothing. And while they had no idea it was happening, the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto had their consciousness tugged by an unseen force, pulled into a strange, unfamiliar space. An old man stood before them. His appearance was almost identical to Madara in his Six Paths form. Sasuke and Naruto immediately understood. You're the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths nodded. I am the Sage of Six Paths. My name is Hagoromo. I have been watching the shinobi world, and watching you. Within you are the reincarnated chakra of my two sons, Ashura and Indra. Soon, Hagoromo told them the story of his sons. Indra was a genius, but arrogant. Ashura was a failure in talent, but unbreakable in will. They fought each other, and Hagoromo ultimately left his inheritance to Ashura. Indra's resentment only deepened, and their conflict escalated until it consumed everything. Even after death, their chakra continued to reincarnate, repeating the same cycle of opposition in the shinobi world. And in this generation, Ashura's chakra rested in Naruto, while Indra's chakra rested in Sasuke. As for why the two of them were supposed to be opposed, well, for some special reason, they didn't seem fiercely opposed at all. If anything, they'd become friends. But the point was, the two of them were, in effect, Hagoromo's sons. Then Hagoromo explained the real danger. If Madara cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, it would release the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, Hagoromo's own mother. When that happened, the shinobi world would face an apocalypse. So Hagoromo placed the responsibility on their shoulders, ordering them to save the world. And with that, he granted them his gifts. Naruto's right hand received the sealing jutsu's yang power. He awakened Six Paths Sage mode and learned yin-yang release techniques. Sasuke's left hand received the sealing jutsu's yin power. His left eye evolved into a six-tomo Rinnegan. When Kagaya was released, all they would need to do was combine yang power and yin power to activate the sealing jutsu together, sealing Kagaya away once again, saving the world. It was an absurdly forced shortcut to Six Paths power. But there was no helping it. These two were the protagonists. The saviors. Sasuke stared at the crescent mark on his left palm and suddenly said, "So, you once sent Natsuki a dream, didn't you?" Naruto blinked. The Sage of Six Paths sent Natsuki a dream. What's that supposed to mean? How come I never knew about this? Sasuke shot him a look. Because you were weak back then, and you never stopped running your mouth. Who would trust you with something like that? Anyway, Natsuki knew the truth. He shared it with me, with Niji, with Lady Tsunade, and with Jiraiya, and later Lady Tsunade even made it public at the 5 Kage summit. So a lot of people already know that Obito was used, that Madara was deceived by Black Zetsu, and that Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, is a complete scam, just Black Zetsu's plan to revive his mother. So that's what happened, Databeo. You guys suck, why'd you hide it from me? Naruto bristled, feeling like everyone had shut him out, even though he should have been allowed to know. Sasuke could only feel exhausted. He just said Naruto was weak and loud. If they told him, he'd probably leak it to the enemy within an hour. Hagoromo hesitated for a moment, then admitted, yes. I was the one who sent that child, Natsuki, a dream. He had been watching the shinobi world, watching his son's reincarnations, so he naturally knew of Natsuki as well. He'd been shocked when Natsuki revealed the truth, and what left him speechless was that Natsuki claimed it was due to a dream from the Sage of Six Paths. Hagoromo didn't understand Natsuki's origins, and he didn't know why Natsuki knew so much. But he could tell Natsuki's intentions weren't malicious, so he simply accepted the claim. Naruto grew even more curious. Sage Grandpa, then why did you send the dream to Natsuki? If we've got your son's chakra inside us, shouldn't you have sent it to us? Ahem. Hagoromo coughed, momentarily at a loss. After struggling with it, he gave an answer. It was for fairness. My sons fought, it wouldn't do for me to openly favor either one. And even if I sent the dream to you too, you likely wouldn't have believed it. So I chose that child, Natsuki. He's smart, strong, and able to think calmly. I believed he would be of great help. Sasuke nodded without hesitation. In his view, that was exactly right, and Natsuki had helped him more than anyone. Sasuke wouldn't say it out loud, but most of the money he'd needed, Natsuki had covered it. He was genuinely grateful. Hearing Hagoromo praise Natsuki like this made Sasuke happy for him. All right, Hagoromo said. Time's running out. You need to go. The battle is growing more intense, you have to help. As soon as the words fell, Naruto and Sasuke's consciousness snapped back into their bodies. They woke up. Sakura lit up in relief. Sasuke-kun. Are you okay? Tsunade hurried to check them as well. Naruto and Sasuke are fine. It looks like they were just knocked unconscious, probably some concussion symptoms from Madara's attack. Sasuke immediately asked, what's the situation now? Sakura rapidly explained what she knew, but all she could say was that everyone had retreated. She didn't know the current state of the main battle. Naruto and Sasuke couldn't sit still for another second. No. We have to go. Naruto barked. Tenten, use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, and send us to Natsuki. Now. If we're any later, we might not make it in time. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 425, Chapter. Over on this side, Madara stared at the thunderclouds blanketing the sky, utterly dumbstruck. Natsuki and Kakashi, on the other hand, couldn't help laughing. Kakashi said, Natsuki, you suggested we make it a rainy night, didn't you? Looks like after everyone retreated, they didn't just sit around, they actually managed to whip up a thunderstorm. The timing couldn't have been better. Honestly, it's brilliant. Natsuki hadn't expected it either. He'd only tossed it out as an offhand idea. He never thought they'd actually run with it. Hearing that, the three Hokage exchanged looks. So you two knew Madara's plan ahead of time, and even arranged this kind of countermeasure. No wonder Madara looked so stunned. He was probably one step away from cursing everyone out. Madara's face darkened. So this is the allied shinobi's little stunt. Petty tricks. It's just a thundercloud, dispersing it isn't exactly impossible. You can try, Niji said, eyes sharp and predatory. Let's see if I can't catch the opening and kill you. To be honest, the storm really did help. Against an opponent at the same Six Paths level, even the smallest lapse could be seized instantly. If you slipped for even a moment, you could genuinely die. And Madara wasn't only facing Niji, Natsuki was terrifying in his own right. Madara hadn't forgotten how Natsuki had blown his body apart with a single kick. It meant Natsuki could reach Six Paths level force just by opening the 7th gate. Even if Taijutsu couldn't kill a sage outright, it could still destroy the body and create an opening for teammates to finish the job. On top of that, Kakashi's Kamui was downright unfair, warping space at range was perfect support. With all of that stacked against him, Madara really couldn't casually try to blow the storm away. And Natsuki wasn't about to give him time to breathe. He charged again, one kick snapping out with such violence that it produced a crushing air cannon. Madara hurriedly defended with good Adama, truth-seeking orbs, but even so, the orbs shuddered under the pressure, vibrating like they might explode at any second. That level of pure taijutsu was horrifying. Hashiman Tonko, Dainana Keimon Oji, 8 gates, 7th gate secret technique, Sakizo Kai, Seizo, Evening Elephant, modified, Star Elephant. First speed. Natsuki blurred in, then drove a straight punch that launched an even faster, even stronger air cannon, slamming Madara down so hard he was pinned to the ground and couldn't move. Opening only the 7th gate, Natsuki had already reached the level of Gai-sensei's 8th gate power. So he shamelessly dragged an 8th gate technique down into the 7th gate. And because the aura was a blue current of chakra, he renamed it Star Elephant. Compared to a Star Tiger, this was naturally far stronger, so he used it without hesitation. Madara strained to knock the air cannon away. But the next second Natsuki was already at his flank, another kick firing off an air cannon that was faster and heavier than before. Second speed. Boom. Wrapped inside a spherical shield of Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, Madara was blasted backward. The air cannon dragged him along in a roaring tide of pressure, like it was trying to part the earth's hair down the middle, gouging a path as it forced him to plow across the ground. Third speed. Fourth speed. 2 more consecutive air cannons hammered down, continuing to suppress Madara, until faint cracks even began to appear on the Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs. That made Madara's eyes widen in genuine shock. He could no longer stay calm. He never imagined that an air cannon produced purely by taijutsu could become powerful enough to destroy Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, reinforced by the power of the Path of Heaven. It was absurd. Fifth speed. Boom. The final air cannon slammed Madara straight into the earth, carving out a massive pit so deep it seemed bottomless. The Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, shield detonated on the spot, and the remaining force shattered Madara's temple, leaving his body severely damaged. Recovery wouldn't be quick this time. Luckily, Natsuki stopped. And he closed the 7th gate. Steam rose from his body. He panted harshly, clearly drained, and undoubtedly enduring pain that most people couldn't even imagine. To beat Madara down to this state was already unbelievable. The 3 Hokage were completely stunned. They didn't even know how to describe the shock in their hearts. They'd always believed Natsuki was strong, but none of them had ever imagined he could suppress Madara through taijutsu alone. Young shinobi these days were terrifying. Niji, however, wasn't surprised at all. Natsuki had always been strong. Even now that Niji had reached the 6 paths level, he still didn't feel like he'd surpassed Natsuki, because until you truly fought him, you'd never know. Natsuki was like a mystery. His depth never seemed to have an end. As long as Natsuki was there, it felt like you didn't need to fear losing. He was the pillar, the anchor, the core that made everyone feel safe. So this outcome was, in a sense, exactly what Niji expected. Kakashi, too, stood frozen for a moment, then his expression softened into pure pride. He remembered the time Guy had brought Natsuki to him, the boy's face still young as he spoke about wanting to grow stronger, about protecting the people who mattered most. Now Kakashi felt something he couldn't put into words. Deep, aching satisfaction. That boy had grown up. And he was truly making good on his promise. Not just protecting everyone, he was fighting to protect the entire shinobi world. Kakashi had been right about him. And then... whoosh! Sasuke and Naruto suddenly appeared beside Natsuki, startling everyone. Only when they realized it was their own people did they relax. Kakashi immediately demanded, "Naruto, Sasuke, why are you here? This isn't something you can handle. Leave, now." Naruto grinned with confidence. "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. We just met the Sage of 6 Paths, Grandpa. He gave me and Sasuke power. We can fight Madara too, now." "Ah. The Sage of 6 Paths could just hand out power like that. So what, couldn't he power up tens of thousands of allied shinobi too? Even temporary borrowed strength would do. They could jump Madara together, how perfect would that be?" That thought flashed through everyone's minds. But nobody said it out loud, because everyone knew it wasn't possible. The fact that Hagoromo had empowered Naruto and Sasuke at all was already a miracle. Now they had 2 more helpers, meaning their odds improved sharply. Sasuke looked at Natsuki. "Natsuki, don't tell me you got bullied by Madara. Relax. I'll avenge you." In truth, they'd wanted Tenten to teleport them over earlier, but everyone had refused no matter what. Only after they mentioned receiving Hagoromo's power did the others finally agree, and Tenten used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to send them here. At least they'd arrived in time. Natsuki's side was still standing. But seeing how rough Natsuki looked, Sasuke assumed he'd taken a beating. Good thing they were here now. Natsuki rolled his eyes. "That's a terrible choice of words. I just beat Madara until he couldn't even fight back. You should really be clear about who bullied who." He exhaled and waved it off. "Whatever. I'm going to rest. You two take it from here." With that, he decisively retreated to Kakashi's side. Opening the 7th gate wasn't hard for him, but he'd been using it continuously since the fight with the Ten Tails, and just now he'd forced Star Elephant on top of it. The drain was real, and his body hurt. He needed a moment. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 426, Chapter. Sasuke and Naruto didn't really believe what Natsuki said. They knew Natsuki was strong, but Madara was 6 paths tier. That wasn't someone you could just casually beat down. And Natsuki claiming he'd beaten Madara until he couldn't fight back at all, honestly, it sounded like bragging. Still, no one else reacted like it was nonsense. Which made it feel like it might actually be true. It was hard to tell. Niji said, "Now's not the time to chat. Madara got driven underground by Natsuki, he must be injured. We need to wipe him out while we can." With that, Niji flew straight above the massive crater. And Madara was gone. He vanished. Where did he go? Niji pushed his Tenseiken to its limit, sweeping his gaze across the land. Almost instantly, he locked onto 2 presences. Black Zetsu was dragging Madara underground, slipping away through the earth. Madara's body was mangled, clearly wrecked by Natsuki, and he was in the middle of regenerating. Strike while he's sick. Finish him. Niji lifted a hand and unleashed gravitational pull, ripping the earth up and yanking them out by force. Madara and the Black Zetsu clinging to his shoulder reappeared. Black Zetsu was still controlling Kabuto. Just now, he'd used a Mayfly underground technique to quietly carry Madara away, and being exposed like this instantly sent him into a panic. Maybe Black Zetsu truly hadn't expected the allied forces to produce so many monsters. Niji had entered the 6 paths level. Natsuki could blow apart a 6 paths body with just the 7th gate. Kakashi's Kamui was a cheat code support. And now 2 even more ridiculous people had shown up. It was suffocating. Sasuke stared at Niji's transformed presence and finally caught up. "Niji, you're 6 paths too." Naruto jolted. "Niji's 6 paths? How did you do that?" "We only got there because the Sage of 6 Paths Grandpa helped us, how did you?" It wasn't their fault they didn't know. They'd been knocked out. Niji had stepped up afterward. But Niji shook his head. "Not now. We kill Madara first. Black Zetsu too. And we destroy the Divine Tree. Whatever it takes, stop Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi." "Got it. That thing's the Divine Tree, right? Then watch this." Naruto locked onto the towering tree and immediately entered 6 paths Sage mode, still blazing gold, except now he had several Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, floating beside him. He enlarged one Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, cupped it in his palm, and began compressing a chakra sphere with tailed beast chakra. He only had a severed fragment of the 9 tails left inside him, so his tailed beast chakra reserve wasn't huge, but combined with a Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, it was more than enough. Tailed beast bomb Rasengan Shuriken. Take this. Naruto didn't know the proper name for Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, so he named it after a tailed beast bomb. The instant he threw it, space seemed to warp, and in the next breath, it cleaved through the Divine Tree from its lowest trunk. Boom. The enormous Divine Tree crashed down. The tree was unbelievably tough. Without overwhelming power, you couldn't even damage it. But for Naruto, that was trivial. Meanwhile, Sasuke locked onto Madara. His 6-tomo Rinnegan activated a Menotejikara, swapping places with a rock beside Madara and appearing in front of him in an instant. Chibaku Tensei. He slammed a hand forward, intending to trigger it centered on Madara, to bind and seal him right there. But Madara wasn't about to let that happen. Sasuke didn't even have Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, he only had the 6-tomo Rinnegan. Madara judged it manageable. He simply opened his mouth and fired a Sage Art laser straight at Sasuke's face, interrupting the technique. Sasuke barely dodged in time. If he'd been even a fraction slower, he would have shown up, tried to look cool, and been instantly erased. He immediately transformed into his final Susanoo form, using the Rinnegan's power to fuse the small amount of tailed beast chakra inside him into Susanoo, making it truly flesh and blood, like a real giant. Its attack and defense surged dramatically. With one swing, the ultimate Susanoo blade looked like it could split mountains. Madara originally meant to block with Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, but sensing something abnormal in that slash, he chose to fly away and evade instead. As for Black Zetsu, he could fend for himself. Black Zetsu, still controlling Kabuto, tried to run. But a gravitational pull seized him. From far away, Niji yanked Kabuto back with attraction, dragging him toward the battlefield as Sasuke's Susanoo blade descended. But Madara used Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, as well, snatching Black Zetsu and Kabuto away even more forcefully. Because Madara was closer, he stole them right out from under Niji's grip. Boom. Sasuke's sword cleaved down, tearing the earth open and triggering a violent quake. If Madara hadn't dodged, he would have been shredded by the sword's force. Naruto yelled, "Sasuke, be careful. What if you split the whole shinobi world in half?" Sasuke didn't bother replying. Of course he understood how terrifying his strength was now. If he truly wanted to, destroying the shinobi world wouldn't be difficult, but he could control his power. He wasn't going to casually bisect the planet. Naruto was just talking nonsense again. Madara looked disheveled, but he didn't despair. He'd waited in the shadows for years just to reach this moment, there was no way he'd give up now. Black Zetsu urgently warned him, "Madara-sama, it's time to gamble everything." Madara knew time was running out. And he was close to the severed divine tree, close enough to hear it calling him. So he decisively drew the divine tree into his body. Natsuki looked utterly exasperated and barked, "Hurry up and absorb it already." Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji rushed in. But Madara poured everything he had into it. He absorbed the divine tree completely at top speed, achieving an undying body. At the same time, his will exploded outward. He unleashed Rinbo, Hengoku, Limbo, Border Jail, at full power, blasting Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji away. Then he shot into the sky at maximum speed, his sheer killing intent alone scattering the thunderclouds into nothing. Moonlight flooded down again. And it looked blood-red. As if the crimson moon itself were Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan, radiating a dreadful omen that made your skin crawl the moment you looked at it. Madara stared up at that blood moon and, without hesitation, opened the Rinne Sharingan in his brow. He began the ocular technique. Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The blood moon reflected the pattern of the Rinne Sharingan, then exploded in white light that instantly swallowed the entire shinobi world. In that moment, nearly everyone's eyes turned into spirals as they fell into the illusion. Orochimaru stared up at the sky, dumbstruck. "I finally have a Rinnegan." Sasuke had sensed the danger in advance. He immediately raised his special Susanoo, shielding Naruto and Neji inside it, only then did the three of them avoid being caught by Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Natsuki, however, merely lifted a brow. He showed no sign of being affected at all. Because he was genuinely immune to Genjutsu. And he wasn't panicked. If anything, he looked like he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Otsutsuki are invaders from outside. Someday, we'll have to face them again. I'm sure I won't be caught by Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, and I'm sure I can beat Kagaya, but this kind of thing still has to be tested first, doesn't it? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 427, Chapter. That's right. This is the truth. In a certain sense, Natsuki actually agreed with Akatsuki's ideals. Only by making the world feel pain would people cherish the hard-won peace. Only by adding a powerful external enemy would the world's people truly unite. So the shinobi world needed this war. So the shinobi world needed to go through this Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The shinobi world before this was simply too twisted and chaotic. The great nations tore at each other over feuds and slaughter, while the smaller nations suffered endlessly. Everyone in the shinobi world lived through hardship and pain, as if it would never end. But this war made everyone, for the first time, put aside their prejudice and unite against a common foe. That was the right beginning. Natsuki had originally planned to respect the world's fate, but later he changed his mind. Because he would live in this 732 world. He and Tenten would have children in the future, so this world couldn't be allowed to remain terrible. The future had to be reformed, not saved every time by some so-called messiah. If it stayed like that, Natsuki and his family would never know peace. And after Natsuki opened the Dai-Roku Keimon, 6th gate, Gate of Joy, for the first time and fought Madara Uchiha to a standstill, he fully understood his own strength. He was sure he could defeat Rikudo Madara, 6 Paths Madara, and he was sure he could defeat Kagaya Otsutsuki, even if Naruto and Sasuke, the pair of saviors, never awakened in the end, he could still resolve everything. But he also knew Kagaya Otsutsuki wasn't the only enemy. The Otsutsuki were alien invaders, and more would keep coming in the future. The shinobi world would always be facing an enormous threat. So Natsuki intended to fight Kagaya Otsutsuki once, truly confirm his own limits, and use this moment to make the shinobi world understand, foreign enemies will come. Everyone must unite, and the shinobi world must develop peacefully and quickly, so it can protect itself in the future. If they kept fighting among themselves, the only outcome would be extinction. Looking back carefully on this war, Natsuki had contributed a great deal, but he hadn't gone all out. He could have opened the Dai-Nana Kaiman, 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, earlier and killed the Geto Mazo, Outer Path demonic statue, killed Madara, killed Black Zetsu, then nothing would have gone wrong. But he didn't. He had been holding back the entire time, because, in truth, he had been waiting for this moment. And the way he fought so hard earlier had 3 reasons. First, to build influence so that later he would have more voice, and it would be easier to force change upon the shinobi world. Second, to reduce casualties, at the very least, to ensure his friends and loved ones didn't die. Third, to confirm everyone's capability, he wanted to see whether, with his help, they could stop the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. The results proved that everyone had some strength. But it still wasn't enough. They still couldn't stop the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. That was fine. It was the perfect chance to finish off Kaguya Otsutsuki and avoid leaving behind unnecessary hidden dangers. Natsuki glanced at Kakashi. This time, even Kakashi with double Kemui had been trapped in the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. Only the three Hokage were fine because they weren't living people. Hashirama Senju's face was grim. This is bad. We actually failed to stop the Tsukuyomi. Tobirama Senju, however, looked as if he'd seen through something. Kid Natsuki, you had the ability to stop it, didn't you? Natsuki didn't deny it. Some things have to be experienced. Madara worked that hard, how could I let his efforts be wasted? At the very least, he forced the shinobi world to unite. And this Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, will make the shinobi world even more united in the future. So you deliberately didn't stop it. Minato Namikaze was stunned. Weren't you afraid it would spiral out of control? If you got caught in the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, then... The three of them all stared at Natsuki in surprise. Right. Why wasn't this kid affected by the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi? Natsuki chuckled. I'm completely immune to genjutsu. Mangekyo Sharingan genjutsu doesn't work on me. The Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, doesn't work either. I knew I'd be fine, and I was waiting for this moment. The shinobi world's hidden dangers need to be resolved, and after this, the shinobi world will welcome long-lasting peace. Just wait and see. The three Hokage were speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. They hadn't expected Natsuki to be using this war. But it wasn't necessarily bad. Madara had been dead set on playing the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, card anyway, so the war couldn't be avoided. If so, it was better to make use of it. They had also seen the shinobi world's first true great unity, and they understood Natsuki's thinking. Maybe the shinobi world really would keep getting better. Hashirama laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Kids got ideas. Young people these days are incredible. Tobirama nodded. Natsuki, you'll be an excellent Hokage. Minato also gave him a thumbs up. Go. Save this shinobi world. I'm not becoming Hokage. Natsuki rolled his eyes. Being Hokage means waking up earlier than a chicken and sleeping later than a dog. A mountain of chores every day, and not even time to be with your wife. In the end, Hokage is just a village chief. There's nothing worth being. As long as I'm strong enough, that title doesn't matter. What I want to do, no one will be able to stop me. Well, damn. The three Hokage scratched their heads. He wasn't wrong. Still, someone that outstanding, why wouldn't he be Hokage? Konoha needed him. The shinobi world needed him. People needed him. He should be Hokage. Natsuki ignored them and looked up into the sky. Madara spread his arms wide, as if gazing down upon the entire world. The Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, will cover the whole world, ignoring all shadows and obstructions. Even people on the other side of the planet will fall into the genjutsu. Next. Shinju Korin, Advent of the God Tree. Madara performed another ninjutsu, and an enormous Shinju, God Tree, began to grow across the world. Its branches and leaves blanketed the entire shinobi world, while countless vines extended outward, wrapping everyone up like cocoons woven from a spiderweb, hanging them in midair. It looked bizarre. But Madara was clearly satisfied. He glanced down again and saw Naruto and Sasuke still pinned beneath Susanoo, and three others still safe. And Natsuki and the three Hokage hadn't been caught by the genjutsu, either. Hashirama and the others are Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, bodies, so it makes sense they aren't affected by the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi. Those three are protected by Susanoo, so they're fine too. But why isn't Natsuki affected? It seems this guy's been immune to genjutsu all along, he ignored my Mangekyo genjutsu earlier. This is troublesome. It was obvious that Madara was extremely wary of Natsuki. Back when Natsuki relied on the Dainana Kaiman, 7th Gate, Gate of Wonder, he had nearly beaten Madara to death. It was absurd. Now he would have to fight seriously. He couldn't be killed by these little brats, otherwise the Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, would have been for nothing. Just as Madara was thinking, Kabuto Yakushi, controlled by White Zetsu, had already reached Madara's back. Then, with a brutal black tiger steals the heart, he punched straight through Madara's chest, piercing his heart cleanly. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 428, Chapter. Madara Uchiha was horrified. In an instant, countless images flashed through his mind, until they finally froze on what Natsuki and the others had said. The Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, is actually a black Zetsu scam. He'd never believed them before, because he trusted what his own eyes had seen on the stone tablet. And that tablet had been left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, so the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, recorded there had to be the jutsu that would save the shinobi world. That was why he'd stayed unwavering, still determined to activate the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, no matter what. Only after Black Zetsu betrayed him, spearing his heart from behind, did he begin to realize that maybe everything Natsuki and the others had said was true. Black Zetsu crowed smugly, "Madara, did you enjoy the feeling of being a savior? But you're not a savior. Just like Obito, who you used, you're nothing but a tool of mine." Madara spat blood, his eyes still full of disbelief. "Why? Aren't you, my will?" "Ha ha ha ha. I was never your will, Madara." Black Zetsu launched into his villain lecture. "My mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, was sealed 1,000 years ago by 2 unfilial sons. I've been lurking in the shinobi world ever since, waiting for my chance, just to save my mother. And you probably never imagined this, but the Uchiha stone tablet was tampered with by me. The Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, isn't a jutsu meant to save the shinobi world at all, it's the jutsu that frees my mother. And everyone caught in the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, will become nourishment for her, until they all turn into white Zetsu in the end. That's the truth behind everything. What a joke, you've always congratulated yourself on being clever, running Obito around in circles. Did it ever occur to you that you were the one being played? Every time you tried to look cool, I couldn't help wanting to laugh. Now I finally can. Ha 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 ha." As Black Zetsu spoke, ripples like blossoms blooming across the tree's surface swayed through everyone's pupils. A powerful torrent of chakra surged up from the ground and poured into Madara's body. Madara immediately began to swell. But Madara didn't even react. He was completely dazed. So that's what it was. Everything I did was meaningless. In the end. I was wrong, Hashirama. Then he ballooned fully into a massive sphere, and Black Zetsu discarded Kabuto Yakushi and fused into the sphere as well. In the next moment, the sphere absorbed an ocean of chakra, then began to compress, until it finally reshaped into a white-robed, long white-haired woman. She had Byakugan, white eyes, and on her forehead was a Rinne Sharingan. It was the progenitor of chakra, the Sage of Six Paths mother, the woman known as the Rabbit Goddess. Kaguya Otsutsuki. Lady Kaguya had descended upon the shinobi world. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji had been watching all of this the whole time, and naturally they'd heard Black Zetsu's explanation. Now, sensing the terrifying aura rolling off Kaguya Otsutsuki, all 3 of them turned solemn. Sasuke and Neji had known the truth for a long time, but facing an enemy like this still made their hearts pound. This was the origin of chakra itself. Could the 3 of them really handle her? Kaguya Otsutsuki also noticed them, and her brows knit. She could immediately tell that Naruto and Sasuke carried the power of her 2 sons, and disgust rose in her. As for Neji's presence, it surprised her. Still, the chakra in all 3 of them made her greedy. Through Black Zetsu's memories, she knew how strong they were, so, to her, the 3 of them were like 3 smaller chakra fruits. If she devoured them, she could push herself even further. Then, when the Otsutsuki clan sent more people, she would have enough power to face them. So, swallow these 3. Naruto stared at Kaguya Otsutsuki, feeling unsteady. "Sasuke, Neji, what do we do?" Neji answered without hesitation. "We beat her. Even if she's the progenitor of chakra, even if she's the Sage of Six Paths mother, we still have to defeat her. That's the only way to save the shinobi world, to save everyone. Otherwise everyone will become white Zetsu, and the entire shinobi world is finished." Naruto had heard some of the Sage of Six Paths explanations, but he didn't really understand the details. Hearing that everyone would become white Zetsu and the shinobi world would be destroyed made him instantly panic. Then what are we waiting for? Let's wipe her out, right now. He wasn't naive enough anymore to think he could talk no jutsu an enemy like this into sparing the shinobi world. They had to defeat her. But Sasuke said, "Naruto, you know this, right? The power the Sage of Six Paths gave us is for sealing Kaguya Otsutsuki together. So the 2 of us absolutely cannot die. The shinobi world can only be saved by us 2, understand?" Naruto instinctively raised his hand and looked at the sun mark on his palm, then nodded solemnly. "I understand." At that moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki attacked first. She swooped down at high speed, both hands extending and transforming into enormous Mokuton, would release, as she tried to coil around the 3 of them. If she wrapped them up, she could absorb their chakra. But the three of them weren't about to let her. Sasuke used the power of Yin in his palm to condense a blade, leaped up, and severed the Mokuton, would release. Naruto entered Six Paths Sage mode again. He needed 2 Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, into a futon shuriken, wind-release shuriken, and hurled it out. Only for Kaguya to knock it aside with Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Everything in the shinobi world, chakra, Kekii Genkai, came from Kaguya Otsutsuki. She could use every kind of power. That made her an absolutely terrifying foe. Even Six Paths power wasn't necessarily enough to deal with her. Niji immediately unleashed a barrage of Six Paths divine vacuum palms. 9 Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, fused with senjutsu and repulsive force, blasted forward, so strong the very space in front of him warped. But Kaguya Otsutsuki simply swung both hands and fired back with Yasogami Kajiki, 80 God's vacuum fists. Dense air fists slammed in, not only blocking Niji's attack, but continuing onward to strike at him. Niji's eyes widened, startled by how overwhelming her technique was. Compared to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist and 8 trigrams palm, the progenitor's own fist art was even more terrifying. He hurriedly dodged. The Yasogami Kajiki, 80 God's vacuum fists, crashed into the ground, and a continuous thunderous roar erupted as the earth actually convulsed in an earthquake. Even the Shinju, God Tree, was affected. Kaguya Otsutsuki frowned. This shinobi world was her seedbed for creating a white Zetsu army. She couldn't allow it to be destroyed. So she activated her power, and in the next second she dragged the 3 of them into a different dimension. Below, the 3 Hokage watched that terrifying battle, and all they could do was worry. A fight on that level was no longer something they could participate in, charging in would only be useless. But seeing Natsuki still standing there without moving, they could only urge him on. Natsuki, hurry up and get in there. Kill the enemy already. Didn't you say you were confident? Oh, I'm confident, Natsuki replied calmly. I was just waiting for her to go to another dimension. My moves are too powerful, if I'm not careful, I might blow up the shinobi world. That would be a waste. Was that really the reason? The 3 Hokage exchanged looks, clearly not convinced. Meanwhile, Natsuki brought his hands together, and his body began to change. He was about to unleash the final ultimate technique he'd been hiding all along. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 429, Chapter. All this time, Natsuki had been thinking and experimenting. He'd been thinking about how to become stronger, strong enough to easily defeat the final boss, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and strong enough to no longer fear the threat of the Otsutsuki clan. So he devoured books and drank in knowledge like a madman, all to broaden his horizons. And the Senju clan's library had truly benefited him. He knew very clearly that he only had 80% pure Senju bloodline. That meant he had more chakra, sure, but there weren't many other advantages. So he had to make sure he had more tools in his arsenal. Fusing into carbon release, Mokuton, wood release, and magnet release had only been the first step. If he wanted to become stronger, Kekii Genkai wouldn't be enough. He needed Kekii Tota, or even Kekii Mora. Kekii Mora was a realm only 6 paths level beings could reach, a fusion of yin-yang and the 5 elements, Katon, fire release, Suiton, water release, Doton, earth release, Futon, wind release, Raiton, lightning release, plus Inyoton, yin-yang release, a bloodline born from total convergence. And reaching that step was truly difficult. Niji had forced his way up through Byakugan evolution. Naruto and Sasuke were even more ridiculous, they'd basically won the lottery with a great dad. Natsuki could only rely on himself. But he had a cheat. Besides letting him borrow gravity to temper his body, that cheat also gave him a chance once every month, on the night of the first, to test things without fear of death. 12 times a year. 36 times in 3 years. He wasn't about to waste those opportunities. He kept researching every possible path to greater strength. After repeated, suicidal experiments, he found a breakthrough. Earth could grow all things. Water could nourish all things. Lightning could bring rebirth through destruction. And yang was the power of life. So in truth, Doton, earth release, Suiton, water release, Raiton, lightning release, and Yoton, yang release, all represented the power of life. If those 4 natures were fused together, that life force would only become more overwhelming, so overwhelming it might even approach true immortality. With that hypothesis, he fused the 4 chakra nature transformations. And stepped onto an entirely new level. Secret art, Nikuton, flesh release. Open. Hum. Natsuki's body began to swell, his muscles bulking up in an instant. But it wasn't mere muscle inflation. Every single cell began radiating an immense aura of life. In that moment, his very level of existence was forcibly lifted, one step, maybe several. Next, that life force poured out of his flesh, only to be forcibly compressed into 9 crimson spheres. Red Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, almost. His hair also lengthened at that instant, turning bright red, like Kakarote's Super Saiyan 4 form. And from that moment on, Natsuki had stepped into the 6 paths tier. The fusion of fire, water, earth, and yang, though still short of full yin-yang 5 elements, combined with Natsuki's terrifying physique and the sheer strength of Senju bloodline Yotan, yang release, forcibly shoved him into the 6 paths realm. In simple terms, it was like his body had become a saint. And the strength he had now wasn't merely 6 paths level. It was far above it. As for why it was called Nikyutan, flesh release, honestly, Natsuki didn't know what else to name this Kekii-style nature. Anoki's Kekii Tota was called Jin-tun, dust release. But Natsuki's, something that made his body erupt with power like a Kaioken, was just hard to name. So he'd gone with Nikyutan, flesh release. Because his body was absurdly tough now, put simply, he was insanely tanky, with ridiculous HP, impossible to kill. Calling it flesh release wasn't wrong at all. The 3 Hokage stared at Natsuki in shock. In their eyes, he was a different person now. Every cell in his body seemed to radiate infinite power. And he had stepped into the 6 paths realm, enough that even Kagaya's killing techniques no longer seemed like something he needed to fear. So Natsuki hadn't been bragging. He really did have the confidence to back it up. That put them at ease. Still, the name, flesh release, made their mouths twitch. Who named a bloodline like that? Wasn't it just begging to be laughed at? Minato couldn't help speaking up. Natsuki, you really are powerful, but isn't flesh release kind of an ugly name? How about I help you come up with something? You can quit right there. Natsuki rolled his eyes. Your naming sense is so bad even your wife was speechless. Don't start. I'm going to help out. Later. With that, he sensed the flying Raijin markings on Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji. Then suddenly lifted a hand, tore open space with brute force, and vanished with a sharp shun. The 3 Hokage sucked in a breath. Tearing open space barehanded, this kid was terrifying. In the other dimension, Kagaya Otsutsuki faced off against the 3. This was a world of magma. If you slipped even once, you'd be melted for real, so they had to be careful. Neji floated directly. Naruto used the Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, to support both himself and Sasuke. All 3 stared down Kagaya Otsutsuki, the air tense enough to burn. In the next second, Sasuke moved first. He manifested a giant Susanoo, condensed a bow, and fired an arrow. The instant the arrow reached Kagaya, he used Ameno Jikara, heavenly hand power, to swap his own position with the arrow. Then brought down Susanoo's greatsword in a cleaving strike. Kagaya didn't panic at all. She simply raised a hand and used Shinra Tensei, almighty push, blocking the attack like it was a joke. With a casual sweep of her arm, Yasugami Kajiki, 80 God's vacuum fists, shattered Sasuke's Susanoo from afar, forcing him to retreat. Then Kagaya suddenly vanished. Neji immediately warned, behind you. She can warp through space. Naruto and Sasuke whirled around. And saw Kagaya emerging from a rip in space, a long gray bone protruding from each palm as she fired them straight at the 2 of them. Tomagoroshi no Haikatsu, all-killing ash bones. A technique that could petrify and collapse any living being. Naruto and Sasuke dodged frantically and counterattacked. Naruto used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, sending a dense swarm rushing Kagaya. Kagaya fired Tomagoroshi no Haikatsu, all-killing ash bones, again and again. Several clones were struck, instantly petrifying, then crumbling into dust. The sight made all 3 of them feel their scalps go cold. If those gray bones landed a direct hit, it would be certain death. But Kagaya was clearly dissatisfied. The 3 of them were too agile. Even with the ash bone speed, they kept evading. So she decisively formed an enormous Gudadama, truth-seeking orb, and hurled it at them. The 3 felt the annihilating power contained within it, like it could devour and erase everything. They couldn't help trembling. And because it was so enormous, it was hard to dodge. Neji inhaled, then spun 9 Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, between his hands, pouring every last ounce of his power into them, ocular power, senjutsu, repulsive force, everything. Then he thrust both palms out. Jinrin Tensei Bakuhatsu, Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. Boom. A colossal tornadic storm erupted, slamming into the massive Gudadama, truth-seeking orb. But the storm's power was still swallowed up. The orb's advance slowed slightly, yet it continued to crush forward, bearing down on them. Naruto formed another Gudadama, truth-seeking orb, shuriken and threw it. Sasuke gathered Yin power and the tailed beast's power together. And loosed Indra no Ya, Indra's arrow. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 430, Chapter. In the next second, the enormous Gudadama, truth-seeking orb, detonated with a deafening boom. The three of them tried to dodge, but they were still flipped by the shockwave. Before they could even recover, the surroundings abruptly changed, then all three slammed to the ground, pinned there as if by an invisible mountain. What's going on? It's so heavy. Naruto couldn't even struggle. It's gravity. Sasuke understood immediately. The gravity here is far stronger than in the shinobi world. We're in an extreme high-gravity state, we probably can't get up. Not just us. Niji lifted his head with difficulty and indicated forward with his gaze. She can't handle it either. Naruto and Sasuke looked ahead, and sure enough, even Kagaya Otsutsuki was flattened to the ground, unable to move under the same crushing weight. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. If you're going to switch environments to fight, at least pick a good one. You can't even move yourself in this high gravity, how are you supposed to attack? But in the very next heartbeat, Kagaya transformed, almost instantly becoming a massive white rabbit, about the size of a tailed beast. The rabbit's face was savage. It suddenly stretched out a claw and swiped straight for Naruto. Naruto couldn't move at all, so he couldn't dodge. Sasuke and Niji wanted to help, but even that was difficult. All three of them panicked at once. And then, with a ripping screech, space itself tore open, forcibly split by raw power. A red-haired, muscular man flashed out of the and stepped right onto the rabbit's extended claw, crushing it on the spot. The white rabbit yelped and instantly retracted its shattered paw. The sudden turn left all of them shocked, but they recognized the newcomer almost immediately. You're Natsuki. Sasuke stared, dazed. Why do you look like that? Natsuki, he's 6 paths now. Niji blurted. He immediately connected the dots. Not only has his appearance changed, he's condensed red Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs, and he's not affected by the high gravity at all. Only then did Naruto and Sasuke fully register it. Natsuki's hair had grown long and turned red, his muscles were swollen and dense, and his presence felt downright terrifying. Most importantly, Natsuki stood perfectly upright, completely unbothered by the crushing environment. Natsuki, how can you do that? Naruto couldn't help asking. You mean this? Natsuki scoffed. It's just high gravity. Only the weak can't stand. I've been used to this for a long time. And he really had. At this level of gravity, he could still stroll around like it was nothing, walking calmly toward Kagaya Otsutsuki. The war had dragged on long enough. It was time to end it. Kagaya Otsutsuki was rattled by his appearance. From Black Zetsu's memory she recognized him, she knew he was dangerous. And she could feel it, a massive threat. So she immediately used her space-time power, swallowing the area whole. The high-gravity dimension vanished. And they were thrown into a world of ice and snow. Kagaya returned to her original form and could finally move again. She stared at Natsuki warily, then decisively used nature fusion, freezing the entire dimension in an instant. Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji, who had only just regained movement, were immediately frozen solid. Their minds were still awake. Their eyes were full of fear, they hadn't expected Kagaya to have something like this. But Natsuki only flexed his body. And shattered the ice binding him, as if no force placed upon him could hold. Then his aura surged, waves of pressure rolling off him. And in that state, he opened the 8 gates. Even if I can beat you at 6 paths, it's not easy to kill you instantly, Natsuki said, raising his fist and gathering power. So I'll spike my strength. My body plus the Dai Roku came on, 6th gate, Gate of Joy, should be more than enough to one-shot you. Kagaya's face changed drastically. She hurriedly formed an enormous, swelling Gudadama, truth-seeking orb, and launched it at him, trying to erase everything in the dimension. Natsuki only raised an eyebrow, and even had time to glance at Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji. Then he casually moved their positions to the side. Only after that did he nod in satisfaction. From your viewpoint, Kagaya is on the left. And as everyone knows, in a beam clash, the left side always loses, so you're finished. Then he drove his fist forward. Ryuken Bakuhatsu, Dragon Fist Explosion. Roar. A dragon's cry rang out, and a colossal red dragon burst from his punch. It tore through the ice-snow dimension in a straight line. When it collided with the swelling Gudadama, truth-seeking orb, it pierced it clean through, shredding the orb into powder on the spot. The dragon shrank somewhat from the impact. But it still surged onward, swallowing Kagaya Otsutsuki whole. Kagaya screamed. Black Zetsu's voice also shrieked in terror. A dragon-shaped force had drilled through Kagaya's chest and wrapped around her body, binding her so she couldn't move. The loathsome black Zetsu hidden in her sleeve burst apart instantly, dead or not, no one could tell. And the entire ice snow dimension was now covered in cracks. In the next second, it shattered like broken glass. Just as Natsuki had said, his power was too great. If he wasn't careful, he really could blow up a world. This ice snow dimension had been destroyed by a single punch. When everyone came back to their senses, they were already back in the shinobi world, back in the sky where they'd been before. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji were freed from the ice. They stared in disbelief at Kagaya Otsutsuki, struggling helplessly. This was an enemy the three of them, going all out together, couldn't defeat. Yet Natsuki had casually subdued her with a single move. When the three of them looked at Natsuki again, it felt like staring up at a mountain they could never climb. They'd broken into the Six Paths realm and thought they'd finally surpass Natsuki. Turns out they'd been dreaming. Natsuki was still as absurd as ever. And yet, strangely, that made them relax. With Natsuki here, they felt safe, utterly at ease. Yeah. Natsuki had always been the thickest. As long as Natsuki was here, nothing could go wrong. Naruto, Sasuke, why are you still standing there? Natsuki snapped them back. This thing is probably unkillable. Hurry up and seal her. The war needs to end. Naruto and Sasuke snapped out of it and rushed forward. Each raised a hand, one yang, one in, and pressed them onto Kagaya Otsutsuki, activating the sealing jutsu, Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Centered on Kagaya, countless masses of matter were drawn in, rapidly condensing into three enormous spheres. Kagaya let out an unwilling roar. She had only just broken free, only to be sealed again so soon. And this seal was different from last time, with a dragon binding her and continuously destroying her body. Even if the seal lasted for years, her body would be ground down to nothing, eventually dying out entirely. She was furious. But what could she do? A massive sphere sealed Kagaya completely, then flew into outer space, becoming a second moon. And Madara, used as a tool to the end, finally fell from above as well. Below, the three Hokage had been watching with slack-jawed shock. Seeing the terrifying enemy finally sealed, they all let out a huge breath of relief. The war had finally ended. Hashirama immediately used Mokuton, would release, and caught Madara steadily. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Salem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 431, Chapter. With Kagaya Otsutsuki sealed away, the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, ended as well, and it was already daylight. The Shinju, God Tree, withered and collapsed, and everyone was released. People slowly opened their eyes, looking dazed and a little lost, with a hollow kind of wistfulness. After all, their beautiful dreams had ended. Take Mei Terumi, for example. In her dream she'd married a gorgeous guy and lived a blissfully happy life. Maybe she didn't want to wake up, returning to reality now probably wasn't easy for her to accept. Or Kiba. In his dream, he became Hokage and made everyone raise dogs. Coming back to reality, he probably wasn't too thrilled. And then there was Konan, who, in her dream, was together with Hihiko and Nagato, the three of them living peaceful, quiet days. It was only a dream in the end. Good thing we got out. Tenten stretched her back and huffed. Luckily I had the Six Paths ninja tools on me, so my consciousness didn't get swallowed by the dream. And Dream Natsuki was so fake. That wasn't my husband at all. Fortunately, everyone was tough. Before long, they pushed the dream aside. And the dream ending meant the Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, Genjutsu had been broken, which meant the main battlefield had won. Tsunade hurriedly said, Naruto and the others must have won. Let's go take a look. Everyone immediately agreed. Yeah. Let's go see. Ha 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 ha. The war is finally over. As for Tenten, no need to say anything. She locked onto the formula mark on Natsuki and used Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying Raijin technique, vanishing in a flash. Over here, Natsuki had already released his Nikitan, flesh release, state and landed on the ground, but he was still staring up at the second moon, his mind full of thoughts. Earlier, he'd considered taking samples from Kagaya Otsutsuki for research. Blood. Hair. Even her eyes. But he hadn't done it in the end, because that bastard black Zetsu was essentially something formed from Kagaya's own essence, meaning anything from Kagaya might carry Kagaya's will. Especially eyes. He absolutely couldn't leave something like that behind. Otherwise it would just become another Save Mother plan and leave the shinobi world with a new hidden danger. Sure, using Otsutsuki power to defeat the Otsutsuki would make dealing with future invasions easier. But Natsuki believed humanity's growth was limitless. As long as people knew a crisis existed, and trained like their lives depended on it, they could defeat powerful enemies. Even without relying on external power, it would still be possible. Okay, fine. Chakra and bloodlines were external too. But they'd already become native to this world. Now they belong to the shinobi world. As long as people kept developing them, they could absolutely become stronger. Sasuke couldn't help asking, Natsuki, what was that just now? You called it flesh release. Neji and Naruto also looked over. The name flesh release was, honestly, a little hard to take seriously. Natsuki didn't hide it. It's just a Kekii Mora created by fusing 4 chakra transformations, lightning, earth, water, and yang. That state fills my cells with limitless life force, and my body gains endless strength, directly surpassing 6 paths. That's why I call it Nikitan, flesh release. And in that state, I opened the 8 gates and one-shot Kagaya Otsutsuki. Seems reasonable, right? Reasonable my ass. That name alone made you want to roll your eyes. But aside from the name, there was nothing to criticize. That power was undeniable. Just one word. Insane. Just then, whoosh. Tenten appeared beside Natsuki and threw herself at him. Husband. Are you okay? She hurriedly looked him over. Only after confirming he was fine did she finally let out a hard breath. As long as her husband was okay, everything else could wait. Natsuki rubbed her hair. Of course I'm fine. Your husband is ridiculously strong, you know. That Kagaya Otsutsuki almost got punched into pieces by me. Anyway, I'll tell you everything slowly when we get back. For now, let's clean up the battlefield. Tenten nodded rapidly. She'd always known Natsuki was strong, and she believed him without hesitation. Over there, Hashirama was guarding Madara. Madara looked utterly worn out, his whole body drenched in despair. Hashirama, looks like I was wrong. I really am a big idiot. Hashirama sighed. You didn't do it right, but I can't say I was right either. I think, this world should be handed to the young. They're smarter and stronger than we were. With them, the shinobi world will only get better. Madara didn't answer, clearly sunk into a deep gloom, one he was about to carry into death. Hashirama couldn't bear seeing his old friend like that, so he quickly spoke up again. Madara, Natsuki told us something. He said that because of your efforts, the shinobi world achieved true unity for the first time. After this war ends, the shinobi world will finally welcome long-awaited peace. He's powerful, he had chances to stop you the whole time, but he didn't, because he believed the shinobi world needed this war. What you did wasn't meaningless. Heh. Madara's expression finally loosened, for once. Is that so? Then it seems. I was used again. He said that, but he looked oddly pleased. But this time, I'm happy to have been used. Maybe because of me, the shinobi world took a big step toward peace. Perhaps. I did have a little use after all. Hashirama nodded firmly. Yes. You didn't work for nothing. And Natsuki also said this Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, made the shinobi world understand there are foreign threats like the Otsutsuki out there. Everyone will unite for the long term to protect the shinobi world. Madara, you didn't do all of this for nothing. Natsuki. When did I say that? Madara's eyes brightened. So my role wasn't small, huh? In that case, before I die, I'll do 3 last things for the shinobi world. As he spoke, he slowly raised both hands and formed a seal. Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Rinne Rebirth. In the next instant, the King of Hell was summoned. Its mouth gaped wide and spat out countless souls, those who had died in the war began to revive one after another. And Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and Minato Namikaze all felt their bodies change as well. Their paper-like forms vanished, replaced by real flesh and blood. The 3 of them were resurrected. Hashirama was moved. Madara, you. Madara only smiled. Didn't you say there are foreign enemies? With 3 Hokage revived, you'll be able to do more. Hashirama, carry my share too. Protect the shinobi world. Hashirama didn't say anything more. He only nodded solemnly. Madara closed his eyes, and his life finally faded completely. Hashirama felt sorrow, and yet also relief. A tangle of emotions twisted together until he couldn't speak. Tobarama, meanwhile, judged coolly, Madara Uchiha, at least he managed to do 3 things right before he died. And Minato couldn't wait another second to reunite with Naruto. Naruto cried like a kid, tears streaming non-stop. Dad, you actually came back to life. That's awesome. That's awesome, Dadabayo. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 432, Chapter The newly resurrected people were still a little dazed, not understanding what had happened. Luckily, it wasn't long before the allied shinobi forces rushed over. They'd originally come to check on the situation, but the moment they saw their comrades, who'd sacrificed themselves earlier, standing there alive again, they instantly broke down in tears. Not long after that, it turned into singing and dancing, celebrating a beautiful new day. So, what's the situation right now? The 5 Kage gathered around. Let me explain. This is about the only thing I'm useful for at the moment, Tobirama spoke up on his own. Ah. Second great uncle, you. We were revived by Uchiha Madara using Shinra Tensei. Everyone revived here is the same. Then Tobirama gave them a rough rundown of what happened after the alliance withdrew. The 5 Kage learned that Uchiha Madara successfully activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, only to be backstabbed by Black Zetsu, that Otsutsuki Kagaya was released, and then, after everything that followed, she was sealed again by Natsuki, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji. Finally, Uchiha Madara came to his senses and used the Rinnegan's power to revive the dead. Even after hearing it all, they still couldn't quite process it. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya, the 5 Kage couldn't grasp just how terrifyingly strong she truly was. But she was the progenitor of chakra, and the sage of 6 paths mother, meaning she had to be unbelievably powerful. And yet she'd been defeated by 4 teenagers. For a moment, everyone felt both relieved and complicated. Especially the 4 Kage besides Tsunade, who didn't know what to say. Because those 4 teenagers were all from Konoha. In other words, Konoha now had 4 6 paths, level powerhouses. Add Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Namikaze Minato being revived on top of that, and Konoha's strength had hit its absolute peak. That meant for many years to come, Konoha would be the unquestioned top dog of the shinobi world. No one would dare raise their voice at them again. And if Konoha ever decided to unify the shinobi world one day, it wouldn't be impossible. When that time came, how would the other villages and nations resist? Over there, Orochimaru had arrived in front of Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto wasn't on the revival list, because he still had one last breath in him, somehow he'd held on until now without dying. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto's voice was weak. Did I choose wrong? Orochimaru shook his head. I don't know either. I'm still searching for what my choices mean. But the process of searching is exhilarating in its own right, like every experiment. Every new discovery makes your blood sing. Kabuto's lips tugged upward faintly. That really is exactly what you'd say, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru looked at his assistant, who was about to die, and for once softened. Kabuto, don't grieve. Maybe you'll never find the meaning of your existence, but so what? Your foster mother, Nono, is probably waiting for you in the Pure Land. Even if you never find meaning, you're still her beloved child. Hearing that, Kabuto forced himself to lift a hand and touch his glasses. His eyes were already wet. Choking up, he said, that's right. I've lived too long. I can't keep the headmistress waiting, or she'll stop recognizing me again. Orochimaru-sama, farewell. I hope you can achieve your dream. In the end, Yakushi Kabuto closed his eyes, bringing his complicated life to an end. Orochimaru only let out a long, deep sigh, looking down at the assistant who'd died. And as Kabuto died, the people he'd revived with impure world reincarnation had their souls released from the seals, immediately drawing the attention of the allied shinobi. Natsuki saw it and nodded to Tenten. Tenten immediately opened the crimson gourd and released the sealed impure world army. Konan was saying her final goodbyes to Yahiko and Nagato, but she was crying so hard she couldn't get a single word out. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a smile. Konan, they said, the shinobi world is at peace now. Live well, for the two of us, too. We'll always be watching you from the Pure Land. Konan's face was drenched in tears. She could only nod again and again, watching her 2 precious people fade away, crying until she could barely breathe. Jiraiya stood off to the side, quietly patting his student's back, not knowing how to comfort her. Neji saw his father. Hyuga Hisashi stared at Neji's smooth forehead, so excited he almost danced. Neji, my good boy. You finally broke free, you can fly as you please now. Beside them, Hyuga Hayashi hurried to add, Hisashi, Neji isn't just the clan's heavenly shinobi now, his strength has reached the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. The main house and branch house system has been abolished. The caged bird seal is gone. Neji made it happen, and he's the Hyuga clan's clan head now. Hearing that stream of good news, Hyuga Hisashi looked utterly stunned, then immediately filled with pride for his son. With time running short, Neji said quickly, Dad, I'll be okay. You have to be okay too. Hyuga Hisashi nodded solemnly, then left with a smile full of relief and pride. Tsunade met Kato Dan. After they poured out everything in their hearts, Dan pressed a kiss to Tsunade's forehead and then flew away. Kuratsuchi met the Deidara she'd longed for. Naruto also said goodbye to Sabuza and Haku. And there were countless others, so many people meeting their family and friends again. Whether living or dead, in that moment, it felt like everyone finally let go. Yakushi Kabuto, the dream fulfillment master, really did live up to the name. Of course, there were still those who weren't revived, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, since he hadn't fought alongside them and thus wasn't on Uchiha Madara's revival list. And Uchiha Obito, too. Uchiha Madara understood Obito would rather stay in the Pure Land with no era Rin, so he didn't revive him. In its own way, it was a small kindness from Madara. After that came cleaning up the battlefield. Natsuki took Tenten with him to find the amber purifying jar, choosing to return it to Kimobukure. Then they found the Uchiha Gunbai, snapped into several pieces, and Natsuki handed it to Sasuke. Sasuke stared at the fan, conflicted. Natsuki, it's broken this badly. Is it still useful? Natsuki snorted. If you don't want it, give it to me. This fan was made from a part of the god tree. It can deflect any attack. Even if it's too damaged to repair, you can still turn it into some pretty great ninja tools. Sasuke immediately tucked it away. Then I'll take it. The Uchiha clan still needs to be restored. We need good stuff like this. Once the battlefield was mostly dealt with, the allied shinobi started calling out to head back to Kimogakure and celebrate properly. But Natsuki went with Tenten to find Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, Tenten, and I are going home first to report we're safe, Natsuki said. Otherwise my mom's going to worry herself sick. Tsunade waved them off. Go, go. Remember to report back to the village too. And don't forget, come back to Kimogakure tonight for the celebration banquet. You got it. We're heading out. Then the newlyweds vanished in a flash. Flying Thunder God always made people jealous. When everyone blinked again, the two of them were already inside the ninja tool shop. The owner was sprawled on the counter, bored out of his mind and low on energy. Hearing the sound, he assumed a customer had come in. Without even looking up, he waved a hand. We're not doing business today. Dad, we're back. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 433, Chapter. Tenten's voice made the shop owner jump to his feet. When he saw the two of them return safe and sound, his eyes immediately welled up. My good daughter, my good son-in-law, you're back. How did the war go? Are the village shinobi okay? And Tsunade-sama and the others? The rapid-fire questions made it obvious just how anxious he'd been. Tenten quietly hugged him and said softly, Dad, sorry to make you worry. We won. Everyone's fine, so you can relax now. The owner only nodded, then looked at Natsuki and nodded again. He didn't need words to say anything more. In that moment, he truly let himself breathe again. Natsuki hurriedly said, Father-in-law, Tenten and I are starving. We didn't even get breakfast or lunch before rushing back. And we still need to go to the Hokage building to report we're safe. The owner immediately said, then go, head to the Hokage building. I'll make lunch. And I've got to share the good news with the neighbors. Natsuki and Tenten didn't linger. Seeing the owner finally at ease put them at ease, too. They used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to flash to the Hokage building, delivered the news of victory in the Fourth Shinobi World War, and had the official in charge of those staying behind announce it publicly. In an instant, all of Konoha turned bright and festive. After that, the two of them flashed back home and shamelessly started enjoying their own private time. 3 days of war, and they hadn't even had a proper shower. Natsuki went into the room for a moment, then quickly came back out. Tenten, where's our umbrella? Tenten shot him a look dripping with allure. Then she aimed the shower head at herself, hot water soaking through her clothes, until even the air in the bathroom seemed to turn pink. The war's over, she said. So we should get married already, right? Who needs an umbrella? Natsuki stared at her like that, swallowed hard, and nodded emphatically. True. It's not even raining, why would we need an umbrella? Tenten, watch me. I'm gonna ride the plane. By the time the two of them, refreshed and brimming with energy, returned to the ninja tool shop, it was already afternoon. The owner originally wanted to complain a little, but seeing the two of them like that, he didn't even bother. He quickly waved them over for lunch, and asked about the details of the war. Tenten only picked the parts she could talk about, and mostly focused on how she and Natsuki had shown off and dominated. The owner listened with rapt attention. Especially when he learned that Natsuki had participated in the final boss fight and become a hero who saved the shinobi world, the owner grinned so wide it looked like his mouth might split to his ears. After all, his daughter's man was the chosen savior of the shinobi world. That was the kind of story he could brag about until the day he died, okay. After lunch, Natsuki and Tenten went home again to nap for a while. There was no rush to head to Kimogakure. No matter how fast the allied shinobi were, they'd only make it back to Kimogakure in the afternoon. Between resting and cooking, it would still take time, so there was no need to hurry. When evening came and they'd finished resting, they flashed to Kimogakure. They appeared right beside Sasuke. They hadn't expected that the moment they arrived, they'd find Sasuke surrounded by a crowd of beautiful girls. Naturally, the two of them ended up inside the circle too. Natsuki and Tenten even saw Sakura in the middle of the group, biting a handkerchief, obviously jealous. But their sudden appearance made the scene turn weird for a beat. Then, in the next second, the pretty girls got even louder. Natsuki-sama. Tenten-sama. You're back. Please sign for us. Natsuki-sama. Does your house need someone to warm the bed? I'm soft and sweet and I fall over with one push, top-tier bed warmer. Natsuki-sama. Look at my figure, it's absolutely amazing. Totally built for an easy delivery. I'll never let you or the kids go hungry. The lines got more and more outrageous, and Tenten instantly exploded. She grabbed Natsuki and used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to flash straight to Tsunade-sama. She was so furious she could actually carry someone with Hiraishin now, impressive, honestly. But Natsuki understood Sasuke's situation right away. Sasuke was one of the heroes who saved the shinobi world, and with a face that handsome, of course he was popular. Beautiful girls were going to swarm him. Natsuki even thought, if Sasuke ever made up his mind and took them all, restoring the Uchiha clan would be a complete non-issue. As for whether Sakura was sad, that wasn't Natsuki's problem. Tenten was still fuming. Humph. Those vixens actually dared to covet my husband. I'll blow them away with the Bashozen, banana palm fan. I'll suck them all into the crimson gourd. I'll blast them with an electromagnetic cannon. Seeing Tenten all puffed up like an angry cat, Tsunade burst into laughter so hard she nearly doubled over. Ha 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 ha. Tenten, your man's too outstanding, of course people are going to stare. Want me to teach you? If you want to keep a man's heart, just being pure and cute isn't enough. You've got to be beautiful and sexy, and the key is having a great figure. Tenten stared at Tsunade and nodded rapidly. Tsunade-sama, please teach me. I want to become someone like you, Tsunade-sama. The dream sounded the same as before, but the meaning behind it was definitely different. Natsuki couldn't even be bothered. He moved to sit beside Niji instead, and asked curiously, Niji, you're a big hero too, and you're handsome. How come nobody's swarming you? Niji actually blushed a little, which was rare for him. My uncle stopped them. He said I can choose any outstanding woman within the clan. Outside the clan is not allowed. Hiraishin immediately leaned his head over and said, naturally. Niji is an immortal now. For the clan's prosperity, and to ensure the Byakugan remains pure in his descendants, it's best to marry within the clan. Niji couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Clearly, some of the old hardliners in the clan were not easy to change. And the problem was, you couldn't even say it was wrong, because it was for the clan. Besides, Niji didn't have a girl he liked yet, and nobody was tearing apart some love story, so he couldn't exactly argue much. Natsuki shrugged at Hayashi's attitude. It was obvious Hayashi was fanatical about evolving the Byakugan. If he wanted Niji's children to have the purest Byakugan possible, of course he was going to be intense about it, hence insisting Niji marry within the clan. Natsuki even suspected that if Hinata and Niji weren't cousins, Hayashi would have agreed to that match without hesitation. Hinata didn't seem to be here. She was probably off secretly watching Naruto again. After all, Naruto was a hero now too, and he was also being surrounded by girls. And since Hinata never had a chance to confess the way she did in canon, Naruto still didn't know how she felt. Whatever. Why bother worrying about it? The idiot deserves to be single. Not long after, the feast was ready. Kumogakure's efficiency really was incredible. The delicious dishes were fully laid out in no time, just looking at them made everyone's mouth water. The 5 Kage stood on a raised platform and had everyone lift their cups with them. Shinobi, cheers to our victory in this war. Cheers. To our heroes, cheers. Cheers. To ourselves, cheers. Cheers. Now, enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Tonight is a carnival. Oh. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 434, Chapter. In an instant, all of Kimogakure was singing and dancing, full of laughter and cheer, like it was New Year's. The older folks gathered together to drink and brag, Hashirama, Jiraiya, Tsunade, I, Inoki, Mei, and the rest. Oh, sorry, Mei. Not saying you're old on purpose. The big eaters were locked in mortal combat over the food: Choza, Choji, Lee, Gai-sensei, and the others. Oh, and Hinata was the biggest eater of all, but she didn't have her mind on that right now. Instead, she was secretly watching a certain blonde guy who was currently being surrounded by a bunch of girls. And then the ones who loved to have fun started entertaining themselves. Like Killer Bee, he launched straight into his own personal rap concert on the spot. And honestly, a lot of people were into it, which massively satisfied him. The key part was that tonight his big bro wasn't going to shut him down, so he just went all out and vibed. A young girl ran over to invite Natsuki to dance, only for Tenten to spread her arms and block her instantly. A young girl ran over to invite Niji to dance, only to get scared off immediately by Hayashi's dark expression. So the girls could only go after Naruto and Sasuke instead, and most of them still chose Sasuke, because Sasuke really was ridiculously handsome, and that cool, distant vibe was exactly what girls liked. Even Mei, already a bit tipsy, specifically ran over to tease Sasuke, spinning around him and surrounding him in a tight circle. Sasuke finally couldn't take it anymore. He escaped in one clean move and ran over here, dropping straight into the space between Natsuki and Niji. Only then did he let out a huge breath. Natsuki laughed. "Sasuke, you're seriously popular." Sasuke rolled his eyes so hard they were whiter than Niji's Byakugan, all-seeing white eye. "Don't talk. You're popular too. If Tenten wasn't blocking for you, you'd be in the same hell I'm in." Natsuki replied like it was obvious. "That's the advantage of having a partner. Sasuke, now that the war's over, the whole shinobi world's about to enter a period of peace. If you want to restore your clan, now's the time. You should get married and have kids. If your numbers stay thin, forget restoring the clan, you won't even qualify as a clan." Sasuke went quiet, blinking with his 1.5 eyes. Back at the Hokage's office, he'd already heard Natsuki say something similar, and he'd been thinking about it ever since. He'd even, on Kakashi's recommendation, read the entire set of Ika Ika Paradise. But the stuff in there that made his face heat up, he couldn't learn it. If he wanted advice, looking around, the only couple here was Natsuki and Tenten. Except Sasuke didn't think he'd get good advice from Natsuki, because dating and training were not the same thing. Niji spoke up. "Sasuke, this might sound unpleasant, but if you really want to restore your clan, you'll probably need multiple wives and multiple children." Multiple wives and multiple kids. Sasuke's mouth fell open. He was completely stunned. He didn't even know how to find one, and Niji wanted him to go for multiple. That was basically a death sentence. Tenten frowned. "Niji, why are you teaching Sasuke that? Sasuke's a pure, handsome guy, don't corrupt him." Niji stayed dead serious. "I'm just speaking pragmatically. The Uchiha clan only has one seedling left, him. If he doesn't have multiple wives and multiple children, restoring the clan is empty talk. Of course, personally, I don't like that either. That's why I said it might sound unpleasant. It depends on what Sasuke wants." Tenten couldn't really argue. Sasuke carried a heavy responsibility. If an old great clan was going to be rebuilt, population really was priority number one. It's just, with Sasuke's personality, could he even do something like that? None of them noticed that Sakura had quietly sat down not far away at some point. She'd clearly heard everything, and her teeth were grinding so hard you could practically hear it. "Niji, you thick-browed liar, teaching Sasuke this kind of thing." And yet, Sakura also knew Niji was making sense. She looked down at herself, realized she could see her feet, and suddenly wanted to cry even more. Could she help Sasuke-kun restore the Uchiha clan like this? And would Sasuke-kun even choose someone like her? She genuinely had no confidence at all. Sasuke groaned in frustration. "Ugh. If I'd known, I should have saved Obito and let him handle this problem. He was an adult, after all." Natsuki, Tenten, and Niji all froze. Sasuke was really bold enough to say that out loud. Did he not know Obito loved Rin to death? If you kept him alive as some kind of clan restoration breeding tool, Obito would have killed himself on the spot. Kakashi came over at that moment, his dead fish eyes practically capable of killing Sasuke on contact. "Sasuke, how can you have such a horrifying thought?" "Yes, Obito committed crimes. But before he died, he woke up. He entrusted me with the Sharingan and had me carry on his will to protect the shinobi world. That counts for something. He's in the Pure Land with Rin now, living peacefully. Don't ever say something like that again." Sasuke suddenly looked straight at Kakashi. Or rather, at Kakashi's eye. For a moment, Kakashi actually got creeped out. Why are you looking at me like that?" Kakashi looked like he wanted to run. "Kakashi. Since you have a Sharingan, doesn't that basically make you part of the Uchiha clan too? If you accepted Obito's atonement duty, shouldn't you atone for the Uchiha clan by producing a few kids?" "No. I'm not. Sasuke, stop that dangerous train of thought. Kakashi was so alarmed he didn't even bother arguing. He just vanished on the spot. If he'd known, he wouldn't have opened his mouth. Kids these days were terrifying. Tenten quickly broke the awkward vibe. Okay. Sasuke's only 16 or 17. It's way too early. Sooner or later he'll meet a girl he likes. Let's not overthink it. Yeah, Tenten's right. Natsuki jumped on the opening to change the subject. Come on. Kumogakure beef is seriously good. We've gotta eat more. If we come back another time, we might not get another chance. Sasuke and Neji gave him the courtesy and started devouring with him. And honestly, Kumogakure really knew how to throw a banquet. When they shared, good wine, good dishes, good meat, good desserts, nothing held back. Eating felt smooth and satisfying. Before long, Naruto wandered over with his eyes half floating, wearing a blissed-out expression. It was obvious why. A guy who'd never been welcome anywhere suddenly became wildly popular, surrounded by beautiful girls, being invited to dance. Of course he was drunk on happiness. Minato came along too, smiling a little awkwardly. Sorry. Naruto's just really happy. Fourth Sama, they greeted. Minato sat down with them. Seeing Naruto like that, Natsuki could only shake his head, but he didn't say anything harsh. Naruto really hadn't had it easy. What kind of childhood had he even lived through? Now his father had been revived, and he was getting showered with attention. He'd finally gotten what he'd always wanted. Let him enjoy it. But Natsuki did remember something important. By the way, he said, what's the situation with the tailed beasts right now? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 435, Chapter. Natsuki had almost forgotten about it. Seeing Naruto was what made it come back to him. Logically speaking, after the 9-tailed beasts were absorbed by the 10 tails, they should have been sealed away together with Kaguya-sama. But Natsuki didn't believe that old Six Paths geezer hadn't left a backup plan. Sure enough, Naruto quickly said, I know. After you and Tenten left, Sasuke and I got called over by the old sage of Six Paths again. He summoned all 9-tailed beasts back, Kurama and the others. The sage told me and Sasuke to make proper arrangements so the tailed beasts can live the way they want. As long as they don't harm the shinobi world, humans aren't allowed to interfere. Sasuke picked up the thread. I promised that I'd return freedom to it once everything was over. But I'm worried someone with bad intentions will capture and seal it again, so I'm planning to bring it up at the post-war debrief meeting. With the war over, a summary conference was inevitable. And since representatives from every village would be there, it was the perfect time to raise the issue. When 2 Six Paths level powerhouses like Naruto and Sasuke spoke, nobody else would, or dare, object. From that point on, the tailed beasts could finally be free. Of course, some tailed beasts might choose to stay and continue helping humans. That would be up to them. Either way, humans couldn't force the tailed beasts, and the tailed beasts couldn't casually harm humans. Peaceful coexistence was best. Hearing that, Natsuki finally let out a breath. With the tailed beast settled, maybe tragedies born from human nature wouldn't happen again. They hadn't been talking long before Inoki, Mei, and the others came over too. Mainly, they wanted to chat with Natsuki's group. After all, these were the heroes who'd saved the shinobi world, and they were ridiculously strong. No matter how village relations shifted in the future, being on good terms with them was never a bad move. Inoki still hadn't forgotten his plan. Natsuki already had a partner, so Inoki couldn't do anything there, but Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto didn't, so naturally he started aggressively promoting his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. Neji, kid, you don't have a partner yet, right? Old men can tell at a glance. You're handsome as hell, and my granddaughter Kuratsuchi is heroic, cool, and pretty. She's absolutely the top pick. Want to consider it? Naruto, when I first saw you, I knew you weren't ordinary. And sure enough, you've soared. You definitely don't have a partner yet, right? My granddaughter Kuratsuchi is great and very pretty, you know her too, don't you? I'll talk to your dad directly about this. Also, Kirin and Kuratsuchi are trying to get along. Sasuke, my little, blah blah blah. The old man's abacus beads were basically bouncing off everyone's faces. The whole group was speechless. Off to the side, Kuratsuchi felt both mortified and furious, and she immediately punched her own grandpa. Even more absurd, Mei straight up recommended herself. You handsome boys, don't listen to that old fossil Inoki. What's so good about Kuratsuchi, that little brat? If you're looking for someone, you should be looking for a big sister like me. So, want to seriously consider it? That was unbelievably bold, and it made Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji stare toward the heavens in utter defeat. But what could you do? A woman desperate to marry wasn't going to overthink it. She just wanted a good man to date and marry. What was there to be shy about? Even more unexpectedly, Sasuke actually showed a thoughtful expression. Sakura completely lost control. She rushed over, planted herself in front of Mei, and bared her teeth like an angry cat. You old hag. Don't you dare set your sights on Sasuke-kun. Oh, old hag. Mei's face froze. You little brat actually dared to jump in. Listen here, I'm at the age where I'm gorgeous like a blooming flower. I've got the looks, I've got the figure, of course little boys like me. And you? Look at you, flat as a board. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a guy. Sakura's head practically started smoking. This old hag actually called her flat, she was still growing, okay. Mei refused to back down, glaring right back. It turned into a full-on farce, and it was so entertaining people couldn't look away. Natsuki and Tenten were cracking sunflower seeds, watching like they were addicted, and everyone else copied them. Turns out sunflower seeds really were dangerously addictive. Later, someone suggested playing Ninja Killer, so the whole group started playing together. It was Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato's first time touching a card game like that. They ended up having an absolute blast. When they heard there were even character cards for the Hokage, they got even more excited. The other villages Kage watched with envy. So they came to the inventor, Natsuki, and demanded that he hurry up and design character cards for them, too. Natsuki had no objections, and he was 100% supportive. Before, he'd avoided designing shinobi character cards from other villages because he worried it would spark conflict. But now that they were personally requesting it, there was no need to hold back. He could update the card set right away, and conveniently make another pile of money. He certainly wasn't going to complain about earning too much. Before anyone realized it, the night-long celebration banquet was over. Everyone had had a great time, and one by one they found places to crash. But once they woke up, they quickly cleaned up, and the higher-ups from each village gathered in the conference room to begin the post-war summary meeting for the Fourth Shinobi World War. Attendees included not only the Kage, but also a number of special figures. Like Natsuki, Sasuke, Neji, and Naruto, the four main heroes, along with the three revived Hokage, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato. There was also Mifune representing the land of iron, Fu representing Takigakure, Konan representing the land of rain, and Orochimaru representing the land of rice fields. Of course, the ones with seats were just the main attendees. The people without seats still had to attend from the back. On Konoha's side, Tenten, Shino, and Shikamaru were all there. Guards from the other villages were present as well, Darui, Kuratsuchi, Chojuro, Temari, and others. I, as Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces, spoke first. Ahem. Everyone, we achieved victory in this war. We celebrated last night. Now it's time to summarize our objectives, our process, our meaning, and discussions about certain post-war matters. We need to put everything on the table. Everyone nodded. These were the real, practical issues. Especially the post-war matters, profit distribution, the future relationship between nations and villages, and so on. All of it had to be discussed. Better to settle it early rather than drag it out until something went wrong. Tsunade, as the Allied forces strategist, continued. This war was initiated by Obito, who worked with Madara and Kabuto to seize the tailed beasts, merge them into the Ten-Tails, and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. But the truth was that Black Zetsu was plotting to release the progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, bringing catastrophe upon the shinobi world. Our eightfold Allied forces fought through blood and fire and finally overcame the enemy. And because Madara repented and revived the fallen soldiers, the losses in this war were extremely small. That is something we should be happy about. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 436, Chapter. Tsunade's words were met with unanimous agreement. But for the most part, it was all polite, surface-level talk, plenty of important details still left unsaid. Fortunately, Gaara, as Supreme Commander of the Allied Shinobi Forces, spoke next and went through everything in concrete terms: pre-war preparations, troop organization, the battles themselves, the strengths and flaws revealed during combat, and even the most meticulous statistics on casualties and losses. It could be said that Gaara had done an excellent job as Supreme Commander. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, and Mei, the Mizukage, also gave speeches of their own, affirming the shinobi's performance in the war and praising the outstanding achievements of certain heroic shinobi. For example, Shikamaru, though not particularly strong, was exceptionally sharp, and he performed very well in areas like tactical planning and coordination. For example, Shino, whether it was surprise attacks, capturing objectives, defense, or support, excelled across the board, repeatedly remaining active on the main battlefield. No one could deny that. Especially Tenten. With the Six Paths tools in hand, she slaughtered enemies left and right. You could honestly say that she alone wiped out most of the Edo Tensei army, driving allied casualties down to the lowest possible level. After that, she even joined the campaign against Madara, and at one point she actually managed to seal Madara. That kind of merit was truly astonishing. As for Natsuki, Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji, there was no need to say more. They were the great heroes who defeated the final boss. Their power was overwhelming, and no one could deny their contributions. And the meaning of this war was obvious: it forced shinobi to set aside prejudice, unite, and work together against a powerful enemy. For the peace of the shinobi world, it was a massive step forward. After that, others continued to speak. Sasuke and Naruto naturally brought up the Sage of Six Paths' final charge: the tailed beast's wishes must be respected, humans were not permitted to force them. Even if some people disliked it, under the pressure of two Six Paths level powerhouses, they had no choice but to nod. At least on that front, the issue seemed like it could be resolved perfectly. And yet, by the time the meeting reached this point, the atmosphere started to feel wrong. Inoki, Mei, several of the Kage looked hesitant, as if they wanted to say something but couldn't bring themselves to voice it. So much so that, afraid of the awkwardness, had someone prepare tea, then lifted the lid to cover his mouth as he drank. Naruto probably didn't fully understand what was going on. He only sensed the strange mood, so he didn't dare speak. Sasuke and Neji seemed to notice something too, but they weren't certain. Seeing this, Natsuki more or less understood what it was about. He took the initiative and said, "What's with all the hemming and hawing? If you've got something to say, just say it. We're comrades now, partners. If you miss today, you won't be able to bring it up later. I'll spell it out first: you're worried that Konoha is a threat, right?" That single sentence made quite a few faces change. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji also came to a sudden realization, so that was it. Meanwhile, Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and Tsunade, the four Hokage, didn't change expression at all. It was obvious they'd already guessed. Gaara reacted too, finally understanding what was going on. No wonder the other Kage had been acting strange. He'd felt something was off, but he couldn't see what it was. He hadn't expected it to be this. As for why he hadn't felt that kind of threat, this wasn't about him lacking political instincts. It was that he was on good terms with Naruto, Natsuki, and the others. He'd even lived in Konoha for a fair length of time, and he genuinely believed Konoha was friendly and peace-loving. And with Tsunade allied to Konoha, it never occurred to him that Konoha's strength would threaten the sand. But the other villages were different. The mood grew even stranger, like Natsuki's words had brought the water to a full boil. In the end, it was Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, who spoke first. As things stand, Konoha now has 4 Six Paths level powerhouses: Natsuki, Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto. And 3 Hokage have also been revived. You could say Konoha's strength has reached an unprecedented peak. So I want to ask, what are Konoha's plans going forward? Everyone else hummed in agreement, all of them silently letting out a breath of relief. Thank goodness Mifune had said it. And besides, they really were curious about Konoha's intentions. By all logic, with power like this, Konoha could simply force a complete unification of the shinobi world. But if it came to that, every nation and every village would resist, so would Konoha crush them into extinction, or threaten them into surrender. It would all come down to a single decision from Konoha. For Six Paths level fighters, just thinking about it was terrifying. Who could possibly resist? Natsuki didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked to Tsunade and the others. If you want peace in the shinobi world, there are only 2 choices. 1. Unify the shinobi world. After that, everyone becomes part of the same country, and war naturally won't happen anymore, and Konoha could do it right now. 2. Form a grand alliance, unite everyone together, and in the short term, war shouldn't break out either. What do you think? The 4 Hokage exchanged looks. Tsunade hesitated. Unifying the shinobi world, that doesn't feel right. Hashirama shook his head. Tsunade's right. There's no need to unify the shinobi world. Things are fine as they are, aren't they? If everyone works together to build peace, that's already wonderful. Minato analyzed calmly, different countries have different circumstances. Even if you forced unification, internal conflicts would keep erupting. And one day it could split again, leading to even worse chaos and war. So the first Hokage-sama is right. This is fine as it is. Everyone working toward peace together is enough. As expected, those 3 were naive. They didn't understand the benefits of unification at all. If the shinobi world were fully unified, with the sheer strength of Natsuki, Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji, decades of unified peace would absolutely be possible. Govern well, and the people would come to support it. Over time, the concept of unity would naturally sink into everyone's hearts. Forget it. In the end, they weren't people from China. Of course they wouldn't understand. Talking about it would just be a waste of breath. And because of what those 3 Hokage said, everyone else finally relaxed. So they definitely weren't going to do it. Only Tobirama said, actually, unification might be a very good idea. If everyone becomes part of one country, war naturally disappears. As for splitting in the future, if it's governed properly, why would it split? See. Tobirama really was the political one. But he was immediately met with glares from his older brother and his granddaughter. Clearly, they didn't agree. Then, under everyone's tense stares, Tobirama spoke again. But peace has finally been achieved with great difficulty. Forcing unification right now really would cause turmoil. So we'll go with what my brother said, this is fine as it is. Natsuki shrugged. He wasn't surprised by that answer. The shinobi world's way of thinking was strange anyway, like letting those useless daimyo rule the countries and all that. So whatever their final decision was, it wasn't exactly shocking. In truth, Natsuki supported unification more. But if everyone else refused, he couldn't be bothered to throw himself into pointless work. The people from the other villages finally breathed out in relief. Konoha had no intention of forcing unification, choosing peaceful coexistence instead, and that was the best possible outcome. And from here on, every village would be even less likely to provoke anything out of fear of Konoha's overwhelming strength. The shinobi world's turmoil would be delayed, and peace would last for a good long while. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 437, Chapter. Ahem. We've certainly felt Konoha's goodwill. A rarely seen smile appeared on A's face. Then, just as rarely, he asked cautiously, so then, how exactly would this grand alliance work? Anoki and Mei clearly meant the same thing. If Konoha wasn't going to pursue total unification, then they couldn't refuse some kind of alliance. They just hoped it wouldn't be too overbearing. Then everyone turned to Natsuki. After all, it was Natsuki who'd proposed the grand alliance, so he had to have something in mind, right? Natsuki twirled a pencil between his fingers, thinking. Honestly, there are parts of Akatsuki's philosophy that I agree with. Akatsuki's philosophy? Everyone froze for a beat, instinctively looking toward Konan. Konan hadn't expected it either. She hadn't anticipated Natsuki bringing up Akatsuki out of nowhere. Natsuki continued, Akatsuki's original idea was to gather the tailed beasts, create tailed beast weapons, become the enemy of the entire shinobi world, and by doing that, force the entire shinobi world to unite and move toward peace. And looking at this war, Akatsuki's objective actually came true. The 5 great villages and the major nations fought together. Everyone set aside prejudice and stood shoulder to shoulder to protect the shinobi world. We came to understand each other, trust each other. We also learned, more deeply than ever, how hard one peace truly is. And after the war, the people's hearts are turning toward peace. That's a very good beginning. People looked at each other, one after another, nodding with open agreement. It was true. This war had united everyone. Even villages and individuals who'd been sworn enemies had set aside old hatred and bias. After the war, everyone yearned for peace. You could easily foresee decades of peace ahead. Seen that way, perhaps Akatsuki's original philosophy had been partly right. Hearing that, Konan's eyes shimmered with emotion. Clearly, if parts of Nagato's ideals were being acknowledged, then at least some of what he'd done hadn't been in vain, and in that moment, her heart softened. But what Natsuki said next made everyone's faces change. Now that everyone knows the truth about the shinobi world, Otsutsuki Kagaya was a powerful being from beyond the stars. She brought the Ten-Tails God tree here to plant it, and then she plundered this world's power. Someone that strong, someone with a lifespan that long, can't possibly be the only one. It should be a clan. To put it simply, the Otsutsuki are very likely a predatory clan out there in the cosmos, going from world to world and stripping them clean. Otsutsuki Kagaya was just one member of that clan. And one day, her kin will find this place. When that happens, the shinobi world will face calamity all over again. The instant those words fell, everyone's expressions shifted violently. Some of them might have had vague suspicions already, but hearing Natsuki say it out loud still sent a chill through their bones. The progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, had been that terrifyingly strong, and yet someone like her was merely one individual in a clan. They lived long. They plundered worlds. And the shinobi world was nothing more than one stop on their route. The shinobi world had endured Kagaya's catastrophe, but what about the next Otsutsuki? What if the next group arrived in greater numbers, with even greater strength? Wouldn't the shinobi world still end in annihilation? Just imagining that future made everyone's scalp go numb. They couldn't even fathom it. Anoki's voice stuttered. So that's why you agree with Akatsuki's philosophy, because we really do have a common enemy, and we're being forced to unite to face whatever disaster comes next. That's exactly right. Natsuki nodded firmly. The shinobi world is one whole. We have enemies from beyond. So we need to stop all meaningless fighting, stop wasting ourselves on internal wars, and unite. We need to become stronger together, to face the Otsutsuki threat. That's the purpose of the Grand Alliance. My proposal, who agrees? Who objects? Everyone shook their head decisively. No one was going to object to that. For the most exhilarating novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Faced with a world-ending enemy, internal wars became irrelevant. An alliance was the only sane answer. Gaara pressed, specifically, how would it work? Natsuki didn't bother playing coy. Centered on the 5 great nations, with all smaller nations joining, forming a grand alliance. The alliance signs a peace accord, war is forbidden. Any disputes are to be coordinated and resolved through alliance council meetings. Any nation or faction that starts a war will be denounced by the alliance, and if necessary, we act directly to stop it. That way, there's no war between major powers, no slaughter, no sacrifices. And the smaller nations won't be trampled and ravaged whenever the great powers clash. That's how we achieve peace across the entire shinobi world. I support the alliance, Conan said first. She understood better than anyone the disasters war brought. The land of Rain had once been a battlefield for the 5 great nations. A country ravaged by war was left shattered, its people starving, corpses everywhere, endless suffering. If an alliance could bring peace, she would naturally be the first to support it. Mifune immediately spoke as well. I support it too. The Land of Iron had always maintained neutrality, but Mifune knew perfectly well that eternal neutrality was impossible. And against powerful shinobi, samurai didn't have much ability to resist. If you can't beat them, you join, survival came first. Anoki, Mei, and Gaara all nodded in agreement as well. This outcome was the best possible one. Natsuki continued, the alliance's goal is complete peace, to prevent meaningless internal bleeding, to let everyone grow stronger together, and to prepare for the future catastrophe. As for how each nation and village governs itself, the alliance won't interfere. If needed, the alliance should even help solve difficulties. Mutual aid is best. Also, we should sign a peace-based trade agreement. Brutal plunder through war is never sustainable. True strength comes from developing your own nation, and trade is the best means of growth. For example, the Land of Wind has a harsh environment, mostly desert, and its resources are extremely scarce. But it isn't lacking wind. Couldn't they research wind power generators, then sell electricity to other nations? And if the Land of Wind lacks water, the neighboring Land of Rain has plenty, couldn't they buy water at low cost? That solves Wind's water problem and also helps Rain's economy. Every nation has its own strengths. The Land of Earth has abundant minerals. The Land of Water has hydropower. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire go without saying. Develop your advantages, cooperate through trade, and progress together, that's the true path. Clap. 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 Applause broke out across the room, praising Natsuki's proposal. It was true, compared to looting through war, independent development was far more reliable. As long as peace endured, trade would naturally flourish. Even resource-poor countries wouldn't be unable to grow strong. Only Naruto looked dizzy, as if his head were full of fog. He'd basically never considered any of this, and this wasn't the kind of thinking he'd unlocked, so he probably didn't really understand. Someone who spent all day shouting that he'd become Hokage thought being Hokage meant charging into battle first and protecting the village and everyone else, without realizing that a Hokage had far more to consider. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 438, Chapter. Just looking at Hiruzen and Tsunade made it obvious, as Hokage, the amount of tedious work you have to handle is enormous, assigning shinobi teams, arranging missions, mediating internal disputes, dealing with foreign affairs, bargaining with the daimyo, and so on. In short, you're busy to the point of madness. Even in wartime, the Hokage usually doesn't have to go to the battlefield. So the real Hokage and the Hokage Naruto imagines are two completely different things. That's why in Boruto, after Naruto becomes Hokage, he looks so unhappy, and ends up neglecting his family because he's buried under work. Maybe, he actually isn't suited to being Hokage. Anyway, back on topic. Natsuki didn't stop speaking. Development is each nation's own business. I won't say too much about that. What I really want to talk about is how we deal with future powerful enemies. There's a saying, those who love war will perish, but those who forget war will be in danger. After the shinobi world achieves peace, even without wars, we can't slack off in terms of military strength, otherwise we won't be able to face whatever threats come next. So I propose that, in addition to the annual Chunin exams, every few years we also hold ninjutsu tournaments and military exercises. The ninjutsu tournaments are meant to let shinobi from every village spar and exchange techniques, to identify talented seedlings, then focus on training them, ideally producing more Kaga level and super Kaga level fighters. That's the baseline combat power we need against the Otsutsuki threat. And if we can cultivate a few 6 paths level fighters, then the future of the shinobi world becomes far less worrying. As for the military exercises, the goal is to build coordination and synergy among the nation's shinobi, so if we need to form an allied army again in the future, we won't waste time on breaking in and can form combat power instantly. And military exercises also spur competition between villages, pushing them to strengthen their forces. For the future, that can only be a good thing. The flood of words had everyone nodding again and again. It was a simple idea, but it made perfect sense, there was no reason to oppose it. And compared to actual war, ninjutsu tournaments and military exercises were obviously far better, they preserved peace while still maintaining military strength. Why wouldn't you do it? Of course, the specifics would still need to be discussed in depth later. In any case, everyone was going to be busy from now on. After a few more additions from others, the atmosphere grew even more harmonious. But in the end, it was Orochimaru who finally spoke. Then, members of the Alliance, how do you plan to deal with a criminal like me? A criminal, Orochimaru really was, by definition, exactly that. Even if he'd woken up at the end and switched sides, the trouble he'd caused was still immense. And with the sheer scale of his atrocities, there were many things that simply couldn't be waved away. Deciding what to do with him was bound to be a headache. Instinctively, everyone looked to Natsuki again, hoping to hear his take. Natsuki looked exasperated. Why are you all staring at me? I've said everything I needed to say. You should speak freely. Gaara smiled. Everyone just wants to hear your opinion. You usually have unique insights. If you say it well, then nobody else has to strain their brain. Everyone chuckled, because honestly, they didn't want to wrestle with it. Orochimaru was curious too. I also want to know your thoughts on how to handle me, Natsuki-kun. Natsuki sighed, choosing his words carefully. If we go by Orochimaru's crimes, killing him dozens or even hundreds of times wouldn't be excessive. He really has done an incredible amount of evil. Orochimaru smiled. How ruthless. So, is there any room for leniency? Natsuki nodded. But killing him would be letting him off too easily. He should make amends through merit. Jiraiya immediately asked, how does he make amends? Jiraiya was the one who least wanted Orochimaru to die, so the moment he heard there was a path to atonement, he was desperate to know what it was. Natsuki said, to be honest. I think Orochimaru is the shinobi world's greatest scientist, the most formidable researcher alive. Look at the modified people in Otogekure. Look at his research results. Everything proves he's basically unbeatable in the research field. We're going to face powerful enemies in the future, so we can't afford not to use Orochimaru's capabilities. Have Orochimaru research the Otsutsuki's power, use Otsutsuki to fight Otsutsuki. That might be the optimal solution. After all, our chakra, even our bloodlines, ultimately trace back to the Otsutsuki. So we need to deeply research their power, grasp their power, and then defeat them. Oh ho, now that's an interesting idea. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked his face. My dream was always to master all ninjutsu and pursue the secrets of immortality, and now it seems the source of everything lies with the Otsutsuki. If you assign me to study that, I'll give everything I have to help. He, how exciting. People exchanged looks. They agreed with Natsuki's logic, but Orochimaru's danger still made them hesitate. Because that man really was a venomous snake. And venomous snakes aren't trustworthy. For the most exhilarating novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Niji spoke up. Natsuki, you have a point. But Orochimaru is dangerous. Can we really trust him? Everyone, yeah, can't trust Orochimaru. Natsuki said, I never said we should trust him. Assigning him researches, making amends through merit, he's earning redemption while serving his sentence. That means every project must be approved by us. His experiments must be supervised, we do spot inspections whenever we feel like it, and he's absolutely not allowed to conduct unethical experiments. In exchange, we provide the research conditions and materials he needs. Any unreasonable requests get rejected and he gets warned. Doesn't that solve it? So that was the plan. Then there was no problem. Niji nodded. In that case, nothing should go wrong. Orochimaru didn't seem to mind. Instead, he asked, so, Natsuki-kun, did you specifically collect samples from Kaguya? Blood, hair. Even her eyes. Everyone looked at Natsuki too, full of anticipation. Kaguya had been unbelievably powerful, her eyes had to be priceless, the most valuable research treasure of all. Natsuki rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Not a single thing. Orochimaru immediately grew anxious. How can you have none? Without samples, how am I supposed to research anything? Natsuki said, did you forget Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu was nothing more than a puddle of Kagaya's leftover black blood, and it still carried her will, enough to play that whole save mom scheme with us. If we'd kept Kagaya's blood, or even her eyes, can you imagine how huge the risk would be? Maybe you transplant her eyes and instantly become her. Who the hell could handle that? Ah. Everyone scratched their heads. That really did sound plausible. So it wasn't lack of foresight, it was the danger of the material itself. Orochimaru spread his hands. Then how do you expect me to do research? Natsuki clearly already had an answer. We have plenty of material. You should know, many of us are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. The Senju and the Uzumaki inherited the sage's body. The Hyuga and the Uchiha inherited the sage's eyes. The Shikatsumiyaku inherited the sage's bones. Tell me, are we lacking research material? Orochimaru smiled. By that logic, we have abundant material. And compared to my old methods of scheming to steal what I needed, having you provide it yourselves is far more convenient. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 439, Chapter. No one had any objections to an arrangement like that. Orochimaru really was the shinobi world's greatest scientist. Killing him would be an enormous waste. Letting him make amends by researching the Otsutsuki's power, so long as he produced results, so long as everyone could learn to wield that kind of overwhelming strength, then the shinobi world's future calamities would no longer be a problem. Niji, however, looked surprised. So Shikatsumiyaku really is the sage's bones inherited from the Otsutsuki. That explains it. I kept thinking Kagaya looked weirdly familiar, so it's because she resembles Kimimaro a bit. Sasuke added, Kagaya used bones to attack. Her techniques were very similar to Kimimaro's Shikatsumiyaku. That made everything click. No wonder Kimimaro had been so formidable, his bloodline came from the same source. Orochimaru also sighed. If I'd known earlier that Shikatsumiyaku was the sage's bones, I would have invested far more in researching it. I wouldn't have wasted such excellent material. But luckily, Kabuto has a sample of Kimimaro's bloodline on him. We can make use of it when the time comes. This guy still wasn't going to let Kabuto's corpse go, huh? Well, fine. It was only extracting a bloodline sample, probably not a big deal. Seeing that everyone was on board, Natsuki didn't mind sharing more intelligence. As far as I know, the Otsutsuki tend to operate in pairs, moving from place to plant god trees and harvest energy. So Kagaya didn't come to this world alone. Where her partner went, that still needs investigating. We might even be able to find that person and use them as a research specimen. Also, the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother, Hamura, went to the moon back then to stand guard. His bloodline is also the Byakugan, and they have a main house and branch house too. But it seems the branch house rebelled and wiped out the main house, then tried to fuse all the Byakugan together to evolve into the Tenseigan. They may have come down from the moon before, and their target is the Hyuga clan. How did you even know something that important? And shouldn't you have said it earlier? Everyone glared at Natsuki, but considering his strength, and the fact that he'd received dream messages from the Sage of Six Paths, no one pushed it further. Niji recalled, you mentioned that to me before. So, are they coming down? Natsuki nodded. They couldn't afford to ignore it. And it would probably be dangerous. Orochimaru, the most sensitive to danger in the room, immediately grasped what Natsuki meant. So the Otsutsuki faction on the moon are enemies, not allies. Natsuki-kun wants to capture anyone who comes down, as research material. More or less, Natsuki admitted. They've lived on the moon the whole time. Their Otsutsuki blood should be relatively purer, which should help your research. Sasuke said, Kagaya's partner also needs to be investigated. We should assign people to look for them. Other than nodding, there wasn't much else to say. This plan seemed solid. If any problems showed up later, they could address them then. Before long, the meeting finally ended. With the time about right, the allied shinobi forces announced their disbandment. Everyone would go home, back to their own villages, to their own lives. As for how the meeting's decisions would be carried out, each village would handle its own responsibilities. Rewards for meritorious shinobi and the like would be handled after everyone returned. Right now, people were simply eager to go back. As for Orochimaru, observers would naturally be assigned, and a laboratory would be arranged as well. None of that required Natsuki's involvement. Hashirama even urged him, Natsuki, use Hiraishin to take me back first. I want to see what Konoha looks like now. Natsuki looked at Tsunade. When she nodded in agreement, he immediately used Hiraishin to bring a whole group back, mainly village leadership and a few friends. As for everyone else, they could make the trip the normal way. A group appeared at Konoha's gates, eyes full of emotion. Hands on his hips, Hashirama wore a homecoming grin. Ha 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 ha. Konoha, it's been so long. I wonder what it's like now. Natsuki cut in briskly, Tsunade-sama, since you're their granddaughter, you can take your two grandpas around. Tenten and I are leaving. And with a flash, he vanished. Tsunade couldn't help cursing with a laugh. That brat, where's the Hokage's aide attitude? The second he finds a chance, he runs off to slack. Just you wait, I'll deal with him later. Now, Tsuna, don't be so strict, Hashirama said, waving a hand. Natsuki's done more than enough. In battle and after the war, the role he played was bigger than even you, the Hokage. Letting him be lazy once in a while is fine. Tsunade shrugged. She wasn't truly blaming Natsuki, she was just complaining. Tobirama, on the other hand, said, it's a headache. Someone that exceptional, and he still doesn't want to be Hokage. Hashirama, Minato, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all agreed. He was clearly the one most suited to being Hokage, yet he had zero desire for it. What were you even supposed to say to that? Naruto just laughed with both hands behind his head. That's Natsuki. He's not interested in being Hokage, he'd rather spend all his time with Tenten. And if we're talking Hokage, I'm definitely the better choice, Databeo. Everyone turned to Naruto, then shook their heads. His strength was more than enough, sure, but he was completely unsuited to being Hokage. That jumpy personality, that painful lack of brains, that dull political sense, it was hard to imagine how disastrous Konoha would become if you put it in his hands. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? I really am suited to be Hokage. Naruto protested. Sure, you're suited to be Hokage, Minato soothed him helplessly. Naruto, take me home first. Your dad wants to see where you've been living all these years. Naruto immediately brightened. All right. Dad, come with me. As Naruto and Minato left together, the others also split up. Tsunade and Jiraiya naturally accompanied the two grandpas around, showing them Konoha's prosperity. Before long, the entire village knew the first, second, and fourth had been revived. In an instant, the village was in an uproar again. Natsuki and Tenten didn't care about any of that. They went straight to the ninja tools shop. Once there, they shut the place down for business, then sat with the shop owner to discuss the biggest event of all. The owner was trembling with excitement. So, you two have finally decided. You're getting married. Natsuki and Tenten held hands, solemn and sincere. Yes. The war is over. The shinobi world is entering a period of peace. We want to get married, so we came to discuss the process with our father-in-law, Dad. The owner looked deeply gratified. You're finally getting married. I've waited so long for this. And hadn't he? These two had been in love since they were 6 or 7. They constantly clung to each other right in front of him, this old father, all lovey-dovey, then they'd gone and crossed the line early, too, yet they still refused to marry that young. And since they were still on the young side, it wasn't suitable to have children yet, which made his desire to hold a grandchild grow downright desperate. After that, Natsuki's fame only grew, to the point where the owner started feeling a real sense of crisis, afraid Natsuki might abandon Tenten. And people tried to make moves on Natsuki every other day. Especially this time, after Natsuki became the great hero who saved the shinobi world, even more people came asking whether he wanted to marry a few more wives, which made the owner so angry he wanted to kill someone. But thank goodness. These two were finally getting married. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 440, Chapter. Question in the shinobi world, who's the one person you absolutely should marry? A. Of course it's Tenten. Because if you marry Tenten, you can become Haotian. That was what Natsuki was thinking in his head. Haotian, those who get it, get it. Besides, even if he and Tenten weren't officially married yet, they'd already long since become Haotian. The wedding process itself wasn't complicated. First, pick an auspicious day, then send out invitations far and wide, then prepare the banquet and ceremony. Most of the arrangements could be handed off to his bargain father-in-law. After all, the man was more motivated than anyone, he'd been waiting forever to hurry up and hold an outer grandchild. What Natsuki and Tenten needed to focus on was renovating their new house, preferably expanding it. Luckily, there was plenty of empty space next to the old house. Natsuki just needed to mention it to the Hokage to claim the land. After that, one burst of Mokutan would handle the construction. Ridiculously convenient. On top of that, the two of them still had to write invitations and personally deliver them. The shop owner could decide who he wanted to invite, but Natsuki and Tenten knew a lot of big-name people, so they had to think through their own guest list. They talked it over until evening. After eating dinner there, they walked home hand in hand. Only once they reached the courtyard did they realize they still hadn't let go the entire way. Natsuki quietly set up a soundproof barrier, exchanged a grin with Tenten, then swept her into a princess carry and brought her into the house. There was no rain, so there was obviously no need for an umbrella. But maybe because the wedding was so close, Tenten got a little too excited. The next day, Natsuki could only yawn his way to the Hokage Tower. Right at the entrance, he ran into Kakashi, late, as usual. Natsuki laughed. Kakashi-senpai, your chronic lateness is back. And you look even more drained than before. Kakashi shrugged. I was only being proactive because of Obito. Now that Obito's business is settled, I've returned to my true form. And I'm not drained, it's not that kind of weak. It's that those two dead-eyed tabby cats of mine drain me dry after I drink. Natsuki glanced at the two Sharingan Kakashi still couldn't close, and it all made sense. One Sharingan had already left Kakashi half dead. Two was just murder. You had to wonder whether Obito had done it on purpose. He knew perfectly well how brutal the Mangekyo's chakra consumption was, and he still gave Kakashi both eyes. Was he trying to make sure Kakashi never enjoyed a happy life? Yeah, if you wanted to go full conspiracy theory, it actually held together. Kakashi looked at Natsuki's exhausted face and clicked his tongue. You kids need to learn some restraint. Even if you're healthy, you can't just keep going like that. Look at you, you're wiped. And cover the hickey on your neck already. Seriously. Heh. Just a single guy's jealousy. Natsuki didn't feel embarrassed at all. If you've got a wife, why wouldn't you be affectionate? A hickey wasn't even a big deal. Not long after, the two of them reached the Hokage's office, and to their surprise, quite a few people were already there. The four Hokage, Jiraiya, the Ino, Shika, Cho clan heads, Niji, Sasuke, basically all the higher-ups. They'd even set up a large conference table in the office itself for a meeting. Why weren't they holding this in the actual conference room? What was this setup? You're too slow. Tsunade snapped. Even if the war is over, as the Hokage's aide you shouldn't slack off. Kakashi is one thing, but Natsuki, you're young, how can you be late? Natsuki couldn't help complaining. Tsunade-sama, the war just ended. Can't we get a couple days off? Tsunade shook her head without hesitation. No. Even if you're going to take time off, we need to arrange everything first. Konoha needs new deployments, and the alliance matters have to be handled quickly too. You were the one who proposed the alliance, if you don't finish dealing with it, you think you can rest. Natsuki's head started to pound. The war was already over, so why was it still this busy? He couldn't even rest for 2 days. He hurriedly said, then can I take leave? Tsunade frowned at him. Do you have something you need to do? Natsuki immediately broke into a delighted smile. Well, the shinobi world's about to enter peace, right? So I figured I should hurry up and marry Tenten. We need to be busy preparing the wedding banquet. The entire office went silent, everyone staring at Natsuki in shock. For the most exhilarating novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Then, in the next instant, the room filled with joy. Hashirama roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. So the kid's finally marrying little Tenten. That's a huge event, a huge event. Then of course we have to give you time off. Tsunade laughed too. You should have said so sooner. With something that big, you think I wouldn't approve it. Everyone chimed in with congratulations. Niji and Sasuke were even more blunt, you two are finally getting married. We were sick of your sticky sweetness ages ago. We thought we'd have to wait another few years. Natsuki puffed up proudly. Heh heh. I'll send you invitations in a few days. Better start thinking about what gifts you're bringing, if it's not sincere, you're not qualified to enter the banquet. It was obviously a joke. Even if they brought nothing, as long as they showed up, Natsuki would be happy. But nobody else saw it that way. Even setting aside Natsuki and Tenten's status as heroes, just being close friends meant the gift had to be heartfelt. That was something they'd have to think through carefully, otherwise it would be downright embarrassing. After that, the meeting finally began. The agenda mainly had a few points. First, promotions and rewards for shinobi who performed outstandingly in the war. For example, Naruto Uzumaki, Yamashiro Rinya, Kato Megumi, and Rock Lee would be promoted to Jonin. Some people would also be assigned new posts and responsibilities. In short, talent needed to be used, those with ability couldn't be left to rot. Second, arrangements for the 3 revived Hokage. Naturally, they would be placed in elder roles, participating in village affairs both large and small, as well as major alliance matters. Tsunade even proposed stepping down herself to become an elder, letting one of the 3 Hokage return to the seat, only to be met with unanimous opposition. The reason was simple: Tsunade hadn't been Hokage for that many years yet. It was far too early to step down. Besides, the alliance was a huge undertaking that needed handling right now. Suddenly changing Hokage would be a terrible idea. At minimum, they had to get everything organized and stabilized first, only then could they consider anything else. Tsunade was furious, but she couldn't win the argument. She was probably already sick to death of the Hokage's endless chores, desperate to escape the seat as soon as possible. And honestly, Hokage really wasn't a job for humans. You worked non-stop all day. Forget spending time with family, there wasn't even time to sneak a little drink now and then. So who in their right mind would want to be Hokage? Tsunade immediately turned to Natsuki and tried to coax him. Natsuki, your contributions in this war were the greatest, your strength is the greatest, and your head is good too. You've got real leadership charisma. I think you should be Hokage. Natsuki refused on the spot. Kedawaru. No way I'm being Hokage. If I become Hokage, I won't even have time to be with my wife and kids. So I refuse, firmly. Ugh, why are you so stubborn? Tsunade wouldn't let it go. Being Hokage has plenty of benefits too. Think about it, once you become Hokage, Tenten, her dad, and your future kids will all be proud of you. What's there to be proud of, being a village chief? Not being Hokage doesn't stop me from being the strongest in the shinobi world. Tsunade-sama, don't even try to fool me. Natsuki wasn't going to fall for it. Hokage. Even a dog wouldn't do it. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 441, chapter. Check it out. For a moment, Tsunade felt completely deflated. Being village chief really wasn't anything to brag about. The key point was that this village chief job had her busy like a dog, she didn't even have time to sneak a drink. She didn't want it either, okay. To make Tsunade drop the idea, Natsuki decided to shift her attention. Ahem. Tsunade-sama, I don't want to do it, but there are people who do. Look at Kakashi-senpai, Sasuke, and Neji. Their strength is top tier too, and they're excellent in every way. Especially Sasuke and Neji, they carry their clan's responsibilities. They'd definitely be willing to become Hokage. Tsunade blinked, then her eyes lit up as she immediately locked onto the 3 of them. All 3 flinched at the light in her gaze. Kakashi spoke at once. I am not suitable. Sasuke and Neji are both 6 paths level, and they've been the most outstanding geniuses since we were in school. Their performance over the years has been excellent, and they're the heroes who saved the shinobi world. They're the most suitable. Tsunade started shouting excitedly, yes, yes, yes. Sasuke, don't you want to restore the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha were one of the founding clans of Konoha alongside the Senju. I'm a Senju and I've already been Hokage, so now it's your turn. And I've heard the Uchiha's dream is that one day an Uchiha will become Hokage. Do you want to fulfill your clan's wish or not? When it came to his clan, Sasuke couldn't help feeling tempted. He actually started thinking it over. Then Tsunade turned to Neji. Neji, if you want the Hyuga clan to become even more glorious, you want to be Hokage too, right? Neji didn't refuse at all. I always assumed Natsuki would be the future Hokage. But since Natsuki refuses, then I'll take it without hesitation. Mainly because those old fossils in his clan cared a great deal about that village chief position. If that was the case, then he'd give it a shot. But Sasuke wasn't happy. Neji, I can on other things, but not the Hokage seat. Hokage belongs to the Uchiha. Neji smiled. Then it looks like we'll have to compete. For a moment, their gazes collided, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop again. Right, now this was more like it. The Hokage seat should be something people fight over, not something people reject with disgust. Finally, things felt satisfying again. Tsunade clapped happily. Great. Then you two are Hokage candidates. Once we finish handling the village and alliance matters, we'll move to a public election. For now, keep doing your work in the police force. While you're at it, go build support, raise your approval. I believe that no matter which of you becomes Hokage, you'll be the most outstanding Hokage, and the strongest Hokage. Clap 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 clap. Everyone applauded. Even Tobirama looked satisfied by this development. He might have been dissatisfied with the Uchiha in the past, but now only one remained, and he was that outstanding, so Tobirama naturally had no objections. Hashirama's eyes even turned moist. Back then, he'd always believed Madara was suited to become Hokage, but for one reason or another, Madara never became one. Now the Uchiha were finally competing for the Hokage seat again. He was definitely voting for Sasuke. Natsuki also let out a quiet sigh of relief. With those two eager to become Hokage, he finally wouldn't be targeted anymore. No way was he becoming Hokage. As Hokage's aide, he could still participate in major matters, and not being Hokage didn't affect his strength at all, so not doing it was obviously better. After the meeting ended, its contents were quickly announced to the public. Those promoted from Chunin to Jonin were naturally ecstatic, but that wasn't really what people focused on. Right now, the truly explosive news had two headlines. First, Natsuki and Tenten would soon be getting married. Second, Sasuke and Neji had become Hokage candidates, and would compete for the Hokage seat in the future. In an instant, the entire village became lively again. When Naruto heard the news, he immediately stormed into the Hokage's office, anxious and furious. For the most exhilarating novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Tsunade-bachan. Tsunade-bachan. Why are only Sasuke and Neji Hokage candidates? What about me? What about me? Tsunade-bachan, you can't play favorites. Naruto's loud fussing made Tsunade's head hurt. She gestured for Minato to handle it. Minato naturally supported Naruto's dream, but he also knew Naruto definitely wasn't ready, so he could only find a way to talk him down. He picked up a document from Tsunade's desk and handed it to Naruto. Naruto, don't panic. Look at this first. Naruto took it, and saw mission assignments, internal disputes, and diplomatic affairs. He looked even more confused. Dad, why are you showing me this? Minato smiled like a little son. Your strength is more than enough to be Hokage. But being Hokage isn't only about strength, it's also about capability. What you're looking at is the Hokage's daily paperwork and chores. Try doing it. You'll understand. Naruto went, oh, then found a spot and started racking his brain. After a long time, he returned the file to his dad with a grin. Minato took one look and instantly went numb. Tsunade snatched it too, and immediately started slamming the desk. Naruto, look at what you arranged. For a tiny mission like this, you assigned Shino. Do you think an elite Jonin has nothing better to do? And this mission is obviously suspicious, yet you sent a genin squad, are you sending them to their deaths? And then there's this. And it takes you ages to process even one matter. There are piles of these every day. How are you going to be Hokage like this? Naruto was completely stunned. Nobody had told him the Hokage had to do all this. It was like Monkey D. Luffy wanting to become Pirate King without understanding what being Pirate King actually meant. Naruto had been yelling that he'd be Hokage without even knowing what the Hokage's job involved. It was hard not to laugh. Minato could only comfort him. Naruto, don't be discouraged. Even if you can't make it as the next one, then fight for the one after that. Dad believes you can do it. Naruto immediately pulled himself together. Yeah. I'll definitely become Hokage and make everyone acknowledge me, Dadabayo. Heh. Having confidence is good. If you have a dream, you have to start working for it. As Minato spoke, he turned to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, could I ask you for a position? Let Naruto do some office work, help with simpler tasks. Tsunade doted on Naruto anyway, so she agreed. Fine. Starting today, Naruto will be Kakashi's secretary. Naruto, Kakashi will teach you properly. You need to learn properly too. Whether you can become Hokage depends on you. Naruto nodded vigorously. Okay. I'll work hard. Little did he know, this was the beginning of suffering. The Hokage was busy. The Hokage's aide was busy. And how could the aide's secretary possibly be idle? But Natsuki didn't know any of that. He and Tenten had received leave, so they started finalizing their invitation list, then began writing and delivering invitations one by one. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 442, End of the Fanfic Reward. Winners. So, from now on every time I finish a fanfic I will give a reward to the top 10 and a discount for a period of time, to everyone. The rewards. Discount code, 1983B. Winner. First place, Taoist Passabot. Second place, Fulfillment_Seeker. Third place, Water Monkey Sage. Fourth to 10th place. Skelly. Canum_. Legnas. Anthony_Hopfner. Spawn of Satan. Mr. Unique. G1 Ingy. As for the discount, it will start today. So take advantage of that, ha ha ha. Anyway, thanks for the support and I will keep delivering fun fanfics. Ciao. Chapter 443, Chapter. Natsuki and Tenten really did know a lot of people. First there was everyone in Konoha, 4 Hokage to invite, plus a whole pile of teachers, mentors, and friends. Then there were people in the land of lightning, the land of wind, the land of water, the land of earth, the land of iron, Takigakure, and more. The guest list was so long it was borderline ridiculous. Whether they were close or not didn't even matter. As long as they'd crossed paths during the 4th Great Ninja War, they still needed to be invited. If someone chose not to come, that was their decision, but the invitation had to arrive. Natsuki and Tenten listed everyone out, double-checking until they were sure there were no gaps. Then Tenten ground the ink while Natsuki personally wrote each invitation by hand, and in the end they both added their signatures to make it feel properly formal. To prevent any last-minute omissions, they even carried a few blank invitations with them when they went out delivering, just in case they remembered someone on the spot. Once they'd finished most of them, the two headed out together. The first stop was Gai-sensei and Lee. Gai-sensei was Tenten's teacher, and 263 was basically Natsuki's teacher too. After all, the Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates, he taught had helped more than anything in the war. So of course he had to be first. Lee was there because he trained with Gai-sensei every day. And it wasn't just the two of them. There were plenty of unfamiliar faces around as well, apparently people who'd come specifically to learn taijutsu from Gai-sensei. After all, the Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates, had completely stolen the spotlight. Gai-sensei had opened the 7th gate and fought Edo Madara evenly, and Natsuki had opened the 7th gate and beaten 6 Paths Madara into speechlessness. Naturally, tons of people decided the 8 gates were absurdly overpowered, and wanted to learn. That delighted Gai-sensei to no end. He didn't mind teaching, either. The problem was that most of them simply didn't have the physique for it yet, so they needed far more conditioning first. The moment Natsuki and Tenten arrived, everyone's eyes lit up, but because Gai-sensei ran a strict session, not a single person dared move out of line. They kept training. Yo. Our 2 great heroes are here. Guy laughed, hands on his hips, exactly as spirited as ever. Lee mirrored the pose perfectly. They called themselves teacher and student, but they looked more like father and son. Natsuki immediately pulled out 2 invitations and handed them over. Gai-sensei, Lee, Tenten and I are getting married next month. We're inviting you to the wedding banquet. You have to come. Ha 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 ha. You two are finally getting married. Guy thrust his thumb up, his bright white teeth practically sparkling. Don't worry, we'll be there. And we'll bring you an ultra-big gift. Lee burned with enthusiasm too. Then my gift has to be youthful and passionate. I'll definitely surprise Natsuki and Tenten. Natsuki and Tenten both twitched at the corners of their mouths, but they couldn't exactly complain. They just couldn't begin to imagine what an ultra-big gift and a surprise from those two would look like. Please don't be green spandex. No. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying it became. They needed to leave, fast. Then we'll get going, Natsuki said quickly, waving his hands. We still have a lot of invitations to deliver. Then he added to the people training nearby, even if you don't have an invitation, you can still come. You're all welcome to attend mine and Tenten's wedding. Everyone replied excitedly, Natsuki-senpai. Tenten-senpai. We'll definitely go. Congratulations. Hand in hand, the two of them headed to the Hokage's office next. Inside, it was a whirlwind of work. The war had just ended, and there were mountains of things to arrange. Fortunately, Tsunade wasn't handling it alone, otherwise she would have cracked. Natsuki also noticed a small extra desk set up behind Kakashi, with Naruto sitting there. Even without knowing the details, Natsuki could guess what was going on. Naruto was aiming to become Hokage, so he'd started suffering through office busy work. Everyone, sorry to interrupt. Natsuki called. Tenten and I are here to deliver invitations. The wedding is next month, so you all have to come. They gave invitations to Tsunade, Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Naruto, and Shizune. They even gave one to Tenten. Shizune had come back to help since the hospital wasn't too busy right now. Tsunade took the invitation, and a smile finally surfaced on her exhausted face. Okay. We'll all go, and we'll definitely prepare a big gift for you too. Tenten couldn't help guessing, don't tell me it's the Senju Library free reading voucher my husband's been thinking about. Hashirama looked startled. Young lady, you're sharp. How did you know I was going to give that? Tsunade's expression instantly changed. Grandpa. That was my gift. How can you give the same thing? No, you have to pick something else. I promised Natsuki that a long time ago. Hashirama chuckled. Tsuna, your grandpa doesn't have much he can offer. I heard Natsuki likes our family's collection, so that's all I could think of. You should come up with something else. Tsunade refused to budge. No. Absolutely not. Tobirama cut in at that moment. Stop arguing. I already made the voucher. This gift is from Nanny. We don't agree. The office immediately erupted into bickering, loud and lively. Shizun could only sigh helplessly, but she still smiled at the two of them. I can't believe even Tenten got an invitation. That's really thoughtful. Tenten patted Tanten's head. Tanten's our good partner too, of course there's one for her. We'll prepare something nice for Tenten as well. Tenten was visibly delighted. Pui. Kakashi opened his invitation and took a look. It was clearly made with care, elegant style, neat handwriting. Just seeing it made you feel comfortable. You could tell how much effort the two of them had put in. He nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations. This time I definitely won't be late. And I'll give you a good gift too. Natsuki grinned. Kakashi-senpai, just don't give us Ika Paradise. Jiraiya's eyes bulged immediately. I can't give Ika Paradise. Then what am I supposed to give? Wait, you were seriously going to give that? Someone's wedding is a huge life event and you're planning to gift them an adult novel, your audacity is unreal. Even Kakashi was speechless. Jiraiya-sama. Ika Paradise may be a bestseller, and it may be famous, but it's really not appropriate as a wedding gift. Please think of something else. Jiraiya scratched his head, suddenly stumped. He genuinely had no idea what else to give. Naruto lifted his head too, holding his invitation with open envy on his face. Natsuki, Tenten. I didn't expect you two to get married so fast. I wonder when I'll be able to marry Sakura. Yeah. Good luck with that. And you probably won't get there. Natsuki didn't want to get into that, so he changed the subject. Naruto, you're working hard to become Hokage, huh? Naruto immediately turned into a miserable pout. Yeah. Dad said if I want to be Hokage, I have to learn how to handle all this paperwork. So I'm learning under Kakashi-sensei for now. I didn't know being Hokage was this hard. One chore after another, my head feels like it's going to explode. I'd rather fight Otsutsuki Kagaya again. That earned a wave of eye rolls from everyone, even Minato looked resigned. It was basic administrative work, and he was comparing it to fighting Kagaya. What, if he can't do paperwork, the world ends. At this point it was hard to tell who should be crying, him or everyone else. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 444, Chapter. After leaving the Hokage's office, the next stop was the military police force. The military police force was busy too. Sasuke and Neji, the two captains, were extremely invested. After all, they were trying to win support votes, so they were determined to handle the village's security as perfectly as possible. It just so happened that both Team 8 and Team 9 were there, saving Natsuki and Tenten from having to make extra trips. Hi, everyone, we're here to deliver invitations, Natsuki and Tenten said in unison. The wedding is next month, so you all have to come. The invitations were handed out with full ceremony. It felt genuinely formal. After Yami, Tomoya, and Megumi from Team 9 accepted theirs, the three of them immediately spoke in perfect sync. Boss, sis-in-law, congratulations. The key detail was that all three of them were wearing sunglasses. If you didn't know better, you'd think some underworld kingpin was getting married. The scene left everyone else half amused, half speechless. Natsuki thanked them with a grin and gave Tomoya a friendly pat on the shoulder. You and Megumi need to hurry up too. Megumi keeps getting more and more amazing. If you don't move fast, someone else might snatch her away. Tomoya nodded solemnly. Boss is right. A good wife like Megumi, I'm definitely not letting her slip away. Megumi immediately flushed red and lightly punched him. Tomoya scratched the back of his head and laughed like an idiot, the lovey-dovey atmosphere pushing Yami right out of the way, so much so that even Akamaru ended up getting fed the dog food. Natsuki also had Megumi summon Pakken specifically, so he could deliver an invitation as well. Pakken blinked in surprise. Didn't expect you'd even send invitations to us ninja dogs. That's thoughtful. Natsuki answered seriously, you fought alongside us too. That makes you comrades. Of course you're invited. When the time comes, have Megumi bring all of you, we've prepared top-grade dog food for the occasion. Pakken's eyes lit up instantly. All right. We'll definitely go. We'll be waiting for you at the Ninja Hound Unit 8. Over there, Kiba held up 2 invitations and laughed. Didn't expect Akamaru would get one too. Just for that sincerity alone, my gift is gonna be legendary. Akamaru barked. Woof woof. He didn't understand, but the meaning was close enough. Hinata looked openly envious, but she only said softly, Natsuki-kun. Tenten-san, congratulations. Tenten patted Hinata on the shoulder. You need to work hard too. You have to fight for yourself, don't leave yourself with regrets. When Natsuki chased after me, he was only 6, you know. You've got to learn to be thick-skinned. Otherwise the person you like will end up becoming someone else's partner. Don't you think? Hinata knew Natsuki and Tenten's love story, which was exactly why she admired them so much. Now, with Tenten encouraging her, she immediately clenched her teeth and nodded. I understand. Thank you for supporting me, Tenten-san. Nearby, Shino adjusted his sunglasses, calm but clearly pleased. Natsuki, my invitation is a little different, isn't it? Am I attending the wedding as the matchmaker? Natsuki and Tenten nodded firmly. That's right. You're our matchmaker. Shino shot the others a faintly smug glance and cleared his throat. Ahem. Naturally. Since I'm the matchmaker who brought you two together, it's only proper that I serve as matchmaker for the wedding as well. For a close friend like Shino, of course Natsuki and Tenten wouldn't forget him. Back then, the whole reason Natsuki had even gotten the idea to pursue Tenten was because of Shino's misunderstanding. After that, Shino had helped in all sorts of ways, so much so that Natsuki and Tenten became a couple early on. Shino truly, genuinely was their matchmaker, so his role was naturally special. But seeing Shino act smug for basically the first time ever, everyone else couldn't help feeling numb. It's just a matchmaker. What's so great about that? Nichi smiled. I've received the invitation. Natsuki, you said a long time ago you were waiting for my big gift. My big gift will definitely be the best. Sasuke scoffed. Mine will be the best. No. You two don't need to compete here. This has nothing to do with the Hokage position. But what the others didn't know was that the two weren't competing because of politics at all. They both felt Natsuki had helped them far too much, and they wanted to repay him properly. If their gift was worse than someone else's, then their repayment wasn't enough, and that was the one thing neither of them could accept. After finishing with the military police force, they went on to the hospital, the academy, and other places. Sakura, Ino, Shika, Cho, Aoba Yamashiro, Genma's trio, Konoha's 2 gate gods, and more, naturally, all of them had to receive invitations too. After that, they still needed to visit the major clans, the Hyuga, the Ino, Shika, Cho clans, the Inuzuka, the Aburame, and so on. The invitations had to be delivered to each clan head in person. Even though Hayashi wasn't the clan head, he was familiar enough that he still needed one. And these invitations weren't only for individuals, they were invitations for entire clans. If any clan members wanted to attend, they were welcome. However, once Natsuki and Tenten reached the Aburame clan, they were grabbed and flat out refused permission to leave. They had to stay for dinner. Shino's mother was extremely warm and welcoming. After all, the two of them were Shino's best friends, and when they were kids they'd eaten at the Aburame home many times with Shino. They were practically family. Aburame Shibi looked at the invitation and smiled with quiet satisfaction. I knew when you were children, you two were the best match. Now you're finally getting married. You've kept us waiting long enough. Shino's mother hurriedly added, Honey, I heard Shino was the one who brought them together. Shibi's smile faded a notch. I heard that too. Shino really did a wonderful thing. But he can't only worry about other people's business, he should worry about his own as well. The war is over, and he still hasn't invited Fu over to visit. Honestly. Shino's mother sighed. That girl Fu is truly wonderful. Bright and lively, perfect to balance out Shino's quiet personality. And she likes insects too. It's rare for Shino to meet a girl that good. Natsuki and Tenten exchanged a look, both clearly surprised. They were close with Shino, but they rarely interfered in his personal life. Before, they'd been too busy dealing with the war to pay attention. Natsuki had only introduced Shino and Fu so they could study insects together, and the research had been going great. But now it sounded like Fu came to Shino's house often, and she got along pretty well with his parents. More than that, the two elders approved of her. The only question was what Shino thought. After all, that guy's expressions were hidden behind his sunglasses, his tone never changed, and it was hard to read him, plus, it wasn't really something they could ask about casually. And the biggest issue of all was whether Shibuki would even be willing to let his little sister marry out of the village. Natsuki and Tenten couldn't meddle too much. If Shino asked for help, they would help without hesitation, but if he didn't say anything, they couldn't just force their way in. By the time they finished delivering invitations throughout the village, the sky had gone completely dark. They went home, then headed straight to the new house. All the surrounding land had already been assigned to Natsuki, and he'd built the new home with Mokutan, would release. Even though they weren't married yet, they still needed to live in the new house. And it was the perfect chance to leave proof of their love all around the place, on the sofa, by the windowsill, in the entryway, and so on. Oh, the ceiling worked too. After all, shinobi could stick to ceilings. The difficulty level wasn't that high. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 445, Chapter. The next day, naturally, they had to keep delivering invitations. First, the two of them went to Kimogakure and handed invitations to A, Killer B, Darui, Samui, Atsui, and the others. But Natsuki also asked about something else. Reikage, what are you planning to do with the 2 broken legs of the Gedomazo, demonic statue of the outer path? I was honestly a little troubled as well. I haven't decided yet. The Gedomazo is the vessel of the Ten Tails. This is a serious matter. Maybe it should be sent to Orochimaru for research. Orochimaru, huh? Oh. He'd forgotten to write invitations for Orochimaru and Kirin. They'd been enemies before, sure, but that didn't mean they couldn't be invited. I do have an idea, Natsuki said. I heard the Uchiha Gunbai was made from part of the God Tree. Those broken legs are part of the God Tree too. If you use them to make ninja tools, they're bound to be extraordinary. A's eyes lit up at once. That's right. Ha ha ha, Natsuki, you really do have a way. Darui, of all people, suddenly offered a rare stroke of inspiration. Boss, since the Gedomazo is the container for the tailed beasts and can absorb a massive amount of chakra, how about using it to make chakra batteries? Might increase capacity by a lot. And if the battery ends up being compatible, anyone could charge it for you later. Natsuki, Tenten, and A all stared at Darui in surprise. Well, damn. So the lazy guy could actually think like this. It made perfect sense. As the Ten Tails vessel, the Gedomazo had an absurd tolerance for chakra. It could absolutely boost a chakra battery's capacity by a huge margin, and if it could accommodate different chakra signatures, then anyone could use it. That kind of thing had enormous strategic value. As things stood now, chakra batteries were basically, charge it yourself, use it yourself, which came with heavy limitations. Once a war started, you couldn't spare much chakra at all. When a battery ran dry, you often couldn't refill it. But if they could develop a new battery from the Gedomazo's broken legs, they could have genin assigned to charge them. Hell, even disabled shinobi who couldn't take missions anymore could be paid to charge batteries. That would both solve livelihood problems and solve the charging hassle in one go. A immediately decided, I'll arrange for some of the leg material to be sent to Orochimaru for research. And we'll have craftsmen start on new ninja tools too. Natsuki laughed. Reikage, remember, if you get new batteries and new ninja tools, the Alliance shares. Don't even think about hoarding it. A snorted. With freaks like you Konoha people around, you think I dare hoard anything? You still have more invitations to deliver, right? Then hurry up and go. This guy, he wasn't even going to keep them for dinner. Don't tell him the celebration banquet wiped out all the beef. After Natsuki and Tenten left, A immediately summoned everyone to discuss what gift they should prepare. Natsuki was the strongest person in the shinobi world. They had to stay on good terms. And honestly, everyone's relationship with Natsuki and Tenten wasn't bad, so the gift had to be excellent. A insisted on premium beef. Killer B wanted to gift a brand new wrap. Everyone else racked their brains in misery. Meanwhile, Natsuki and Tenten had already arrived in Sunagakure. They delivered invitations to Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. And because of Chiyo's behalf, they also delivered an extra invitation. They were close enough that there was no need for nonsense. All 3 of them would definitely come. After that, they went to Iwagakure. Anoki, Kuratsuchi, Akatsuchi, and Kitsuchi all received invitations too. Natsuki didn't have much to say to Anoki, either. But after Natsuki and Tenten left, Anoki kept staring at his granddaughter. After a long while, he let out a faint, haunted sigh, like he was regretting something. Kuratsuchi got so irritated her forehead veins nearly popped. Then it was the land of water. Mei, Chojuro, and Ao all got their invitations. Mei, however, stared at the invitation, then stared at Natsuki and Tenten holding hands, and the jealousy was vicious. She grabbed Natsuki's shoulder with both hands and demanded, Natsuki, do you have any friends who like older women? Introduce me. I want to get married too. Natsuki went slack-jawed. How desperate are you? Tenten hurried to intervene. Mizukage, Konoha has a ton of single guys around your age, Kakashi-sensei, Aoba-sensei, Gai-sensei, Genma-senpai, Reito-senpai, and so on. They're all outstanding jonin, and they're all single. You're beautiful, if you're willing to take the initiative, someone will definitely say yes. Really? Mei's eyes lit up. Really? That's how it is. Tenten blurted. Then she immediately rescued her husband, said a quick goodbye, and used Hiraishin no jutsu, flying thunder god technique, to whisk the two of them away. She was genuinely afraid Mei might get too jealous and, in a moment of weakness, try to snatch her husband. After that, the two of them went to the land of iron to see Mifune, then on to Takigakure and Amigakure. Takigakure was for Shibuki and Fu. Since Fu was no longer a Jinchuriki, she wasn't ostracized or treated coldly anymore. These days she lived happily in the village. She still contacted Komiai, the Seven Tails, from time to time, though. Supposedly Komiai had wandered off to travel, drifting all over the place without a fixed destination. When she heard Natsuki and Tenten were getting married, Fu patted her flat chest and promised she would definitely attend, and that she'd give the most sincere gift. As for Amigakure, the main person they needed to see was Konan. After the summary conference ended, Konan decided to return to the land of rain and focus on rebuilding the country properly. Because Konan had contributed 600 billion explosive tags during the war, and had made countless efforts in other ways as well, everyone discussed allocating a massive amount of supplies to her, both as reimbursement for the explosive tags and as a reward. It was an enormous stockpile, enough for the people of the Land of Rain to live on for 100 years. And once the Grand Alliance was established, the Land of Rain would also receive aid from the great nations. They would sign a trade agreement with the Land of Wind as well, selling off the surplus water that the Land of Rain couldn't possibly use up. Even if the unit price was low, the Land of Wind needed such huge volumes that it would still be enough to keep the Land of Rain's relatively small population fed and clothed. Most importantly, without war grinding it into the mud, the Land of Rain would only get better. When Konan learned Natsuki and Tenten were getting married, she actually smiled, rare for her, and offered her congratulations, saying she would definitely attend. But after they left, Konan grew troubled again. She didn't know what to give them to properly express her feelings. She could use Shikigami no Mai, dance of the Shikigami, to make beautiful flowers, but her flowers were white, and that wasn't suitable for a wedding. Then I'll research how to dye paper with colors. I have to make brilliant, multicolored flowers. And so everyone ended up busy, everyone struggling over gifts. Natsuki and Tenten also wrote a few extra invitations and delivered them to Orochimaru's new laboratory. Orochimaru, Kirin, Suigetsu, Kirin, and Yugo all received one. They even ran into Yukimura there. Apparently he and Kirin were getting along pretty well. So Natsuki wrote an invitation for Yukimura on the spot, and Yukimura was so happy he practically bounced. Orochimaru, on the other hand, just stared at his invitation in a daze. He probably never expected that Natsuki and Tenten would invite a villain like him to their wedding. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 446, Chapter. Natsuki-kun, you really do surprise me, Orochimaru said, his smile full of amusement. You're actually daring enough to invite me to your wedding. Aren't you afraid I'll do something nasty? Would you dare? Natsuki's tone made it clear he was completely unbothered. He. I suppose I wouldn't, Orochimaru admitted. After all, Natsuki-kun is an existence that surpasses even the Sage of Six Paths. Right now, all I want is to conduct my experiments properly. I have no desire to die. Then there you go. Natsuki wasn't worried about Orochimaru pulling anything. Sending the invitation was simply a matter of attitude. Besides, future research would rely on Orochimaru. Offering a little goodwill didn't hurt. Even if Orochimaru was making amends through merit, when the Otsutsuki came knocking again, everyone would be comrades. Some old grudges needed to be set aside sooner or later. Natsuki also casually mentioned the idea of using the Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to design a new kind of chakra battery, and Orochimaru immediately took it seriously. After all, the Gedo Mazo was the Ten-Tails vessel. Orochimaru naturally coveted high-quality material like that. Since the materials would be handed to him, he'd throw himself into the research without holding anything back. Over there, Suigetsu walked up to Tenten. Tenten, I heard you have 5 of Kirigakuru's swords. Can you sell them to me? Tenten put her hands on her hips. I'm planning to put them on display in the ninja tool shop as signature pieces. I'm not selling. Suigetsu panicked. My dream is to collect all 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If you won't sell, you're making my dream impossible. Heh. You think I'm easy to talk into, so you're trying your luck. Tenten wasn't having it. Then go steal Chojuro's Hiramakerii, twin blades, Hiramakerii, first. If you dare do that, I might consider it, though I still won't agree in the end. That's still a no. Suigetsu looked devastated. His dream was basically finished. He really did have some nerve. Even Kirigakure hadn't dared ask for those blades back yet, and here he was, demanding them first. He had a death wish. Kirin punched his head so hard it burst into water, then turned to Tenten with an apologetic smile. Tenten, Soijetsu's an idiot, he's just joking. Don't take it seriously. Though, if you do want to take it seriously, that's fine, if you want to kill him, go ahead. Just don't take it out on the rest of us. Soijetsu exploded. Kirin. Are you saying I should die alone? Obviously. Kirin punched him again. Who told you to be so reckless and ask Tenten for ninja swords? If you make Natsuki mad, 100 lives wouldn't be enough to calm him down. And just like that, the happy bickering pair started fighting again. Tenten couldn't help feeling amused. She and Natsuki weren't bloodthirsty demons who killed without blinking. How had Kirin gotten scared to this extent? Kirin was way too timid. Natsuki and Tenten didn't linger long. They soon left. After that came the rest of the wedding preparations. They had to hire an MC to arrange the venue and rehearse every step of the ceremony. They had to get the restaurant to handle the banquet. They had to purchase all kinds of supplies. In short, there was plenty to keep them busy. And in the blink of an eye, the day arrived. Guests from every village began to pour into Konoha. Thanks to the war, everyone was already familiar with one another, and the village became lively and bustling overnight. Quite a few people even started comparing gifts with each other, some delighted, some miserable. Fortunately, the shop owner had reserved enough hotel rooms in advance, so none of the guests had to worry about having nowhere to stay. Money wasn't an issue. No matter how many people came, he could arrange it. This was his precious daughter's life event, and every guest was more impressive than the last. He couldn't afford to lose face on accommodations. Natsuki didn't have time to meet friends one by one. Instead, he kept checking every part of the process together with his bargain-priced father-in-law, only relaxing once they confirmed nothing could go wrong. That morning, firecrackers started going off early. Natsuki changed into the groom's outfit. Under the gaze of countless friends and family, he led Tenten from the ninja tool shop back toward home. There were many styles of weddings in the shinobi world, some lean Japanese, some Western, some Chinese. After discussing it, Natsuki and Tenten chose a more Chinese-style ceremony. Tenten wore a red qipao, and after she was all made up, she looked even more dazzling. The moment Natsuki reached out to her, he just stared, completely stunned. Behind them, some people tossed flower petals, others set off firecrackers. Friends and family followed along the whole way. The shop owner even asked Konohamaru and Moegi to help hand out candy and blessings, making everything loud, festive, and packed with joy. Once they reached the new home, and with friends and family as witnesses, they went through a whole series of steps. At last, the wedding ceremony was complete. It wasn't overly complicated, but it was more than festive enough. All the gifts had already been collected by staff the shop owner arranged in advance, so Natsuki and Tenten didn't need to manage any of that. After the ceremony, they still had to go table to toast the guests and thank them. Led by the MC, Natsuki, Tenten, and the shop owner carried drinks to the head table first. This table was filled with Kage, A the Reikage, Anoki the Tsuchikage, Mei the Mizukage, Gara the Kazekage, Konoha's 4 Hokage, plus Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, and Shibuki, the leader of Takigakure. Toasting the Kage first was a sign of respect. All the Kage stood and raised their cups with full courtesy. As for Natsuki and Tenten, they still couldn't drink alcohol, because shinobi weren't allowed to drink before the age of 20. It was an absurd rule, but there was nothing to do about it, so they used plain water instead. The one actually drinking for them was the shop owner. But just as the water was poured, Tenten suddenly clutched her stomach and cried out. Tsunade froze, immediately grabbed Tenten's wrist, and then smiled as she knocked her knuckles against Natsuki's forehead. Good boy. Congratulations. Your wife's got one. The sudden announcement stunned the entire room into silence. And then the uproar hit. Friends immediately left their seats and crowded in, staring at Tenten in disbelief. Megumi even came over to check personally and nodded with complete certainty. That's right. Tenten really is pregnant, she's been pregnant for a month. Natsuki and Tenten looked at each other and instantly thought of the fact that about a month ago, they had stopped using protection. For a moment, they were both a little embarrassed, then that embarrassment turned straight into joy. The shop owner downed a mouthful of alcohol and grinned so wide he couldn't close his mouth. Ha ha ha. I'm going to be a grandpa. I'm going to be a grandpa. Everyone began offering congratulations at once. Congratulations, congratulations. Double happiness. Shop owner, with news this big, we're drinking until we drop today. Shop owner, with news this big, your shop should have discounts. Shop owner, with news this big, your shop should be free shopping for 3 days. One by one, the suggestions got more and more outrageous. But his father-in-law truly was delighted. He hurriedly poured himself another cup, still smiling as he kept making the rounds to toast. Before long, he was actually a little drunk enough to sling an arm over A's shoulders. Natsuki didn't stop him. After finishing one more table of toasts, he took Tenten specifically over to their friend's circle. Their friends thoughtfully moved the fish and meat aside so Tenten wouldn't feel uncomfortable. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 447, Chapter. As soon as the two of them came over, Tenten got dragged off to the side by Megumi, Yakumo, Hinata, Sakura, Ino, and Fu. They were all basically the same age, after all, so of course they were curious about pregnancy. And as they stared at Tenten's still flat stomach, every single one of them looked a little envious. Who would have thought Tenten wouldn't just be the first to get married, she'd be the first to become a mom, too. Natsuki, meanwhile, got surrounded by the guys. And yeah, guys was the right word. Every one of them was a lonely single dog. Even Tomoya, who wasn't single anymore, still hadn't gotten to that stage. Even Niji couldn't help copying Guy-sensei and giving a thumbs up. Natsuki, you're seriously incredible, getting married and becoming a dad on the same day. None of us can compete with you. Tomoya and Lee gave thumbs ups too. Boss/Natsuki is awesome. Naruto just felt sour. Natsuki's got it so good. He married the person he likes, and now he's going to be a dad. Shikamaru shot him a look. Isn't that normal? Natsuki chased Tenten when he was 6. They've been together forever, and they've already been living together. If they weren't underage, they wouldn't have waited until now to get married. That had everyone nodding in full agreement. I mean, if you'd locked in your future spouse at 6 years old, getting married early was completely normal. Naruto, however, stared at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, that's easy for you to say. I saw you on a date with Temari yesterday. Wanna explain yourself? Oh. Gossip. Everyone immediately turned to stare at Shikamaru, and under that pressure his face turned bright red. Temari was sitting at another table, but with Naruto's big mouth, she'd obviously heard everything already. Her face went red through and through too, she couldn't even lift her head under all those looks. Kankuro spoke up for his sister. Isn't that normal? You reach that age, you meet someone you like, of course you get together. Right, totally normal. They were just shy, that was all. That kind of youthful, awkward sweetness was honestly pretty great. But this group loved to stir trouble. Before long, they pushed Temari into the seat next to Shikamaru. Kankuro, worried his sister might get bullied, hurried over and sat down too. Even Gaara, who'd originally been seated at the Kage table, got chased over, with the excuse that kids should come play over here. The whole group got loud and lively, the sugary atmosphere so thick it practically stuck to your face. But no one noticed that Sasuke had been sitting quietly the whole time, looking at Natsuki for a moment, then looking at Tenten, as if lost in thought. One dog did notice. Pakken was leading the 8 ninja hounds in devouring premium dog food, and when he looked up, he caught the contemplative look on Sasuke's face. Seeing Natsuki get married and have a kid, and thinking about the heavy responsibility of restoring his clan, huh? So young, and he's already under so much pressure. Thinking too much is tough. Being human is hard. Being a dog is way better. Muttering to himself, Pakken dropped his head and kept eating like his life depended on it, because today, he was absolutely going to eat his fill. Akamaru was also stuffing his face while nodding along, though it was anyone's guess whether he actually understood what Pakken meant. The wedding banquet went on happily, and it wasn't until evening that the guests gradually began to leave. Some even invited each other out to Yakiniku-Q to keep eating and drinking. After seeing everyone off, Natsuki and Tenten finally let out a breath, then looked at each other and smiled. The shop owner quickly said, "Someone will clean up here, so you don't need to worry. Natsuki, tomorrow, take Tenten to the hospital for a proper checkup. Make sure you ask what she needs to pay attention to. The baby is our family's treasure, there can't be even the slightest mistake." "Don't worry, Grandpa," Natsuki immediately corrected his form of address. "Ha ha ha. I like that. I can't believe I'm going to be a grandpa." The shop owner looked blissfully smug. It was rare, his alcohol tolerance was clearly great, because he was still awake even now. After the new house was cleaned up, Natsuki personally escorted the shop owner home, and only then did he finally relax completely. When he returned, Tenten was sitting on the sofa, gently stroking her belly, unconsciously radiating a soft, maternal glow. She probably still couldn't believe she was going to be a mother so soon. Natsuki walked up and wrapped his arms around her, then said, "Wife, it's our first day married and you're already pregnant. What am I supposed to do? On a day this good, am I going to get neglected?" Tenten couldn't help laughing, half amused, and patted the flesh at his waist. "Then my dearest husband, what do you want to do?" Natsuki immediately exposed his true intentions. "Make a few shadow clones, then wear different outfits. Fine, fine, geez. Tenten sighed, but she was smiling. You need to take care of yourself too. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. A night passed. The next morning, Natsuki took Tenten to the hospital, and he specifically asked Megumi to help. Megumi immediately arranged a reliable OBGYN. Since she was only a month along, there were plenty of things to watch out for, and the two of them listened carefully to the doctor's instructions. Megumi listened beside them too, probably thinking she'd need all of this in the future as well. After they got home from the hospital, they finally had time to look through all the gifts their friends and family had brought. Hashirama's gift was actually would release secret techniques. Looks like he hadn't managed to win the fight over the Senju Library free reading voucher, so he chose this instead, still an excellent gift either way. After all, Natsuki had synthesized the would release bloodline. Their child would probably have would release too, so it would be perfect. Tsunade's gift was even bigger. She gave Tenten the no Fuin, strength of 100 seal, and Tenten was absolutely thrilled. Tenten's chakra reserves had never been particularly large. When she used Six Paths tools, she relied on chakra batteries for support. If she learned the seal, not only could she maintain a youthful appearance, she could continuously store chakra, meaning her strength would only keep growing. As for the Senju Library free reading voucher, it really was Tobarama who gave it. He hadn't been joking. Looking at everyone else. Shikamaru gave a hot springs travel voucher. Choji gave a luxury meal package voucher. Ino gave a photo frame. Sakura also gave a photo frame. Gai Sensei and Lee gave dumbbells. Tomoya and Megumi gave an extra-large refrigerator. Yakumo gave a beautiful landscape painting. Hinata gave handmade matching couples gloves. Shino and Fu gave a huge jar of premium honey. Naruto and his dad Minato gave. Anyway, what you could feel most strongly was everyone's sincere blessing. Then Sasuke's and Niji's gifts got interesting. Sasuke somehow got his hands on a set of classic ninja tool design scrolls from a famous master craftsman of Takumi village. The scrolls contained the master's design and forging philosophy, plus plenty of powerful blueprints, and he even included a pile of rare materials. He'd clearly put real effort into it. Calling it a heavy gift wouldn't be an exaggeration. And it was exactly the kind of gift Tenten loved most. She was so happy she practically glowed. As for Niji, that guy straight up gifted them a luxury estate property under the Hyuga clan's name. He said it was for Natsuki and Tenten to live in for fun anytime they wanted. Seriously, rich clan problems. But there was an even more shocking gift. That bastard A actually sent over the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying pot. Using a Six Paths tool as a wedding gift, that was the most absurdly lavish move of all. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 448, Chapter. Teehee. I finally completed the full set of Six Paths tools. I'm the real Six Paths Tenten now. Tenten hugged the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying gourd, like she couldn't bear to let it go. She truly hadn't expected A to spring a surprise like this. When she'd asked him for it before, or tried to buy it, he'd refused every single time, insisting it was the village's treasure, not for gifting or selling. But now he'd handed it over as a present. Heh. He's generous, Natsuki said. He looked over the rest of the gifts. Not just the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying gourd, either. Kumogakure's premium beef, plus a bunch of their new tech products. He really put thought into this. It was probably the result of A thinking it through carefully and discussing it with Kumogakure's upper ranks, his goal, naturally, being to build goodwill with Natsuki, the strongest man alive. Sure, the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying gourd, was a priceless treasure, and Kumogakure definitely didn't want to part with it. But now that the world was entering an era of major peace, it was different. And even if it weren't, if war were still on, Kumogakure could team up with the other great villages and still wouldn't be able to beat Konoha. In that case, whether they had the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying gourd, or not didn't really change anything. So it was better to give it away. Everyone knew Tenten had always wanted to collect the complete set of Six Paths tools. This gift was guaranteed to hit like a bomb. It was practically a major favor, one that would make future negotiations a whole lot smoother. Clearly, A and his people had read the situation correctly. Natsuki really would accept this favor, because, whoosh, Natsuki doted on his wife. As he kept looking, he found an unexpected gift from Orochimaru, 6 new model chakra batteries, along with a note explaining them. Turns out the new chakra batteries, developed using material from the demonic statue of the Outer Path's severed legs, were a success. Just as predicted, each one had 10 times the capacity of the old batteries, and extremely strong chakra compatibility. Even more important, each battery used only a tiny amount of the leg material. The portion consumed was basically comparable to a microchip in the modern era. That was terrifying. Those legs were massive. Yet shaving off a fingernail-sized piece was enough to produce a brand new battery. With the amount of material in those 2 legs, they could fully cover the battery demand of the 5 great villages. Of course, the leg material was too precious to be used exclusively for battery production. So in the early stages, these new batteries would basically be reserved for Jonin first, ensuring elite combat power enjoyed a decisive chakra advantage. As for everyone below Jonin, they could keep using the old batteries for now. They were still good enough. The most critical point was compatibility. In the future, there'd be no worry about mismatched chakra making a battery unusable. They could even post missions to hire people to recharge them, saving users from the hassle of doing it themselves. With a battery like this, Tenten's mood naturally shot through the roof again. And Kakashi, too, no more fear of running dry. Even if double Kemui still couldn't be spammed without thought, at the very least he could sustain a prolonged fight. Tenten had barely put away the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying gourd, when she saw the new batteries and immediately beamed so hard she couldn't close her mouth. Hubby, you were totally right. Orochimaru is absolutely the greatest scientist in the ninja world. He's insane. Of course, Natsuki said. That's why I suggested we don't kill him. We should use him for what he's worth. Natsuki had never intended to redeem Orochimaru. You couldn't, Orochimaru's crimes were too deep. And even now, he probably didn't feel an ounce of remorse, so they still had to stay on guard. At the moment, Orochimaru was cooperating only because he feared the power of Natsuki's 4-6 Paths level fighters, and because he was intensely curious about the Otsutsuki's power. He couldn't be trusted completely. But he could be used. As long as Orochimaru believed continued cooperation was the only way to gain new research breakthroughs, he wouldn't dare cause trouble. They kept going through the gifts, and soon found one from Orochimaru's student, Anko, a set of premium dango. Well, how to put it, if Anko was willing to give away her favorite dango, then her sincerity was definitely there. Nothing else to say about it. The only question was whether Orochimaru and Anko, master and student, had truly reconciled yet. Before they knew it, 3 days passed. Early one morning, Natsuki had no choice but to head to the Hokage's office and begin his daily routine. What he didn't expect was that Naruto was already there, sitting at his small desk studying administrative paperwork, while Minato patiently coached him from the side. Natsuki, you're here early, Minato said with a smile like a little sun, warm and bright. Natsuki, you're here, Naruto said, looking utterly deflated. Clearly, digging through this paperwork had murdered countless brain cells. With his, I'm terrible at studying, skill set, this really was torture for him. Natsuki laughed. Starting to understand why I don't want to be Hokage. Naruto nodded rapidly. I get it. I totally get it. I had no idea being Hokage was this much of a pain. I thought the Hokage just stands at the front whenever the village or friends are in danger and protects everything. I didn't think there'd be this much stuff to do. Natsuki shrugged. Then all I can say is you misunderstood from the start. You didn't even know what it was, but you screamed about wanting to be Hokage all day. Honestly, I'm impressed. He continued, your real dream is getting everyone to acknowledge you, right? But with your strength and contributions, and the fact you're the 4th son, everyone already acknowledges you. So it wouldn't matter if you didn't become Hokage, would it? No. Naruto's face snapped serious. I'm definitely going to be Hokage. I keep my word, that's my Uzumaki Naruto-style ninja way, Databeo. He wasn't joking. Even after learning how painful administrative work was, he still wanted to do it. The current Naruto was no longer the old dead last. He'd truly grown, reliable, steady, the real deal. Natsuki could only give him a thumbs up. Then keep it up. Seriously, sometimes, if you don't understand something, don't shout about it blindly. Like how some people yell they'll be Pirate King for 20 years, then it turns out their dream isn't even actually being Pirate King, it's the kind of thing people roast forever. Not long after, Tsunade, Hashirama, Tobirama, Jiraiya, and Kakashi all arrived as well. They handled the day's paperwork first, and then started a small meeting. Tsunade said, after a month, the proposal for the Grand Alliance has been conveyed to the leaders and daimyo of every country. They've probably already discussed it. Before long, the alliance induction ceremony will be held in the Land of Iron. We still need to work with the other great villages to finalize the concrete articles and rules. That won't be a problem, Tobirama said easily. I've been using Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to travel to each village for negotiations. Drafting the articles has been going smoothly. We just need to confirm everything again at the induction ceremony, and if anyone has concerns, we can discuss revisions then. Hashirama looked pleased. Seems like everyone's really motivated. Everyone's longing for peace. Kakashi smiled. Because everyone knows there's an outside enemy coming that wants to destroy the ninja world. No one wants war at a time like this. The little bit of profit you can loot in war isn't worth mentioning compared to total annihilation. Everyone nodded in agreement. But nobody looked happy. Their expressions were heavy, solemn. The Otsutsuki clan posed too great a threat to the ninja world and to all living planets in the universe. Whether the ninja world could truly stand against them, that was still unknown. Even with Natsuki's 4-6 paths level fighters, who could guarantee the other Otsutsuki wouldn't be even stronger. When that time came, could Natsuki and the others really win? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 449, Chapter. How long until the Alliance induction ceremony, exactly? Just back at work, Natsuki obviously still didn't have a clear grasp of the situation. Tsunade answered, 10 days from now. The representatives from the various countries and villages who plan to join have probably already set out. We'll have to leave in 2 days as well and head straight to the Land of Iron to lock down the entire process with the great nations and make sure nothing goes wrong. Hearing that, Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. Looks like things really were going smoothly. Once the Grand Alliance was formed, the ninja world would be completely at peace. After that would come the plan for the Otsutsuki invasion. First, capture the Otsutsuki who'd been lying low, Ishiki, and use him as experimental material to eliminate the hidden threat to the ninja world and rapidly raise their overall combat power. By the time the other Otsutsuki arrived, they'd be in for one hell of a surprise. Orochimaru would definitely be so excited he'd shout, materials. It's all materials. Natsuki, you have to go too. Tsunade's one sentence yanked him back to reality. Huh? Why do I have to go? Natsuki blinked, dumbfounded. Tsunade-sama, can't you just represent us? I've been married for barely 12 days. I haven't even had a honeymoon yet and I already had to come back to work, I'm suffering here. And Tenten is pregnant, I've got to stay home and take care of her. How am I supposed to be running around? Tsunade folded her arms and sneered. You took a full month off for your wedding and everyone else split your workload. We nearly worked ourselves to death while you were off living the good life. And now you want to keep being free and easy. Dream on. Kakashi agreed completely. Natsuki, the Grand Alliance was your idea. You have to be there. That's Konoha showing sincerity. Hashirama added, in fact, the great nations have requested that all 4 Kage and all 4 great heroes be present, show our strength properly, so the countries and villages that still aren't convinced will fall in line. Besides, a lot of people want to meet the heroes who saved the ninja world. Even if you don't want to go, you have to. Natsuki rolled his eyes, but he didn't keep arguing that he wouldn't go. Worst case, he'd just use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to slip home when he had a moment. His Hiraishin was busted anyway. After that, Natsuki specifically asked for a copy of the draft charter to read through. Even if it wasn't the final version, it should be close, especially the alliance treaty. That part absolutely had to be airtight. They couldn't let anyone exploit loopholes in the wording. As he read, he casually brought up the new type of battery. Clearly, nobody else had gotten the news yet. Orochimaru had probably only just finished developing it and hadn't submitted his research report. When they heard the advantages of the new chakra battery, everyone got excited. Tsunade, in particular, didn't hold back, she unfastened one battery right off Natsuki's arm. Each of them tried it, confirmed it was highly compatible, and realized the chakra capacity was enormous. Immediately, everyone was grinning from ear to ear. Tsunade gave an instant thumbs up. With this new battery, I won't need to activate Inyotan, in release, when facing strong enemies. Kakashi also praised it. Now my double Kamui can actually be used where it matters. The Senju brothers were extremely satisfied as well. Even if they already had a lot of chakra, who would ever complain about having more? More chakra meant you could fight longer. This new chakra battery was a huge deal. Jiraiya's eyes even turned a little wet. This is great. Orochimaru's finally done something that counts. It should offset at least some of the evil he's done. Out of everyone, Jiraiya had always cared the most about Orochimaru as a companion. He'd once been heartbroken over Orochimaru's defection. Now Orochimaru had turned away from darkness, and could make amends through merit, there was no better outcome than that. Naruto tried it too, and was very satisfied. Even though he had the Nine Tails as a massive battery, relying too much on that power wasn't always a good thing. The last time they fought the Ten Tails, the Nine Tails chakra had been drained tremendously, so much so that it needed time to recover for the first time. If they'd had high-capacity chakra batteries like this back then, they wouldn't have been so passive. But, how much chakra does this battery actually hold? We need a number, right? Naruto was genuinely curious. Well, Everyone looked to Natsuki, because none of them had any real sense for it. Natsuki didn't have a sense for it either, but he could invent a new one. Ahem. One battery is about 5 bars. 1 bar is roughly about the same as Naruto's own chakra, and Naruto's chakra is about 100 Kakashi-senpai. So why don't we use Kakashi-senpai as the unit? 1 kidney-deficient Kakashi worth of chakra is 1 ka. Then 1 bar is 100 ka, and 1 battery is 500 ka. Thoughts? Kakashi immediately objected. No. Terrible. What does this battery have to do with me? Why is my name the unit? And I'm not kidney deficient. My chakra just gets drained by Kamui, that's all. But everyone else nodded. 1 Kakashi equals 1 ka, 1 battery equals 500 ka, super clear, super straightforward. Let's do it. No. No. For the best web novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Kakashi protested with all his might, but it was useless. He could already imagine how people would look at him once he became a chakra unit. Like, look. That's kidney-deficient Kakashi. His chakra capacity is only 1 ka. Even 500, kidney-deficient him, only equals a single new battery. How was he supposed to go outside like that? Then Kakashi glared at Natsuki. Natsuki, did you do that on purpose, or by accident? Natsuki looked completely serious. Kakashi-senpai, I'm helping you become famous. Kakashi's Sharingan practically turned into a Hyuga Byakugan. I don't need fame. My reputation as Konoha's top technician is already loud enough, I don't need an extra kidney-deficient title. And also, you invented the chakra battery, Orochimaru improved it into this new model, wouldn't it make more sense to call a bar 1 na or 1 oro? Natsuki and the others all shook their heads. No. The numbers don't line up, and 1 ka, 100 ka, 500 ka rolls off the tongue. That's what we're calling it. Everyone decided unanimously. Kakashi's objections were invalid. And sure enough, it didn't take long for the unit to spread all across Konoha. Faced with his friends' teasing smiles, Kakashi felt like his entire life was over. Whatever. Just got screwed by a junior once, that's all. Later, I'll screw him back. Besides, the fact that he liked reading Star Uncle stories was already common knowledge anyway. One more embarrassing reputation wasn't going to kill him. The next day, Orochimaru's report on the new battery arrived. Somehow, Orochimaru had gotten the news unbelievably fast, because the report used ka as the unit, leaving Kakashi utterly speechless. Tsunade couldn't help laughing, but she still read through the report with everyone, and planned to discuss production of the new chakra battery with the other villages afterward. This was strategic material. They couldn't afford shortages. Orochimaru would only handle research, not production, his research time was too precious. He'd already submitted the report. How to manufacture it was something the villages needed to figure out. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 450, Chapter. Another day, and Natsuki, Tobirama, and Minato used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to flash a whole group straight into the Land of Iron. This time, Konoha's delegation for the accession ceremony included Natsuki, Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji, plus 4 Hokage. Shikamaru came along as an office advisor, and they also brought an ANBU escort squad. As for the village's safety, that was left to Jiraiya and Kakashi. The security force would be temporarily led by Shino, and the major clans would provide auxiliary support. And Tenten had been ordered to stay home on leave. If anything happened, she'd send an immediate paper tag message. There was no need to worry about Konoha's security. Inoki, Mei, and Gaara had already arrived. After all, they couldn't use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, so they had to reach the shinobi venue early. Didn't bother with pleasantries. The moment he came up, he said, Hiraishin really is convenient. Think you could teach it to some of our village's youngsters, too? Inoki, Mei, and Gaara all jolted, none of them expected A to actually say that out loud, and he didn't sound like he was joking even a little. What shocked them even more was that Natsuki simply nodded and agreed. Of course. Pick a few boys with aptitude for space-time, and their character has to be solid. I don't mind passing it on. Tsunade and the others, hearing that, didn't object. Because there was a great enemy outside. Right now, everyone was tied to the same rope, one grasshopper chain. They should be open and straightforward. If every major village had people who could use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, then whether it was communication or reinforcements, everything would become vastly easier. Everyone was moved by Konoha's righteousness. For a moment, they just stared, a little stunned. Inoki gritted his teeth. Then Iwagakure will also send people to learn Hiraishin. And I'll put our Yotan, lava release, secret techniques on the table as well. Your other villages can send outstanding young shinobi to learn them. He hadn't offered Jintan, particle style, outright, but for the stubborn old Inoki, this was already a massive step. Clearly, he understood it too. In the face of peace in the shinobi world, a mere secret art was nothing. If you wanted trust, you had to show sincerity. Threw back his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Inoki, you're quicker on the uptake than I am. Then my Raiton, lightning release, chakra mode, I won't mind sharing that either. Seeing the momentum, Gaara spoke decisively. Sand manipulation, and Argitan, magnet release, secret techniques, Sunagakure can share them as well. Mei flicked her hair back, charming as ever. I have Yotan, lava release, and Futten, boil release. You can arrange good seedlings to come learn from me too. And it'd be best if you send a few handsome guys. Teacher-student romance really isn't so bad. At Mei's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The last time Mei had come to attend a wedding, she really had tried hard to strike up conversations with Konoha's single jonin. But she'd been too enthusiastic, and her intentions were way too obvious. She scared a lot of them off. In the end, she didn't land even one. Still, she truly was beautiful and alluring, and there were definitely people who liked her. She was just too impatient, desperate to get married. And now she was even setting her sights on future students. It was hard not to find it absurd. Since everyone is showing such righteousness, then the land of Iron's Kenjutsu can be shared as well. Mifune walked over, looking bold and high-spirited. Obviously, in the face of the shinobi world's crisis, everyone had firmly united. Old grudges were set aside, and no one planned to hoard their secret arts anymore. First, protect the shinobi world, everything else could wait. Natsuki believed that with everyone this united, they would absolutely defeat the Otsutsuki and protect the shinobi world. After that, everyone, together with Mifune, finalized the accession ceremony process for the Shinobi World Grand Alliance, especially discussing and amending any potential problems in the Covenant. During this period, delegates from various nations and villages arrived one after another. That included Shibuki and Fu from Takigakure, Konan from Amigakure, and others. Even some neutral or remote countries and villages sent people. Whether or not they joined in the end, they still wanted to witness this major event. The daimyo arrived last. They were basically useless, and their heirs were enormous. But they had all been caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi, so they understood how serious things were. As a result, they largely raised no objections. After all, if the shinobi world ended, they and their descendants wouldn't be able to continue living in luxury. And since they relied on shinobi protection, they didn't dare block the shinobi on matters of fundamental right and wrong. When the time came, the accession ceremony officially began. As Konoha was the largest representative, Tsunade spoke first, once again recounting everything about the Fourth Shinobi World War, emphasizing the threat of the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki, emphasizing the crisis facing the shinobi world, and emphasizing the importance of the Shinobi World Grand Alliance. After that, Hashirama, the god of shinobi, read the covenant aloud. The covenant was long, but boiled down, it was essentially a few points. First, the Grand Alliance would not interfere in the internal affairs of member nations or villages. If someone faced difficulties, they could also seek help from the alliance. Second, every nation and village must ensure they do not launch wars of external aggression. The Grand Alliance rejected all meaningless internal infighting. If anyone violated this, the alliance would condemn them, and would even step in directly to stop them. Third, it emphasized the Grand Alliance's main mission, to develop together and make ample preparations to respond to any future Otsutsuki invasion. In addition, the matter of investigating the Otsutsuki would be put on the agenda. Nations and villages would form investigative teams. Everyone should participate actively, working together to eliminate any hidden threats to the shinobi world's safety. After that, Natsuki, Sasuke, Neji, and Naruto, four great heroes, stepped forward, and the three revived Hokage did as well. Those countries and villages that didn't fully understand the situation saw how powerful Konoha was. Yet Konoha hadn't unified the shinobi world, hadn't pursued hegemony, rather, they were forming an alliance. You could call it sincerity in the extreme. And the strength they displayed really did make people feel at ease. So, many nations and villages were tempted, and one after another, they left their names on the accession scroll. Perhaps a few countries or villages didn't participate, but that didn't hinder the ceremony's success. From this day on, the Shinobi World Grand Alliance was truly established. Good. Now we can start the investigation targeting Otsutsuki Ishiki. Natsuki thought silently to himself, even as his gaze swept across every unfamiliar face present. Unfortunately, he hadn't watched Boruto, so he didn't know anything about Ishiki's forces or members. That meant he had no foreknowledge advantage at all. For him, the only things he could rely on were the Alliance's intelligence capabilities and his own overwhelming strength. Otsutsuki Ishiki had endured and hidden for over 1,000 years. He absolutely already had eyes and ears spread everywhere. So he definitely knew about the Grand Alliance. If nothing unexpected happened, he would absolutely lie low and stay hidden. Unless he had complete confidence he could wipe out the Grand Alliance, he wouldn't appear rashly. After the accession ceremony ended, the delegates from various nations and villages used the opportunity to discuss cooperative trade arrangements. Conan, representing the Land of Rain, signed a water resource trade agreement with Gaara's Land of Wind. The unit price for water was very cheap, leaving the Land of Wind extremely satisfied. And with the Land of Wind placing massive orders, the Land of Rain, already not lacking in water, was delighted as well. It was true win-win cooperation. In addition, to ensure the Land of Rain could be fed, Conan also signed a grain trade agreement with the Land of Fire. The money from selling water was enough to buy enormous quantities of food. The people of the Land of Rain would never have to go hungry again. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 451, Chapter. Natsuki took the opportunity to discuss the matter of the investigation team with everyone else. Otsutsuki Ishiki was, ultimately, a lurking threat. No one knew when he might suddenly jump out, and when that happened, there'd be no guarding against it. Rather than waiting on the defensive, it was better to take the initiative, find his trail, then wipe him out in one thunderous strike. Gaara raised the obvious question. Natsuki, we don't have a single clue. Where do we even start? The other Kage nodded as well. Yeah. Forming an investigation team isn't the problem, we have our best tracking and intel shinobi. But we have no idea what Kagaya's partner is actually like. Even if we stumble onto a lead, we might overlook it. That really was the core problem. If you had 0 leads, there was nothing to investigate. But Natsuki knew anime inside and out. The idea that a villain could sit still forever. Please. In anime, villains were always up to something. And as long as they were up to something, whether in the open or in the shadows, there would be traces. Natsuki analyzed calmly, Kagaya's partner is definitely in the shinobi world, and he's been hidden for a long time. Finding him won't be easy. But as long as he still has the same objective Kagaya did, then he'll act. So our investigation needs to lock onto 2 elements, 1, unusual, 2, mysterious. Everyone looked blank. They could understand each word he said. They just didn't understand what he was really getting at. Niji, sharp as ever, picked it up first. Unusual and mysterious, meaning a mysterious organization, and unusual behavior. Sasuke followed immediately. If he has the same objective as Kagaya, then even if he's hiding, he won't do nothing. He might have built a secret organization. As for unusual behavior, gathering intel across the shinobi world, especially prying into 4th Shinobi World War information about Kagaya and the Ten Tails. That fits both unusual and mysterious. We start from those 2 points. Natsuki stared at the 2 of them, genuinely surprised. He hadn't even explained it properly yet, and they'd already grasped it. They really were growing fast, not just in strength, but in perspective. They were already capable of being excellent leaders. The others saw it too, and they all nodded in recognition. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel jealous of Konoha. Konoha's talent pool was absurd. Luckily, they also saw Naruto scratching his head and looking tortured, which restored their emotional balance a little. Apparently not every powerhouse came with a powerhouse brain. Naruto had started participating in miscellaneous work, but his comprehension still couldn't keep up. That wasn't really his fault. He'd been a lousy student since he was little, aside from growing stronger, he struggled to keep pace in other areas. In the original story, before Naruto became the 7th Hokage, he'd spent years cramming under Kakashi's supervision before he finally took the baton. Even then, his administrative speed was still far behind, he couldn't even properly attend his daughter's birthday, and Boruto was often furious enough to want to kill his own father. Anyway, back to the investigation team. Now that they had a direction, everything became much simpler. Said, so we cast a wide net. Any suspicious individuals or organizations, none of them get a pass. Anoki added, in that case, the investigation team needs not just sharp instincts, but numbers. We gather every suspicious bit of intel across the shinobi world, then analyze it together. It's like looking for a needle in the ocean, but if the enemy is unusual enough, finding traces won't be difficult. The other Kage nodded, and then they began discussing personnel assignments for the investigation team. Konoha's side planned to put Kakashi in charge. He was an all-around talent, strong, smart, and steady. Having him lead was the most reassuring choice. And with Kakashi, he could freely pick members from the Aburame clan, the Inuzuka clan, and the Hyuga clan. Those 3 clans were the strongest when it came to information gathering. With their support, the investigation would be effortless. Seeing Konoha go that hard, the other villages naturally refused to be outdone. A pushed forward his best right-hand man, Darui. Anoki even had his own son, Kuratsuchi, no, not Kuratsuchi, Kitsuchi, take charge. Mei assigned Ao. Gaara assigned Kankuro. All of them were elites of their respective villages. Whoever took point, it would work. After they'd more or less finished the discussion, Mifune intended to properly host everyone. But as always, if nothing unexpected happened, then something unexpected had to happen. A slip of paper suddenly appeared in front of Natsuki. He grabbed it, scanned it rapidly, and his eyes narrowed. Looks like Konoha will have to miss Mifune Dano's hospitality. Everyone froze. They instantly understood, something had happened. Natsuki directly handed the note to Niji. Niji knew it was a message from Tenten. He snatched it up and read it, and in the next second, rage exploded across his face. So he finally showed himself, and he dares kidnap my little sister. He's dead. Naruto's face changed. Hinata was kidnapped. The others hurried over to look as well. The note said, Hanabi, while carrying out a genin mission, had been kidnapped by someone claiming to be Otsutsuki Tonari. Current location unknown. Otsutsuki Tonari. Otsutsuki. Everyone sucked in a breath, because they'd literally just been talking about investigating the Otsutsuki, and now one had practically walked into the net on his own. Though the one kidnapped wasn't Hinata. It was Hanabi. Sasuke frowned. He kidnapped Hanabi, for the Byakugan. Then he probably isn't Kagaya's partner. Niji nodded. Definitely a descendant of Hamura on the moon. Natsuki said their target is the Hyuga clan. He probably learned Hanabi's Byakugan is unusually pure, so he set his sights on her. And he likely saw the village's defenses were tight, so he waited until she left the village on a mission. Hanabi now was different from the original story. In the original, because Hanabi replaced Hinata's position and was meant to inherit the Hyuga clan head seat, even during the academy, and after graduating, she wouldn't be assigned to a squad. She'd remain within the clan's controlled arrangements. But now, because Niji had changed the Hyuga clan, Hanabi had reached 12 or 13, graduated, and was naturally placed into a small team like normal, going out on missions. And on one rare trip outside the village, Tonari had set his sights on her. Tonari wanted to use Hanabi's eye so he could obtain the Tensigen. Natsuki said, Niji, this concerns the shinobi world, but it's also Konoha's matter, and it's directly your Hyuga clan's matter. What do you plan to do? Natsuki intended to hand the matter to Niji. It involved the Hyuga, and as clan head, Niji had the authority to decide. Besides, this was a perfect chance for Niji to show leadership. Niji didn't lose his cool. He glanced at Natsuki and said evenly, I want this resolved without you having to step in, Natsuki. Natsuki blinked. He hadn't expected Niji to say that. But Sasuke immediately understood what Niji meant. Niji, you don't want to rely on Natsuki, do you? Because Natsuki's just too strong. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 452, Chapter. Niji nodded. Right. I believe that if Natsuki steps in, then that so-called Otsutsuki Tonari wouldn't survive even a single Nikitan, flesh release, punch from him. But if we do it that way, it's meaningless. The Otsutsuki who invade in the future won't be just one, we can't only know how to rely on Natsuki. We have to be able to defeat the enemy ourselves. This time, Naruto understood. So this is the best trial. A trial where Natsuki doesn't interfere. Everyone else had the same realization, and they looked at Niji with renewed respect. To stay calm when his little sister had been taken, and to still think that far ahead, Niji really was outstanding. Natsuki spread his hands. Then I'll go find Orochimaru. I'll bring him along to watch from the sidelines, and I'll use the downtime to collect samples. After all, even a single drop of blood from Otsutsuki Tonari is excellent research material. We can't waste it. Niji agreed. Fine. Then let's go with the flow. Natsuki had no objection. He'd intended to let Niji handle this anyway. Since Niji had a plan, Natsuki was happy to let him run with it. Mifune said, in that case, everyone from Konoha, you handle your urgent business first. I'll host the others. If you need help, say the word at any time. And once you're done, come back, my hospitality won't be skipped. The other Kage added, if you need help, you'd better ask. Don't be shy. All right. Thanks, everyone. Niji didn't stand on ceremony. Then he turned to Minato. Fourth Dano, please take us back to Konoha. If he said no relying on Natsuki, then it was no relying on Natsuki, he wouldn't even let Natsuki bring them home. That was, no Natsuki mode, activated on the spot. At this rate, Natsuki probably wouldn't even be allowed to speak. Natsuki just smiled, then used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to jump straight to Orochimaru's lab. Orochimaru was in the middle of an experiment. He sensed Natsuki arriving, but didn't bother to stop. He kept working. Natsuki said, "Hamura's descendants on the moon have appeared." Crack. Orochimaru crushed the test tube in his grip. He snapped his head around, vertical pupils gleaming with excitement. Otsutsuki material has surfaced. He, what do you need me to do? Natsuki found a place to sit. No rush. I'll explain. A guy calling himself Otsutsuki Tonari just abducted Hanabi from the Hyuga. So we're guessing he's Hamura's descendant. Niji is taking point on this, and I've been ordered not to interfere. All I need to do is bring you along to observe once the fighting starts, and if there's an opening, collect samples. Orochimaru flicked his tongue out and licked across his face, still buzzing with anticipation. Collecting samples, that's what I do best. Then I should prepare my tools first. He immediately started assembling supplies on his own. Containers for collecting blood that dripped onto the ground. Large glass cylinders for sealing severed limbs and flesh. Nutrient bottles for preserving eyeballs, everything that might be needed, all of it. After all, this Tonari was a descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, living long-term on the moon. His bloodline would be pure. For material that good, Orochimaru wouldn't want to waste even a single strand of hair. Once Orochimaru finished preparing, Natsuki flashed them back to Konoha at once, heading straight for the Hyuga compound. Niji and the others had only just returned themselves and were still gathering details. Hiraishin had already gotten the report from Hanabi's mission instructor. Now he was briefing Niji directly. According to them, the kidnapper had blue-white long hair and wore a white coat. He was young, but kept his eyes closed the entire time. He had a puppet with him, black clothes, black hat, and a moon emblem on the hat. The puppet was very strong. The jonin in charge wasn't a match. The men took Hanabi, claimed he was Otsutsuki Tonari, and told the instructor to bring a message back. He demanded the village hand over Hinata, and he declared he would destroy the shinobi world created by the Sage of Six Paths. Destroy the shinobi world? What a loudmouthed little bastard. Were all Otsutsuki like this, always talking about ending the world? Hinata immediately spoke up. Niji and Ai-san, if his target is me, then let me go too. I'll bring Hanabi back. Naruto stepped in at once. Hinata, don't worry. We'll bring Hanabi home. Hiraishin snapped reflexively, Hinata, don't cause trouble. Follow the clan head's arrangements. But Niji reached out and rested his palm on Hinata's head, serious and steady. Hinata, you and Hanabi are both my little sisters. I won't let you take that risk, and I won't let anything happen to Hanabi. Trust me. Hanabi will be fine. And that Tonari, if he dares lay a hand on my little sister, then there's only one ending for him, death. As he spoke, killing intent burst from him, Niji's first time ever releasing it. Not even when he faced Kaguya had he been like this. It was obvious, Otsutsuki Tonari had touched Niji's reverse scale. Taking Hanabi was one thing. Setting his sights on Hinata too was another. He was basically dancing on a minefield. Hinata didn't find Niji's killing intent scary at all. Instead, she felt reassured. She believed Niji and Ai-san would rescue Hanabi. Oh, that won't do, Niji-kun. Orochimaru cut in smoothly. I want living material. Dead specimens lose most of their value. Niji paused, but didn't refuse. Fine. I'll leave you one alive. A man like that, ending up alive in your hands is worse than dying. Orochimaru's smile turned sinister. Exactly. I'll make sure to teach him a proper lesson for you. Everyone else couldn't help but shiver. Compared to Niji's six-star killing intent, Orochimaru was somehow even more terrifying. If Tonari became Orochimaru's research material, he probably wouldn't even be allowed the mercy of suicide. He deserved it, but just imagining it was horrifying. Naruto urged, can we stop talking and get to the point? How are we saving her? Niji looked up at the sky. If he came down from the moon, then he likely went back there. Sasuke, we'll need you. Relax. It's just the moon. If I want to go, I go. As Sasuke spoke, one eye shifted into a six-tomo Rinnegan. With his dojutsu activating, a black void opened instantly. A space-time portal. It can reach any space. Natsuki blinked, then remembered, Sasuke's Rinnegan really could perform space-time movement, it just consumed more chakra the farther the destination was. But the moon wasn't that far. A few round trips were nothing. It was absurdly convenient. Natsuki still asked, Sasuke, looks like you've got space-time aptitude. Want to learn Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, sometime? Sasuke's eyes lit up. Good thing you reminded me. When you've got time, teach me. The portal is fine, but the consumption is heavy and the speed isn't great. Hiraishin is still more convenient. Honestly, Sasuke had wanted Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, for a long time, he just hadn't wanted to ask. Since Natsuki brought it up himself, Sasuke wasn't going to be shy about it. Once he learned it, he could flash around anywhere he wanted, whenever he wanted. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 453, Chapter. Everyone didn't waste a second. They stepped straight into the black hole, and the black hole slowly vanished. When they came back to themselves, they were already in a desolate region. The air had turned thin, but at least it was still breathable, so survival wasn't an issue. This time, the ones who came to the moon were Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto. Natsuki and Orochimaru were here to watch the show and collect materials. Before long, they locked onto a grand cluster of castles in the distance. They hadn't expected there to be so many castles on the moon, and at that scale. It looked like the descendants who had once guarded the moon alongside Himura had been more numerous than anyone thought. Just then, the castle side erupted with movement. A crowd of black-cloaked, black-hatted figures surged out. Puppets, obviously. Naruto charged first without hesitation, throwing out Tajikage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, and colliding with the puppet swarm. His strength was overwhelming, but it didn't change the fact that shadow clones were fragile by nature. One clone would barely take down a few puppets before getting popped. Still, he had more than enough clones to burn, and his real body only got fiercer the longer he fought. The whole scene turned loud and chaotic in a hurry. Sasuke, on the other hand, simply activated Susanoo. One sword swing wiped out most of the puppets in a single sweep. Efficient to a ridiculous degree. Naruto saw that and refused to be outdone. He flared into his golden Ninetales mode, rampaged through the rest, and erased what was left in one clean pass. Just as reliable. Neji couldn't be bothered with fodder. He was practically leaking killing intent, and he only wanted one thing, to find that Tonari and grind him into the dirt. A blue and white-haired man in white drifted out from within the castles, floating in midair as he looked down on the intruders. His empty eye sockets held a pair of blue eyes, and those eyes carried unmistakable weight, wariness, and real apprehension. The moment Orochimaru saw them, his excitement spiked even higher. Another pair of Tenseigan. Perfect materials. Natsuki wasn't surprised. After all, Otsutsuki Tonari's whole reason for taking Hanabi was to steal her eyes, awaken the Tenseigan, and then begin his plan to destroy the shinobi world. Neji stared into Tonari's eyes. His Byakugan began shifting into blue as well. He rose into the air, drifting upward until he stopped with his head a full notch higher than Tonari's. This man dared to take his little sister. And now he dared to look down on him. He was asking to die. So what if his name started with Otsutsuki? Right now, on the Otsutsuki. Tonari, in truth, wasn't relaxed at all. He had just ripped out Hanabi's eyes and replaced his own. Even though he had successfully awakened the Tenseigan, it was still in its fetal movement stage. It would take several pulses before it fully matured. He hadn't expected the shinobi world to move this fast. And after reading Hanabi's memories, he'd learned exactly who had come. The strongest four who had once defeated the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. Worse, one of them, Neji, had already awakened the Tenseigan too. That was the point where his confidence cracked. He wasn't arrogant like in the original timeline. With things like this, forget destroying the shinobi world. He wasn't even sure he could keep himself alive. Naruto was the first to snap, roaring, "Hey! You piece of crap Tonari! Where's Hanabi? You didn't do anything to her, did you? And why are you demanding Hinata too? What's your goal?" The talk no jutsu questions came out in a flood, and as a supporting villain, Tonari could only do what he always did. He answered. "I am a descendant of Otsutsuki Himura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. For generations we have guarded the moon. But Himura believed the shinobi world created by the Sage of Six Paths was wrong, and he wished to destroy it. As his descendant, I inherit his will. However, I was born without eyes. I captured Hyuga Hanabi to take her eyes and awaken the Tenseigan." His gaze sharpened. "Now that I have succeeded, I will control the moon and crash it into the earth, annihilating the shinobi world. And as for Hyuga Hinata, I visited Konoha when I was a child and saw her with my own eyes. She is adorable. After the shinobi world is destroyed, she will become my partner, and together we will serve as the progenitors of a new humanity, creating a new race." "You bastard, you want to destroy the shinobi world?" Naruto exploded. "No way, Databayo. The shinobi world, and Hinata, and Hanabi. I'll protect them all." Tonari couldn't be bothered to respond to Naruto. His focus stayed locked on Neji the whole time. In his mind, the Tenseigan was the greatest power here. Everyone else was secondary. Neji didn't waste breath. Naruto, Sasuke. Go find Hanabi. He's mine. Naruto hesitated, but Sasuke was already moving, shooting toward the castle complex. Naruto clenched his teeth and followed, but before leaving, he still whipped his arm and threw a Raisin Shuriken. Tonari countered with a green orb of light. The instant it touched the Raisin Shuriken, it swallowed and wrapped it, then hurled it right back at Naruto. What the hell is that? Naruto froze. He'd never seen his ultimate move dismantled like that. In the next heartbeat, Sasuke stepped in front of him and used a Rinnegan repulsion to knock the green orb aside. It flew off, punched through a castle, and detonated. The entire structure blew apart into shattered chunks. Sasuke snapped, "Idiot. Neji said he's handling him. Are you trying to screw it up?" Sasuke and Neji had sparred privately. He understood exactly how nasty the Tenseigan was. So if Neji said he had it, there was no reason to stall here. Saving Hanabi came first. Once she was safe, they could fight however they wanted. And Sasuke believed Neji would win. Naruto could only grit his teeth and listen. He wanted nothing more than to beat Tonari into the ground and pay him back for Hinata, but he understood Hanabi's safety mattered more. So the two of them headed deeper into the castle. Tonari immediately moved to intercept. Then, in the next instant, Juken, Hakurokujian. Shinku Sho. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64. Vacuum Palm. Bang. 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 64 terrifying palm strikes, loaded with senjutsu, repulsive force, and truth-seeking balls, arrived in the blink of an eye right in Tonari's face. Tonari's expression jolted. He tried to block with repulsion, only to realize each palm carried a crushing weight. This wasn't something mere repulsion could offset. So he did the only thing he could. He dodged, frantically, refusing to take a direct hit. But Neji was no longer the Neji of the past. His mouth might have said 64, but his palms never stopped. Strike after strike after strike, uninterrupted. Before long, it wasn't 64 anymore. It was already over 200. Fine. The name was just a name. With Neji's current level, he could throw as many palms as he pleased. Tonari was driven into complete helplessness. All he could do was evade. And then Neji sped up again. Tonari nearly failed to slip away several times. His movement finally cracked, a flaw flashing into existence for just a fraction of a second. And Neji caught it on the spot. 6 Paths Gentle Fist, Shinkageki. Boom. A vast palm force, like it was tearing through space itself, swallowed Tonari whole. This technique was modeled after Kagaya's 80 Gods vacuum fists. Even if it was only one strike, its power was far beyond the 8 trigrams palms. Now it was simple. Let's see how you take it. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 454, Chapter. Otsutsuki Tonari felt death closing in. He didn't dare hesitate for even a second and immediately used Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. In the next moment, he summoned an enormous stone statue in front of himself. Only then did he finally feel a sliver of security. After all, this statue wasn't just solid, it could also automatically restore itself after being shattered. No matter how terrifying that palm force was, it shouldn't be able to hurt him. Boom. The entire statue exploded on the spot, blowing into 4 mangled pieces. Tonari's eyes went wide in disbelief. The shockwave sent him flying, and for a moment he was in so much pain he could barely breathe. Neji lowered his hand and exhaled, then snorted. That's it. Your combat fundamentals aren't even as good as Naruto's. Truthfully, Tonari didn't have much combat experience at all. Living alone on the moon, he rarely had the chance to fight. Most of the time, he just relied on overwhelming power to bully weaker opponents. The moment he ran into someone in the same weight class, he would get crushed on experience alone, let alone when Neji's raw strength was outright higher than his. Behind them, the 2 spectators were watching with obvious enjoyment. A fight between 2 Tenseigan users was just too interesting. Natsuki watched Tonari get blasted away, cracking sunflower seeds as he spoke. Orochimaru, get your tools ready. That guy's coughing blood. Don't forget to collect any that drops. That stuff's valuable. Don't tell me what to do. Orochimaru licked his face with excitement. Then he started theorizing out loud. But he just said he was born without eyes. He swapped in Hanabi's Byakugan, and yet he awakened the Tenseigan so quickly. Is it a bloodline issue? Hagoromo and Hamura each inherited different aspects of Kagaya's power. If the bloodlines of their descendants were to merge, could that awaken a new power? He, this is getting more and more interesting. Nichikuin, go easy. Don't break such excellent research material. Natsuki paused mid-crunch and shot the snake a sideways glance. It really had to be said, Orochimaru was a top-tier scientist. Just from Tonari's few lines, he'd already carved out a plausible hypothesis. That was insane. Once Orochimaru got his hands on Tonari as a specimen, and started comparing him with the Hyuga's Byakugan, and even the Uchiha's Sharingan and Rinnegan, he might truly produce something shocking. And when that happened, the shinobi world would gain several more Six Paths tier powerhouses. No way the Otsutsuki clan could invade and win. Still, Natsuki had heard rumors about some Otsutsuki god. The Boruto-era power scaling just kept getting more ridiculous. It felt like the story had jumped straight from Dragon Ball into Dragon Ball Super, broken power levels, and not even fun to watch. Natsuki figured he still had room to grow. If one day he could tank 100 times gravity like Kakarot, then activate Nikitan, body release, and stack it with Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates, maybe he really could punch that so-called Otsutsuki god in the face. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke rushed deeper into the castle complex. Any puppets they ran into got one shot on sight. But Naruto couldn't help feeling uneasy. Sasuke, why are there no living people in here? It's all puppets. Don't tell me that Tonari guy actually lives on the moon alone. Who knows? Sasuke couldn't be bothered to think about it, but he still warned, Naruto, you're the softest idiot alive. Don't start feeling sorry for the blue and white-haired bastard just because he lives alone up here. Naruto immediately protested, I'm not soft-hearted. Sasuke gave a low laugh, not bothering to call him out. He knew Naruto's personality better than anyone. Forgiving people was practically Naruto's default setting. Not long after, they reached the deepest part and saw Hanabi. She was trapped in a cage, her hands bound by iron chains. Her eyes were tightly shut, and bloody tears streaked down her cheeks. That bastard, he really did dig out Hanabi's eyes. Naruto raged. Sasuke's gaze flicked to the enormous eye nearby. Something about it felt wrong. His instinct screamed warning, but the huge eye didn't move at all. He didn't hesitate. He drew the Kusanagi sword and sliced the cage apart, then cut through the chains. Then he pulled Hanabi into his arms. Small. Soft. For a split second, he froze. When Nissan held me back then, did it feel like this? If I'd had a younger brother or sister, maybe it would have been like Hanabi. No wonder Niji's such a sister-obsessed idiot. Forget Hinata for a second, Hanabi's actually pretty cute. The thought flashed through him, but his mouth moved quickly. Hanabi, are you okay? Hanabi looked ecstatic. It's Sasuke and I. Sasuke and I'm fine. I just got my eyeballs ripped out, that's all. Sasuke's eyelid twitched. You call that fine? Don't worry. Your Niji and I is fighting the bad guy right now. That guy stole your Byakugan and awakened the Tenseigan. Once Niji and I beats him. He spoke like it was obvious. You'll get your eyes back. Hanabi blinked. The Tenseigan is mine. Sasuke answered without hesitation. Of course it's yours. Those were your eyes. Hanabi's excitement spiked instead of dropping. Then doesn't that mean I can be as strong as Niji and I and Sasuke and I? That's great. Then I can protect my sister too. That bastard actually dared to set his sights on my sister. I'll wreck him. Naruto leaned in too. Hanabi, Hinata's been worried sick. I promised her I'd bring you back. Hanabi smiled at Naruto. Thank you, Naruto and I. She knew better than anyone how much her sister liked this blonde idiot. Back then, when she wanted Hinata to escape the burden of inheriting the clan's role, she'd worked hard to defeat her sister again and again. But then Niji and I rose like a comet and changed the Hyuga for good. Hanabi believed that as long as Hinata worked up the courage to confess, she'd definitely lock Naruto down. So of course she had to be nice to her future brother-in-law. Sasuke cut in, voice sharp. Hanabi. Do you know what Tonari's deal is? Hanabi's expression turned heavy. He's probably been alone for too long, so he talks a lot. He told me some things. Their branch are descendants of Otsutsuki Himura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, and they stayed on the moon. Her shoulders tensed. But later, because their beliefs clashed, they split into a main house and a branch house. The branch house believed the shinobi world created by the Sage of Six Paths was a failure because it was full of endless war, and that they should follow the ancestors' will and destroy the shinobi world. The main house supported peace. After that, the main house and branch house went to war. The main house was completely defeated. The branch house was reduced to almost nothing too, until in the end. Hanabi swallowed hard, fear rising in her eyes. Only Tonari was left. As she spoke, she trembled, clearly shaken by the implications. She could easily imagine it. If the Hyuga never resolved the conflict between main house and branch house, sooner or later they would face the same disaster. One day they'd end up like this Moon Otsutsuki branch, the entire clan wiped out, leaving only a lone survivor. Luckily, the clan had produced Niji and II. And seeing Niji and II like this now, it was simply the best. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 455, Chapter. Sasuke sensed the little girl's fear and instinctively held her tighter. Then that giant eye. Hanabi swallowed. It's formed from the Byakugan of everyone in that Otsutsuki branch gathered together. It's a gigantic Tensigan, and it has terrifying power. Tonri wants to use that giant eye to control the moon and smash it into the earth, wiping out the shinobi world completely. A gigantic Tensigan. The moon crashing into the earth to destroy the shinobi world. It sounded absurd, seriously. Like hell I'm letting him. Naruto snarled, already starting to condense truth-seeking ball shuriken in his hand. I'm going to destroy that giant Tensigan. Stop, Naruto. Sasuke cut him off instantly. Don't be impulsive. That thing can't be destroyed. Naruto bristled. Sasuke, are you kidding me? How can we leave something this dangerous around? That guy's trying to wipe out the shinobi world. You can live with that. Sasuke stared at him like he'd grown a second head. You idiot. Use your brain. Can Tonari beat Niji? Even if he could, can he beat Natsuki? He's done. He's going to lose. And that Tensigan will become research material. Don't you remember what Natsuki said? We're going to use Otsutsuki to beat Otsutsuki. This is Otsutsuki power. We should be the ones to exploit it. If we research it properly and raise a whole group of 6 Paths tier fighters, then when the Otsutsuki clan invades, we crush them. This is about the shinobi world's survival. Do you get it or not? Naruto went stiff. A second ago, he'd only had rage in his head. He hadn't analyzed anything. He just wanted to lash out and destroy it. Now Sasuke had dragged him back to reality, and it made Naruto feel even worse. Maybe Azura and Indra really were destined to clash. Naruto huffed. You're real calm for someone who knows the shinobi world's about to be destroyed. You can still think that far ahead. Sasuke finally couldn't help it. He rolled his eyes so hard it looked like he'd borrowed a Hyuga's Byakugan. Calm is a basic qualification for a leader. If you fly into a rage over everything, how do you lead a village? How do you lead shinobi? You're still a long way off. If you want to become Hokage, you need more trials. Learn to control your emotions first. Back then, Sasuke himself had lived on the edge of losing it, consumed by hatred, always one step from spiraling. It was Natsuki who had pointed him toward restraint, who taught him to stay cold-headed. That was why Sasuke had grown so quickly, and why he'd learned to think most clearly precisely when things mattered most. Because that was how you break deadlocks. That was a leader's essential trait. Naruto opened his mouth, then shut it again. In the end, he couldn't say a single word back. Even if he wasn't the sharpest, he understood Sasuke was right. But it left a bitter lump in his chest. He'd chased Sasuke for years. He'd finally caught up in strength, but in every other way he was still behind. No wonder everyone said he wasn't ready to be Hokage yet. It wasn't just paperwork and decision-making. He hadn't learned calm. He hadn't learned to think. He really was still far away. Hanabi, meanwhile, reached up and touched Sasuke's face without thinking, praising him brightly. Sasuke and II is so handsome. Sasuke actually felt his cheeks heat. He remembered how, when he was little and praised Nisan would look proud and embarrassed at the same time. Maybe they really did have the same kind of personality. He quickly changed the subject. All right. Let's get you out of here first. Niji's going to get impatient. That giant eye, we leave it to Orochimaru. He'll understand it better than we do. Naruto didn't object. The 3 of them headed back the way they came. On the other side, after blasting Tonari away, Niji only took one breath before rushing him again. He didn't care about Talk no Jutsu. He didn't care about Tonari's story. He only wanted to beat him into the ground. How dare he dig out Hanabi's eyes? How dare he set his sights on Hinata? Niji only had 2 little sisters. How dare this bastard? If they didn't need Tonari as research material, Niji would have torn him apart on the spot. Tonari was in rough shape. He used the opening to duck into a castle. But right then, the Tensigan's fetal movement kicked in again, and for an instant he lost his strength. The next second, the entire castle exploded. Niji had apparently erased it with a single palm. Tonari was absurdly lucky. The falling debris didn't crush him, and he even managed to ride out and endure that second pulse of fetal movement. He didn't know when the next pulse would hit, but the Tenseken's power had awakened further. That meant he could fight back more effectively. In his eyes, victory and defeat still weren't decided. His whole body flared with a translucent green glow. Green truth-seeking balls appeared around him. He had fully entered Tenseiken chakra mode. Then he kneaded the truth-seeking balls in his hands, spinning them, and slammed his palms forward. A tornado-like storm took shape. Shinra Tensei Baku, Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. The familiar technique made Niji pause for a fraction of a second. So that was how it was. Descendants of Otsutsuki, different branches, same destination. Tonari could use the same kind of move too. Fine, then. Let's see whose is stronger. Shinra Tensei Baku, Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. Niji launched his own, driving it out with palm force. The tornado he created was bigger and denser. In the next heartbeat, the two storms collided. Rumble. The impact erupted into violent turbulence that made the entire lunar surface tremble. Boom. Tonari's tornado was crushed. Niji's storm kept pushing forward, ready to swallow Tonari whole. Tonari immediately accelerated upward, shooting high into the air and barely slipping out of range. He snapped, half unraveling, "You stole my technique." Niji laughed. "When I used this move against Kaguya, you didn't even have eyes yet. So tell me, who stole from who? How do you even have the nerve to say that out loud?" Tonari refused to accept it. "I don't believe it. I just came up with that." Niji's mockery sharpened. "All that proves is how ignorant you are. The whole shinobi world knows I can use this. If anyone saw it, they'd say you copied me. Of course you would. You live alone on the moon with zero information, narrow-minded and sealed off. You don't understand anything, yet you run around doing whatever you want and calling it justice. What's the point of someone like you even existing?" Tonari went blank for a moment. Why had this suddenly turned into a personal attack? And worse. Niji was denying the meaning of his existence. He was the descendant of Otsutsuki Himura. He had inherited Himura's will. If the shinobi world was nothing but endless war, then it was a failed world. Wasn't destruction the natural conclusion? Who was the self-righteous one here? "You bastard." Tonari cracked. He flew even higher and used gravitational force to yank meteors down, smashing them toward Niji in a frenzy. Niji only sneered. That kind of attack might work on fodder, but against someone who also possessed the Tenseiken. It was useless. Did Tonari really not understand that? His combat fundamentals were pathetic. Niji deliberately decided to show off, to force the sheltered idiot to open his eyes and see what real skill looked like. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P@TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 456, Chapter. Seninpo Juken, Rikudo Kaiten, Sage Art Gentle Fist, 6 Paths Rotation. Niji began to spin, and with Senjutsu, repulsive force, and truth-seeking balls all woven into the rotation, he formed a massive spherical barrier. Meteors kept raining down, only to be knocked away the moment they came close. Many of them were even bounced back, faster and stronger than before, forcing Tonari to dodge. Tonari had investigated the Hyuga clan before. Of course he knew about their Kaiten. But he hadn't expected Niji to fuse 6 Paths power with Kaiten this cleanly, and at this level of force. He was utterly stunned. Facing a Niji this strong, could he really win? No. I can win. I will destroy the shinobi world. That is the meaning of my existence. Tonari forced himself to cling to his conviction. He stopped controlling the meteors and instead raised a hand, pulling all of his truth-seeking balls into his palm. They compressed and reshaped, forming a gigantic golden sword that radiated a terrifying presence. It looked like a blade that could split the moon in two. Could Niji block it? Hyuga Niji. If you've got the guts, then take this. Shinra Tensei Baku, Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Slash. The sword came down with unstoppable might. Niji's 6 Paths rotation didn't stop. Repulsive force erupted under his feet, launching him upward even faster, straight at the golden blade. Watch this. 6 Paths rotation spin launch. Whoosh. 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 The huge rotating sphere shot into the sky and slammed into the blade while the sword's power was still building, before it could reach its peak. A thunderous boom exploded across the lunar surface. The golden sword was actually knocked back by Kaiten. Tonari felt the weapon collapse in his hands. Before he could even pull his truth-seeking balls back, the massive spinning sphere was already smashing toward him. Yet he wasn't blown away. Because the repulsion on the sphere abruptly flipped into gravity, locking onto him and dragging him in. Niji's palm strikes followed like a storm, hammering Tonari over and over. They disrupted his chakra pathways and shredded his body with brutal efficiency. Tonari let out a scream that sounded like it tore his throat apart. From birth until now, he had always been above everyone else. He'd never suffered this kind of injury. He'd never had to endure this kind of pain. In the end, Niji slammed him down into the moon's surface. The impact carved a massive crater. Tonari lay there, completely drained of strength, racked with pain, unable to move at all. And what terrified him even more. The blue in his eyes vanished, degrading back to white. His Tenseigans' ocular power was exhausted. Niji finished up and looked down at Tonari from above, tossing out a cold verdict. That's all. You think you can destroy the shinobi world with this? And you dared lay hands on my little sister? Orochimaru had already collected the blood that had splattered nearby. Now he jumped into the crater, staring at Tonari with feverish excitement. But he frowned a moment later. Niji-kun, you broke him. Why is his Tenseigan gone? Niji answered lazily. Ran out of ocular power, obviously. Either way, he's your research material now. Also, those are Hanabi's eyes. Take them out and put them back in her. Before Niji even finished speaking, Orochimaru had already performed the surgery at terrifying speed. 2 eyes were sealed into a nutrient vial. Niji froze, genuinely unsure what he was supposed to say to that. Natsuki patted his shoulder. Orochimaru doesn't have the patience to listen right now. He'll handle the specimen. And don't worry, he won't dare keep Hanabi's eyes for himself. He'll probably study them first, then return them. Niji looked at the feverish obsession in Orochimaru's gaze and couldn't relate at all. But as long as his sister got her eyes back, that was all that mattered. Natsuki chuckled. Niji, those Byakugan already evolved once. They just degraded because the ocular power ran dry. If Hanabi gets them back, do you think she can make them evolve again? Niji answered without hesitation. She can. Hanabi's the best of our generation besides me. Then congratulations in advance. The Hyuga clan's about to gain another 6 Paths tier shinobi. From your mouth to the sage's ears. Niji didn't bother being modest. He believed in his sister. Hanabi's talent was obvious. If those eyes had evolved once, then in Hanabi's body, they would evolve again. Niji and I. Hanabi's voice reached him, and Niji finally breathed out. He looked up and saw Hanabi being carried over in Sasuke's arms. Her eyes were still shut tight, dried blood staining the trails beneath them. Niji's killing intent spiked again instantly. Without thinking, he stepped down on Tonari's hand and crushed. Bone snapped. The wrist broke under his heel. Tonari, already drowning in despair from losing the Tenseigan, let out a pig squeal scream and passed out on the spot. Orochimaru immediately slapped Niji's foot away. Niji-kun. I know you're angry, but this man is my research specimen now. Can you not damage my material? Niji didn't look apologetic. Orochimaru. Put Hanabi's eyes back. Now. Orochimaru hesitated. You don't understand, Niji-kun. Those eyes were worn by that disgusting man. They're covered in bacteria. I need to sterilize them properly before returning them, so Hanabi doesn't get an infection. Niji gave him a look that said, do you think I'm stupid? What kind of garbage excuse is that? Don't pretend. You're just going to study them first. Orochimaru didn't even deny it anymore. He said it righteously. Of course. If I uncover the true secret of the Tenseigan, the ones who benefit most will be your Hyuga clan. And my mission is to research Otsutsuki. I'm obviously going to study it first. What's wrong with that? Niji fell silent. Because Orochimaru did have a point. And he wasn't saying he wouldn't return them, only that it would take time. So Niji had to compromise. Then be fast. Hanabi's waiting. Orochimaru gave him a reassuring look. I will. I want the Tenseigan secrets as soon as possible too. Sasuke and Naruto jumped down into the crater and reached Niji's side. Niji instinctively reached out to take Hanabi. Sasuke instinctively took one step back. Niji's hand froze in midair. The two of them paused, both caught off guard. Somehow, Natsuki had produced a camera from nowhere. Click. He snapped a photo of the moment. Then, looking at the awkward scene, he burst out laughing. Niji cleared his throat. Sasuke. Hand her to me. You've been carrying her the whole way. You're tired. Sasuke shook his head. You just fought. You're more tired. I'll keep holding her. Niji's voice sharpened. Hanabi is my little sister. Sasuke answered like it was obvious. Niji, don't be like that. Your sister is basically my sister too. So me holding her is fine. Niji refused flatly. Hanabi's 13. She's not a little kid anymore. Sasuke sighed, then finally handed her over. There was even a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Man, why don't I have a cute little sister like this? P.S. I wrote it wrong earlier. Both the Hyuga clan and the Moon branch are Hamura's descendants. Thanks to the readers for pointing it out. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 457, Chapter. Hanabi's face was bright red. Just like Niji said, she was already 13, a proper young lady. Being carried the whole way by a handsome guy was obviously going to make her embarrassed. And the key detail was, this handsome guy still looked reluctant to put her down. That was enough to make her want to die of embarrassment. Natsuki, on the other hand, was genuinely curious about Sasuke's mindset. He pulled out a plastic water bottle, held it up like a microphone, and started interviewing him. Mr. Sasuke, please tell us what you were thinking just now. Why were you reluctant to let go of Miss Hanabi? Niji stared at Sasuke like a hawk. He clearly wanted to hear this upright Sasuke's answer too. If this guy dared to set his sights on his little sister, they were fighting. No negotiation. Sasuke looked a little embarrassed, but he still answered. I just thought Hanabi is small and cute. It reminded me of how my brother used to hold me. I felt nostalgic. I was thinking that if I had a cute little sister too, it'd be nice. I didn't mean anything inappropriate. Natsuki nodded in exaggerated understanding. I thought you had special intentions. What a shame. Mr. Sasuke is not a lolicon. This has been reported by the Land of Fire, Konoha Village channel. What kind of roleplay even is this? Still, Niji finally relaxed. As long as Sasuke wasn't aiming at his sister, it was fine. Sasuke really was incredible, too. Excellent across the board. But if you asked whether he was worthy of Niji's little sister, honestly. Niji's brain short-circuited. Damn it, he couldn't even come up with a reason to reject him. Curse you, Sasuke. Why did you have to be both handsome and outstanding? Luckily, no one got hung up on it. Naruto brought up the gigantic Tenseigan deep inside the castle. Orochimaru immediately got even more excited. After they bundled Tonari up, Orochimaru practically urged Naruto to lead the way. The four of them returned to stand before that massive Tenseigan. Subarashii. Subarashii yo. Orochimaru was practically glowing with joy. So this is the treasure formed from the eyes of every Otsutsuki in that moon branch over 1,000 years. The research value is tremendous. Natsuki-kun, bring this back to the lab with me, along with everything else. I'm starting my work immediately. He was a little too excited. But with that many Byakugan in one place, it would have been weirder if he wasn't losing his mind. Natsuki looked to Niji. Niji, how do you think we should handle that giant Tenseigan? Niji stayed calm. Even if the Moon Otsutsuki branch uses Byakugan, those eyes don't belong to our Hyuga clan. Let Orochimaru research them. Hopefully he produces something worthwhile. But Hanabi's eyes need to be returned as soon as possible. Orochimaru waved a hand. Relax, relax. I'll return them soon. With a giant Tenseigan like this, those two degraded Tenseigan eyes weren't that important anymore. He just needed to confirm why they degraded, then he'd give them back. Orochimaru had no intention of provoking Niji at a time like this. That would only cut into his research hours. Seeing Niji didn't object, Natsuki activated Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and transferred Orochimaru, the giant Tenseigan, and Tonari straight to the lab. Then Orochimaru ignored Natsuki entirely and immediately started working. Natsuki only shrugged and vanished, heading home to see his wife. Niji and the others didn't linger on the moon either. After Sasuke opened another space-time portal, they returned to the Hyuga clan grounds in the next instant. Hayashi and Hinata were still waiting where they'd been, and the moment they saw them return, they rushed forward. Hanabi. Hinata broke down on the spot, tears spilling as she pulled Hanabi into her arms. Hanabi couldn't see, but she hugged Hinata back with careful tenderness and comforted her. Don't cry, Wani-san. I'm okay. Niji and Sasuke and Naruto and were amazing. They already beat the enemy. Hinata's hands trembled as she gently touched Hanabi's eyes. Then your eyes. Niji quickly said, Hinata, don't panic. We got Hanabi's eyes back too. But because Tonari awakened the Tenseigan using them, Orochimaru has them right now for research. He'll return them soon. Hinata finally exhaled, relief washing over her face. She smiled at Niji through tears. Thank you, Niji and Niji reached out and ruffled Hinata's hair. Don't be polite. You and Hanabi are both my little sisters. A big brother protecting his sisters is only natural. In that moment, he fulfilled the promise he'd made as a child. He would protect his sisters. Hiraishin watched the three siblings together, and his eyes grew wet. It felt like something inside him had finally been mended, something left broken by the tragedy of his younger brother Hisashi. He believed the Hyuga clan would only get better from here. But hearing that Tonari had used Hanabi's eyes to awaken the Tensigen still shocked him. Then the shock turned into joy. Because those eyes would be returned to Hanabi. Which meant the Hyuga clan might gain another Tensigen. The Hyuga's future would stand at the very top of the shinobi world. Hinata turned to the other two. Thank you too, Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun. Sasuke, too. I'm the add-on. Naruto stuck up his thumb. See? I told you not to worry, Hinata. Hanabi's back now, and I kept my promise, Databeo. Hinata nodded quickly, cheeks red as she lowered her head. She still wasn't used to Naruto's sunny grin. Niji's expression darkened. This damn blonde idiot. Niji and the others didn't plan to stay long. They still had to report to the Hokage, so they prepared to leave. Hanabi hurriedly spoke up. Sasuke and I, bye. Sasuke paused, then gave a rare smile. Yeah. Bye, Hanabi. Niji's face went even darker. After that, Niji and the others went straight to the Hokage's office and reported everything in detail. The Hokage and the others finally breathed easy. Fortunately, they'd moved fast. The damage was minimal. And the gains were enormous. Everyone believed Orochimaru would produce real results. The alliance's overall strength would rise again, and when the Otsutsuki came, they'd all be stomped underfoot. Hashirama immediately said, since it's resolved, then we head to the Land of Iron. Mifune's waiting for us to start the banquet. No one objected. They even had Anbu notify Natsuki that he had to come too. Natsuki didn't refuse. He brought Tenten along as well. She'd already met those big names at the wedding banquet, so strengthening those connections would only help. Their family business would be booming in the future. With Flying Thunder God speed, everyone regrouped once again. From the moment they received the news to the moment everything ended, only 3 hours had passed. Konoha's efficiency really was on another level. Mei Terumi, Inoki, Gaara, and Mifune immediately crowded around them, firing questions from every direction. Naruto, being the lively one, started talking on his own, saving everyone else the trouble. When the others heard the full story, they couldn't help feeling chills. No one expected the descendant of the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother to want to destroy the shinobi world. It was terrifying to think how close they'd been to disaster. Thankfully they'd stopped it in time, or nobody knew how catastrophic it would have been. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 458, Chapter. Time was like the planets the Otsutsuki destroyed, one after another, withering away in the cosmos without end. Before anyone realized it, more than half a year had passed. Konoha's ninja had become absurdly busy, especially the higher-ups, who were practically dying from it. Overtime had become the norm. It couldn't be helped. There was simply too much to do. Most of it was league business. Requests for aid kept coming in from small countries and minor villages. Trade disputes and negotiations with the major nations and great villages never stopped. They also had to plan the first ninjutsu tournament, scheduled for next year. The workload was as endless as White Zetsu. Senju Tobarama and Minato had it even worse. Because the league mattered so much, they had to use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to blink across nations for talks from time to time. It wasn't like they hadn't considered setting up a central league headquarters, with each village dispatching representatives to handle league affairs. But some matters were too significant, and only the Kage of each village could make the call. When that happened, they would still have to send messages back and forth to notify everyone, which would waste even more time. So they simply didn't build a headquarters. Or rather, they treated Konoha as the league's temporary headquarters. If any league member had a problem, they could send it straight to Konoha. After all, Konoha had multiple people who could use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God. Coordinating with other villages was effortless. They could even pull everyone into a group discussion at any time. If something came up, it could be debated immediately. Which meant Konoha's leadership suffered. And they couldn't exactly complain. With great power came great responsibility. Konoha had 4 Six Paths level powerhouses and 4 Hokage. Their strength was ridiculous. Everyone acknowledged Konoha as the strongest village in the shinobi world, and everyone trusted Konoha enough to set the league's hub here. So Konoha could only sign off and shoulder the burden. Of course, the league wasn't something Konoha handled alone. Some matters had to be distributed to the other great nations and major villages, or Konoha would go insane. In short, the way could be spoken, but it wasn't the eternal way. Busy could be described, but it wasn't busy enough. To the point that even the military police's 2 division captains got drafted as extra hands. Village security was important, sure, but having 2 6-paths level monsters handle it was like using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. More importantly, both of them were Hokage candidates, so the police work was handed off to others. Get to the office and start doing paperwork. As for the village's miscellaneous administrative junk, Tsunade got mad, then got mad again. In the end, she packed it all up and dumped it on Naruto. Naruto wanted to be Hokage, right? After a period of studying, he should be able to handle plenty of village affairs now. Even if Kakashi wasn't around, he ought to manage. If he ran into something he didn't understand, he could ask. So Naruto accepted the assignment with tears in his eyes, and got so busy he barely touched the ground. Natsuki was deeply dissatisfied with this level of busyness. He didn't even have time to accompany his wife. But he didn't dare complain. The Great League had been his idea. If everyone was swamped because of him and he still complained, he would be torn apart by the group. Besides, what else could he do? The Otsutsuki threat hung over their heads like a nuclear bomb. If the shinobi world wanted to protect itself, how could it not form an alliance? Thankfully, Natsuki also knew how to slack off. He simply sent 3 Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, to sit in the office, and then went to the hospital to stay with Tenten. Tenten's belly was getting bigger by the day. Moving around was becoming inconvenient, and for safety's sake she was staying at the hospital. Natsuki was too busy to take care of her regularly, after all. Her dad was worried sick too. For his daughter, and for the grandchild, he couldn't sleep at night. So he hired 2 injured, disabled ninja to help watch the shop, while he ran to the hospital every day to keep his daughter company. At first he thought his son-in-law was too busy to spend time with Tenten. Then he discovered that Natsuki was using Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, to work while his real body kept flashing over to the hospital. Even after Tsunade chewed him out a few times, he never changed. Every day, at the very least, he was at the hospital during meals. He was putting his heart into it. Both her dad and Tenten tried to tell Natsuki he didn't need to do so much, that the thought was enough. Natsuki would nod while listening. And then he'd do the exact same thing anyway. It left people helpless and touched. After that, everyone in the office started copying him. They threw out a bunch of Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, to handle work, while their real bodies tried to slack off as much as possible. Even if the clones dispelled later and the fatigue hit like a truck, that was later. First, slack. Then suffer. Of course, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji still hadn't started slacking. Naruto didn't dare. He took responsibility seriously and focused on finishing his work. His Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, were only there to assist him, because his processing speed was still slow. Sasuke and Neji, on the other hand, were competing for the Hokage seat. So they were competing over who worked hardest, and who was most efficient. For now, the 2 of them were neck and neck. But the praise for the 2 Hokage candidates only grew. No matter who won in the future, wouldn't it be a great thing for Konoha? That day, Tsunade punched Natsuki's 3 clones so hard they went brain dead on the spot. Not because she was angry. She just wanted his real body to come to the meeting, so she blew up the clones as a message. It was an absurd method. Natsuki had been discussing baby names with Tenten and his father-in-law when he got summoned like that, so he was obviously annoyed. Tenten could only coax him. All right. Go already. Don't keep Lady Tsunade and the others waiting. If you don't go, then I'm going with you. Natsuki sighed. Fine. Then stop clinging to me. He leaned in and kissed Tenten on the forehead, then flashed away. In the next instant, he was in the Hokage's office. 2 shadow clones were still working. Natsuki sat down at the conference table, his expression still sour. Tsunade couldn't help laughing as she scolded, "What are you pouting about? This is a routine meeting, you know." Natsuki snorted. "Don't worry about it. I'm annoyed, that's all. I'm still here, aren't I?" Everyone burst into laughter. They all knew he'd been having a good time talking with Tenten and got interrupted, so of course he was irritated. But nobody criticized him. After all, the work his clones handled was always completed properly. He never delayed a single thing, and still managed to keep slacking. That was a high level of slacking. If you had the skill, you could learn. The problem was, most people couldn't learn it without also messing things up. Tsunade immediately shifted the topic back to business. Ahem. Several reconnaissance squads just sent back new reports. Everyone, take a look. The intel scrolls were passed around, one after another. That was the daily meeting. The scouting squads from every village had already been scattered across the shinobi world, mainly to investigate anomalies. Any intel they found had to be sent back immediately, so the leadership could analyze and discuss it, and determine whether there was any sign of an Otsutsuki threat. And the villages had to exchange intel frequently as well, to make sure there were no gaps. The reason Kakashi wasn't present was because he was personally leading recon missions. He had even assigned a lot of Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Abirame ninja, pushing the village's best scouting clans to scour every corner of the world. Even Jiraiya had already departed, planning to investigate in his own way. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Salem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 459, Chapter. Nowadays, Jiraiya didn't need to go looking for any child of prophecy anymore. His mindset had completely shifted. He'd wasted years drifting before. Now that he was old, he no longer cared about living free and easy. Instead, he planned to devote whatever time he had left to the responsibility of protecting the shinobi world. It wasn't that he didn't trust Kakashi and the others' scouting ability. He just didn't want to keep sitting around in an office. Compared to paperwork, he figured he actually had some talent for reconnaissance, so he should do what he was best at. Most importantly, he felt he was old enough to stop fearing danger. If he really did run into the Otsutsuki, dying wouldn't matter. Even if it cost him his life, he could still get the intel back. Maybe that was simply what he believed he ought to do. No one tried to stop him. They only told him to be careful. At the time, Natsuki's thought was, why didn't the shinobi world have that life paper technology from pirates? If they had something like Jiraiya's life paper, they'd always know whether he was in mortal danger, and they could use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to blink over and rescue him at any time. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about creating it. But making something out of nothing wasn't realistic. He'd been able to develop chakra batteries because he understood chakra and had mastered Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, so there was a foundation for it. But this so-called life paper, it had no logical basis at all. All he could do was mention it in passing to Orochimaru, the strongest scientist around, hoping Orochimaru might look into it if he had time. As for whether it would work, Natsuki didn't hold any expectations. Natsuki frowned as he finished reading the intel scroll. There really were quite a few strange incidents, but some of them became clearly unrelated to the Otsutsuki once they were investigated further. It was a headache. Everyone else was in the same boat. Because they had zero memory of Kagaya's companion, trying to sift through these anomalies and identify anything truly connected to the Otsutsuki was unbelievably difficult. And that was when the best brain in the room finally went to work. As the office strategist, Shikamaru naturally attended the meeting. After reading all the intel, he focused on one particular report and brought it up for discussion. Everyone. I think this one is worth investigating more deeply. Hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. They all knew Shikamaru was sharp. He might hate anything troublesome, but when it was time to work, he never cut corners. If he was speaking up on his own, it meant he'd noticed something. Everyone leaned in. Victor Medical Equipment Company. They'd seen that one too. The company definitely had some anomalies, it just hadn't been clear why. So everyone looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru explained, this Victor, the CEO of a multinational medical equipment company, is a real businessman. Yet he participated in the previous shinobi war as a businessman. And pay attention to this, he fought directly. He was active on the battlefield, not just providing supplies. Everyone frowned. They all felt the same wrongness. That war hadn't only involved the 5 great villages and the great nations. Plenty of small countries, minor villages, and even individuals joined in. The personnel mix was chaotic, and there hadn't been time to thoroughly screen everyone. As long as they confirmed no white Zetsu had infiltrated, they basically let it go. Even now, it didn't look obviously wrong. After all, plenty of people really had contributed to protecting the shinobi world. Maybe Kagaya's companion had slipped people in back then too, specifically to investigate the Tentales. There was no proof, so they couldn't accuse anyone on a whim. But Victor wasn't a shinobi. He'd gone to war as a businessman, stayed active on the battlefield, and survived. That alone was bizarre. Even stranger, there wasn't much information about him. Most people didn't seem to remember him at all. After the war, he seemed to vanish. That was not normal. So what, exactly, had he joined the war for? Sure, maybe even a businessman could have the righteous impulse to protect the world. But according to the investigation file, this man was greedy to the bone and never hesitated to squeeze money out of anything. Calling him righteous was hard to swallow. And even if he wanted to support the Allied forces, he could have just provided supplies or donated medical equipment. There was no need to put himself on the front lines and risk his life. The more they thought about it, the less it made sense. If he'd gone to the battlefield personally, his motive was absolutely not simple. As for the anomaly in the report, Victor's company in the Land of Valleys had recently been recruiting huge numbers of civilian workers, and quite a few of those workers had apparently gone missing. The recon squad had sensed something off. Even though they hadn't dug deeper, they still sent the intel back. If Shikamaru hadn't caught it, everyone might have overlooked it. Tsunade decided immediately. Have Kakashi's team personally investigate Victor and that company. Tell them not to alert the target. Minato, you go to the other villages right away and ask whether they have any additional information on Victor and that company. Hopefully this leads somewhere. If the Otsutsuki are truly hiding in the shinobi world, that's far too dangerous. Everyone agreed. Once there was suspicion, they had to strip Victor down to the bone, no matter what it took. If he was connected to the Otsutsuki, then waiting to talk about it later would be too late. Minato nodded at once, tucked the intel away, then smiled toward his son, who was still working at a side table. The next moment, he vanished. The meeting ended for now, and everyone finally let out a breath. Hashirama stretched lazily. Phew. We were efficient today. Morning work's done. Let's all go drink and eat yakiniku. Tobirama stopped him immediately. Big brother, drinking at noon. You want to be useless all afternoon. Tsunade was tempted too, but she forced herself to resist. Then let's go to Ichiraku. I'm having the deluxe set, 3 bowls. Naruto instantly gave her a thumbs up. Granny Tsunade's right. I want the deluxe set too. Sasuke and Neji didn't care. Food was food. But the moment they opened the office door, they found a few girls waiting outside. Looking closer, it was Hinata and Hanabi, and Temari was there too. Right, Temari was temporarily staying in Konoha as the Land of Wind's diplomatic envoy. Apparently Gaara had arranged it on purpose, as a gesture of reciprocal goodwill. Temari and Shikamaru exchanged a quick glance. Both of them immediately turned red. That awkward, youthful sweetness made the older generation chuckle. Kids these days. So young. So enviable. Hanabi hurriedly said, Sasuke and I-san, Neji and I-san, and everyone, my sister and I and Temari-san know you've all been really busy, so we prepared some food. Let's eat together. The cherry blossoms are in bloom too. We can go sit under the trees and do some hanami. It'll be a good rest and help ease the fatigue. Hashirama didn't even wait for Tsunade's response. The 3 older ones' eyes lit up at once. Good Hanabi. That suggestion is amazing. Then everyone, let's go enjoy the blossoms. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 460, Chapter. Natsuki had originally been about to use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to blink away, but the moment he heard that, he immediately thought of Tenten. So he said right away, if we're doing Hanami, I'll bring Tenten with me. Tsunade shot him an approving look. You brat, you really do dote on your wife. Tenten's months along now. Keeping her mood up is important. Staying cooped up in the hospital all the time isn't good either. She should get out, walk around, and move a bit. Then I'm going. Natsuki vanished on the spot. He still had to prepare more things, after all. Pregnant women weren't easy to take care of. Naruto grinned excitedly. Heh, Hanami sounds great. Should we call the others too? Sakura should be off work by now. And Shizunwani-san, and Tenten too. Sasuke and Neji, of course, had no objections. But Niji's face was still dark. This little blonde idiot was still hung up on Sakura and didn't notice Hinata's downcast eyes at all. Because everything had diverged so completely from canon, Hinata had never managed to gather the courage to confess to Naruto. And Naruto, with that personality of his, hadn't noticed her feelings at all. He was still stuck on Sakura. It made Neji furious. On top of that, Neji was even more irritated at Sasuke, because Hanabi had called Sasuke and I-san first, and only after that had she called Neji and I-san. That meant she'd put Sasuke ahead of him as a big brother. Obviously, after Sasuke had saved her last time, and even carried her in a princess hold, Hanabi had gotten completely bewitched by that guy. This was extremely bad. And Neji couldn't even stop it. Damn it. Evil Uchiha brat. Before long, the group arrived beneath the cherry blossom trees. As the breeze blew and petals drifted down in a soft storm, the exhaustion from days of work seemed to wash away in an instant. Hinata and Hanabi hurried to spread out the picnic blanket. Since it was Hanami, most of what they'd brought were sweets. After all, sugar made people happier. Hashirama immediately locked onto one particular treat, grabbed one, and stuffed it into his mouth. His face turned blissful as he chewed. As expected, Sakura mochi is amazing. Did you little ones make this yourselves? Ha 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 ha. Not bad. You'll all make great brides someday. Hinata, Hanabi, and Temari all flushed red at once. Bride was a painfully embarrassing word for girls their age. Hanabi, being bolder, smiled. If the first Hokage likes it, that's great. Everyone, come try some too. Eating sweets while looking at blossoms makes your mood even better, you know. No one held back. They all sat down, picked out cookies they liked, and ate while watching petals fall like snow. Smiles crept onto everyone's faces. Temari even selected a few Sakura mochi and offered them to Shikamaru, her cheeks bright red. These. I made them. They might not taste good. Shikamaru accepted them, just as red, and immediately shoved one into his mouth. They're really good. You're amazing at this. Ah, really? Then, that's good. Hey. Shikamaru scratched his head. Temari lowered hers. Both of them were so flushed they might as well have shoved everyone else away with the sheer weight of their puppy love. Seeing that, Hinata took a deep breath. She was just about to gather the courage to offer Naruto the Sakura mochi she'd made, when Sakura's voice rang out the next second. Hey. So this is where you all are. Sakura's here. Naruto, the devoted simp, immediately dashed over and started wagging his tail around her. Hinata's shoulders drooped in disappointment. And Sakura's gaze, meanwhile, never left Sasuke. When she saw Sasuke eating the cookies Hanabi handed him, Sakura nearly ground her teeth to dust. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. She, Haruno Sakura, had guarded against everything and everyone, but she hadn't noticed that Hinata's little sister was a sneaky kitten. Without anyone realizing, she'd already gotten that close to Sasuke-kun. Everyone watched the scene unfold and silently enjoyed the show. Young people's messy love lives were not something the older generation should interfere with. Watching from the sidelines was far more entertaining. Shizun came too, along with Tenten, Yakumo, Koharu, Tomoya, Lee, Choji, Ino, Sai, and others. They must have all just gotten off work. The moment they heard, they hurried over. It was rare for the higher-ups to relax. Of course everyone came to keep them company. And they brought plenty of things, sweets, snacks, drinks, and even ninja-killing cards and playing cards. Before long, it was lively and loud. Whoosh! Natsuki arrived with Tenten and her dad. Yakumo and Koharu immediately came over and helped Tenten sit down. Seeing Tenten's big belly, the girls couldn't hide their envy. They quickly gathered around her and started chatting. They asked what pregnancy felt like, since they'd all go through it someday and wanted to understand it properly. When they heard how difficult it really was, every last one of them sighed with feeling. Yeah. The birth of life was never simple. And precisely because of that, every new life was precious. And that was why it made people so happy. Natsuki had also brought a lot of food. Plenty of sweets and snacks, and even meat. He'd even prepared alcohol for the three older men. If they were going to do hanami, they might as well eat well. Of course, the most important part was all the food Tenten liked. Seeing Tenten chatting happily with her friends, Natsuki finally relaxed. Ever since she'd moved into the hospital, she hadn't seen her friends as often. Everyone was busy. Even when they visited her, it was rushed. A few words, then they were gone. Tenten understood, so she told them not to come too frequently. But going that long without seeing friends still made her bored. Now, with beautiful scenery around her and all her favorite people to talk to, she was genuinely happy. Oh, right. I heard Hanabi's eyes have already recovered. Tenten stared at Hanabi's Byakugan. Those eyes once evolved into the Tensigan, didn't they? Can you control it properly now? Everyone else looked at Hanabi too, just as curious. If Hanabi could successfully regain a Tensigan evolution, she'd absolutely reach Kaga level and beyond. One step further, and she could reach 6 paths level like Niji. For Konoha, and for the shinobi world, it would be an enormous blessing. It would mean the future had one more pillar of hope. Hanabi's eyes changed right then. A faint blue glow spread through them, but the blue vanished almost immediately. Still, what everyone saw was enough to make them excited and envious. Hanabi gave an embarrassed smile. Right now I've only figured out a few tricks. I'm still far from it. Orochimaru analyzed it for me too. Since this Tensigan has degraded, the ocular power is severely lacking. So I'll only be able to achieve another evolution after my strength reaches a certain point. And even if I fail then, I can absorb some ocular power from the giant Tensigan to trigger the evolution again. He told me to just focus on improving and not put pressure on myself. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 461, Chapter. Orochimaru truly deserved the title of the shinobi world's greatest scientist. As long as he had sufficient experimental conditions, he would always produce results. And his research into the Tenseigan clearly had already borne fruit. As for how far along things were now, only the higher-ups knew. After all, the leadership had been supervising Orochimaru the whole time, and they would visit the lab periodically to check in person. Orochimaru was also very cooperative. With the current conditions, he was more than satisfied. He had no reason to stir up trouble. Which was good. It saved everyone a headache. The Hanami didn't last long. Everyone adjusted their mood, eased the fatigue and anxiety brought on by non-stop work, and felt noticeably better. When it seemed about time, the group began to disperse. Natsuki used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to send Tenten and his father-in-law back to the hospital, then blinked back to the Hokage's office. But since Orochimaru had come up, Natsuki figured he should go take a look. He left 3 Kage Bunshin, shadow clones, behind, and in the next instant he flashed into the lab. Orochimaru, in the middle of an experiment, raised his head. His smile carried that familiar rasp. Natsuki-kun, what brings you here? If I recall, the 5 Kage inspected the place not long ago. Don't tell me you found out I'm doing something evil. Natsuki found a spot and sat down. Have you been doing something evil lately? Orochimaru shook his head. No time. Then there you go. Natsuki glanced toward the giant Tenseigan nearby. A bunch of us went to see the cherry blossoms today. We saw Hanabi has already figured out some of the Tenseigan's tricks, so I came to see your results. So that was it. Orochimaru looked enlightened. He didn't hide anything. He simply pointed to his own forehead. Natsuki frowned, confused. In the next second, a vertical slit opened on Orochimaru's forehead. A third eye. And it was a Byakugan. Worse, the Byakugan began to shift, the color changing bit by bit until it turned blue. Orochimaru raised a hand. A burst of attraction yanked a chair into the air, then a burst of repulsion blasted it away. Natsuki lifted an eyebrow. You implanted a Byakugan into yourself, and you even evolved it into a Tenseigan. You've got guts. And you actually succeeded. Orochimaru closed the vertical eye again and smiled. It's nothing special. The Byakugan is different from the Sharingan. It doesn't reject non-Otsutsuki bloodlines. And I'm using a white Zetsu body right now, so my compatibility with special eyes is extremely high. Besides, this Byakugan is the eye I had Naruto-kun create for Tonari using Yotan, Yang release. It also has the potential to evolve into a Tenseigan. As long as I absorb more ocular power from the giant Tenseigan, success is inevitable. Natsuki laughed without restraint. Ha. Karma. The heavens don't answer prayers, but they sure do keep receipts. He couldn't help wondering whether Tonari regretted his past choices now. Living like this was probably worse than dying. Still, Natsuki was curious about Orochimaru's current level. So what's your strength now? Can you ascend to 6 paths level? Orochimaru shook his head. I'm not an Otsutsuki bloodline. I can only draw out a portion of the Tenseigan's power, enough to reach beyond Kage level. Stepping into 6 paths territory would be extraordinarily difficult. However, if I use Fushur Tensei, living corpse reincarnation, on the test subject, then I certainly could. Oh. Now that was an idea. Compared to a white Zetsu body, Tonari's body was obviously superior. If Orochimaru could seize that body, he would gain Otsutsuki blood. Then, with a Tenseigan installed, reaching 6 paths in the future would be entirely plausible. Natsuki didn't object. A test subject was a test subject. Orochimaru could handle it however he liked, as long as he didn't waste the materials. What Natsuki cared about was something else. Orochimaru. If you take Tonari's body and successfully step into the 6 paths realm, what do you plan to do? Break free of confinement and become independent again. Orochimaru didn't hesitate. He shook his head. 6 paths is nothing. In front of you, Natsuki-kun, it would be like an ant. Trying to run would just be asking to die. And while I'm not a good person, I've said before that if the shinobi world is destroyed, it becomes terribly boring. So I won't refuse to contribute to protecting it. More importantly, the power and immortality I seek both point toward the Otsutsuki. Only by cooperating with you can I possibly realize my dream, isn't that right? Natsuki looked at him for a long moment. He could tell Orochimaru wasn't lying. And there was no need for him to lie. If Orochimaru could become part of the League's strength, then he was, in fact, someone they could trust. Consider it earning his way back with merit. After thinking it over, Natsuki said, I'll discuss it with the higher-ups. Your idea probably won't be opposed. So don't act on your own. Use Tonari as research material until you're completely certain you don't need anything else from him. Once the leadership agrees, then you can proceed with Shinra Tensei. Don't worry. There's still a great deal of research waiting for me. I won't be reckless. Orochimaru was unusually agreeable when experiments were involved. However, I'm requesting Naruto-kun's help one more time. Have him create another eye for Tonari. I need to prepare a full pair of Tensigen in advance. I don't want to start using it until I have both. Natsuki didn't refuse that kind of request. I'll report it. Only then did Orochimaru seem satisfied, lowering his head to continue his work. Natsuki felt a bit disappointed. It looked like Orochimaru still hadn't made any progress on that life paper idea. If he had, he would definitely have said so. But Natsuki also knew he couldn't force it. He didn't linger and simply flashed away. Elsewhere, Kakashi's team received the order and immediately began moving toward the Land of Valleys. Since the higher-ups suspected Victor, they needed a thorough investigation. Fortunately, the members of Kakashi's squad were all extremely capable at reconnaissance, so they expected it to be easy. In less than a day, the foreman team reached the Land of Valleys. After transforming, they quietly slipped into the town where Victor's company was located. They first gathered information on the company, and they heard a lot of positive reviews. Victor's company primarily handled the development and cross-border trade of medical equipment. The quality was excellent, so the profits were naturally significant. The company also hired large numbers of workers within the Land of Valleys, and he was extremely good. So its reputation was excellent. Every time recruitment was announced, civilians rushed to apply. However, a small number of people had noticed something off. Some of their friends and relatives had joined the company and then disappeared. Unlike the employees who came and went normally, some people truly hadn't been seen again. The company's explanation was that those employees had voluntarily joined important experiments and were now living on site. For confidentiality reasons, they were not permitted to leave, and visits were forbidden. That explanation only made people more uneasy. Maybe it was instinct. But a few people vaguely sensed that some kind of threat had already woven itself into the shadows like a net. After their preliminary investigation, Kakashi and the other three regrouped, all with grim expressions. They had clearly sensed the problem too. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 462, Chapter. Shino said, this company hasn't been around that long, but its reputation has always been good, and employee has been excellent too. However, they've never had a habit of forcing employees to eat and sleep inside the company. This change is sudden and extremely abnormal. And it's only a select few employees. If they just weren't allowed to leave, fine, but they aren't even allowed visitors. That alone is enough to raise suspicion. The key is what this so-called important experiment even is. Kiba spoke up. If they're testing new medical devices and having employees experience them firsthand, maybe you could explain it away. But that kind of thing doesn't need this level of secrecy. This company sells medical equipment. Research is normal. As long as they don't leak data, it should be fine. But right now they're going out of their way to hide everything, like they're deliberately covering something up. Hayashi said with the calm of an old hand, if nothing else, those missing employees probably aren't coming back. Either the experiments failed, or they were silenced. Hayashi was here in Hinata's place. Originally it should have been Team 8 following Kakashi, but Hayashi weighed the danger of the mission, and he also knew his daughter's personality. He understood she wasn't suited for this kind of assignment. So he firmly took her slot himself. At this point, Hayashi no longer carried any regrets. He had watched the clan break away from decay and start to soar. His wish had already been fulfilled. Now his only wish was for his daughter to be safe and sound. He'd been far too harsh on Hinata in the past, and the guilt sat heavy in his heart. He refused to let her take on a mission this dangerous, so he'd stepped in and forced the substitution, also Hinata wouldn't be exposed to danger. It was overprotective. But it was also a father's love. Kakashi ultimately didn't reject it. Shino and Kiba could understand too. And just like that, Hinata was temporarily left behind by Team 8. Kakashi said gravely, I have a bad feeling. This so-called experiment is absolutely not simple. Lady Tsunade and the others ordered us to dig deeper, which means they sensed something off too. So this time, without alerting them, we need to uncover Victor and this company's secrets. Shino immediately said, I'll send a few insects inside to take a look. Maybe we'll find something. Kakashi nodded. Then we'll be relying on you, Shino. Shino didn't waste words. He released a swarm from his body, but the insects scattered quickly, flying toward the company from different directions at different times. The others, when you said a few, you meant an entire army. Still, no one stopped him. When it came to insects, no one in this era understood them better than Shino. They let him handle it. The enemy might be sharp, but surely they weren't on constant guard against bugs. In an age like this, even high-end restaurants had flies. Let alone a company building. Shino's insects were tiny. The odds of them being noticed were naturally low. Shino's scouting insects didn't have much intelligence, but they could record what they saw like cameras. Once they returned to Shino, they would transmit those stored images back to him. Back during the Chunin exams, Shino had cheated the same way. The four waited outside with patience. Before long, insects began to return in waves. Shino immediately gathered them into his hand and started extracting the images they had captured. In the footage, the employees were all working with their heads down. Some were manufacturing equipment. Some were assembling. Some were doing inventory. Some were cleaning. There was nothing obvious. Until the last handful of insects came back. Only then did Shino finally see Victor. Victor, accompanied by a female secretary, entered a sealed laboratory. The insects slipped in after them too. The reason they hadn't returned for so long was simple: the door had shut, and they couldn't get back out. But the recorded conversation between Victor and the secretary remained. In the footage, Victor and the secretary stood before a massive glass container. Their mouths kept moving, clearly discussing something. Shino immediately used lip reading to decode part of what was said. And his expression changed at once. Kakashi and the other two saw it and asked quickly, "Shino, what did you find?" Shino adjusted his sunglasses. His voice was heavy. Victor mentioned fragments of the God Tree. He's using God Tree fragments for experiments. Fragments of the God Tree. Kakashi and the others all jolted. They hadn't expected the trail to suddenly connect to the God Tree. What was the God Tree? The Tentails. And yet Victor had Tentails fragments. Combined with how strangely he'd participated in the Shinobi War before, it was obvious he'd gone to the battlefield for the Tentails. Back then, the 5 great villages and great nations had been declared on by Obito, and they'd called on other countries, villages, and individuals to join the fight. They'd announced the enemy's plan: collect the tailed beasts and fuse them into the Tentails. They hadn't explicitly said, God Tree. But anyone with a brain understood the Tentails would be catastrophic. Even Shinobi wanted to stay as far away as possible. For a mere businessman like Victor to charge into the war, bold as steel, meant his goal was clear from the start. He might have already known the Tentails was the so-called God Tree. And if he knew that, then someone informed him. Kakashi's group didn't believe the Allied Forces High Command would go out of their way to tell some irrelevant outsider like Victor. Which left only one possibility. Kagaya's companion. The Otsutsuki hidden in the shadows. It was still a hypothesis, but none of them were stupid. They all knew it was very likely. Victor learned the Allied forces were fighting the Tentails, the God Tree. So he chose to join the war deliberately. After the God Tree formed, he quietly detached from the Allied forces and successfully obtained fragments. After the war ended, he returned to his company and started experimenting with those God Tree fragments. Was he trying to cultivate an entirely new God Tree from those fragments? The best experimental subjects were employees. That was why certain employees were being forced to live on site, why they weren't allowed out, and why visitors were forbidden. In truth, they were likely already dead from the experiments. Or they were being experimented on right now. That bastard. Hayashi was furious. Does he even understand how dangerous the God Tree is? He's trying to cultivate a new one and using living people as test subjects. He's courting death. Kiba, on the other hand, let out a breath. This proves Victor knows the God Tree's secret. He's probably trying to grow a God Tree himself, then eat the chakra fruit and become an existence like the Otsutsuki. And the one who told him the secret is likely Kagaya's companion, the Otsutsuki hiding in the shinobi world. Kakashi's tone was decisive, but it had turned lighter. We thought it would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. Instead, we found a lead this fast. If we can drag this Otsutsuki into the light and eliminate the shinobi world's hidden threat, then we can focus entirely on the Otsutsuki from beyond the skies. With a discovery like this, they needed to report upward immediately. And to get more information, their squad would have to investigate even deeper next. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 463, Chapter Konoha, the Hokage's office. A high-priority intel scroll delivered by Team Kakashi arrived, and it immediately jolted everyone in the leadership into full alert. Without the slightest hesitation, they shoved every other task aside, raised a soundproof barrier, and only then began an official closed-door council. Attending were the 4 Six-Paths, the 4 Hokage, and Shikamaru as the office strategist. The content of this meeting was absolutely classified. They could not let even Natsuki hear a word of it, in case someone was listening through the walls. This matter was too important. There could be no carelessness. Tsunade set the intel scroll on the desk, her voice unsteady despite herself. The Grand Alliance has only been around for a little over half a year, and we already have good news. And this time, we have Shikamaru to thank for it. Shikamaru scratched his head. I just did the usual analysis. The real credit goes to Kakashi-sensei and the others. That was true. The top brass only needed to analyze. Kakashi's team had to think through far more on the ground. Still, it was a genuine surprise. What started as a suspicion had turned into intel that might be tied to another Otsutsuki. Team Kakashi's efficiency was terrifyingly high. Of course, everyone understood part of it came down to the enemy's lack of caution. The Grand Alliance advocated investigating the other Otsutsuki, but it had not broadcast the matter publicly. The squad sent out to investigate all moved in extreme secrecy, leaving outsiders with no idea what was happening. One side was prepared. The other side was completely unprepared. Getting results quickly was only natural. So what do we do next? Natsuki asked, casually tossing out a question everyone already knew was coming. This is too big. Don't act rashly, Tsunade said, voicing what most of them were thinking. We call the other 4 Kage and Mifune and hold a joint meeting first. Some decisions can't be made by us alone. The Alliance has to discuss it, then we decide. Anyone with sense could see that. This was Alliance business. It could not be forced through by unilateral orders. So a meeting was mandatory. Even Naruto, who usually looked like he ran on impulse, wore a steady expression as he nodded. He really had grown. After that, Tobarama, Minato, and Natsuki were tasked with bringing everyone over. Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God technique, made it absurdly convenient. Sasuke was learning it too, but he still couldn't transport people freely yet. SHFF, 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 SHFF. 5 flashes in a row, and the 4 Kage and Mifune were all brought in. It didn't matter what they'd been doing. There was no time to explain first. A was holding a huge bowl, a chunk of meat in hand, right on the verge of stuffing it into his mouth. But with the sudden change of scenery and so many pairs of eyes locking onto him, he couldn't swallow a bite. He set the bowl down, hovering on the edge of an explosion. Natsuki brat, even if it's an emergency, you couldn't wait until I put my bowl down. Natsuki spread his hands. It's urgent enough that I didn't have time to explain. Bringing you here was the explanation. A was furious, but he could tell the situation really was severe if they didn't even have time for that. He forced the anger down for now and waited to hear what Konoha had to say. Mei swept wet hair back from her shoulder. Luckily, she'd finished bathing. Otherwise, Minato might have literally found her in the bathroom. Anoki, Gaara, and Mifune had all been busy too. Being yanked here without warning left them equally stunned. Tsunade didn't waste words. She handed the intel scroll over immediately. The 5 of them read it, and their eyes lit up at once. So fast. And it's that Victor Minato asked about before. There was no way not to get excited. Everyone had believed Natsuki when he said Kaguya had a companion, but deep down, many still doubted whether they could ever find anything. After all, that Otsutsuki companion had been lurking in the shinobi world for 1,000 years without leaving any trace. Even if they cast a wide net looking for anomalies, it should have been like searching for a needle in the ocean. And yet, just over half a year into the investigation, they had something. It felt like heaven itself was backing the shinobi world. Tsunade said, it's still only Shino's inference based on lip reading through his insect's viewpoint, but it's probably close. Whether Victor is an Otsutsuki, or merely part of an organization under an Otsutsuki, still needs deeper confirmation. Konoha can't decide this alone, which is why we pulled you here so urgently. The 4 Kage and Mifune nodded. Any lingering irritation faded. If any of them had gotten this kind of news, they'd have been frantic too, and unlike Konoha, they'd have had no way to move this fast. They had arranged for people to learn Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God technique, from Natsuki, but nobody had mastered it yet. Without that, they simply didn't have Konoha's ability to convene a meeting instantly. Like it or not, Konoha's operational tempo was on another level. A immediately said, then we grab him. Arrest Victor and force a memory read. That's an option, Gaara said, but it's not a good one. If this really is tied to the Otsutsuki, they're not an enemy we can underestimate. A capture might not be simple. And if we spook him and he escapes, we may never find him again. Mei nodded. Gaara's right. We can't be reckless. We're talking about the Otsutsuki. Every person in the room treated the Otsutsuki clan with maximum caution. They all understood one thing, the Otsutsuki are strong. Without absolute confidence, they couldn't act. If the target slipped away, the lead might snap, and then they'd have nothing. And besides, if Victor had been told about the God Tree, it was possible he was under an Otsutsuki's direct control. If they grabbed him and still got no useful intel, it would be a catastrophic trade. Inoki, however, said, spooking him might actually be the clever play. Everyone froze and turned toward him. Shikamaru understood immediately. The Tsuchikage means, we rattle Victor on purpose. If he panics, he'll run to the Otsutsuki. All we need is to plant something on him, like Shino's insects. Then we can trail him and follow the line straight to the Otsutsuki. Inoki nodded in approval. Exactly. You really are a Nara, sharp as they come. So, got someone yet? My granddaughter Kuratsuchi is a fine girl, you know. I do, Gaara cut in at once. Shikamaru is Temari's boyfriend. That is already settled and cannot be overturned. As a younger brother, Gaara would protect his sister's happiness. He wasn't about to let Inoki set his sights on his future brother-in-law and make Temari cry. Shikamaru's face went red, but he didn't deny it. Inoki blinked, then snorted. Kazekage, your sister moves fast. Gaara shook his head. They met during the Chunin exams. It's mutual. Don't make things up, Tsuchikage. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 464, Chapter. I agree with spooking him on purpose. Niji cut in, interrupting the pointless back and forth between Inoki and Gaara. Victor wants to use a fragment of the God Tree to cultivate a new God Tree. That's an extremely dangerous act, and we must stop it. The moment we move, we'll be spooking him anyway, so this is the only plan we can choose. Sasuke agreed as well. Victor hasn't had the God Tree fragment for long. The cultivation experiments have only just started, yet ordinary people have already gone missing after taking part. His company has hired an absurd number of employees. I have reason to suspect he's preparing fertilizer for a new God Tree. The room's expression shifted. He was right. Victor's headcount was far too high. For a greedy businessman, that level of hiring was obviously irrational. If he were expanding the company, that would be one thing, but there were no signs of that. Before you plant a tree, you prepare fertilizer. Those employees might be exactly what Sasuke suspected. God Tree feedstock. Just like during the Infinite Tsukuyomi, when everyone was bound by the God Tree and drained of chakra. That bastard. Naruto slammed the table as he surged to his feet. We can't let him succeed. We do it the Tsuchikage's way. We stop him from cultivating a new God Tree and spook him hard. Everyone glanced around at each other, and in the end they all nodded. Just as Niji and Sasuke said, Victor had to be stopped, which made the spook him plan inevitable. Natsuki finished writing everything onto a note and confirmed again. So the plan is locked, right? I'm about to send this to Kakashi-senpai. If there's anything to change or add, say it now. They exchanged looks once more, then nodded to Natsuki. Send it. Natsuki activated Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God technique, and flashed the note away. Sasuke added, just in case, should one of us 4-6 paths go along. If we run into an Otsutsuki, we can act immediately. Naruto instantly agreed. Sasuke's right. One of us should go. I'll go. Everyone looked at Naruto. Not a single person showed any intention of agreeing. They all knew Naruto's personality. Even though he'd grown, it still wasn't enough. And the way he'd just slammed the table and blown up proved he wasn't suited for this. If Victor said one wrong thing and Naruto got provoked, then one impulsive Rasengan and Victor would be dead. At that point there'd be no spooking anybody. It would just be self-sabotage. Niji spoke up at once. Sasuke should go. The others agreed immediately. Sasuke should go. Sasuke shot Naruto a smug look. This round was the victory of Indra's reincarnation. Naruto, obviously, refused to take it. Why? Why does everyone support Sasuke going but not me? I've got 6 paths level strength too. You're all biased toward that smug Sasuke. See? No matter how much this reckless guy grew, his temperament still hadn't changed. Everyone was speechless. Fortunately, Minato stepped in at just the right moment. Naruto, don't get worked up. Calm down and think. Natsuki and Niji also have 6 paths level strength, and Natsuki is even stronger. So why didn't anyone suggest either of them go? Naruto blinked. Why? Minato was patient with his son. Because Sasuke learned Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God technique. He can already use it to send notes, so he can stay in constant contact with us. Niji can't use Hiraishin, so he's not suitable. Natsuki is our trump card. We won't deploy him unless it's the final moment. As for you, you can't use Hiraishin, and you're still impulsive, so you're not suitable either. Understand. Naruto opened his mouth, then finally said nothing. A father really did understand his son best. In one shot, Minato talked him down. Natsuki glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke was wearing that smug, obvious, "of course it's me," expression, which made it clear he'd already guessed he'd be the one going. With Sasuke's current brain, it was only natural he could see it coming. That was why he'd made the suggestion. A perfect excuse to ditch the office's boring paperwork and head straight to the front line. This kid was becoming harder and harder to underestimate. Then I'm going. Sasuke didn't waste time. He activated his Rinnegan and opened a spatial portal, heading toward Team Kakashi's vicinity. After watching Sasuke leave, Natsuki finally spoke again. That's the meeting. Any other additions? Hashirama immediately added, just in case, everyone should wait in the office. The four Kage and Mifune shouldn't head back yet either. Natsuki, send a note to their villages first to let them know. Also, lunch is almost here. Go order Ichiraku ramen. Put it on the public account, and remember to order the deluxe set. We're hosting guests today. Tobirama immediately exposed the real motive. Aniki, if you truly wanted to host guests, why are you ordering mere ramen? You should book a full table at Yakiniku Q instead. The truth is you've been sneaking out to gamble these past 6 months, and you've blown most of the household money. You haven't had Ichiraku's deluxe set in a while, so you're using this as an excuse. And the excuse isn't even that convincing. Everyone turned to Hashirama. Hashirama's face went awkward. Once upon a time, the Senju were rich beyond measure. Now the clan had long since declined. They didn't have that kind of financial power anymore. And with both Hashirama and Tsunade being gamblers, the debts they'd racked up lately were no joke. How could Hashirama have the luxury to eat and drink freely? Oh, there was still money, sure. But the Senju finances were in Tobirama's hands now, so Hashirama and Tsunade naturally didn't have much on them. Hashirama scratched his head. I do like gambling, but I don't lose that much. The one who loses the most is Tsuna. She's always losing. Tsunade went flat. Grandpa, you're the one who dragged me into gambling with you. I dragged you and you just went. You're the acting Hokage right now. How can you go gambling? Think how bad that looks. Tsunade laughed coldly. You, the first Hokage, didn't care. Why should I? Besides, everyone in the world knows Tsunade loves gambling. Going to a casino is no big deal. And I can heal people and earn money too, unlike you, Grandpa, just sitting around eating for free. What did you say? Hashirama's eyes went wide. Tsuna, your wings have gotten stiff. You actually dare say your grandpa eats for free? Ha. Tsunade folded her arms. I'm over 50. I'm not some little girl. Why can't my wings be stiff? You've got the nerve to say that. Hashirama jabbed right back. Over 50 and still single. Natsuki's kid is about to be born. Look at yourself. What kind of example is that? Don't tell me what to do. I like being single. What are you going to do about it? Tobirama pinched the bridge of his nose. These two, grandpa and granddaughter, were something else. As family, he really had it rough. The sympathetic looks he got from everyone else only made his face fill with helplessness. Every family had its own sutra to recite. Natsuki had already sent notes to the 4 great villages and the Land of Iron. Seeing Hashirama and Tsunade still going at each other, he didn't bother asking again. He simply flashed over to Ichiraku and ordered 5 deluxe bowls per person. Someone here could definitely eat enough. No risk of leftovers. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 465, Chapter. When Natsuki came back with the ramen, Hashirama and Tsunade were somehow still arguing. Whether that family dynamic was good or bad was honestly hard to say. All right, eat first. Natsuki handed out chopsticks and casually offered a suggestion. First Hokage, that little, elder stipend of yours really isn't enough to live on. If you want to make money, you could just take construction jobs. One Mokutan, Sanshitsuitu, would release 3-bedroom and a living room technique, and you could build 10 villages a day. Why would you ever worry about cash? What the hell is 3-bedroom and a living room technique? That's literally Hashirama's wood-style housing, okay. Still, everyone nodded in agreement. A house made from Hashirama's wood release really was ridiculously convenient. Hashirama took his chopsticks and shook his head. I can build fast, sure, but that's stealing craftsmen's livelihoods. If it isn't an emergency project, I shouldn't be jumping in whenever I feel like it. Natsuki stared. First Hokage, you actually have principles. If you've got principles, can you stop gambling already? Tobirama instantly approved. Exactly, Aniki. Gambling has no benefits. If you have time, you should train more. If you push your strength into Six Paths territory, the pressure on the rest of us drops a lot. Slurp. Slurp. Hashirama finished a whole bowl in 2 gulps, then bounced in place 3 times like he was trying to shake the carbs into his muscles. At last, he nodded. Tobirama's got a point. I'll train when I can. I don't want to keep getting held down by you 4 brats forever. That was the spirit. Before the Otsutsuki came crashing in at full force, getting stronger was the only correct answer. Meanwhile, Team Kakashi received Natsuki's note, and everyone immediately had trouble holding themselves back. Kiba blurted out, if we're spooking him, we just storm the company. I'll have Akamaru piss all over Victor. Guarantee we leave a scent, then we follow it. Clan head Hiraishin can find the Otsutsuki for sure. Victor, do you have any manners? Dog pee. Shino added, I can plant female insects too. He won't get away. Hiraishin didn't speak. His Byakugan could see a lot, but if they needed to track Victor specifically, Kiba and Shino really were more convenient. Kakashi waited carefully, then gave orders as team leader. Charging the company directly is too reckless. If Victor bolts immediately, we won't even have time to plant anything. We'll wait until the employees get off work. Then we replace a few and infiltrate the building. The instant Victor appears, we move. Hiraishin nodded. That's steadier. And we need to get into that mysterious lab as soon as possible and destroy the so-called fragment. Kiba and Shino had no objections. Either way, it would end with them planting the hooks, and tracking Victor later would rely on them. No matter how they fought, they'd have a chance to shine. Then, in the next moment, a black void opened beside them. Team Kakashi jolted, but they immediately recognized it as Sasuke's spatial portal and relaxed. Sure enough, Sasuke stepped out and got straight to the point. Kakashi-sensei. Shino. Kiba. Hiraishin-senpai. Leadership discussed it and decided to send me as support. My main job is to handle any Otsutsuki that might appear. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Perfect. With you here, we can finally act without holding back. Kakashi was genuinely wary of the Otsutsuki. He'd been on the main battlefield back then. Aside from Natsuki's 4 Six Paths and the 3 Hokage, he was the only one present with dual Kamui, so he understood exactly how terrifying Six Paths Madara had been. Even though he hadn't personally watched Kaguya fight, he still knew the Otsutsuki were on another level. Dual Kamui gave him confidence against most things, but if an Otsutsuki really showed up, he couldn't guarantee the team would survive, and he didn't even believe they'd necessarily escape cleanly, let alone transmit intel. Now, though, Sasuke, a Six Paths powerhouse, was here. With Sasuke present, at minimum they could pin an Otsutsuki down. And with Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke could send a note for reinforcements instantly. That made the plan far safer. Sasuke, you showing up is huge, Kakashi said quickly. We just worked out a plan. It goes like this. Kakashi laid it out from start to finish. Sasuke listened and didn't object. Works for me. You find your opening and move. I'll stay outside as Overwatch. If anything shifts, I act immediately. Also, make sure only Victor is allowed to run. Nobody else gets away. Especially Victor's secretary. She might know plenty. If you can capture her and read her memories, we can extract more intel. Sasuke wasn't going to steal the recon team's credit. The spook him plan was Team Kakashi's assignment. They'd already built a workable method, so they should execute it themselves. If it were Naruto, he'd join the action and try to take the lead. But Sasuke was different. He intended to become Hokage one day. He understood that certain things needed to be done by others, because it wasn't just their job, it was their credit. A leader shouldn't snatch other people's work. If you do, where does that leave them? Don't assume your strength means everything should be handled by you alone. Taking other people's responsibilities is wrong, and it can breed resentment and distance. People start thinking, if you can do everything, what do you need us for? Fine, do it yourself. We're out. Sasuke knew his role clearly. He was here to prevent an Otsutsuki from appearing. Everything else belonged to Team Kakashi. Sure enough, after hearing him say that, the whole team visibly relaxed. Especially Kiba. He'd been itching to earn merit. If Sasuke really tried to grab the fun parts, Kiba might have cried on the spot. Thankfully, Sasuke had no intention of meddling, which meant Kiba still had room to perform. Time passed quickly. Before long, it was the company's quitting hour. Employees streamed out in waves. Some walked in groups, some invited each other to go eat. They looked no different from modern office drones. But there were also some who seemed distracted and heavy-eyed. Maybe they knew secrets, like a friend vanishing. Someone like that wouldn't be happy at work, and even clocking out wouldn't brighten them. Team Kakashi immediately targeted employees like that. People in poor spirits were easier to imitate. If they had to infiltrate and ran into someone familiar who said hello, they could just act listless and brush it off, lowering the risk of exposure. Also, those employees might actually know something. They could try asking. After locking onto a single man who lived alone, Kakashi flashed right in front of him, trapped him with genjutsu, and interrogated him. As expected, it checked out. A friend of his had suddenly disappeared. Even going to the boss for answers got him nothing, and meeting that friend again was impossible. The man believed something had happened, so he'd grown depressed. He even suspected the company was dirty, and he feared that one day he might vanish too. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 466, Chapter. Your friend is probably not coming back. But don't worry. The people who killed him will get what's coming to them. You'll sleep until tomorrow night, and then you'll be fine. As Kakashi spoke, he put the male employee into a deep sleep. Then he hid the men inside a wardrobe, planning to take his appearance tomorrow and enter Victor's company as him. It wasn't just that one employee. 3 other employees in similar situations were handled the same way. Tomorrow, Shino, Kiba, and Hiraishin would impersonate them. As for Akamaru, Kakashi could simply stash him inside Kamui, Divine Might, space for the time being. Soon, the next day arrived. After transforming, the 4 of them trudged toward the company looking listless and drained. On the way, a few people greeted them. They only nodded, not bothering to respond. Luckily, because those 4 had been acting like this for days, nobody found it suspicious. After clocking in, Kakashi's group used the intel they'd extracted under genjutsu to locate the 4 employees' desks and began putting on an act, pretending to work. One of the most important lessons for a shinobi is learning how to disguise yourself and infiltrate. All 4 were veteran shinobi, so the acting wasn't difficult. And since most of the workers around them were ordinary civilians, the risk of exposure was even lower. Even so, Shino kept working while quietly releasing insects. He found the mysterious laboratory with ease, and he also got a clear read on the company's internal security. When no one was watching, Shino extended several chakra threads from his forehead and linked them to his 3 teammates' foreheads. He'd learned the technique from Natsuki. It made covert communication effortless. He twitched the chakra threads, using Morse code to share what the insects had discovered, then immediately retracted them to avoid being noticed. After half a day of fake work, Victor finally showed up. Victor was a short, one-eyed old man. He didn't match the version from Naruto, and it wasn't because of any injured leg. The timeline had already changed. Most of the 4th Great Ninja War's danger had been shouldered by Natsuki and the other top-tier fighters, so even if Victor had taken part, he hadn't suffered any crippling injuries. But it hadn't changed his ambition. From the beginning, his goal had been the God Tree. So the experiments continued. A different timeline didn't mean different choices. Victor arrived in a hurry with his dark-skinned female secretary and headed straight for the mysterious lab, not sparing a glance for the employees. Naturally, he didn't notice Kakashi's group either. Shino immediately had his insects tail them. Once the insects confirmed Victor had entered the lab, they flew back at once to report. Shino gave his teammates a slight nod. Then the 4 of them left their desks and moved directly toward the mysterious laboratory. Their sudden departure caught other employees' attention. The employees didn't stop them, but security did notice something was off. They rushed over with batons and barked at them. "Hey! What are you doing? Get back to your stations." But the guards dropped to the floor one after another, unconscious. Shino's insects had already landed on them without anyone noticing. At the signal, the insects released their toxin and put them down cleanly. Good. At the same time, the 4 of them reverted to their real appearances, revealing Konoha forehead protectors. No explanation was needed. The employees saw Konoha shinobi at work and not only refrained from sounding the alarm, they didn't even dare say a word. Nobody wanted to risk their life. Kakashi's group reached the lab door without resistance. Inside, Victor stared at a massive cylindrical glass apparatus and snapped in irritation. Why is the God Tree fragment's activity so low? It's absorbed plenty of life force and power, and it still can't even sprout. The secretary hesitated. "Boss, if it's a God Tree, using a handful of ordinary people as sacrifices won't be enough." Victor paused, then nodded. "That's true. But if we mass sacrifice company employees, the results might still be bad, and it'll draw the Ninja Alliance's attention. It's not the time for that. If we want to raise the fragment's activity, we need something with extremely strong vitality for it to absorb, and, extremely strong vitality. Isn't that Hashirama's cells? Victor's knowledge of the shinobi world wasn't shallow. He knew exactly how terrifying Hashirama was. He knew about would-release experiments. He also knew how famously potent Hashirama's cells were. So he immediately saw the possibility, use Hashirama's cells to force the God Tree fragment into higher activity. But the secretary still hesitated. Boss, Hashirama really has been revived, but as the god of shinobi, he's monstrously strong. And Konoha has multiple Hokage now, plus several 6 Paths level fighters. If we go after Hashirama, how is that any different from suicide? We shouldn't take that risk. From her perspective, going after the first Hokage was far worse than preying on the company's own employees. The risk difference was absurd. Victor snorted. Idiot. Did I ever say we'd go after Hashirama himself? I said we need Hashirama's cells, not that we have to take them from Hashirama directly. Orochimaru ran would-release experiments before. We can start with Orochimaru. He didn't even finish the sentence before something moved behind them. Both of them spun around, only to see the reinforced door twist and tear open, as 4 shinobi wearing Konoha forehead protectors burst in. Kakashi's Kamui was already active. The door had been ripped apart by Kamui, divine might. At the same time, Kakashi released Akamaru from Kamui space. Akamaru leapt into the air and fired off 2 streams of urine, splashing Victor and the secretary squarely. The 2 of them. Konoha shinobi, seriously. We haven't even spoken yet and you're already letting your dog piss on us. Do you people have any decency at all? Having completed his mission, Akamaru immediately trotted back to Kiba, tail wagging, clearly asking for praise. He got head pats and a thumbs up right away. Meanwhile, Shino had already quietly released insects, planting a hidden mark. It was unclear whether the insects had returned to Victor's body or remained somewhere else, but the hook was in place. Victor was livid. Konoha shinobi, you've gone too far. You broke into my company's laboratory and let a dog urinate on me. Are you trying to seize my company's medical research by force? Kakashi didn't flinch at all. He sneered. Victor, you're finished. You've been using civilians for experiments in secret. The evidence is solid, and you still want to deny it. We're taking you in right now, so behave. And we don't need you to confess. All we have to do is probe your brain, and we'll know everything. As he spoke, he pointed at several smaller cylindrical glass tanks beside the main one. Human silhouettes could be seen inside. Those were clearly the missing employees. That alone was enough evidence to arrest Victor. And Kakashi was saying it on purpose. He wanted Victor to understand that if he was caught, he wouldn't be facing interrogation, he'd be facing direct mind reading, a memory extraction. At that point, any excuses were meaningless. Every secret would be stripped bare. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 467, Chapter. So Victor's only option was to run. But even then, he would still be facing pursuit from Konoha shinobi. If he wanted any chance of escaping, the only way was to go find that Otsutsuki. That way, Team Kakashi could tail him all the way, locate the hidden Otsutsuki, and take him down. The shinobi world's hidden threat would be resolved. That was the plan on paper. The only question was whether Victor would actually do it. So even Kakashi's team couldn't be fully sure. They had doubts, but they still had to execute the plan. Sure enough, the moment Victor heard Kakashi's words, panic flashed through him. He tried to argue his way out. They volunteered for these experiments. I had them sign consent forms. You can't convict me for that. And this is the land of valleys. Even if Konoha is strong, you can't bully civilians in another country. Aren't you afraid the entire shinobi world will condemn you and spit on you? It sounded reasonable at first glance, but it was all bark and no bite. And he was backing away as he spoke, inching toward the massive cylindrical glass apparatus. He was clearly trying to take the God Tree fragment with him. Kakashi didn't waste time. He snapped a hand signal. Shino, Kiba, and Hayashi charged at once and dropped the dark-skinned secretary on the spot. But Victor had already retreated a good distance. He formed seals quickly and spat out a swirling gale. Futon, Bofusen, wind release, storm whirl. Whoosh. 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 It was a decent wind release. It forced the 3 of them to halt their advance. In truth, breaking through it wouldn't have been hard. They stopped on purpose. If Victor couldn't run, then there was no point to the whole plan. Seeing it work, Victor's face lit with relief. He formed seals again and slapped his palm to the floor. Doton, Sajinran, Earth Release, Sand Dust Tempest. In the next instant, a massive wave of sand surged up from the ground and swallowed Shino's team whole. Victor used the opening to pull back, racing straight to the main cylindrical apparatus. He wanted to yank the god tree fragment out and bolt, but Kakashi appeared beside the device without warning and kicked Victor hard, sending him flying. Damn you, Ataki Kakashi. Victor had recognized him immediately. Victor had taken part in the war. He'd definitely seen the 3rd Division's captain. He knew Kakashi was dangerous, and he understood in that moment that there was no way he was taking the god tree fragment with him. Rage boiled up so fiercely he wanted to kill them all. But he couldn't. Their strength was beyond him. The only option was to run. Forget the fragment. Save yourself first. Because Victor's identity wasn't simple. If Konoha caught him, a lot of buried secrets would come spilling out. So he had to run. Katan, Goenka, Fire Release, Great Flame Blossom. Victor formed seals again and blasted out a massive fireball, then turned and fled. He actually managed to force his way out of the lab and cut through the facility, sprinting out of the company by a shorter route. Kakashi's team looked as if they were blocked by the giant fireball, and for a brief moment they really didn't catch up. Victor didn't dare relax. He pushed his speed harder, quickly putting the company behind him as he tore off in a specific direction. Sasuke was outside the company, watching Victor disappear into the distance. Looks like Kakashi-sensei's plan is going smoothly. Hopefully the old man really does run to that hidden Otsutsuki. Inside the laboratory, Kakashi's group exchanged looks, unable to stop their smiles. Shino asked, Kakashi-sensei, do we chase right now? Kakashi nodded. Shino and Kiba, chase immediately. But stay far behind. Let Victor know you're pursuing him. Only if he feels the pressure will he seek help from the Otsutsuki. Shino and Kiba didn't hesitate. They took off at once. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the massive cylindrical apparatus. Hiraishin, we'll deal with this here and publicize Victor's crimes, so the employees don't riot. Though honestly, once their high-paying job disappears, they're going to make noise anyway. Not our problem. Hiraishin didn't respond. He couldn't be bothered to spare ordinary civilians a thought. Not long after, Kakashi sealed the god tree fragment along with the main apparatus, planning to bring it back for Orochimaru to examine. A thing like the god tree was strange. It seemed to be the Otsutsuki's method of stealing a planet's power. Now that they'd obtained a fragment, they couldn't just destroy it carelessly. They needed to study it, find weaknesses. If they could identify a weakness, then the next time an Otsutsuki tried to plant one, they would have a targeted way to stop it. As for the employees' bodies, those would serve as evidence of Victor's crimes. Their friends could retrieve them and give them proper burials. Meanwhile, Victor sprinted to a temporary safe house. He gulped down tea before finally breathing easier, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he smashed the cup and flipped the table. How could he not be furious? He'd been so close. With the god tree fragment, he could have cultivated a new god tree and used it to ascend alone. And then Konoha's shinobi ruined everything. He'd underestimated Konoha's reach. They'd investigated him that quickly. Even if they'd only started watching him because of the disappearances, the new god tree project could never stay hidden forever. And worst of all, his secretary had fallen into their hands. Damn Konoha. They moved too fast. And so silently. They just stormed my lab out of nowhere. I didn't even have time to prepare. As Victor raged, he also couldn't help sighing. Some things really were impossible alone. In the end, he had to crawl back to the organization and keep working under them. At that moment, the air in front of him warped. A figure condensed into view, a man in a white haori, with strange braided hair, and a black diamond mark on his chin. Victor's expression eased. He spoke in a low voice. Jigen, why contact me through Genjutsu, Tsushin, illusion technique, communication, so suddenly? Genjutsu, Tsushin, illusion technique, communication, allowed someone to project an illusionary image at a specific location. It was perfect for notifications and meetings. Victor was clearly used to it. And this mysterious man called Jigen was clearly no ordinary figure either. Jigen's face was calm, his eyes cold. If I didn't appear, you'd already be captured by Konoha. Your death doesn't matter, but Kara operates in secrecy. We can't let a fool like you expose more to Konoha, let alone the Alliance. It's not the time for us to face the shinobi world head-on. You'll hide at headquarters for a while. Victor didn't argue. He nodded. Konoha shinobi are still chasing me. Take me to headquarters. Now. Jigen said nothing more. The projection vanished. In the next instant, a black and red circular portal opened. Victor stepped through immediately, and the portal snapped shut a heartbeat later. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 468, Chapter. Shino and Kiba, who had been tracking him the whole time, both froze. They exchanged a look on instinct, confirmed they were sensing the same thing, and immediately stormed into the temporary base, only to find Victor was gone. Even the scent had vanished. Akamaru couldn't smell anything at all. Shino couldn't sense his female insect's location, either. This is bad. Shino touched the teacup on the table. The tea was still a little warm. Victor doesn't look like the type who can use Jikuken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu. If he could, he would have used it to escape a long time ago. It's pretty obvious someone used Jikuken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, to snatch him away without warning. We have no idea where they took him. Kiba nodded grimly. Probably somewhere far. Anyway, Akamaru can't smell the mark anymore, and even your bugs can't sense it. For a moment, both of them fell silent, faces dark. They'd been so confident. They were sure they could follow the trail and dig up the Otsutsuki hiding in the shadows. They hadn't expected something like this to go wrong. Shino. Kiba. Sasuke appeared in a flicker. Sasuke. Victor's gone. Shino and Kiba sounded pissed. I know. I sensed it. Jikuken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu. Sasuke didn't look surprised. If nothing else changed, the one who made a move was that Otsutsuki. And they might not even be inside the shinobi world. They could be in a different dimension. A different dimension. No wonder. If Victor had been taken into another dimension, Akamaru naturally wouldn't be able to track the scent, and Shino wouldn't be able to sense his female insects. And up to now, the only person everyone knew who could freely come and go through different dimensions was Otsutsuki Kagaya. So the one who took Victor into a different dimension was extremely likely to be the lurking Otsutsuki. So the stirring the grass to startle the snake plan really had worked. The problem was, now they couldn't find the target. Seeing how calm Sasuke was, Shino guessed something. Sasuke, can you sense that dimension? Kiba blinked, then lit up. If they could lock onto that Otsutsuki, that was huge. Sasuke gave a small nod. When they used Jikuken ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, I felt out the location. I can confirm the general direction. My space-time portal can reach any space. We should be able to find it. That made Shino and Kiba finally breathe again. Thank goodness Sasuke showed up. Otherwise their investigation team would have failed the mission, and they'd have no face going back. Sasuke seemed to read what they were thinking, but didn't bother comforting them. He just said, the plan is over. We shouldn't keep provoking them. We'll regroup with Kakashi first, then report back to the higher-ups. This is a major situation. Once preparations are in place, we'll launch a full assault on that dimension. Shino and Kiba had no objections. The next second, Sasuke's eyes shifted into the Rinnegan with 6 Tomo. He opened a space-time portal and brought the two of them back to Kakashi and Hiraishin. Kakashi asked immediately, how did it go? Did the Otsutsuki show up? Sasuke nodded. The plan worked. But the enemy is in another dimension now. We're heading back first. We'll discuss a new plan with the higher-ups before we move. Then he used the portal again, bringing them straight back to the Hokage's office. After the flower viewing, Natsuki and the others had been waiting in the office the whole time. When they saw Sasuke return with Kakashi's team, everyone's faces filled with anticipation. Naruto couldn't sit still first. Well. Did that Otsutsuki show up? Kakashi motioned for Naruto to calm down, then began his report, laying out the entire, stirring the grass to startle the snake, operation in detail, with Shino, Kiba, and Sasuke adding clarifications. After hearing it all, everyone looked thrilled. A's hands were already itching. So you're saying, Sasuke, you can take us to that dimension and find that Otsutsuki? Sasuke answered firmly. I can sense the location. Opening a portal isn't a problem. But to be safe, I didn't rush in. I came back to discuss it first. Smiles of approval spread around the room. In an unclear situation, barging into an unknown dimension alone, even if you found the Otsutsuki, would be extremely dangerous. One mistake and you might not come back, and your only lead would die with you. Then everything they'd done up to now would be wasted, and the alliance would be forced into a passive position. Luckily, Sasuke had made a cool-headed call. That was exactly what they needed. Natsuki asked, so what's the next step? Do we just hit them head-on? Inoki stopped him at once. Absolutely not. We have no idea what their organization looks like. We don't even know how to deploy our forces. Charging in blindly is too dangerous. The Tsuchikide's right, Hashirama said. We need more intelligence. Tobirama pointed at the dark-skinned secretary. Didn't you bring one back? Interrogate him and see if we can squeeze out anything else. Hearing that, Niji didn't waste a word. He moved immediately, pressing a green orb of chakra to the secretary's head. He'd learned this memory-reading method from Hanabi, who'd said the Tenseigans' powers could be used like this. With the same Tenseigan, Niji mastered the trick fast. Using it was effortless. Not long after, Niji pulled his hand back. Facing everyone's expectant stares, he said, "This secretary doesn't know much. He only knows Victor is an inner member of the Kara organization. Everything Victor knew about the divine tree came from Kara. Beyond that, he doesn't know anything." Kara. So was Kara the organization that Otsutsuki had built? Everyone couldn't help but start thinking hard. Shikamaru raised a hand weakly. About Kara, I think I've seen the name in some scattered records." Anoki nodded as well. "You remember it too, kid. I've also seen that word in miscellaneous notes before, but it was so minor I assumed it was just some no-name civilian group. I didn't pay it any attention." Tsunade, and Mei exchanged looks and nodded too. Kara really had shown up here and there in random documents, but it had never drawn anyone's attention. Thinking about it now was terrifying. If Kara was founded by that Otsutsuki, it must have existed for many years. And yet it had stayed hidden the entire time, never once attracting notice. That meant the Otsutsuki had been watching the entire shinobi world, while everyone in the shinobi world knew nothing at all. Just imagining it was enough to make your skin crawl. Fortunately, the enemy hadn't acted openly until now. No one knew what they were wary of. But precisely because of that, the shinobi world had been given a chance to save itself. Now they needed to figure out how to destroy the enemy. The only thing everyone worried about was the Otsutsuki's strength. If it was so overwhelming they couldn't beat it, then the shinobi world was finished. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P@TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 469, Chapter. The meeting continued, but everyone's expressions turned grim. What came next was obvious, preparing to assault that other dimension, and digging up more intelligence on Kara. Kara had likely existed for a long time. In theory, there should be plenty of traces to unearth. But no one expected too much. If that organization had stayed hidden for so many years without drawing attention, then the old records probably held little more than a name, if even that. On top of that, the dimension they'd located might not even be Kara's true headquarters. That Otsutsuki had been lurking for so long, which meant they were extremely cautious. That dimension might only be a temporary hideout. Still, regardless of speculation, the work had to be done, and done properly. You couldn't decide something was, probably pointless, just because you had a hunch. That was how you got killed. Perfect, Tobarama said. We'll act like we don't know that dimension exists. He spoke evenly, already thinking several moves ahead. Victor was being pursued too closely, so they had to yank him into the dimension as an emergency measure. They're probably on guard now, maybe even fully prepared. So we need to look anxious, like we've completely lost Victor's trail. If we do that, they might relax. Then, on the day we finish our preparations, we strike without warning and catch them off guard. That was tactics. It sounded simple, but it wasn't something the enemy would necessarily anticipate. And as the saying went, you can spend 1,000 days stealing, but you can't spend 1,000 days guarding. If the Alliance made no moves for a while, the enemy would inevitably loosen up, assuming the Alliance couldn't find the dimension at all. That would give the Alliance a huge advantage. Everyone, I think we should make a bold assumption, Shikamaru said suddenly. I believe that Otsutsuki still has 2 more divine trees. The room went dead silent. Then everyone reacted at once, faces shifting with shock. It wasn't that the idea was impossible. It was that nobody had even been thinking in that direction. Natsuki's earlier intelligence had been that the Otsutsuki was Kagaya's partner, that the two of them had come to this world together. Kagaya had already planted a divine tree, the Ten-Tails. By that logic, there shouldn't have been a second divine tree at all. A divine tree wasn't some cheap, common thing. It was extremely rare. If that Otsutsuki had a divine tree, why hadn't they planted it all this time? No matter how you looked at it, it didn't add up. So when Shikamaru said it out loud, it hit like a punch. Tsunade leaned forward. Shikamaru, why do you think that? Shikamaru didn't hesitate. Victor was clearly cultivating a new divine tree in secret using fragments. Kara's upper ranks should have known. But they didn't stop him. They let him mess around. They didn't even send strong guards to protect him. It's like they didn't care at all. He lifted his gaze, calm and clinical. Why wouldn't they care? Because they already have something better. Compared to divine tree fragments, Kara must have a complete divine tree. That made sense. Everyone's eyes widened in realization. It was straightforward: if you have the best, you don't value scraps. If Kara looked down on divine tree fragments, it was because they had a complete divine tree. And the one who possessed it could only be Kagaya's Otsutsuki partner. Kakashi spoke quickly. Shikamaru's theory is extremely plausible. The divine tree, meaning the Ten-Tails, is bound to be terrifyingly strong. We need countermeasures. We also captured Victor's divine tree fragments. I suggest we have Orochimaru research them and find weaknesses, so we can deal with the divine tree if it comes to that. A flicker of hesitation passed through the room. Then, in the end, everyone nodded anyway. A divine tree was dangerous. And handing anything dangerous to Orochimaru was also dangerous. But you couldn't refuse to act just because something was risky. If that Otsutsuki planted another tree and cast infinite Tsukimi again, whether the shinobi world could be saved a second time was anyone's guess. So the research had to be done. Natsuki immediately added, Orochimaru previously applied to use Otsutsuki Tonari for Shinra Tensei, immortality transference. I think we should approve it. He's a villain, sure, but he's tied to us now. If his strength increases, that's effectively increasing our combat power. When we assault the dimension, we should bring him along. For him, an Otsutsuki is the perfect specimen. The moment he said specimen, several people visibly twitched. Because the Alliance had Orochimaru's lab under supervision, the monitors went in for inspections from time to time. They'd seen what Tonari looked like after being treated as research material. And Tonari was only an Otsutsuki descendant. If Orochimaru got his hands on a full-blooded Otsutsuki, nobody wanted to imagine how excited he'd be. After more discussion, everyone agreed, Orochimaru would use Shinra Tensei, immortality transference, to take Tonari's body. In the future, the Alliance would gain another 6 Paths level fighter. As for whether Orochimaru would pull something, at the very least, he wouldn't until the Otsutsuki threat was completely eliminated. Orochimaru was chasing power and immortality, and everything pointed toward the Otsutsuki. He wanted the Alliance's cooperation more than anyone because it secured his lab environment and his research materials. With reality staring him in the face, he wasn't going to waste time causing trouble. He would cooperate. Then we'll adjourn for now, Tsunade concluded. Everyone return to your posts and start searching for information on Kara. Keep it confidential. Don't alert them. As for the operation, we'll move in 1 month, after we're fully prepared. Then we'll strike that dimension together and wipe out this hidden Otsutsuki in one decisive blow. Afterward, Tobirama and Minato escorted the 3 Kage and Mifune back. Natsuki, meanwhile, went with Kakashi to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru was in the middle of checking Tonari's physical condition. Hearing footsteps, he looked up at once, tongue flicking over his lips as if washing his face. Natsuki-kun. Kakashi. You two coming here at this hour means something big happened. Typical snake. Too sharp, Natsuki muttered. He didn't waste time. He explained the situation at speed. So, you're cleared to use Shinra Tensei, immortality transference. And the divine tree fragment research is yours too. But you're not cultivating anything. You're finding weaknesses. Don't do anything stupid. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Relax. I'll be very well behaved. In that case, I won't hold back. As he spoke, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large snake. The snake shot forward, burrowed into Tonari's body, and in an instant erased Tonari's soul, seizing the body for Orochimaru. Then Orochimaru took out 2 nutrient containers, removed 2 Byakugan, and installed them directly into his new body. Iryo Ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, activated. The eyes recovered immediately. From that moment on, Orochimaru had become an Otsutsuki Orochimaru. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 470, Chapter. Tonari's face had already become Orochimaru's face, and even his eyes had turned into vertical slits. Orochimaru let out a twisted chuckle. He, as expected of Otsutsuki blood. I can feel power flooding through every inch of me. And once I fully master the Tenseigan, I'll be able to step into the 6 Paths realm. As he spoke, both eyes shifted into a vivid blue that radiated a heavy, oppressive strength. But he quickly reined it in. He wasn't about to get too cocky in front of Natsuki. Kakashi, meanwhile, unsealed a large cylindrical glass container from a scroll, the divine tree fragment suspended inside. He even commented while doing it, Shinra Tensei, immortality transference, really is convenient. Taking someone else's body and bloodline is like child's play. He. Convenient, yes, but it comes with risks. I caused trouble for your hospital 3 times back then. Orochimaru spoke casually, but he was already at the container, studying it closely. So this is a divine tree fragment. That Victor actually had some ideas. But the fragment's vitality is too low. Absorbing human life force alone won't be enough. It probably needs Hashirama cells. Hashirama cells have the strongest vitality. They could fully revive these divine tree fragments. Hashirama cells. Maybe. Natsuki knew exactly how terrifying Hashirama cells were. Even years after Hashirama's death, their vitality was still absurd. Almost anyone who transplanted them ended up mutating. Only Uchiha Madara, Yamato, and Shimura Danzo had managed to succeed. And even Danzo didn't count as truly successful. He'd needed a whole armful of Sharingan just to keep the cells suppressed, and he still couldn't properly use wood style. That alone said everything about how overwhelming Hashirama cells were. Natsuki stared hard at Orochimaru. You've got Hashirama cells, don't you? Orochimaru laughed softly. Natsuki-kun, don't be so guarded. Yes, I have them, but I'm not going to waste them on something useless. Even if these fragments were cultivated successfully, the fruit would just be artificially ripened trash. It wouldn't be worth much. A real chakra fruit only forms when the Tentails devours the power of an entire planet. If I truly wanted a chakra fruit, I'd be better off joining the Kara organization you just mentioned. Oh. You're planning to join Kara? Natsuki-kun, that was a metaphor. Orochimaru's smile widened. Kara's leader is definitely an Otsutsuki. Their goal is to destroy the shinobi world. How could I possibly join them? Much better to defeat him and turn him into my research material. As soon as he said, research material, Orochimaru's excitement spiked again. He was getting more and more interested in the Otsutsuki by the second. Natsuki wasn't truly suspecting him. It was more like a verbal tap on the cage, just to make sure Orochimaru didn't float off the ground after gaining new power. When the timing felt right, Natsuki dropped a final line. The assault on the Otsutsuki will be in about a month. Prepare yourself. When the time comes, you're coming as a specimen collection specialist. And you'd better get comfortable with the Tenseigan. Otherwise you'll end up dying together with them. A month, HM. Understood. Orochimaru agreed, then fully immersed himself in studying the divine tree fragments. Natsuki immediately took Kakashi and flashed back to the Hokage's office. The three Kage and Mifune had already been escorted home, but everyone else still hadn't left. They were digging through old files, trying to find anything connected to Kara. The moment Natsuki and Kakashi returned, they were drafted into the labor too. Luckily, all they needed was to search for the three characters Kara, so it wasn't hard. They simply used a swarm of shadow clones to brute force the workload. Before long, every old document containing Kara had been pulled out. But after reading through them, everyone's faces fell. Kara really had appeared early on, but the relevant records were frighteningly sparse. Most documents only mentioned the name in passing. Nothing else. It was as if Kara had never once been taken seriously. And in truth, that wasn't exactly wrong. Back then, who even knew what an Otsutsuki was? Who would have imagined a no-name organization could be tied to something that deep? There was no choice. They'd have to investigate from scratch. They held another brief meeting. In the end, they decided Kakashi would take the same team as before and head out again, pretending to search for Victor's trail while actually probing for intelligence on Kara. Minato also used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to go find Jiraiya and explain the situation. Jiraiya had his ways when it came to information gathering. No matter how secretive Kara was, he should be able to dig up something. And when the Alliance attacked the dimension 1 month from now, Jiraiya had to be back. Whether he was fighting on the front lines or guarding the village, he was a critical piece of their strength. For the moment, Natsuki wasn't assigned anything new. Life returned to normal. When the meeting ended, he left a few shadow clones behind to keep handling paperwork, while his real body headed straight for the hospital. Tenten came first. Always. They weren't at war yet. Everyone else had their roles. He didn't need to grind himself down. Wifey, I'm here. Natsuki walked into the room with a grin and saw Tenten poring over a scroll of weapon design blueprints. This was a gift Sasuke had brought her. It had made Tenten so happy at the time, and ever since then she'd basically been glued to it, like she could never get enough. And honestly, it made sense. She was pregnant. There were a lot of things she couldn't do. So the only thing left was reading and thinking, and weapon design was the thing she loved most. Her dad was sitting off to the side flipping through a book as well. Earlier, everyone had talked about naming the baby, but they still hadn't decided. So her dad had found himself a mission. He was determined to choose a great name for his grandkid, and lately he'd been taking the job very seriously. Which was good. It meant he had less time for other ideas. Hubby, come here. Tenten beamed. Come look at this design. If I add this here, and take this part out, doesn't it feel like it'll become some kind of divine weapon? Natsuki leaned in and examined it carefully. He didn't dare shut her down. That's not bad. You should try it. When you have time, sketch out a full revision. Just don't overdo it, okay? We can't let you tire the baby out. Pregnant women could get carried away with their thoughts, and this was exactly what that looked like. Tenten thought she was overflowing with inspiration, but she was also being a little too freewheeling. A master craftsman's blueprint wasn't something you could casually tweak. One small change and the whole thing could turn into a different beast. But Natsuki couldn't stop her, and he definitely had to keep her mood up. If he dismissed her idea, she'd get discouraged, or worse, annoyed, and that wasn't worth it. So he went along with it. Let her draw, let her kill time, let her keep her mind busy. And anyway, money wasn't an issue. Her dad could always hire people to build it. Besides, once Tenten gave birth, Natsuki planned to dig out all these divine weapon ideas later. That would be hilarious. Thinking about the baby, Natsuki smiled and pressed his cheek to Tenten's belly, listening and feeling for movement. Then, in the very next instant, a tiny foot kicked out hard. Natsuki was launched straight out the window. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 471, Chapter. Natsuki. Are you okay? Tenten immediately panicked. What happened? The shop owner hurried over too. What's going on? Megumi happened to be making rounds with Sakura at that moment. Hearing the commotion, she rushed over, only to see Natsuki stuck headfirst outside the window like a planted scallion. She froze on the spot. Whose subordinate was brave enough to send even Natsuki, who had surpassed the 6 paths, flying with a single kick? Natsuki pulled his head back out, laughing despite himself as he fixed his hair. I'm fine. I was listening to the baby's kicks, and then the little guy kicked once and sent me flying. Huh? That answer left all of them dumbstruck. Megumi stared, utterly shaken. So you're saying the boss's kid isn't even born yet, and just from inside the womb, one kick actually knocked the boss flying? Sakura looked like she couldn't process it either. That kick has to be at least genin level, right? Isn't that a little too insane? They exchanged a look, then both nodded anyway. Because Natsuki was always insane. And Tenten using the 6 paths ninja tools was also kind of insane. So their child having that kind of strength before being born somehow felt perfectly normal. The shop owner was practically vibrating with excitement. Ha ha ha. That's my grandkid. That kick was so damn nice. Natsuki didn't feel embarrassed at all. He looked delighted instead. This little rascal's definitely going to be a handful. I just don't know which Kekkei Genkai he inherited. Best case, he gets all of them. Natsuki's combined bloodline limits were Mokuton, Wood Release, Jiten, Magnet Release, and Ranton, Storm Release. His Kekkei Mora was Nikiton, Flesh Release. No matter which one the child inherited, the kid's future would be bright. If he inherited all of them, then with proper training, he'd absolutely become a second Natsuki. 6 paths level would be a lock. Tenten, though, looked a bit angry and started lecturing her belly. Baby, how can you kick dad? Mom's going to be unhappy. It was the kind of scene that left you not sure what you were supposed to say. The baby wasn't even born yet. How could he possibly understand? And yet, somehow, when Natsuki pressed his ear to Tenten's belly again, the baby didn't kick this time. He became unbelievably well behaved. Tenten was very satisfied and decided the kid was smart. Megumi and Sakura watched with envy, but envy was all they could do. Megumi was fine, really. Things were going well with Tomoya, and she'd probably be getting married before long. Sakura, on the other hand, wore a miserable expression. She still hadn't won Sasuke's heart, and lately there was a little stray cat hanging around him, making Sakura feel like she was in serious danger. Hanabi might not be that old, but her looks and figure were top tier. Sakura had zero confidence she could outmatch her. On top of that, ever since Sasuke had saved Hanabi with a Princess Carry, Hanabi had gotten clingy. She kept calling him Sasuke and I, acting like she was just his little sister, but what she was really thinking, nobody knew. Before long, Megumi and Sakura finished Tenten's routine checkup and left. Naturally, the girls' gossip instincts detonated. The story about Natsuki getting kicked out a window by his unborn kid spread like wildfire, and somehow it turned into something everyone in the village knew. When Natsuki went out to buy groceries so he could cook for Tenten, he started receiving all kinds of curious stares. And on the road, he ran into a lot of familiar faces. The 3 Hokage, just getting off work and heading to Yakiniku-Q for drinks, grinned the second they saw him. Yo. Natsuki, buying groceries. We heard all about it. You got kicked flying by the baby in Tenten's belly. Ha ha ha. That means the kid's super healthy. He's definitely going to be a genius. Keep it up, kid. While you're young, have a few more. Natsuki, you were just in the office working. How did you learn what happened at the hospital that fast? Then he ran into the blonde father and son. Naruto looked like he'd been stabbed in the heart by envy. Natsuki, I heard you got kicked flying by your kid before he's even born. Your kid's amazing. And I still haven't even won Sakura over, and your baby already has genin level strength. Damn it. I'm so jealous I could die. Minato stood beside him, clearly wanting to say something and clearly deciding not to. As Naruto's dad, Minato paid close attention to this kind of thing. He knew Naruto liked Sakura, he knew Sakura was still hung up on Sasuke, and he also knew Hinata had been quietly in love with Naruto the whole time. As a father, Minato wanted Naruto to be loved, which made him hope Naruto would notice Hinata's feelings instead of continuing to be Sakura's doormat. But he also couldn't just barge into his son's love life. One wrong move and it could turn into a father-son rift. Hearing Naruto's words now, Minato's emotions turned into a complicated mess. Natsuki waved them off. Good luck with that. I've still got groceries to buy so I can cook for Tenten. After that, he ran into Niji, Hinata, and Hanabi. Just grocery shopping had turned into meeting half the village, and it was honestly kind of surreal. It felt like people were doing it on purpose. Niji's expression was serious. Natsuki, I heard. You got kicked flying by the baby. Natsuki sighed. Why does everyone know? Hanabi giggled. Because anything related to Natsuki and II is the village's hottest gossip, obviously. You and Tenten are Konoha's model hero couple. Of course everyone's watching your baby too. Hee hee. A kid who can kick Natsuki and II flying before he's even born is going to be absurdly strong. Niji nodded. Natsuki, congratulations. Hinata spoke softly too. Natsuki-kun, congratulations. So you three arranged a chance encounter with me while I'm buying groceries, just to say that. Fine. In a world where the strong rule, a powerful child was the best kind of news. As friends, it made sense they'd come congratulate him. Natsuki could only accept it, then firmly shoo them along. He still needed to shop. He hadn't even finished buying everything yet. Then he ran into Shikamaru and Temari on a date, Sai and Ino on a date, Choji and Karui on a date, and then he ran into Guy and Lee on a date. Wait. Hold on. Something about that last one felt extremely wrong. Whatever. He'd run into way too many people either way. Finally, Natsuki managed to finish buying groceries and hurried home. He couldn't let Tenten go hungry. But when he got back, Sasuke was waiting at the front gate. Sasuke, what brings you here? Natsuki opened the gate and let him in, then kept working with his hands busy. I've got to cook for Tenten. If you've got something to say, just say it. Sasuke didn't mind. He went straight to it. I heard too. Your unborn kid kicked you out a window. Natsuki's mouth twitched. Yeah. And you're, like, the 100th person today to say that to me. Everyone found out and came to congratulate me. You too. Congratulating you is part of it. I'm here for something else. Sasuke's tone turned serious. I want to talk about the Rinnegan and the Rinne Sharingan. Natsuki paused mid-motion. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Sasuke didn't hide it. I'm thinking, can I absorb Madara's eyes and become stronger? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 472, Chapter. Natsuki looked surprised when he heard that. Looks like now that Sasuke had learned to actually think things through, he had a lot of ideas, and they were pretty solid. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, Madara, as a member of the Uchiha, naturally had his body handed over to Sasuke, and Sasuke had kept the corpse preserved ever since. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Madara a proper burial. It was to prevent someone like Ikushi Kabuto from showing up again. If Madara got revived with Edo Tensei again, it would be a huge headache. Madara's eyes had naturally been removed and stored separately. A pair of Rinnegan and a single Rinne Sharingan were, without question, overwhelmingly powerful and absolutely could not be allowed to fall into anyone else's hands. But now, it looked like Sasuke had set his sights on those eyes. Natsuki kept working as he asked, why did you suddenly think of doing this? Sasuke answered seriously, earlier, I not only sensed that other dimension, I could also tell that Otsutsuki won't be easy to deal with. In any case, he shouldn't be weaker than Kagaya. With my current strength, I probably can't beat that Otsutsuki by myself. And when the Otsutsuki clan invades in the future, the combat power I can provide on my own still won't be enough. So I have to become stronger. And right now, the only thing left that can still support a further boost is Madara's eyes. For Sasuke to say that meant he'd clearly thought it through. Right now Sasuke had one Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and one 6-Tomo Rinnegan. His strength was just barely at the 6 paths level, but if he wanted to defeat an Otsutsuki alone, it really was nowhere near enough. At the very least, that Mangekyo on the other side was too low tier in comparison. Otsutsuki aren't afraid of Mangekyo Sharingan at all. Susanoo can't block an Otsutsuki's power, and Amaterasu won't do much either. Boruto had already shown exactly that, so an upgrade was necessary. At minimum, both eyes needed to evolve into the Rinne Sharingan. Sasuke had already been forcibly boosted by the Sage of 6 Paths back then. If he wanted to improve on his own now, it would be even harder. The only thing he could think of was Madara's eyes. The Sharingan and the Rinnegan rely on Uchiha blood as their foundation, and those 3 eyes could be fused. Back then, Obito could just slot in Madara's Rinnegan and use it, while Nagato and Yakushi Kabuto couldn't fully control the Rinnegan. That was a bloodline issue. So Sasuke's idea had a basis. Even if he didn't outright replace his eyes with Madara's, he could at least absorb the ocular power and ocular techniques. That would be the only way for him to take another step forward. In the last war, Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji couldn't beat Kagaya even together. If Sasuke advanced further, he could at least match Kagaya, and might even become stronger. At that point, he really would be able to fight Natsuki to the heavens and back. Still, as good as the idea sounded, Natsuki couldn't actually answer the question. He spread his hands. Sasuke, I don't understand Uchiha eyes. If you're asking me, I can't give you any real advice. Sasuke understood that, but he still said, I just want you to help me analyze it, see if there are any holes. Natsuki heard him out, thought hard for a moment, then said, Sasuke, you've completely learned how to think calmly now. And right now, you're the one who understands the Uchiha best, the Sharingan and the Rinnegan best. If you came up with this method, you definitely did it after careful consideration. So don't doubt yourself. Try it. Just one reminder, make sure you're safe. Power matters, but your life matters more. Sasuke nodded solemnly. Got it. I understand. Natsuki, thanks again. Natsuki waved him off. This time, he really hadn't given any useful advice. He knew Sasuke wasn't fully at ease, so he'd come over for reassurance. In truth, Sasuke had probably already simulated this plan in his head countless times. And with his current 6 paths level strength, it likely wouldn't be a problem. So Natsuki didn't have the shamelessness to accept Sasuke's thanks too warmly. After seeing Sasuke off, Natsuki finished cooking, packed the food into a lunchbox, and headed to the hospital. And while Konoha was busy and peaceful like this, somewhere in a certain other dimensional base, things were anything but calm. Victor faced Jigen with a nervous, unsettled expression, not knowing what to say. Secretly cultivating a god tree fragment had been his mistake, and the fact that Konoha's shinobi had destroyed it only made him look even more useless. Kara wasn't well known in the outside world, but the members all knew Jigen's secret, and they all understood how terrifyingly powerful he was. Victor wasn't afraid of being kicked out of Kara. He was afraid of being silenced. Because Kara might not need a reckless, incompetent member. Everything depended on a single thought from Jigen, the leader. Resistance was completely impossible. Compared to Victor's anxiety, Jigen was calm and elegant as he ate steak and drank red wine, as if Victor's mess was nothing more than a trivial matter. However, the arrogance and coldness in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Beneath that composed elegance was something foul and abyssal. Victor, Jigen said in a mocking tone, you spent all that effort just to cultivate a trash god tree. I only wanted to try, Victor argued. It's not easy to get a piece of a god tree fragment. It'd be a waste to throw it away. If my experiment succeeded, even fruit from a trash god tree could still help the organization cultivate a batch of members with decent strength, right? Jigen let out a soft laugh. I didn't realize you dare insult the god tree like that. Victor immediately pledged his loyalty. I've been doing it all for the organization, boss. You can't punish me just because I didn't handle some personal matter well. Jigen didn't answer right away. He simply stared at Victor. Those deep eyes made Victor's fear surge. He kept swallowing, terrified Jigen would suddenly explode and kill him. Fortunately, Jigen withdrew his gaze and continued drinking his wine. I won't interfere with your little trash god tree project. What members do on their own time, I don't care, as long as it doesn't harm the organization's interests. But because you exposed yourself and nearly exposed Kara's existence, you can't escape responsibility. Kara had existed for many years without being discovered by the great nations or villages because they operated in secrecy. No matter how chaotic the ninja world became, all Kara did was continuously gather intelligence. They never involved themselves in the ninja world's messy conflicts. Because in Jigen's eyes, the only thing that mattered was cultivating the god tree. Only by successfully cultivating it, and then eating the chakra fruit, could his strength advance further. When that happened, wiping out this ninja world would be effortless. But the time still wasn't right, so Jigen continued to keep a low profile. And yet Victor had pulled this kind of stunt, and gotten Konoha, and even the Ninja Alliance, to take notice. He was a complete idiot. Jigen understood the ninja world well. He also knew the current alliance's primary target was the outsider Otsutsuki clan, which meant a hidden infiltrator like him was also within their scope. If Konoha's shinobi traced Victor's screw-up back to him, it would be extremely bad. Glossary. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 473, Chapter. Jigen, the one known as Ishiki, was Kagaya's partner. In ancient times, Ishiki and Kagaya came to Earth together to plant the divine tree. The plan had been to sacrifice Kagaya to the Ten-Tails, but at the critical moment, Kagaya suddenly launched an attack. Ishiki was gravely wounded, and the Ten-Tails devoured half his body. Ishiki's upper half managed to escape. At death's door, he happened to encounter a passing monk named Jigen. So Ishiki used the secret art Sukuna Hikona, shrinking, miniaturized himself, slipped into Jigen's ear, and seized control of him. That was how he survived. After surviving, Ishiki kept an extremely low profile, terrified Kagaya would discover him. Later, he heard Kagaya had borne 2 sons, only to be sealed away by them working together. He mocked her, but became even more cautious. He did not dare show himself at all, afraid Kagaya's son, the Sage of 6 Paths, would notice him and seal him just like Kagaya. And so he stayed cautious for 4,930 years. Even after the Sage of 6 Paths passed away, Ishiki still remained in hiding, because he had gotten used to living that way. During that long concealment, Ishiki even learned all sorts of human etiquette and political scheming. He understood the value of survival better than anyone, and hid himself even deeper. Originally, the Otsutsuki had a secret technique called karma. It could copy the user by converting their data and imprinting it into another person's body, leaving behind a diamond-shaped mark. Once the karma thawed, the user could resurrect. Ishiki did leave a karma on Jigen. But he quickly realized Jigen's body could not withstand his overwhelming power. It was not suitable as a vessel for reincarnation. To reincarnate perfectly, he had to find a proper vessel. If he searched alone, it would be like looking for a needle in the ocean. Fortunately, he had a trump card, a second Ten-Tails. So, in secret, he founded Kara. Using chakra fruits as bait, he gathered a mysterious force. Kara's inner members all knew his Otsutsuki secret, and they supported him in nurturing the Ten-Tails. They also actively helped him search for a suitable vessel, also that one day they could eat a chakra fruit and obtain tremendous power and a long life. But after all these years, they had tested many people, and none were a qualified vessel. The divine tree plan kept getting delayed. In Boruto, the suitable vessel is Kawaki, but that's more than 10 years in the future. He hasn't been found yet. Ishiki had been hiding for ages, and his patience was absurdly good. He wasn't in a hurry, and planned to keep lying low while continuing the search. However, because of Victor's reckless stunt, Kara now faced the risk of exposure. Ishiki would have to be furious. If the Shinobi Alliance discovered them, and those people who sealed Kagaya came after him, life would become a living hell. Of course, Ishiki wasn't saying he couldn't beat them. The problem was his current condition. He was controlling Jigen's puppet body and couldn't bring out much of his true power. If those people pushed him too far and he was forced to reincarnate using Jigen's body, he would only have a few days of lifespan left. How could he not panic? Luckily, Konoha's shinobi didn't seem to have discovered anything further, so he could relax for the time being. But Victor still had to be punished. Otherwise that fool would dare pull something again, and the other members might start getting creative, too. A warning example had to be made. Victor instantly panicked and shouted, "Leader, all these years I've been out there earning money for the organization. Even if I don't deserve credit, I've at least put in the work. You can't forget my contributions just because of one mistake." Jigen narrowed his eyes at him, unmoved. He was cold by nature, and deep down he still carried the Otsutsuki's lofty arrogance, the contempt that treats all life as beneath them. He didn't see the people of the shinobi world as people, and that included Kara's members. If Victor's fault went unpunished, wouldn't the whole organization turn upside down? Jigen raised a hand. With a sharp whoosh, one of Victor's legs was snapped by a black rod that appeared out of nowhere. Victor collapsed to the ground and let out a gut-wrenching scream, rolling and thrashing in agony, pathetic beyond words. It didn't earn even a trace of sympathy from Jigen. Jigen said coldly, "Today, I break one of your legs as punishment. You should be grateful you're still alive." Victor was burning with hatred and rage, but the situation was against him. All he could do was grit his teeth and say, "Thank you, leader, for sparing my life. I'll remember this." He would remember it, all right. What he was remembering was the hatred. One day, he would find a chance and betray them. Meanwhile, in Konoha. After Sasuke got home, he took out the eyes he'd kept hidden away, Shirsue's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara's pair of Rinnegan, and a single Rinne Sharingan. Just as Natsuki had said, Sasuke had already thought it through. He had learned to think ahead. He also knew, with painful clarity, that he still wasn't strong enough. He had to reach beyond the 6 paths if he wanted the power to stand against the Otsutsuki on his own. Forget the partner of Kaguya he would have to hunt down later. The future invasion of the Otsutsuki clan would be an even greater catastrophe for the shinobi world. They couldn't rely entirely on Natsuki. He, Naruto, and Neji had to become stronger. Neji had his own plans, so Sasuke wasn't worried. Naruto might settle into complacency, so talking would be pointless. Sasuke didn't care what others chose to do. He focused on what he needed to do. Only by becoming strong first could he face the future with more confidence. And if he became stronger, it would push Naruto and Neji to chase after him. It would push everyone else, too. If they all improved together, then the shinobi world would have hope. The shinobi world belonged to everyone. They couldn't relax just because a savior existed. They couldn't assume Natsuki would solve everything just because Natsuki was there. So he had to become stronger. Chase Natsuki's footsteps. And surpass him. Sasuke was deep in thought when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He immediately put the eyes away, opened the door, and found Sakura standing there. Seeing Sasuke, Sakura grew awkward, hesitating like she wanted to speak but couldn't. Sasuke frowned. He didn't want to waste time. "Sakura, why are you here? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm pretty busy right now." Sakura panicked, then forced herself to ask, "Sasuke-kun. I want to know if you like someone like Hanabi." "Huh? Hanabi?" Sasuke blinked, stunned. "Why would you ask that?" Sakura rushed on, "Because you clearly don't like being surrounded by girls, but it's fine when Hanabi comes close. And you're really gentle with her. I know Hanabi's pretty and has a great figure, and guys all like that, but I still need you to confirm it. Otherwise I can't sleep." "You guys." Sasuke pinched the bridge of his nose. "If you have time to obsess over love, can't you train instead? The shinobi world is facing a massive threat, and you're agonizing over this." End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 474, Chapter. Maybe guys and girls really do prioritize different things. Guys tend to focus on big picture stuff, or bonds of friendship, while girls think more about romance. Even Naruto, the resident lovesick idiot who's always chasing Sakura, can still lock in when something serious happens. That's why everyone trusts him. But Sakura, from start to finish, it feels like she never put the safety of the shinobi world first. She treats her feelings for Sasuke as everything, even above everything. Even if the world ended, it still wouldn't matter more than Sasuke's choice in love. That might be the biggest difference from the original story. In the original, Sasuke's defection was a heart-rending blow for Sakura. That pain hardened her resolve. She became desperate to grow stronger, no matter what, and that's how she stood out in the Fourth Great Ninja War. People even got that illusion of God-tier Sakura, but canon Sakura was undeniably excellent. At the very least, the original Sakura played a huge role in the war. Even while still caring about Sasuke, when it came to right and wrong, she was tougher. Now look at how things are. Because Sasuke never defected, Sakura has always felt like he was right there beside her. She never went through the agony of losing the person she loved, so naturally she couldn't forge the same kind of firm growth. Even though she's training under Tsunade now, she's still not as outstanding as she was in canon. What she thinks about the most is still her relationship with Sasuke. Sasuke was honestly at a loss. For a moment, he didn't even know how to evaluate Sakura. But when he saw that hopeful, anxious look in her eyes, he softened a little, teammate to teammate. He met her gaze and said seriously, "Sakura, I see Hanabi like a little sister. I don't have any special feelings there. And your feelings for me, I've always known. You've stayed the same for so many years. Honestly. I'm moved." Sakura's eyes lit up. She blurted out, "Happy, Sasuke-kun, then." "Don't rush," Sasuke cut in, stopping her joy, then continued, "I don't really understand romance. But if I'm being honest, I really admire a couple like Natsuki and Tenten. Not because they fell in love young, and not because their relationship is supposedly perfect, but because they understand each other and support each other." Sakura didn't get it. She tilted her head at him. She admired Natsuki and Tenten too, but what she envied was that they became lovers from childhood, that they were affectionate as husband and wife. What Sasuke admired seemed different. Sasuke went on. Sakura, do you know? Tenten is always working to become stronger. She loves Natsuki, but she's never his attachment, and she's never his burden. She can fight alongside him. Because Tenten knows this, a man like Natsuki, only a strong woman truly deserves him. Sakura seemed to understand, and stumbled back a step. Sasuke-kun, are you saying I'm too weak, so I'm not good enough for you? Sasuke shook his head. You still don't understand. Look at Tenten's strength compared to Natsuki's. She's far behind him. But she still matches him perfectly, because she's strong inside. She's a truly strong kunoichi. And you? Your head is filled with romance all day. Have you ever thought about becoming stronger? Have you ever thought about fighting at my side? Have you ever thought there are things in this world more meaningful than love? My wife doesn't need to be overwhelmingly powerful. But she must be someone with a resilient heart, someone who cares about what's right, someone who can truly understand me. Sakura, is that you right now? Is that you right now? That single question left Sakura frozen in place, tears sliding down before she could stop them. Maybe she still couldn't fully understand. Maybe she vaguely did. But she couldn't answer Sasuke's question. Because right now, it felt like she had nothing except her blazing love for him. Even becoming Tsunade's student, all she'd gained was medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength. But did that matter? Deep down, her answer was, it didn't. To her, Sasuke was everything. Nothing else mattered. But Sasuke clearly didn't think the same way. What Sasuke needed wasn't a wife whose world was only him. He needed a clear-headed, strong-hearted partner who could support him. In Sasuke's eyes, what Sakura needed to learn wasn't just medical ninjutsu and power. She needed to learn Tsunade's character. Tsunade didn't become Hokage only because she was strong. She became Hokage because she held the greater good in her heart. Because she could give everything to protect the village, to protect the shinobi world. That was the most precious thing about her, and the thing Sakura most needed to learn. Sasuke patted Sakura's shoulder, still serious. Sakura, go back and really think about it. Following Tsunade-sama, what have you actually learned? Medical ninjutsu. Strength. The Yin seal. Those might be important. But what truly matters, you still might not understand. When you finally do, maybe you'll understand me, too. Sakura nodded numbly. Then she turned and walked home, one step at a time. She listened to Sasuke and really tried to think, but maybe she still wouldn't be able to understand it in a short time. Only after Sakura was gone did Sasuke look to the side. Come out, Naruto. Naruto stepped out, staring in the direction Sakura had left. His expression was complicated as he shook his head at Sasuke. You shouldn't have said that to her. She loves you so much. Sasuke looked Naruto straight in the eye, his tone severe. And you love Sakura. So does that mean she's obligated to accept you? That shut Naruto up. Because yeah, it wasn't fair. Just because Sakura loved Sasuke didn't mean Sasuke had to accept her. If it worked like that, then Naruto, who loved Sakura like crazy, should have been owed an answer too. But Sakura didn't have to respond. So Sasuke absolutely could reject Sakura, and Naruto had no right to accuse him. And in truth, Sasuke hadn't even outright rejected her. He'd simply said what he wanted in a future wife. Sakura clearly didn't meet that standard right now. Maybe Sasuke was being harsh, but he wasn't forcing her. Sakura had the right to let go of Sasuke and choose someone more suitable. She had agency. Her feelings were hers to choose. If she insisted on hanging herself on Sasuke's tree, then the only path left was to become the kind of person Sasuke liked. Sasuke continued, and what I said was meant to tell Sakura that she should learn to grow, instead of staying in place because of romance. Otherwise she'll only drift farther and farther away from us. Since she's Tsunade-sama's student, she should become someone like Tsunade-sama. A calm, wise, strong kunoichi who carries the greater good in her heart. That's the kind of Sakura who would truly have charm. Naruto was silent for a long time. In the end, he nodded. The Sakura of today really was still far behind. She really did need to keep growing. Only a Sakura like Tsunade-bachan would be the most captivating Sakura. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 475, Chapter. Sasuke sent Naruto away, then took those eyes out again. In the end, he chose Madara's Rinne Sharingan. He held it before his own Mangekyo Sharingan, began absorbing its ocular power, and tried to absorb its dojutsu as well. Madara's power would push him another step forward. Meanwhile, Naruto walked home in a daze, distracted. He curled up on the couch, thinking about something. Minato came back from grocery shopping and immediately noticed something was off with his son. He decisively set the bags down and sat across from Naruto. Naruto, what happened? Want to talk to your dad about it? Minato smiled like a little son. Dad. Naruto weighed his words, then told him about the messy feelings between him, Sakura, and Sasuke. He knew Sasuke was right, but he still felt uncomfortable. Uncomfortable because Sakura still loved Sasuke, uncomfortable because Sasuke turned Sakura down. Everything about it just felt wrong. Minato sighed to himself. He knew it. It was about feelings again. With Naruto's current strength, it wasn't possible for him to be agonizing over power. The only thing that could truly trouble him was love. In Minato's eyes, Naruto and Sakura were actually both still not fully grown. Sasuke, on the other hand, had already become someone who could stand on his own. Not just in ability, but in mindset too. Minato said, Sasuke isn't wrong. Naruto, you understand that, don't you? Naruto lowered his head. I understand. I just can't stand seeing Sakura sad. Sasuke, he should be nicer to her. She likes him so much. Minato shook his head. But Naruto, you like Sakura a lot too, right? Has Sakura ever been nicer to you? Naruto fell silent. It wasn't that different from what Sasuke had said. He understood it. He did. And yet he was still tangled up inside. Maybe he didn't really know what he wanted. He was supposed to like Sakura a lot, but when Sasuke rejected her, he still couldn't be happy about it. Minato kept gently guiding him. Naruto, what Sasuke means isn't hard to grasp. He doesn't want Sakura to stay like a little girl, with romance on her mind all day. He wants her to learn to grow up. She should learn Tsunade-sama's character. Put simply, responsibility. Stop putting love first. Start carrying her responsibilities for real, become stronger, and take on even more responsibility in the future. Just like you. Back when you were a troublemaker, people didn't like you. Now you have a sense of responsibility, and that's what everyone respects about you most. Don't you think so? Naruto thought about it. If that was the frame, then, maybe he did get it. A Sakura who was all romance and no responsibility might have zero charm to Sasuke. She might even be less appealing than Tsunade-chan. So Sasuke turning Sakura down wasn't just rejection. It was also, in a way, for her own good. If Sakura couldn't grow, then it was better for her to be left behind. Because a wife with no sense of responsibility would become Sasuke's burden. And Sasuke was going to become Hokage. Once Naruto pieced it together, his mind suddenly cleared. And strangely enough, he also realized something else. Sakura didn't actually have that much about her that truly drew him in. What did he even like about her? Minato struck while the iron was hot and pointed out the window. Naruto, look down from the window. See if you notice anything. Naruto didn't understand, but he walked over and looked down. He saw Hinata lurking furtively in a corner. Her Byakugan met his gaze for a split second, then she shrank back like a startled little rabbit. No, not a little rabbit. More like a big rabbit. Naruto was even more confused. Dad, why is Hinata there? What is she looking at? Minato sighed helplessly. You really don't get it. How would I? Naruto's words died in his throat as a possibility hit him. He stared, disbelieving. Hinata, is she watching me? She's spying on me. But, how is that possible? Minato ruffled his son's hair and laughed. Nothing's impossible, you dense idiot. I really shouldn't be the one saying this, but Naruto, your eyes are full of Sakura, and Sakura has never once looked your way. You should shift your gaze a little. Pay attention to the people who actually notice you, who actually love you. Don't let the people who care about you get hurt. Naruto stood there blankly, like this had never even occurred to him. He tried to remember, but his mind was filled with scenes of him chasing Sakura and snapping at Sasuke. Hinata barely appeared at all. And yet, maybe, while he'd been fixated on Sakura, someone else had been watching him all along. Only he'd never noticed because he was so oblivious. Maybe, he really was someone who could be loved, too. Elsewhere, Sakura walked in a daze. She didn't even know where she was going. She just kept moving forward, her mind a mess. Sakura. What's wrong? A familiar voice. Sakura looked up instinctively and saw her best friend Ino, hand in hand with Sai, like they were on a date. Sakura opened her mouth, but no words came out. Ino immediately noticed something was wrong. She quickly sent Sai off, then dragged Sakura back to her place. The two of them sat facing each other, Ino's face full of worry. Sakura. What happened? You can tell me. Is it Sasuke-kun? The moment Sasuke came up, Sakura finally reacted. Ino understood right away. It had to be about Sasuke. She paused, not pushing for a moment. Ino had always admired how Sakura's feelings for Sasuke never changed for so many years. But she also knew Sakura's path in love was never going to be smooth. Because Sasuke's personality, he didn't understand love at all. Early on, Sasuke was consumed by revenge. Later, he started shouldering the duty of protecting the village and the shinobi world. Romance simply didn't rank for him. And yet Sakura's love for Sasuke was her entire world. If Sakura wanted to end up with Sasuke, there was no negotiating it. Ino was grateful she'd given up on Sasuke early. Now she had a handsome boyfriend. But seeing her best friend like this still made her heart ache. So she clenched her teeth and said, Sakura, if Sasuke-kun bullied you, I'll get revenge for you. I'll go beat him up right now. No. Ino, don't. Sakura hurriedly grabbed her. It's not bullying. It's like this. Before long, Sakura repeated Sasuke's words, then lowered her eyes again, tears spilling no matter how hard she tried to stop them. Ino let out a huge sigh of relief. With a wry smile, she flicked Sakura on the forehead. You dummy. This is why you're crying. Isn't this simple? Sasuke-kun thinks you don't have enough sense of responsibility. Sakura tilted her head. Not enough responsibility? Ino looked at her like she couldn't believe it. Yes. All you think about is dating. How is Sasuke-kun supposed to fall for that? You need to learn to shoulder responsibility, whether it's for your future family, or for the village, or for the shinobi world. You need to carry what you're supposed to carry. Only then will you stop being a clueless little girl and become a truly mature, charming woman. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P@TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 476, Chapter. Actually, none of this is hard. Sakura just doesn't understand it yet. Take Ino, for example. Sure, she's always wanted to land a handsome guy, but she's never forgotten her responsibilities. She works hard to get stronger, shoulders her clan's burdens, and contributes to protecting the village. Or take Hinata. She's timid, and she's been quietly in love with Naruto forever. But Hinata would never let her feelings for Naruto make her ignore everything else. She trains like her life depends on it to protect the gentle fist, and it's not just for Naruto. It's for everyone she cares about, her little sister Hanabi, her cousin Niji, even her father Hayashi. Her sense of responsibility is no weaker than anyone's. People might criticize her for being timid in day-to-day life, but when it truly matters, she'll still step forward without fearing death. Just that alone makes Hinata stronger than Sakura by who knows how many times. Only then did Sakura finally realize it. So when Sasuke-kun said what I should learn most from Tsunade-sama, he meant responsibility. Ino answered like it was obvious. Yes. You seriously didn't get it. You became Tsunade-sama's student and you only learned medical ninjutsu and super strength. Tsunade-sama's strength has never been about those techniques. Honestly, she rarely even needs to fight. Her determination to protect the village, protect everyone, protect the shinobi world, that's what makes her the most captivating, isn't it? Sakura opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. She was burning with shame, and even more with regret. The answer had been simple. Everyone knew it. The only one who didn't was her. Her world was nothing but Sasuke. If someone asked her to choose between Sasuke and the village, she wouldn't hesitate. She'd choose Sasuke, because he was everything to her. But for Sasuke, restoring the Uchiha, protecting the village, and protecting the shinobi world were what mattered most. The all-consuming love she thought was devotion, in Sasuke's eyes might be worth nothing. It might even run directly against his beliefs. So that was why Sasuke never accepted her. Wah. I'm so stupid. Ino, I'm really stupid. Why didn't I understand this sooner? Sakura broke down sobbing. All right. It's not too late. It's time for you to grow up. Ino hugged her best friend and patted her head to comfort her, finally letting out a breath. Thank goodness she'd run into Sakura today. Otherwise Sakura might have walked straight into a dead end. Still. Sakura really was a girl who hadn't truly grown up yet. After that, Konoha noticeably changed. Naruto threw himself into office busy work. When he saw Sakura, he wasn't a lovesick puppy anymore. Instead, he'd call out to Hinata, who was hiding in the shadows, and the two of them would go off together, flirting and fooling around. Minato was all smiles about it. He didn't go play third wheel, and he threw himself into work with even more energy. Sakura seemed to pull herself together, too. She trained hard every day, and she also took her hospital work seriously and responsibly. She earned a lot of praise, grew more confident, and carried herself with a brighter, more magnetic presence. She really did gain a bit more charm. She had to. Because her looks weren't top tier and her figure was pretty average. If she didn't rely on charm, what else did she have? Otherwise, how would Sasuke ever look at her twice? Time passed without anyone noticing, and soon the 3-month deadline arrived. Tenten's due date was close now, which made Natsuki even more irritated at that Otsutsuki. If he had to go out on a mission at a time like this, he might miss Tenten giving birth. He wanted to be outside the delivery room the moment it happened. But Natsuki also knew wiping out the enemy mattered more, so he didn't complain. He just carried a killing intent so sharp it felt like he wanted to punch every Otsutsuki straight out of existence. At that moment, everyone gathered in the Hokage's office. Natsuki, Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto, the 4 Six-Paths Tsunade, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato, the 4 Hokage. Jiraiya and Kakashi as support. Shino, Shikamaru, Hayashi Hyuga, the 3 clan heads of Ino Shikacho, Shibi Aburame, Suminazuka, and more. Practically the entire upper echelon was there. Not everyone would be fighting. Some would stay behind, but everyone had to be informed. If the group went to another dimension and couldn't return quickly, the village needed people who could keep everything running. Otherwise things could fall into chaos. Tsunade said solemnly, I originally wanted to go too, but everyone shot it down, so I won't force it. I only ask that you all return safely, and that the subjugation goes smoothly. Next, second grandpa, Minato, Natsuki, Sasuke. The 4 of you will each go pick up the fighters from the 4 great villages. Once everyone is here, we depart immediately. Yes. The 4 answered, then vanished in a flash. Over the past month, Sasuke's strength had increased drastically. He could even use Flying Thunder God to transport people casually. It was honestly ridiculous, but it also made him even more reliable. Having one more person who could use Flying Thunder God only made the battle plan stronger. Natsuki flashed to the Raikage side and found the Raikage, Killer Bee, Darui, Samui, Atsui, and the rest already gathered in the Raikage's office. Every one of them was a heavy hitter. Raikage, you ready? Natsuki asked. Ha. Been ready a long time. I've been waiting on you, the Raikage cracked his knuckles, itching to go. Good. Leave whoever you're keeping behind. Everyone else, come with me. Natsuki held out his hand. One by one, they placed a hand on his. After confirming the head count, he flashed back to the Hokage's office in an instant. Not long after, Sasuke, Minato, and Tobirama returned as well, bringing Inoki, Akatsuchi, Mei Terumi, Chojuro, Gaara, Kankuro, and more. Natsuki even went to the lab and dragged Orochimaru along. Orochimaru licked his lips like he was washing his face, more excited than anyone. He. Is it time to depart? My collection tools are already prepared. Next comes the harvesting of experimental materials. Everyone stared at Orochimaru, more than a little speechless. They were heading off to fight the Otsutsuki, and he was thinking about collecting lab samples. Truly unbelievable. But they had to admit, Orochimaru had real skill. The new chakra batteries he developed earlier had let everyone experience what it felt like to spend chakra like it was free. With those new batteries as support, dragging out a prolonged fight with the Otsutsuki wouldn't be a problem. Tsunade's expression was grave. All right. We're leaving. Everyone, advance with us. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He immediately opened a space-time portal, and he opened it at maximum size. The group filed through one after another. In the next moment, they were all inside a different dimension. The portal closed, and everyone looked around. It seemed barren, but there were still plenty of structures, and they could sense the presence of many powerful figures. It had to be Kara's headquarters. And the intrusion of outsiders immediately drew the attention of the dimension's residents. Alarms blared. Jigen personally arrived with his people. When he saw the elite of the Shinobi Coalition, his face sank. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 477, Chapter. Damn that Victor. Jigen's killing intent toward Victor hit its absolute peak. It was obvious. A month ago, because they'd spared Victor, the Shinobi Alliance discovered the existence of the alternate dimension. They'd done nothing since then because they were pretending they hadn't noticed, deliberately letting this side lower its guard. And today, they struck at the perfect moment, catching them completely off guard. Honestly, Jigen really had been caught off guard. He'd spent over 1,000 years in hiding, always calculating, always in control. This was the first time he'd been played like this. The fury boiling in his chest was hard to describe, but as the leader, he still had to keep his composure. Ha. What's this supposed to be? Why are there so many shinobi invading? Leader, you're slipping. A guy who looked like a playing card clown laughed mockingly. Delta, don't be disrespectful to the leader. An old man who looked straight out of a Hayao Miyazaki film scolded him. It's obviously because that idiot Victor exposed us last time. The Shinobi Alliance endured for a month, gathered their forces, and came to kill us. Victor broke into a cold sweat and immediately shouted back, Amato. Don't pin this on me. This has nothing to do with me. The others only stared at Victor coldly. They weren't stupid. This headquarters had always been hidden. Aside from Victor's blunder a month ago, there was no other explanation. Natsuki cut in, interrupting them. Enough. Kara, you don't have time to tear yourselves apart. Now, whoever the Otsutsuki is, step forward. A proud Otsutsuki isn't going to hide like a turtle, right? Otsutsuki Kagaya has already been sealed. It's your turn. Behind Natsuki, everyone radiated killing intent. They had zero goodwill toward Kara, and especially toward the Otsutsuki. Planting divine trees and devouring a planet's energy was unforgivable. A sin that could never be pardoned. Jigen took 2 steps forward, voice steady. I am Kara's leader. My name is Jigen. My true identity is Otsutsuki Ishiki. Kagaya and I were partners. Good. Admit it. At least you've got guts. We were just worrying we wouldn't be able to find you. But then Jigen continued. And I should thank you for sealing that traitor Kagaya. She was the one who was supposed to be devoured by the 10 tails. I never expected her to betray me. She deserved the fate she got. Natsuki gave a cold laugh. Then you'll get your own ugly fate soon enough. Tell me, where is the second 10 tails? Ishiki's heart jolted. Niji added, it's easy to guess. Victor secretly tried to cultivate a new divine tree, and you, as leader, didn't care at all. That means you already have a complete divine tree. Just like Kagaya, your goal is to keep planting trees and devouring the shinobi world so the divine tree can bear fruit. We won't let you succeed. Ishiki's face darkened. Then we'll see what you're made of. That was it. Everything that needed to be said had been said. So what was there to hesitate over? Fight. Naruto charged first, instantly activating 6 Paths Sage mode. But Ishiki only raised a hand. In the next second, several black rods pierced straight through Naruto's arms and thighs, and Naruto crashed to the ground. So fast. What just happened? Everyone was shocked. They hadn't even seen Ishiki move. Naruto. Minato immediately flashed over with Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, and pulled Naruto back. Everyone, be careful. Sasuke's eyes had already become Rinnegan. No. Not just Rinnegan. After absorbing the ocular power from Madara's eye, his eyes evolved again. His Rinnegan turned blood red, and both of them held 9 tomo. He could see it clearly. The enemy can make tiny things instantly become huge. The ground is covered in tiny black rods we can't see. Naruto got hit because they suddenly expanded. Ishiki began his villain explanation. This technique is called Sukuna Hikona, shrinking. It allows me to instantly reduce anything and restore it. You have no chance of winning. Since you've come, obediently become nourishment for the 10 tails. So that was it. Everyone's faces shifted as they understood. It wasn't that they couldn't see the trajectory of the attack. It was that the black rods were invisible while shrunken, then enlarged in an instant. That was going to be nasty to deal with. Niji immediately ordered, Ishiki is for the few of us. The rest of you deal with the other Kara members. Make sure we wipe them out completely. Natsuki, Orochimaru, you 2 strike first, and search for the 10 tails whereabouts. Got it. Everyone agreed at once. Kakashi and Shino went straight for that arrogant clown-looking guy, Delta. Anyone who dared mock the leader like that had to be dangerous. Meanwhile, the AB brothers rushed the Miyazaki-looking old man, who seemed to be called Amato. As for Victor, under the pressure of all these invaders itching to fight, he looked like he was about to pee himself. He wasn't strong to begin with, and he'd had one leg broken not long ago. His situation was obviously deadly. Anoki started enjoying the feeling of bullying the weak. You're Victor, right? Surrender obediently. Kara didn't have that many members. Besides Jigen, there was Amato, the R&D guy, Koji Kashin, Jiraiya's clone, the playing card clown Delta, a blonde teenage girl named Delta as well, plus Code, Burrow, and someone called AO. Anyway, not a single one of them looked familiar. A lot of these characters showed up in Boruto. Most of them had joined Kara long ago. But Natsuki hadn't watched Boruto. He only knew from short videos that Naruto's son was called Boruto and his daughter was called Himawari. Sasuke's daughter, what was her name again? Orochimaru also seemed to have a son. Basically, it was all second-gen stuff, and it didn't look that interesting. Plenty of complaints, power scaling falling apart, the whole thing. But no matter what, Ishiki existed. So destroying Kara and eliminating every hidden threat to the shinobi world was the Shinobi Alliance's #1 priority. The Alliance's powerhouses each picked a target and started dogpiling without mercy. They had numbers. They weren't going to give the enemy any honorable one-on-one. Natsuki and Orochimaru stayed in the back, watching while searching for where the Tentails might be hidden. Unexpectedly, Hashirama was also standing nearby instead of joining the battle. He said to Natsuki, "Natsuki, when you find the Tentails, don't forget what we agreed on." Orochimaru blinked, looking from Natsuki to Hashirama, curious what kind of deal those two had made. Natsuki grinned and nodded. "Don't worry. I won't forget. We're talking about adding another 6 Paths level powerhouse to our side. I can't wait." Orochimaru immediately understood, and couldn't help licking his lips again. So the first Hokage was really willing to go all in, huh? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 478, Chapter. Orochimaru's guess was right. Hashirama really did intend to become the Tentails Jinchuriki. Everyone knew that once Madara became the Tentails Jinchuriki, he immediately jumped from beyond Kage level to the 6 Paths realm. It was a complete leap in tier. And Hashirama, without question, was also beyond Kage level. But taking the next step was extremely difficult. So after thinking it over again and again, Hashirama decided that becoming the Tentails Jinchuriki was the most convenient and fastest route. That was why, earlier, Hashirama had approached Natsuki. He wanted Natsuki to help him subdue the second Tentails, and then, together, seal it inside him. Natsuki hadn't expected Hashirama to choose a method like that, but he agreed immediately. The shinobi world desperately needed 6 Paths level fighters. If Hashirama could level up through this method, there was no reason not to support it. As for the risks of becoming the Tentails Jinchuriki, like being assimilated by the Tentails, or not being able to control its power without a Rinnegan, those weren't really problems. Because this was Hashirama. Hashirama himself was an absurd existence. Even without a Rinnegan, he had the sage bloodline, Azura's chakra in his body, and he definitely learned powerful sealing techniques from his wife, Mito Uzumaki. Suppressing the Tentails would be easy for him. There was no need to worry. Besides, with Natsuki personally stepping in to help, what could possibly go wrong? Hearing that, Hashirama finally put his mind at ease. But he still had no intention of joining the fight. Not only because the alliance had so many strong fighters that the enemy wasn't enough to go around, but also because he needed to preserve enough strength for sealing the Tentails afterward. At this moment, Neji and Sasuke were already fully engaged with Ishiki. Ishiki entered Kama Stage 1. Black markings spread across his body, and his aura became profoundly oppressive. Fighting 2-on-1, he was actually locking Neji and Sasuke into a deadlock, even gaining a slight edge. Neji had already activated the Tensigen, stepping fully into the 6 Paths realm. But Ishiki's hands moved like lightning. He caught Neji's palm strikes cleanly, and the black Kama mark in his palm absorbed the force. He didn't take even a hint of damage. Bang. He countered with a palm strike of his own and blasted Neji away. Sasuke drew his blade and unleashed the White Fang sword style, taking advantage of his Rinne Sharingan. Every strike went straight for Ishiki's vital points. Ishiki calmly produced a long black rod and dueled Sasuke's sword work. Every block was effortless, and he could launch counters at will, leaving Sasuke with a splitting headache. Neji dove back in again, only to see Ishiki lift a finger toward him. In the next second, several black rods appeared out of nowhere on the ground. If Neji didn't stop, he'd be skewered from head to toe, and he'd lose his ability to fight on the spot. This Sukuna Hikona looked like it was just shrinking and restoring objects, but it was brutally hard to deal with. Because once an object became small enough, it was nearly impossible to notice. Then the instant it restored, it could inflict serious damage, even strike a vital spot. It was extremely dangerous. If Neji and Sasuke didn't have specialized that could catch what most people couldn't, they would have been hit long ago. Neji dodged around the rods and pressed forward. Soon he and Sasuke were fighting together, exchanging blows with Ishiki. But they rarely gained an advantage. "This guy's taijutsu is insane," Sasuke muttered, once again reminded there was always someone stronger. Fortunately, Sasuke wasn't the reckless, arrogant version of himself anymore. He was calm now. When he met a powerful enemy, he observed and thought. Right now, he was searching for weaknesses. Neji was doing the same. Even if he couldn't dominate in taijutsu, it didn't mean there was no way to win. Most importantly, the alliance had numbers. Natsuki, their trump card, still hadn't moved yet. Neji and Sasuke had time to grind Ishiki down. They refused to believe they couldn't win. Hey! Don't forget about me. Naruto, having pulled the black rods out of his body, rejoined the fight. 3 Paths level fighters surrounding one Otsutsuki. Now this battle finally had some spectacle. The only question was whether Ishiki had other terrifying tricks up his sleeve. You're really annoying, Ishiki said, clearly displeased, lifting a hand toward Naruto. Naruto immediately dodged. Several black rods fell where he'd been standing. Naruto's expression turned grave. He knew that technique was deadly. If he didn't notice, or if he reacted a beat too slow, he'd get hit. And if one of those rods pierced a vital point, not even a god could save him. So he had to stay fully focused. Let's go, Databeo. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto created shadow clones. In an instant, dense waves of golden figures surged toward Ishiki. Ishiki remained calm. With every movement, every strike, and the black rod attacks paired with Sukuna Ikona, he kept popping clones one after another. His taijutsu was monstrously strong. Winning through taijutsu alone felt nearly impossible. Naruto's clones immediately formed a massive Rasengan and slammed it forward. Ishiki didn't dodge. He raised his hand and absorbed the massive Rasengan into the black comma mark in his palm. Clearly, ninjutsu was useless against him too. Amaterasu. Sasuke immediately unleashed black flames. But Sasuke was also uncertain. Was Ishiki unable to move while absorbing techniques, or was he choosing not to dodge on purpose? And even after being hit by Amaterasu, Ishiki didn't panic in the slightest. That made everyone uneasy. Amaterasu. A dojutsu that burns anything to ash, right? But it seems like it's never actually killed anyone. It won't work on me either. Ishiki's roast was lethal. From the looks of it, the comma mark in his palm could absorb any ninjutsu. That made him a nightmare. You're done showing off. My turn, Ishiki said. He lifted his hand, and black rods erupted from the ground in a frenzy, like Kimimara's dance of the seedling fern. In an instant, Naruto's shadow clones were wiped out. Then Ishiki vanished, moving at an absurd speed. Sasuke and Neji shouted at the same time, Naruto, behind you. Naruto spun, but there was no enemy in sight. He instantly realized Ishiki had shrunk himself. Naruto started forming a Rasengan to counter, but he was too slow. PFF, PFF, PFF. 3 black rods punched through Naruto's abdomen and shoulder. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 479, Chapter. Naruto. Sasuke and Neji both jolted, rushing toward Naruto at once. But Ishiki was faster. A black rod was already in his hand, aimed straight at Naruto's head, ready to finish him. Then, in the next instant, Sasuke used Ameno Jikara, heavenly hand power, to swap places with Naruto. He knocked the rod aside with one slash, then drove a kick into Ishiki's stomach. Ishiki went flying. Neji wasn't about to waste that opening. He spun his truth-seeking orbs with both hands and unleashed Shinra Tensei Baku, Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. A violent tornado surged forward, swallowing Ishiki in its path. Ishiki had only just steadied himself when he immediately absorbed the tornado with the comma marks in both palms. But while he was absorbing it, a truth-seeking orb Rasen Shuriken shot in from behind. No one even knew when Naruto had gotten behind him. Ishiki's expression darkened. He hurriedly used a space-time portal. A black and red void opened like a hole in space. Ishiki vanished and reappeared elsewhere, narrowly avoiding the truth-seeking orb Rasen Shuriken. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji still held their formation around Ishiki, refusing to let him escape. Naruto yanked the black rods out of his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was only a guess, but it's confirmed. When you absorb ninjutsu, you can't dodge. That's your weakness. Sasuke nodded. He'd been suspecting it too. That was why, while Ishiki was absorbing the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion, Sasuke had used a space-time portal to place Naruto behind Ishiki, forcing a sneak attack. They didn't think it would beat Ishiki outright. But it did confirm the weakness. And once you knew the weakness, it wasn't hard to exploit. You just had to force Ishiki into a situation where he had to absorb ninjutsu, then create an opening during that window. Natsuki, Orochimaru, and Hashirama were watching with obvious interest. Orochimaru licked his lips, washing his face with his long tongue. He. Sukuna Hikona, what an interesting technique. I wonder if it's Ishiki's dojutsu. I really want to study it. And those markings, they can absorb all ninjutsu. That's not ordinary at all. This guy's taijutsu is strong, Hashirama commented. At the very least, compared to Kagaya, his taijutsu is far stronger. If anything, that still understated things. Ishiki wasn't just strong in taijutsu. The way he fused taijutsu with his secret arts was almost flawless. His strength was so sharp and clean it was hard to imagine how Kaguya had ever managed to land that sneak attack back then. In any case, Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto fighting together still didn't seem to have much of a winning chance. Natsuki, however, kept his eyes on Sasuke. He had the feeling Sasuke was still far from going all out. Sasuke had already evolved both eyes to something on the level of a Rinnegan. His strength should be beyond this. Was he deliberately hiding his hand, waiting for the perfect moment to explode with a decisive strike? Natsuki didn't bother guessing too deeply. He was focused on locating the 10 tails. But after sweeping this dimension thoroughly, he still hadn't found anything. It looked like Ishiki had hidden the 10 tails in another dimension entirely. No one knew where. Unless Ishiki summoned it into battle, or they defeated Ishiki and dug through his memories, they weren't going to find it. Natsuki wasn't in a rush. He took a moment to check on the other fights. Kakashi and Shino versus the guy named Deepa was outright bullying. Deepa seemed able to carbonize his body, boosting hardness and striking power. He wasn't weak at all. At the very least, Shino's insects couldn't break through easily. But Kakashi was a nightmare matchup. Kakashi simply threw a Kamui Shuriken. The moment it struck Deepa, space warped into a crushing twist, a spatial shredder that easily tore Deepa's carbonized arms clean off. Never underestimate space itself. It didn't matter if Deepa's carbonization was hard. Even if he'd carbonized into diamond-level hardness, it would still be worthless in front of warped space dismemberment. Deepa's mental state instantly collapsed. He'd been so arrogant. He must have believed his carbonization was unbreakable, that no one could possibly pierce his defense. But in front of Kakashi's Kamui Shuriken, it meant nothing. How could he accept that? He didn't have a choice. Before long, Kakashi and Shino subdued him. At the same time, the AB brothers quickly restrained Amato. Amato was a scientist, good at inventing advanced weapons, but his personal combat ability wasn't impressive. On the other hand, the teenage girl Delta was no joke. Even the AB brothers had a tough fight against her. Jiraiya fought alone against Kashin Koji. But after trading blows, Jiraiya realized Koji's techniques looked an awful lot like his own. Koji could even summon the toads of Mount Mayaboku. And Koji's build felt strangely familiar, giving Jiraiya a very bad feeling. Sure enough, after a burst of heavy attacks from Jiraiya, Koji's mask finally shattered. Beneath it was an extremely young face, though the skin looked almost gaunt and dried out. Jiraiya shouted, "That's impossible. I don't have any brothers that young." Inoki, who had already subdued Victor easily, laughed. "Maybe he's your son, Jiraiya." Jiraiya shook his head instantly. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I go to brothels all the time, but I never get anyone pregnant. So there's no way I have a son." Everyone laughed. Who would believe a pervert like Jiraiya? He was also a drunk. Who knew what he'd done by accident while wasted? At that point, Amato spoke up on his own. "I collected Jiraiya's flesh and blood and manufactured a clone. That's Kashin Koji. And Delta is also a clone. She's a clone of my late daughter. I only joined Kara to bring my daughter back. You won't stop me." Hearing that, everyone silently pitted Amato for exactly 1 second. In a world like this, people died every day. Amato's daughter wasn't some unique tragedy. If you pitted everyone, you'd drown in sorrow for life. Yes, Amato's love as a father was real. But supporting Ishiki was still wrong. The Otsutsuki were the greatest threat to the shinobi world. They had to be eradicated. Amato chose to aid evil, so the alliance wasn't going to hold back. Still, his cloning tech really was impressive. It might be something they could take and use. After all, the only way to survive the future catastrophe of an Otsutsuki invasion was to seize every advantage, take every tool, and make themselves stronger. No need to feel guilty about it. The enemy's power belonged to them now. Taking it was the correct play. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 480, Chapter. Seeing everyone completely suppress the enemy, Natsuki finally relaxed. Kara's members were all fairly capable, but the only truly terrifying one was Ishiki. As long as Ishiki was held in check, the rest weren't difficult to deal with. After all, the Alliance had brought the top elites from every village. Their strength was on another level. If they couldn't even handle Kara, the shinobi world would have been destroyed a long time ago. Natsuki withdrew his gaze and focused again on Ishiki's battle. Ishiki's face looked ugly now. Clearly, his opponent's power exceeded his expectations. He'd been hiding in the shinobi world and plotting for ages, but he was also arrogant about his own strength. Even knowing these so-called Six Paths fighters had sealed Kaguya, he hadn't believed they could be that strong. Now it seemed he'd truly underestimated them. You will be obstacles to planting the divine tree. Since you've all come here, I'll erase you. If Stage 1 can't deal with you, then Stage 2. As Ishiki spoke, a horn suddenly grew from his head. It emerged from his left temple, curled around the back of his skull, then jutted out near his right temple. Black markings ran along it. It looked a little ridiculous, but it also made Ishiki feel far more dangerous. The oppressive pressure rolling off him grew even heavier, like a giant looming overhead. Sasuke didn't dare take chances. He immediately activated his perfect Susanoo. Naruto did the same, transforming into his golden Ninetales mode. The two of them, like twin towering war machines, closed in to surround Ishiki. Neji didn't have a mech, but he raised a hand and condensed all his truth-seeking orbs into a massive greatsword. It was the technique Tonari had used before, Kinrin Tenseigen Baku, Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. That move hit hard. Borrowing it for a moment was no big deal. Ishiki didn't hesitate either. He lunged straight toward Susanoo. The Susanoo giant swung its great blade in a sweeping arc that looked like it could tear space apart, but Ishiki dodged easily. He flashed onto the flat of Susanoo's blade, then exploded with power from his legs and leapt. In the blink of an eye, he was at Susanoo's chest. One kick actually broke through Susanoo's defenses, and in the next instant that massive foot was right in front of Sasuke. Luckily, Sasuke crossed his arms in time to block, but he was still sent flying. Susanoo shattered at once. Sasuke! Naruto panicked. The golden Ninetales charged. Its claws thrashed in a frenzy, like it wanted to crush Ishiki into paste. Ishiki kept slipping away, even more effortlessly than before. You got bigger, so you look stronger. But you're too slow. Slower than before by a lot. This is ridiculously easy to deal with. He even dodged the energy cannon fired by the golden Ninetales without trouble. Then he suddenly sprang upward and punched, blowing the golden Ninetales head apart. The transformation exploded, and Naruto dropped out of it, vomiting blood as he fell. Ishiki was ruthless and efficient. He raised a hand, about to spear Naruto with another black rod. But then his brow twitched. His body vanished. Neji's great sword slammed down, and the sheer force split the ground of the alternate dimension, shaking everything violently. But just as Ishiki had said, being huge made you powerful, not fast. The Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion's destructive force was absurd. It could split the moon in half with one strike. But if it couldn't hit the target, it meant nothing, and it burned a huge amount of power. Ishiki simply used Sukuna Hikona, shrinking, to make himself smaller, absurdly small. At that point, Neji's sword swing was like a human trying to kill a mosquito with a blade. You basically couldn't hit, much less kill. And Ishiki was already fast even at normal size, so he dodged with ease. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Neji. He raised his hand and unleashed a cluster of black rods, but in the next instant they were all knocked away. Under my eyes, you shrinking is meaningless. Neji's voice was cold. Repulsive force erupted from him, and that was what blasted the rods aside. He accelerated, closed the distance in a few steps, and once again took his gentle fist stance. Ishiki only smiled with contempt. He was extremely confident in taijutsu. But Neji's body began to spin. In a flash he unleashed Senpo Gentle Fist, 6 paths rotation. A massive spherical barrier formed around him, layered with senjutsu, repulsive force, and even truth-seeking orbs. It slammed into Ishiki like an unstoppable battering ram. Ishiki was blasted away hard enough to spit blood. Clearly, Neji's technique wasn't a light hit. It hurt. In the next moment, Golden Naruto charged in again, holding an ultra-big ball Rasengan, smashing it straight toward Ishiki's head. Ishiki felt utterly fed up. He raised a hand and absorbed the Rasengan with the comma mark. But then his forehead jolted. He immediately tried to use a spacetime portal to evade. Too late. A pitch-black long blade swept in, warping space itself. The spacetime portal was disrupted, and with a bang it shattered apart. That sudden turn made Ishiki panic. Then he saw Sasuke, holding that black blade, continuing to cut. Wherever the blade passed, space twisted and buckled. Just looking at it was terrifying. Ishiki didn't dare be careless. He conjured a black rod and tried to block. The rod met the black blade. Space distorted violently around the blade, and the black rod was crushed into fragments in an instant. Along with it, several of Ishiki's fingers were shredded as well. He didn't even have time to be shocked. Naruto's fist smashed into his face, sending him flying. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji didn't waste words. They flashed after him and boxed him in again. But Neji and Naruto both stared at Sasuke, or rather at the pitch-black long blade in Sasuke's hand, curiosity obvious. Neji also looked at Sasuke's eyes and immediately understood. Sasuke, after your eyes evolved again, you gained a new ability. Sasuke didn't hide it. I absorbed Madara's Rinne Sharingan. Now both my eyes have evolved into Rinne Sharingan. My abilities improved across the board. And like you too, I can form truth-seeking orbs now. This blade is made by transforming a truth-seeking orb. It can warp space, similar to Kakashi's Kamui Shuriken. So that's how it is. That's incredible. Naruto couldn't help sounding a little jealous. He hadn't expected Sasuke to grow this much just by absorbing the power of one of Madara's eyes. It was honestly outrageous. Natsuki, Orochimaru, and Hashirama were watching from the sidelines, and they'd heard it too. All three were surprised. Sasuke's progress was no joke. At this rate, Ishiki was about to get pressed hard. Still. The three of them were standing there chatting loudly while surrounding Ishiki. Were they seriously not even treating the Otsutsuki as a threat anymore? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Salem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 481, Chapter. You really are a threat. Then I absolutely can't let you live. Ishiki climbed back to his feet, killing intent bursting out of him. The calm facade from before, the master strategist posture, was completely gone now. Because he understood it clearly. He had severely underestimated these people. Panic was inevitable. He could no longer pretend to be composed, and he was desperate to wipe them out as fast as possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the divine tree plan that failed. He might not even keep his life. Otsutsuki Ishiki had hidden in the shinobi world for over 1,000 years. He hadn't endured all that just to die now. He was going to cultivate a chakra fruit, then ascend as a god of the Otsutsuki. Otherwise, what would all those years of patience and humiliation amount to, if not a joke? Ishiki's gaze locked mainly on Sasuke, or more specifically, on the pitch-black blade in Sasuke's hand. The space-warping power coming off that weapon made him feel genuine danger. So he had to kill that Rinne Sharingan user first. As for Naruto and Neji, they were troublesome, but he was confident he could beat them. Ishiki stopped hesitating. His eyes changed. One became the Byakugan. The other turned yellow, with a black, rice character pattern in the pupil. It was his most unusual eye, his Kokugan, black eye. In the next instant, he used the Kokugan's power to summon something enormous. A colossal beast rose like a mountain, 10 tails sweeping behind it. The second 10 tails. He finally couldn't hold back, and brought it out. Natsuki, Orochimaru, and Hashirama all lit up with excitement. They'd been worrying they couldn't find it. Now the enemy had delivered it personally. Which meant the next step was obvious. Seal the 10 tails. Ishiki immediately issued an order. 10 tails, you deal with the blue-eyed one and the blonde. The moment he finished speaking, a crack spread across his abdomen with a sharp snap. His expression turned even uglier. He shut the Byakugan and the Kokugan. It seems Jigen's body can't handle any more of my power. If I keep outputting, this body will be ruined. This trash body. It was never worthy of being my vessel. Damn it. If I'd already found a proper vessel, I wouldn't be forced into this. Jigen was furious. He'd hidden for more than 1,000 years and still hadn't found a suitable vessel. So he'd had to keep using Jigen's weak body, unable to reincarnate. The moment he reincarnated into Jigen, he'd only live a few days. A body that couldn't bear his power would only break down. Before that happened, he had to find a new body and implant a comma mark, or it was a dead end. That wretched body was the reason he'd been dragged into this predicament. Or rather, being stuck with that body was the reason he'd been forced to hide for 1,000 years in the first place. If not for that, he would have succeeded in planting the divine tree long ago. All you could say was, Ishiki was unlucky. Other Otsutsuki pairs cooperated cleanly. Only he got stabbed in the back by Kaguya, and then, at death's door, ran into a frail monk like Jigen, which shackled him ever after. Then, for years, he never found a new vessel, never reincarnated, and now he was being hunted down by the Shinobi Alliance's strongest. It was brutal. From the moment he arrived in this world, it was like misfortune never stopped following him. If he'd known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come even if someone beat him to death. Sasuke kept Ishiki locked in his sights. The moment Ishiki shut his Byakugan and Kokugan again, Sasuke knew something was wrong with him. And that meant this was the best time to finish him. He snapped, Neji, Naruto, you two hold the 10 tails. I'll deal with the Otsutsuki. Naruto and Neji both looked up at the 10 tails. With their current strength, they didn't feel overwhelmed. 6 paths power could suppress the 10 tails without much trouble. They were thinking about how to handle it. Should they kill it outright? Or, like the Sage of Six Paths, would it be better to split it up? Just then, Natsuki, Orochimaru, and Hashirama surged forward. Natsuki said, "Neji, Naruto, keep working with Sasuke to handle Ishiki. Leave the Ten-Tails to us." Orochimaru was staring at Ishiki like a perfect specimen. He'd seen it clearly, that switch from Byakugan to the rice pattern eye. That Kokugan had to be Ishiki's special eye, just like Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan. Which suggested a tempting hypothesis. The Otsutsuki generally inherited the Byakugan, but each one also possessed their own unique special eye. And that special eye was the most valuable thing to research. Maybe Sukuna Hikona was the dojutsu of that eye. This was getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru washed his face with his long tongue again, unable to resist urging, "Natsuki-kun, why don't you move already and capture that Otsutsuki? I can't wait to get my hands on that research material." "Why are you in such a hurry?" "He's not going anywhere," Natsuki said, unbothered. "This is the perfect chance for Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji to sharpen themselves. Whether they can better resist the Otsutsuki invasion later depends on whether they grow again in this fight. Let's help the first seal the Ten-Tails first. Then we'll have one more Six Paths level fighter. Don't worry. You won't be short on research material in the future." Orochimaru smiled, chillingly pleased. He. Fine. I'm the one being impatient. I trust you, Natsuki-kun. Then first, let's see if the first can succeed. As he spoke, Orochimaru's eyes turned blue. The Tensigen activated. However, Orochimaru still didn't seem able to form truth-seeking orbs. Maybe he'd only just obtained this new body, and his mastery of the Tensigen wasn't deep enough yet. Still, it was more than enough to fight the Ten-Tails. Orochimaru used gravitational pull on the Ten-Tails, violently dragging at its massive body. The Ten-Tails roared in fury and swung a gigantic claw down at Orochimaru. "Would release, would dragon jutsu." Hashirama immediately responded. In the next instant, a massive wooden dragon coiled up and wrapped around the Ten-Tails' claw. Hashirama's wood dragon wasn't simple. It didn't just bind. It also absorbed chakra, just like back when Hashirama casually broke Madara's armored Susanoo. But now the enemy was the Ten-Tails. The wood dragon looked enormous, yet in front of the Ten-Tails it was barely a loach. The Ten-Tails became even more enraged. It extended multiple claws, seized the wood dragon, and tore it apart violently. Then it opened its mouth and fired a gigantic energy sphere, trying to blow these irritating gnats into nothing. But in the next second, the energy sphere vanished, transferred away by Hiraishin. Far in the distance, a terrifying explosion bloomed, a mushroom cloud rising. "Good thing I placed Flying Thunder God seals elsewhere in advance," Tobirama said coolly. Otherwise, dealing with the Ten-Tails' tailed beast bomb would be a real problem. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 482, Chapter. Natsuki said it like that, but his tone was way too calm. Hashirama and Orochimaru both couldn't help feeling speechless. The old Natsuki never used to act this cool. Was it because he was about to become a dad, so even his personality had changed? Natsuki didn't bother wasting time. On the spot, he opened the 7th gate of shock, and in the next instant he flashed onto the Ten-Tails' back. First, he left a Flying Thunder God seal. Then he drove a straight punch down. The terrifying force cratered the Ten-Tails' back inward. The Ten-Tails let out a scream so brutal it sounded like its insides were being torn apart. And its massive body slammed to the ground with a boom. The ground itself exploded into a giant crater on impact. With the 7th gate, Natsuki had long since reached 6 Paths level power. Dealing with the Ten-Tails wasn't a problem. Knocking it down in one punch was, to everyone watching, completely expected. But Ishiki's eyes went wide. "What the hell are you? Why can you punch the Ten-Tails down?" Ishiki truly couldn't understand it. Natsuki looked ordinary. He hadn't inherited Kagaya's eyes, and he didn't seem to have Kagaya's bloodline either. Yet the taijutsu power he'd just unleashed was absurd, utterly beyond reason. Even with intel on Natsuki, even knowing he was one of the shinobi world's 4 Six Paths fighters, Ishiki had never imagined Natsuki would be this strong. Neji sneered. "You should be grateful Natsuki didn't move against you from the start. He's the strongest of the 4 of us. He could crush you in minutes." Ishiki clearly didn't believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Believe it or not, you're finished today. Naruto charged again, multi-shadow clone jutsu erupting once more. With his chakra reserves now, splitting into 5,000 clones was no problem. And with his taijutsu greatly improved, multi-shadow clone really was terrifyingly effective. Even with Stage 2, Ishiki was getting swarmed to death. With Niji and Sasuke constantly looking for openings, Ishiki remained pinned and passive. But Ishiki was even more worried about the Ten Tails. He had a bad feeling about that guy named Natsuki. He was sure Natsuki was plotting something, and it had to be stopped. Except Ishiki was being tied down by these three and couldn't spare attention for the Ten Tails at all. On the other side, Orochimaru rose into the air above the Ten Tails and released repulsive force from above, pressing it down so it couldn't move. Hashirama surged with wood release, binding the Ten Tails' limbs, tails, and even its huge torso, leaving it no chance to escape. Natsuki, Orochimaru, coordinate with me. Hashirama shouted and immediately used Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating 3 clones. Natsuki made 3 clones as well. Together, the two of them formed a team of 8. They split to different positions and began forming an 8 trigrams seal. Sealing technique, 8 trigrams 64 seals. 8 people using the 8 trigrams seal at once meant 64 seals total, 8 times the strength of the seal that had once restrained the 9 tails. They had no choice. Hashirama didn't have a Rinnegan, so he couldn't dominate the Ten Tails. The only option was to strengthen the sealing technique and force it shut. If that still wasn't enough, they'd go to 8 trigrams 128 seals. No matter how strong the Ten Tails was, it would be locked away. As the 8 of them activated the sealing technique together, the Ten Tails instinctively sensed danger and began struggling violently, even breaking free from the wood release bindings. But Orochimaru increased his repulsive output, still grinding it into the ground. Escape was impossible. Roar. The Ten Tails screamed, shrill, almost like it was begging for help. Ishiki's face changed instantly. Not good. They're sealing the Ten Tails. I can't let them succeed. Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji understood immediately, and all 3 grinned. So Natsuki and the others had been waiting for the Ten Tails from the beginning. They were planning to create another Ten Tails Jinchuriki. If they succeeded, the alliance would gain another 6 paths level powerhouse, massively strengthening their side. Which meant Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji had one mission. Hold Ishiki down. Truth-seeking orb raisin shuriken. 8 trigrams 128 vacuum palms. Space slash. The 3 unleashed their strongest moves at once. 3 terrifying forces swallowed Ishiki whole. Ishiki's expression turned vicious. He stopped holding back and activated the Kokugan again, instantly shrinking the attacks down and nullifying the damage completely. Then he immediately cancelled the summoning. With a boom, the Ten Tails vanished from where it stood. Crack. The fracture across Ishiki's abdomen widened even more. Opening his eye again had clearly inflicted severe damage to this body. It could no longer support him for much longer. He shut the Kokugan, his face dark enough to kill. Naruto, Sasuke, and Niji saw they hadn't stopped him, but they weren't discouraged. They actually smiled. They knew Natsuki had definitely prepared for contingencies. If the Ten Tails appeared, there was no way he'd let it escape. So there was no need to worry. And for Ishiki to save the Ten Tails, his own situation had clearly worsened. The rest of the fight was going to be fun. Hashirama shouted, Natsuki. Bring the Ten Tails back. Orochimaru immediately took Natsuki's position in the sealing formation and continued the 8 trigrams seal. Natsuki's main body flashed away. When he returned, he dragged the enormous Ten Tails back with him. The seal Natsuki had left on the Ten Tails' back was for this exact moment. Since the Ten Tails had shown itself, it would not be allowed to run. The Ten Tails was momentarily stunned. Before it could even process what happened, Natsuki slammed it down from midair with a Dragon Fist air cannon, pinning it so completely it couldn't move. The 8 trigram sealing formation immediately pressed down on it again. For a moment, the Ten Tails went from furious to terrified, so overwhelmed it even forgot to howl. Ishiki realized Natsuki had left a trap, and rage nearly split his skull. But his own condition was failing, and he couldn't do anything about it. Damn you, you forced my hand. Ishiki's eyes turned manic. He activated the Kama on Jigen's body. He chose reincarnation. At this point, he couldn't afford to think anymore. Forget whether the Ten Tails would be sealed. This body couldn't keep fighting. If he forced it, the only outcome was collapse. So he had to reincarnate. If he moved fast enough, maybe he could still wipe these people out. And once they were dead, he might be able to pick a useful vessel from among them and complete a new reincarnation. No matter what, he had to gamble. But Hashirama's side was faster. As the 8 trigram seal slammed down, the Ten Tails' massive body was sealed, forcibly stuffed into Hashirama's body. In the next instant, with a sharp hiss, Hashirama's body began to change. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 483, Chapter Buzz. A powerful aura spilled outward. Hashirama's entire body turned white. His original red armor became a white robe. Horns sprouted from his forehead, several truth-seeking balls circled around him, and he held a shakujo staff in his hand. Just like Madara back then, he looked noble, solemn, and overwhelmingly strong. Madara would probably be happy, Hashirama murmured to himself. Even if our goals were different, we both became Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. It's like the bond that snapped back then has connected again. I'll use this power, and Madara's share of it too, to protect the shinobi world. He really couldn't forget his old lover. Now, with his memories completely restored, that feeling only grew clearer. Still, the sheer power made him elated. He no longer had to stand aside and just watch these young guys fight monsters. He was joining the battle too. The commotion on this side naturally drew everyone's attention. The Kara members' faces all changed drastically. Clearly, they hadn't expected Hashirama to choose to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. With that, the Shinobi Alliance's side became even stronger, and without the Ten-Tails, the organization's tree-planting plan instantly went bankrupt. Of course, if they could snatch the Ten-Tails back, the plan could continue. But looking at the situation now, forget retrieving the Ten-Tails. They weren't even sure they could keep their lives. Meanwhile, the Alliance's side was ecstatic. No one had known in advance, so seeing Hashirama become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and successfully step into the Six Paths realm made them deliriously happy. The Alliance was extremely united now. And with the Otsutsuki as an external existential threat, having more peak-tier powerhouses in their own camp was nothing but a massive win. Even though all the Six Paths level fighters were currently in Konoha, Konoha had shown real sincerity. Not only did they refrain from throwing their weight around, they didn't take the chance to unify the shinobi world either. They even shared powerful techniques like Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, and Hashiman Tanko, 8 Gates, which was admirable both in strength and in breadth of vision. So naturally, no one objected. Everyone believed that if people from the other villages ever got the chance to step into the Six Paths realm, Konoha would definitely support them too. Tobirama was grinning from ear to ear. So that's what you've been acting all mysterious about lately, big brother. I'll be honest, you really surprised me. All I can say is, beautifully done. Others raised their thumbs as well. First Hokage-sama, beautifully done. Natsuki and Orochimaru exchanged a look and both nodded. The Gossip 64 seal was extremely stable, completely trapping the Ten-Tails so it couldn't move at all, while forcibly wringing power out of it. With that, Hashirama's current strength definitely wasn't weak. Not only had they stopped the enemy's tree plan, they'd also increased their own power. There couldn't be a better outcome than this. Over there, Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji also looked pleased. Hashirama's success was undeniably a shot in the arm. Next, all they had to do was defeat this Otsutsuki Ishiki. You bastards. I won't forgive you. Ishiki was completely beyond rage. His entire presence became totally different, his face and skin turned deathly pale, the karma patterns on his body vanished, his left Byakugan and right black eye opened fully, and only the right black eye had thick, eyebrow-like markings arranged around it. There were also many more Magatama pattern tattoos on his question mark. He looked colder, more arrogant, like he regarded all life as insects. Reincarnation successful. Otsutsuki Ishiki had fully returned. Even if his lifespan might be short, the current Ishiki was unquestionably terrifyingly strong. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji immediately felt an intense pressure. None of them dared to slack off for even a moment. They continued to tightly encircle the enemy, and waited for the right moment to strike. But Ishiki couldn't wait. He whooshed and vanished, clearly shrinking again, and his speed was even faster. Neji and Sasuke caught it immediately, launching attacks at once while warning, "First Hokage-sama. He's going for you." Hashirama snapped back to focus and also felt the danger closing in. But he was full of confidence now. He intended to fight Ishiki head-on and see the true power of an Otsutsuki for himself. Whoosh! Ishiki revealed himself. The Sukuna Hikona shrunk divine air attack and space slashes behind him were reduced by the power of his black eye and, causing no damage or obstruction at all. He lifted his hand, aiming at Hashirama, about to kill the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki on the spot. But Hashirama reached out and scooped, smoothly grabbing several black rods right into his hand, actually neutralizing Ishiki's attack with ease. To everyone watching, it was unbelievable. Ishiki didn't believe it, thinking it was a fluke, so he launched another barrage of black rods. And yet Hashirama simply scooped with both hands, catching a bunch of black rods and tossing them to the ground. Ishiki's attacks genuinely did nothing. Ishiki was completely stunned. Impossible. How could you my Sukuna Hikona? You can't be that strong. Hashirama stayed calm. I'm not strong enough. My strength might even be below yours. But your black rod attacks, no matter how small you make them, are still just projectiles. As long as you pay enough attention, you can spot them. And if you can spot them, you can intercept them. That's a required course for shinobi. Don't tell me you, an Natsuki, don't know that. You, damn it. Ishiki was furious. He felt Hashirama wasn't trying to mock him, just stating a fact. But that tone, that matter-of-fact delivery, made it feel like the worst kind of humiliation. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji looked at each other, because they seemingly couldn't intercept the black rods barehanded either. Even if Sasuke and Neji could spot the rods with their eyes, actually grabbing them still felt basically impossible. Question mark. Because the rods were just too fast. So how was the first Hokage doing it? In truth, it was experience. Hashirama was the god of shinobi from the Warring States era. He'd fought countless battles, and nothing was more basic to him than guarding against projectiles. No matter how small they were, they couldn't escape his sensing. Before, maybe he couldn't have stopped them. But now he was 6 Paths Hashirama. Catching black rods was naturally not a problem. Question mark. What he probably hadn't expected was that this kind of simple handling completely broke Ishiki's mentality. I don't believe it. I'm going to kill you. Give the 10 tails back. Ishiki roared and charged in, going straight into close combat with Hashirama. To be fair, Ishiki's taijutsu really was strong, at the very least far stronger than Kagaya's. But Hashirama's taijutsu was clearly above his. After a flurry of exchanges, question mark. Ishiki couldn't gain any advantage at all. Even when he occasionally tried to enlarge a black rod for a sneak attack, Hashirama would casually scoop it up, making it useless. That result only made Ishiki angrier. He poured on even more power, determined to beat Hashirama to death. Then he'd use black rods to nail Hashirama to the ground and see if he still acted so smug. What Ishiki didn't know was that Hashirama was actually having a great time. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 484, Chapter. No one who crawled out of the Warring States era was anything but warlike. Hashirama still remembered it. The last time he'd had a truly exhilarating battle with Madara was, well, the last time. Even if he'd ultimately been forced to choose to kill his best friend with his own hands, the fight itself had still been intensely joyful. Because Madara's dance really was beautiful. Because Madara's intent lived entirely in fists and feet. Battle was happiness, and a battle where you could go all out was the purest happiness of all. Hashirama cut loose. Every move he threw had been tempered through countless fights, powerful to the extreme. Even against an ancient monster who'd lived for over 1,000 years, he didn't give an inch. Ishiki fought with mounting frustration and decisively unveiled a new move. Deikokutten. His black eye flickered, and huge stone pillars suddenly appeared out of thin air, crashing down to suppress Hashirama. Deikokutten and Sukuna Hikona were both among the black eye's dojutsu. They could store any shrunken object inside a timeless, motionless space, then summon it at any moment to attack. Ishiki, in daily life, loved stuffing random things into that still space. Giant stone pillars were nothing more than ordinary clutter to him. Still, the pillars really were massive, and they appeared even more abruptly than the black rods. It genuinely caught Hashirama off guard. Hashirama had no time to dodge. Thick branches erupted from his body automatically, successfully bracing every pillar overhead, but Ishiki's heavy boot was already in front of his chest. Bang! Hashirama was kicked flying, rolling several times across the ground before he barely stopped. And when everyone looked again, there was a gaping hole punched through his chest. Before anyone could even worry, the hole repaired itself instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal, not a trace of injury left behind. Orochimaru couldn't help licking his lips as he praised, as expected of the first Hokage-sama. That recovery is just as freakish as ever. Natsuki nodded too, not surprised in the least. Hashirama's wood release had always been abnormal. His yang release chakra had always been absurdly overpowered. Now that he'd stepped into 6 paths, it had only become even more unstoppable. A mere external wound meant basically nothing. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji, who'd originally planned to spectate a little longer, finally relaxed when they saw that, then immediately charged in as well. Before, they'd thought Hashirama might overwhelm Ishiki and win on his own. Now that it was clear he couldn't, they'd just jump him together. No point wasting time and risking some other variable cropping up. Once Hashirama recovered, he also rushed in at once. 4-on-1 was bad news for Ishiki. He prided himself on his taijutsu, but facing that many top-tier fighters, he was starting to feel stretched thin. It looked like he'd have to use his full strength. Otherwise, he'd be the one in danger. As the 4 closed in, his black eye lit up again. Deikokutten, Deikyoten. The next second, gigantic black cubes abruptly appeared in midair, then slammed down with repeated booms. Hashirama frowned. Several truth-seeking balls instantly gathered and formed a massive black hand to brace the first cube. But the cube wasn't just huge, it was unbelievably heavy. His truth-seeking ball hand could only barely hold it back, shaking under the strain. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji chose to dodge without hesitation, because they could all feel how dangerous those cubes were. They really were bizarre. No one knew what they were made of. Their jet-black surface was etched with red, squared spiral patterns, as if they'd always been that enormous and were only being carried around because Sukuna had shrunk them down. More importantly, the cubes seemed to block sensing entirely. The sudden strikes were almost impossible to detect in advance. Boom. A second cube stacked down on top, the weight instantly exploding upward. Hashirama's truth-seeking ball hand shattered, and Hashirama himself was pinned to the ground beneath two enormous cubes. Fortunately, the very next moment, Hashirama burst up out of the earth some distance away, and everyone finally let out a hard breath. Hashirama warned them in a deep voice, "Kids, these cubes are dangerous. Don't try to block them lightly, and watch out for sneak attacks. If you get caught wrong, you can die." Got it. Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji honestly didn't even need the reminder. They could tell at a glance the black cubes weren't normal. So this was Ishiki's trump card. A moment ago, he couldn't even gain the upper hand in a 1 versus 3. Now that he'd used this, the entire situation flipped, and the four of them instantly fell into a disadvantage. And Otsutsuki really wasn't going to be simple. Natsuki asked, "Orochimaru, can you tell what those cubes are?" Orochimaru observed with the Tensigen, but shook his head. A very strange substance. Probably something from space. Not only is it incredibly heavy, it also blocks chakra sensing. I've never seen it before. But it's interesting. This will be one of my research materials too. Maybe I can forge some terrifying ninja tools out of it. The cubes truly were special, even more special than God Tree materials. It was hard not to be intrigued. If they could be made into ninja tools, they'd definitely be ridiculously strong. Natsuki sounded genuinely expectant. Don't worry. You won't be short on materials. Look at all those cubes. I'm more worried you won't be able to research them all. Orochimaru licked his face with his tongue. Hehehe. Whether I can handle the research isn't something you need to worry about. But the materials I want can't be missing. Otherwise, wouldn't a scientist like me be wasted? When it came to research, Orochimaru was supremely confident. He was the strongest scientist in the shinobi world, his level of research decades ahead of everyone else. Who could possibly compare? A motto of the 3 paths, who are you looking down on? My cloning tech is better than yours. Boom. 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 The Daikyoten cubes kept falling like a rainstorm. And after each cube landed, Sukuna would shrink it down again, then it would be enlarged again up in the sky and dropped once more, smashing down in a frenzied loop. As long as Ishiki didn't stop the technique, the cube downpour wouldn't stop either. In that case, there was no way Hashirama and the others could even get close, much less defeat him. Seeing that, Sasuke immediately summoned 2 shields shaped like oversized ping-pong paddles, then strapped them onto his forearms. With a bracing shove of both arms, he actually batted the falling cubes off to the side. Ishiki froze for a split second, then immediately intensified the cube barrage on Sasuke. But Sasuke raised his arms overhead, and the ping-pong paddle shields kept bouncing the cubes away, completely unable to halt his advance. Hashirama recognized it at once. Those are Madara's gunbai, aren't they? I remember it shattered during our battle. Neji reacted too. After the war, Natsuki gave all the gunbai fragments to Sasuke. Looks like Sasuke reforged what was left into 2 small shields. The gunbai was made from God Tree material and has the power to deflect any ninjutsu. I didn't expect it could even deflect these bizarre cubes. Don't hesitate. Let's back Sasuke up. Naruto made the call instantly. He used Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, sending a huge number of shadow clones charging forward to put pressure on Ishiki. At the very least, they had to split the enemy's attention. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 485, Chapter. Neji didn't hesitate either. He immediately went all out and unleashed Shinra Tensei Baku, Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. A massive tornado storm surged upward, actually holding a huge swath of the giant cubes suspended in midair. Hashirama took the opening to charge forward. Gigantic trees continuously sprouted around him. Even if they couldn't fully prop up the enormous cubes, they slowed their descent enough for him to push ahead faster. Under the 4 of them's fierce offensive, Otsutsuki Ishiki was, to some extent, forced into scrambling. But he had plenty of Daikyoten stockpiled in his Daikokutten storage. He decisively increased output, turning the cube rainfall into a torrential downpour. They smashed down non-stop, immediately halting the four of them's movements. And he wasn't just standing there either. He went straight for Sasuke. Ah. He flashed right in front of Sasuke, and a Daikyoten cube just happened to be dropping directly above Sasuke's head. Sasuke had no time to dodge. He could only raise the shielded forearms and brace with difficulty. In the next second, 3 black rods punched straight through his body. Sasuke. Naruto snapped on the spot, going berserk and transforming into a golden 9 tails again. 9 enormous tails propped up the giant cubes overhead. He opened his gaping maw and fired a tailed beast ball, sweeping away a huge cluster of cubes in a single blast. At the same time, the dense swarm of shadow clones seized the moment and rushed in to kill. Ishiki shot black rods, wiping out several shadow clones, but Naruto's clones were as numerous as ants, making him sick with annoyance. So he used Daikyoten again to patch the gap, successfully blocking Naruto's shadow clones completely. Sasuke used the chance to activate Amenotejikara, heavenly hand power, swapping positions with Ishiki. Ishiki immediately found himself under the suppression of 3 enormous cubes. But those cubes were his to begin with. He instantly used Sukuna to shrink them down. Sasuke then formed a pitch-black long blade again with truth-seeking balls and lunged in, intending to take Ishiki into close combat. Ishiki, however, was wary of that black blade's ability to warp space, so he blocked again with black cubes. Then his body shrank once more and vanished. Naruto. He's coming for you. Neji and Sasuke caught it again and hurriedly warned him. It seemed Ishiki had realized it too. Dealing with Naruto was, comparatively speaking, simpler. Sasuke and Neji had specialized that made it easy to spot attacks. Hashirama was veteran and hard to subdue quickly. Compared to them, Naruto looked like the easier target. Ah. Ishiki arrived right in front of a Naruto, and, used black rods to blow it apart. But when he looked up, he found that even though Naruto's shadow clones kept getting smashed apart by the cube downpour, their numbers never seemed to drop. They just kept replenishing, to the point Ishiki couldn't even tell which one was the real body. Ishiki immediately grew furious. This blonde looked easy to handle, but he was actually a massive nuisance too. Looks like Ishiki would have to keep circling and wearing them down. Watching all this, Natsuki and Orochimaru couldn't help yawning. The fight had dragged on for a while now, and neither side could truly put the other down. Ishiki's strength really was absurd. If he were only dealing with 2 6 Paths level fighters, he'd definitely have more than enough. But now there were 4, and every single one of them was a pain in the neck. Even Ishiki was starting to panic. Even though it looked like he had the upper hand, the fact that he couldn't take down even one person was making him uneasy. If this kept dragging on, his lifespan wouldn't be enough. Was he going to get worn to death, bit by bit? At that moment, the others started gathering in as well. Natsuki froze, subconsciously turning to look back, and realized Kara had already been completely taken down. Clearly, the Shinobi Alliance's side had too many strong fighters, and they were too strong. Under a group beatdown, almost nobody could resist. As long as Kara's members didn't have a death wish, most of them chose to behave once they were beaten down. Only that clown-looking guy, Deepa, had been too cocky. Kakashi and Shino had bullied him so badly it was pathetic. On top of that, the interior of the headquarters had been fully infiltrated by Alliance personnel. Documents and materials were all being seized and looted. Kara's secrets were about to stop being secrets. At this point, only Otsutsuki Ishiki was left. The Kara members watched their leader display overwhelming might yet still fail to finish the enemy, and they could only feel helpless and resigned. Looks like the Otsutsuki really were strong, but the shinobi world wasn't weak either. Powerhouses were emerging one after another. The Otsutsuki probably couldn't get any advantage at all, let alone their tree plan. This time, they were definitely finished. All their previous effort was going to be washed away. After struggling for so long, only to never even get a glimpse of what a chakra fruit looked like, the mood turned grim. The Otsutsuki really are incredible. Tobirama couldn't help praising. The 4 of them at 6 Paths level are fighting him together, and we're still at a disadvantage. It's unbelievable. Anoki's voice was low. When people used to talk about the Otsutsuki clan's invasion as a calamity, I couldn't quite picture it, because I never got to see how terrifying Kaguya really was. Now I understand. If the Otsutsuki are all as strong as Ishiki, or even stronger than him, then the shinobi world's calamity absolutely can't be avoided. Minato, however, was full of confidence. His smile was as warm as the sun as it steadied everyone. No need to worry. That's exactly why we united the entire shinobi world. If we can deal with one Otsutsuki today, then in the future we can face the entire Otsutsuki clan. The others were infected by that smile and relaxed a little. Yeah. To prevent that future calamity was the whole reason they formed the alliance in the first place, wasn't it? Now the alliance had 5-6 paths level fighters. In the future there would definitely be more. The Otsutsuki were nothing more than foreign invaders. Question mark. Orochimaru spoke up at this moment. Natsuki-kun, it's time for you to step in, isn't it? The first Hokage-sama and the others are at a disadvantage, and they can't hold much longer. Don't let my experimental materials run away. All right. I guess I really should warm up. Natsuki was tired of waiting too. He clapped his hands together. Secret technique, Nikyutan, flesh release. His body immediately began undergoing earth-shaking changes. His hair grew long and turned red. He became tall and powerfully built, like Super Saiyan 4 Kakarot out of Dragon Ball. And the pressure of his aura was suffocating. His crimson blood and chi condensed around him into, colored truth-seeking balls. Everyone had heard of Natsuki's Nikyutan before, but aside from Tobirama and Minato, this was their first time seeing what it looked like. Feeling that vast, surging life force, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Even Orochimaru's tongue nearly tied itself in a knot. So this is Nikyutan. What terrifying vitality. Then I'm going in. As Natsuki spoke, he vanished in an instant, so fast he couldn't be seen at all. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of Ishiki, and a sky-covering fist was swelling in Ishiki's face. Not good. Bang. Ishiki was sent flying sideways. The cube downpour stopped as a result. Hashirama and Naruto, Sasuke, and Neji finally had room to breathe. Seeing Natsuki step in, they at last relaxed. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading.